Jianghu, the ruler of all weapons, is the sword, while the foremost among the short blades is the knife. The world of Jianghu thrives on swift vengeance and fervent loyalty. In this ever-changing realm, countless souls struggle for survival amidst the flickering glimmers of blades and swords. The Jianghu is rife with rankings, life trades, sword debates, life and death struggles, revenge, slaughter, lightness of foot, and hidden weapons. In this complex world where allies and foes are indistinguishable, who shall stand tall above the rest? As the swords are drawn, who will rise to the challenge? Such is the essence of Jianghu. Chapter 1. Bloodshed at Pavilion. The host Qiu. At noon, the scorching sun beats down upon this northern border town, where the green-tiled roofs rest upon gray earthen paths, and the incessant chirping of cicadas disrupts the tranquility. At this hour, the sun-baked streets have emptied of pedestrians, with only a few fruit vendors lazily reclining on bamboo chairs behind their stalls, dozing off. Pavilion, the only lodging in this small town, buzzes with unexpected liveliness on its ground floor, teeming with denizens of the Jianghu, who are animatedly discussing the bloody events of the previous night, when the renowned Jianghu was mercilessly attacked. Who would dare to storm Jianghu with such audacity? Over the years, Jianghu has been involved in many dealings that cost lives, making enemies along the way. In the past, the smaller fish were easily dispatched, but perhaps this time they have crossed paths with someone formidable. Is there really someone in Jianghu whom Jianghu should fear? You must be jesting. Damn it, you've only just started mixing in this world. Well, you know, how many true powers in Jianghu do you recognize? To them, Jianghu is merely a slightly larger ant. Then do enlighten us. A boisterous man with a bushy beard, noticing the growing interest in his words, plopped down on a table, clutching a large bowl of wine, gulping it down with fervor. After wiping his mouth with a hand that disregarded the wine clinging to his beard, he began to regale the audience with what he claimed to be inside information. On the second floor of Pavilion, relative tranquility prevailed, with only 2 tables occupied by 2 individuals. Despite the occasional raucous cheers from below, these 2 seemed unfazed, quietly savoring their drinks. The atmosphere was stiflingly silent. At one table sat an enigmatic figure, shrouded in gray garb, with their head completely wrapped, obscuring their features and age. Only a narrow slit revealed a pair of weary, yet piercing eyes, filled with an ominous intent as they scrutinized the lean man across the table. The table held nothing but a bowl of wine and a sword. To have followed me for 3 days is quite commendable. The figure in gray finally spoke, their voice as weathered as their gaze, yet imbued with lethal intent. As they slowly removed their headscarf, a striking scar marred their otherwise aged visage, and their graying hair appeared somewhat disheveled. Indeed, Qiu, you deserve your position among the 24 hosts of Jianghu. Your insight is truly sharp. I am impressed, replied the man in black, his gaunt face resembling skin stretched over bone, devoid of any flesh. Qiu regarded him with a hint of a smile. Ah, so, is Shangguan of Fei Huang Bao? No wonder you could keep pace with me. Only you, with your unparalleled lightness of foot, could rival Jianghu's own wooing. Shangguan scoffed. Since you have seen through my intentions, I shall dispense with idle chatter. Surrender the Jianghu heart technique, and I shall grant you a whole corpse. Haha. Although I, Qiu, am injured, you believe you can demand the Jianghu heart technique from me? You are sorely mistaken. Today, the spirits of the 173 souls lost to Jianghu shall find solace in your demise, Qiu declared, rising suddenly, his inner energy surging forth, unleashing a formidable aura toward Shangguan. The latter's eyes flickered with excitement. Deep down, he had anticipated that this would not be an easy encounter. Haha, Jianghu truly possesses a formidable presence. Even if you stand alone, your might remains undiminished. Suddenly, a booming voice echoed through the inn, and with it, a burly bald man ascended the stairs. Towering nearly 2 meters, his muscular frame stood bare-chested, resembling a living iron tower, a massive steel blade resting on his shoulder. Shangguan's expression darkened as he recognized this man, for the master of Fei Huang Bao had instructed him to tail Qiu without engaging, aiming to shake off those who sought to stake a claim. This man belonged to another formidable faction, the Ming Fu, which, like Fei Huang Bao, had also participated in the bloodbath at Jianghu. While Fei Huang Bao relied on their unparalleled lightness of foot, the Ming Fu wielded the devastating sword technique known as the Flaming Cross Slash. Its sheer force could shatter mountains and split the earth. The bald man, known as Tu Long, was the host of Deming Fu. Faced with this unexpected foe, Qiu Tian's eyelids twitched. While he felt he could contend with Shangguan Mu, the addition of Tu Long sapped his confidence. Tu Long, I did not expect Deming Fu to set its sights on the Jianghu heart technique, Shangguan Mu remarked, his voice sharp. The Jianghu heart technique is the pinnacle of martial cultivation in Jianghu. Otherwise, how could Jianwu Shuang establish Jianyu Lu, commanding respect from numerous factions with but a mere 100 followers? Moreover, does Fei Huang Bao not share this ambition? Tu Long shot a glance at Shangguan Mu, his tone dripping with disdain. What a lively gathering we have today. Suddenly, a sultry voice pierced the air. A lithe and enchanting woman floated in through the window, wielding a pair of plum blossom darts. Qing Chunga. Tu Long recognized her instantly. She was Xiao Yu, heir of Qing Chenggu, a group of mesmerizing women whose beauty was matched only by their lethal prowess. Known for their deadly poison, the most beautiful among them were said to be the most toxic. In this moment, Qiu Tian's eyes lost their urgency, for he realized that with these three formidable individuals present, his chances of escape had dwindled. In a state of desperation, Qiu Tian resolved to confront his fate without fear. I never anticipated that my Jianyu Lu's martial secrets would attract the interference of three major factions. Today, even if I must sacrifice myself, I shall ensure that you three leave with unforgettable marks. At the sight of Qiu Tian's fierce demeanor, Shangguan Mu and the others could not help but frown. With so many powerful factions involved, I find myself feeling rather isolated. Just as that voice faded, another figure entered through the window, a middle-aged monk, nearly 2 meters tall, yet astonishingly slender, resembling a bamboo stalk, clutching a long string of iron prayer beads. Say Bei Yi Sung, Bu Liao Hu, Qiu Tian remarked with indifference, acknowledging the presence of this notoriously troublesome figure in Jianghu. The monk, a drifter without allegiance, possessed an enigmatic mastery of martial arts, with countless lives claimed by his iron beads. I'm quite curious about the Jianyu heart technique that Jianyu Lu guards so closely. If you, Qiu Tian, are willing to entrust me with the Jianyu heart technique, I assure you that your life will be free from peril today. What say you? Bu Liao, who smiled at Qiu Tian, but his words sent a chill through the hearts of the other three present. If the monk Bouillon were truly to intervene today, the outcome would be uncertain. Tu Long stepped forward, facing Bouillon, his rugged brows furrowing. I say, Bouillon, matters must have their order. Should you insist on meddling, you will have made an enemy of both the Daming Prefecture and the Feihuang Fortress, as well as the Qingqing Pavilion. Tu Long, despite his coarse exterior, possessed a keen intellect. He strategically invoked the other two formidable forces to bolster his own confidence. Upon hearing this, Bouillon's previous mirth vanished. Indeed, these three individuals were ones he could afford to offend for the sake of the Jinyu heart method, but the powers backing them were a different matter entirely. Unless absolutely necessary, Bouillon would not choose to cultivate enmity with these three factions. His gaze shifted to Qiu Tian, clearly eager to observe his response. Qiu Tian's lips curled into a slight smirk. Many matters, you all. Before Qiu Tian could finish a sentence, he suddenly leaped into the air, his foot striking the table with a series of rapid thuds, initiating the rainfall without shadows technique. This technique emphasized swiftness akin to a startled hare. As his form pivoted, energy surged, and he propelled himself towards the window with astonishing speed. Not good, stop him, Bouillon shouted. However, by this time, Qiu Tian had already reached the window, and aside from Shangguan Mu, none could hope to keep pace with him. Yet, Qiu Tian was still dissatisfied with his speed. Were it not for my injuries, I would ensure that Shangguan Mu could not follow. He mused. At this moment, Shangguan Mu had risen, crossing his legs in midair, forcefully thrusting his palms downward. His body ascended, then executed a backflip, landing on the beams of the roof before swiftly soaring toward Qiu Tian. Although this sequence of movements transpired in an instant, even Bouillon was left in awe. Indeed, the rainfall without shadows and the treading snow without trace techniques are unparalleled in their grace. Ordinary lightness techniques pale in comparison. Qiu Tian perched himself on the window frame, intending to leap once more, when an unexpected chill washed over him. Instinctively, he retreated, pushing against the door frame and returning to the hall. Upon witnessing this scene, Shangguan Mu was filled with confusion, sensing an unseen danger at the window. He quickly pivoted, planting one foot against the wall beside the window, performing a somersault to land safely, and promptly looking up. A flash of white light streaked through the window with incredible speed. It was the glimmer of a sword, and behind it emerged a striking young man clad in white, who elegantly vaulted into the second-floor hall, brandishing the very sword that had signaled danger moments ago. This sword, made of jade, gleamed with a pristine whiteness, resembling an exquisite artifact more than a weapon. At that moment, the blade pointed directly at the retreating Qiu Tian. Qiu Tian widened his eyes, fixated on this enchanting figure. Nearly everyone present recognized the owner of this sword. There was but one individual in the martial world who wielded the immaculate jade sword. This man. Jade sword Azura, Hua Muyang. Hua Muyang's alluring visage bore a hint of a cold smile, his elongated phoenix eyes fixed intently on Qiu Tian. What's the rush, Qiu Zhangshi? Where are you off to in such haste? He spoke with a tone that was both mocking and playful. Qiu Tian took a slow, deep breath, lamenting inwardly. It seems today is indeed the day fate conspires against my Jianghu tower. Hua Muyang, I never expected you to want to interfere as well, Buliang remarked, his expression darkening. He had always been the most formidable here, yet the notorious reputation of the Jade Sword Azura was no less fearsome than his own, especially considering the deadly prowess of the Jade Sword in his hand. Hua Muyang's gaze drifted over the individuals in the hall. The Feihuang fortresses Shangwanmu, Daming prefectures Tulong, Qingcheng Pavilion Xiaoyu, and you, the wild monk Buliang. Truly a remarkable gathering. It seems Jianghu Tower has offended quite a few. Yet, I must say, Jian Wushuang possesses exceptional skills, and today, he finds himself in such a predicament, unable to protect his own sanctuary. How pitiable, indeed. Upon hearing this, Qiu Tian inhaled sharply, glaring with fury. Spare me your insincere compassion. Were it not for our lord being gravely injured, allowing you despicable scoundrels to take advantage, none of this would have transpired. Enough of your prattle. I possess but one copy of the Jianghu heart method. Who among you desires it? Qiu Tian sought to sow discord among them before his demise. Hearing his words, Xiaoyu, Tulong, and Shangwanmu stepped forward, eyeing one another with caution. Seeing this, Qiu Tian could not help but smirk coldly. Buliang observed him and replied with a calm smile. Such tricks should not be displayed here, Qiu Zhangshi. Simply hand over the Jianghu heart method. As for its rightful owner, let us not trouble you about that. At these words, Qiu Tian's lip twitched. He had not anticipated Buliang's cunning. In that case, come and take it if you dare. Qiu Tian suddenly bellowed, his aura intensifying as he drew his sword toward the jade-faced Azura, Hua Muyang. Oomph. Hua Muyang snorted coldly, countering with his own sword. Everyone need not intervene. Allow me to personally experience the skills of Jianghu Tower today. Before he finished speaking, Hua Muyang was already engaged in combat with Qiu Tian. The others, including Xiaoyu, felt relieved. They had not intended to exhaust themselves, and with Hua Muyang's declaration, they settled in to watch the spectacle. Tulong even took a seat, drinking heartily. Qiu Tian attempted several thrusts with his sword, none of which touched Hua Muyang, who easily evaded and countered, leaving Qiu Tian wounded by several cuts. His once intact gray robe was now tattered. Hua Muyang had not yet unleashed his full power. He merely countered Qiu Tian's moves, demonstrating a clear disparity in their strengths. This cat-and-mouse game infuriated Qiu Tian. Yet, being gravely injured and subjected to such mockery, he erupted in a fit of rage, spitting blood. Seizing this opportunity, Hua Muyang advanced. Today, let me show you the true essence of my swordsmanship. With that, Hua Muyang unleashed a flurry of movements, the sword dancing through the air, its blade transforming endlessly, releasing a torrent of sword energy. This is the sword technique that made my name the Yin-Yang Ninefold Thrust. Today, I shall let you experience its overwhelming power once more. Hua Muyang laughed heartily. The jade sword never paused. After countless transformations, it suddenly halted, aiming directly at Qiu Tian's vital point, sending a shock of alarm through him. He felt the sword's energy before its blade made contact, as if it had locked onto him, rendering him immobile. The sun gathers force. The moon gathers energy. The transformation of yin and yang. This sword is truly enigmatic, Buliang remarked, furrowing his brow in astonishment. The blade pierced deeply into Qiu Tian's vital point, and with a swift withdrawal, crimson mist erupted from his chest. Qiu Tian's consciousness momentarily faded. Before he could react, the second strike was upon him. He hastily raised his sword in defense, but the jade sword deftly circumvented his block, inflicting excruciating pain at his lower abdomen. The third strike followed, the yin-yang ninefold thrust, each layer compounding its force upon him. Hua Muyang leaned forward, aligning his body parallel to the ground, and then swiftly pivoted to deliver a piercing strike, followed by another, and yet another, executing a total of 9 strikes aimed at the giant K acupoint, located 6 inches above Qiu Tian's navel, and the Qi-Hai acupoint, situated an inch below it. Now that all 4 swords are thrust into Qiu Tian's ren meridian, it is certain that his martial prowess is severely diminished. Should he attempt to exert any internal energy, it would be tantamount to courting his own demise, sighed Shangguan. At this moment, Qiu Tian appeared as if he had been struck at vital points, utterly immobilized, his body drenched in blood, and his breath erratic. Clearly a man on the brink of death. "Yu Jianshua, please refrain from killing him," bellowed Buliang He, stepping forward. A string of iron beads collided with the jade sword, deflecting its trajectory. Yu Jianshua, taken aback by the interruption, executed a swift retreat, landing and taking 3 cautious steps back to stabilize himself. Positioning the jade sword defensively before his chest, his gaze coldly fixed on Buliang He. Buliang He also landed and retreated 3 steps, standing protectively in front of Qiu Tian, offering a wry smile to Hua Muyang. Qiu Tian crashed to the ground. Although both Hua Muyang and Buliang He had retreated 3 steps, the latter had prepared for this confrontation and initiated the attack, while Yu Jianshua was caught off guard, making the disparity in their martial prowess abundantly clear. I truly did not anticipate that this Yu Jianshua would prove so formidable. The initial 4 strikes of Yin Yang, Jiu Chong Ci possess such tremendous power. What horrors would the complete 9 strikes unleash? Furthermore, Hua Muyang has yet to reveal his ultimate technique, the Xiaoluo Duo Ming sword. This individual is not to be trifled with, noted Tu Long, rising to observe Hua Muyang and Buliang He. At this moment, Xiao Yuer floated forward, skillfully pressing several acupoints on Qiu Tian to halt the bleeding. Cough, cough, piu. A fresh spurt of blood erupted from Qiu Tian's mouth, revealing that he was now expelling more than he was inhaling. Shangguan and Tu Long hurried over, not wishing for Qiu Tian to perish without revealing any information, as that would be a fruitless endeavor. Buliang He cast a cautious glance at Hua Muyang before turning to examine Qiu Tian. With Buliang He no longer fixated on him, Hua Muyang leisurely approached. "Qiu Tian, you are a doomed man. Do you still wish to take the Jianghu Xinfa to your grave?" Tu Long shouted. Yet at that moment, Qiu Tian threw back his head and laughed heartily. "Haha, cough, cough. My Jianghu Tower has stood tall in the martial world for decades, possessing its own depth. You petty individuals will eventually regret your actions, and when that time comes, you will find yourselves kneeling, with no opportunity to beg for mercy. Cough, cough. Wushuang Tower Master, I have come to meet you, haha. Pu." With his final reserves of strength, Qiu Tian let out a few more laughs before completely losing vitality. "Qiu Tian is dead," Xiao Yuer exclaimed in disbelief. "The Jianghu Xinfa is not even in his possession. It seems we are all destined for disappointment," Shangguan lamented. At that moment, Tu Long seized Qiu Tian's corpse, searching it thoroughly but finding nothing, ultimately tossing the body aside in frustration. A smile returned to Hua Muyang's face. From this day forth, Jianghu Tower will no longer exist in the martial world. You all may act freely without fear of being pursued by the Jianghu emissary, which can be deemed a good thing. As for the unparalleled martial arts of Jianghu Tower, they are likely to dissipate with Jian Wushuang's demise. Since that is the case, I shall take my leave. Farewell. With that, Hua Muyang sprang into action, darting towards the window and leaping out. With Hua Muyang's departure, the others felt no further reason to linger and promptly clasped their fists in farewell. The once bustling second floor of the Bafang Inn was now left with a cold corpse and an unsheathed sword. Those on the first floor, having heard the silence above, cautiously made their way up, only to be met with the sight of shattered furniture and Qiu Tian's lifeless body, eliciting gasps of shock, testament to the ferocity of the recent battle. Did you hear? The one who died was Qiu Tian, the steward of Jianghu Tower, and the people earlier were all renowned figures in the martial world, proclaimed the previously timid bearded man on the first floor, now emboldened as he began recounting the impressive feats of those involved. Start with that, Yu Jianshua, encouraged the curious crowd, eager to hear tales of this extraordinary encounter, a rarity for the citizens of Qingdao City, and a perfect opportunity to boast to friends and neighbors upon their return. That Yujin Shiluo is truly formidable. His real name is Hua Muyang. In a corner of the first floor, two individuals remain detached from the gathering, an elderly man and a young boy. The elder, around 60, donned a gray robe, his expression one of resigned bewilderment as he looked at the child. The boy, merely 6 or 7, though young, possessed strikingly handsome features, particularly his bright, star-like eyes, which fixated on the staircase leading to the second floor, his face devoid of any expression, lost in thought. This demeanor, so incongruous with his age, belonged to none other than Jian Wushuang's son, the young master of Jianyu Tower, Jian Xingyu. Chapter 3. The Dream of Assassination at Tianzi. Jianyu Lu Master. 1 month ago, Jianyu Lu, a formidable force renowned throughout the martial world, is situated 300 miles north of Luoyang in the Central Plains. Its might does not stem from a multitude of disciples or a convoluted web of relationships, but rather from the profound mastery of martial arts and the ruthless, unique methods it employs. It is widely rumored that including its master, Jian Wushuang, Jianyu Lu comprises a mere 174 individuals. How a mere faction of such modest size stands tall in the blood-soaked realm of martial arts remains a mystery to all. Jianyu Lu maintains a low profile in its dealings, yet its actions are conspicuously bold. Many who are aware of Jianyu Lu refer to it as the Holy Land of Revenge, for in the eyes of most martial artists, it resembles the legendary Kuai Hua Lin from years past, accepting payment to eliminate misfortune on behalf of others. The reasons for Jianyu Lu's existence, however, elude understanding. Jian Wushuang, the master of Jianyu Lu, founded the organization 2 decades ago. His martial prowess is enigmatic, and prior to his rise to fame, no one had ever heard of his name. At that time, he was absent from the ranks of the top 10 martial experts, indicating that he suddenly emerged as a formidable figure in the martial world. 20 years ago, Jian Wushuang single-handedly confronted the second-ranked master, Ling Yun Chong, Sheng Lianfu Lu, the third-ranked, Jin Dao Kuai Shou Tu Feng, and the fourth-ranked, Fei Tian Yen Luo Shang Guan Xiongyu, a top Kunlun, emerging victorious and establishing his renown. Yet, the origins of his skills and his lineage remain shrouded in obscurity. Since the establishment of Jianyu Lu, Jian Wushuang laid down 10 commandments. 1. No indiscriminate killing of the innocent. 2. No plundering. 3. No engaging in criminal activities. 4. No betraying trust. 5. No abusing power. 6. No private alliances. 7. No undermining authority. 8. No pursuing profit at the expense of righteousness. 9. No misusing public resources for personal gain. 10. No unilateral decision-making. The first 9 commandments are relatively straightforward, but the 10th serves as the operational principle of Jianyu Lu. The organization has thrived on the practice of accepting payment for taking lives, which can be more directly described as an assassination organization. However, Jianyu Lu adheres to a guiding principle encapsulated in 6 characters: Jianghu Shi, Jianghu Liao. It resolves only the grievances within the martial world, refusing to accept tasks involving outsiders, regardless of the price offered. Once a task is accepted, there is no turning back. As long as Jianyu Lu exists, it will demand lives without mercy, remorse, or hesitation. This is the aspect that instills fear among those in the martial world. Under Jian Wushuang, Jianyu Lu is divided into 5 great protectors, 10 Ajuras, 24 managers, and 72 wanderers. The remaining members are known as Jianyu messengers, who execute the tasks. The difficulty of assassination targets is categorized into 4 levels: Tian, Di, Xian, and Huang. 4 third-rate practitioners and minor sects, they fall under the Huang-level assassinations, typically executed by Jianyu messengers and wanderers. Those occupying significant positions within larger sects or powers, such as guest elders and managers, are classified as Xian-level targets, generally handled by wanderers and managers. Renowned first-rate masters or leaders of major factions are designated as D-level targets, usually dispatched by managers or ajuras, with the possibility of protectors stepping in for particularly challenging cases. As for Tian-level assassinations, Jianyu Lu has yet to undertake one, even the assassination of the third-ranked master, Jin Dao Kuai Shou Tu Feng, was resolved by 2 elders, 5 ajuras, and over 10 wanderers, categorized under D-level. According to rumors, should a Tian-level mission arise, Jian Wushuang himself would take action. On the outskirts of Luoyang, there lies an unassuming farmhouse. In the early morning, under a clear blue sky, a 6 or 7-year-old boy is sweeping fallen leaves in the courtyard while an elderly man, in his 60s, sits on a stone chair, leisurely perusing a book. A sudden knock resounds on the wooden door of the courtyard, causing the boy to lift his head, gazing curiously at the door, his eyes bright and star-like, seemingly capable of piercing through all things. Clearly, the boy did not anticipate a visitor so early in the day. The elderly man also sets aside his book, nodding at the boy to indicate he should open the door. The boy, grasping a broom, walks to the entrance and opens the door to reveal 3 individuals. At the forefront stands a middle-aged man in his 40s, tall and robust, with a complexion as flawless as jade and no trace of aging on his face. His prominent nose and wide mouth, along with thick eyebrows and large eyes that resemble twinkling stars, bear a striking resemblance to the boy. Behind him are 2 older men, one clad in gray, tall and austere, and the other in white, somewhat short and plump, yet with a kind and amiable expression. The tall elder is none other than Chongqing, one of the protectors of Jianghu, while the jovial figure is unsheathed, another protector. The middle-aged man is Jian Wushuang himself, who now gazes at the boy with a warm smile. Upon seeing Jian Wushuang, the boy's eyes light up with excitement. "Father!" the boy exclaims, for he is Jian Wushuang's son, Jian Xingyu. In the martial world, no one knows Jian Wushuang has a family, believing him to be a solitary martial enthusiast. Little do they realize he has a 6-year-old son hidden away in Luoyang. By this account, the widely circulated claim of 174 members in Jianghu is notably inaccurate, for it should be at least 175. Such a revelation would surely astonish countless martial artists. "Xingyu, your father has some leisure time today and has come to see you. Have you been listening to your teacher?" Jian Wushuang says, gently taking Jian Xingyu's small hand and leading him into the courtyard. Meanwhile, Chongqing and Oyu Shi closed the door behind them, standing guard outside. The elderly man, who had been reading, now rises to greet Jian Wushuang. "Wushuang, you have arrived," he says warmly. Jian Wushuang bows respectfully, replying, "Yin Lao, thank you for your efforts." The renowned Jian Wushuang, known throughout the martial world, shows such reverence to an ordinary elder, which would surely become another marvel in the martial realm. Years ago, when Jian Wushuang departed Jianghu in search of new realms of martial arts, he inadvertently consumed a poisonous mushroom in Qilin Mountain and was subsequently robbed by bandits. After a fierce confrontation with the bandit leader, Yu Qilin, he barely escaped but fell unconscious in the valley, where he was fortuitously rescued by Yin Yuer, who was visiting the mountain. Their bond blossomed thereafter. However, fearing that Yin Yuer would be entangled in the troubles of the martial world, Jian Wushuang chose to keep their relationship a secret. Tragically, after giving birth to Jian Xingyu, Yin Yuer died under mysterious circumstances, rumored to be an assassination. Jian Wushuang has since sought the truth behind her demise, yet to no avail. In memory of his beloved wife, he named their child Jian Xingyu, symbolizing their love as fleeting yet unforgettable, like a shooting star. The elderly man before him is Jian Wushuang's father-in-law, Yin Lao, father of his late wife, Yin Yuer. Since his birth, Jian Xingyu has lived with Yin Lao and has never set foot in Jianghu, with Jian Wushuang visiting privately during his spare time. Due to his strict educational approach, Yin Lao has instructed Jian Xingyu to refer to him as teacher rather than grandfather. Although Jian Xingyu has never been involved with Jianghu, Jian Wushuang has always viewed him as the future successor and has been nurturing him accordingly. This visit is to discuss Jian Xingyu's future arrangements, as he is now 7 years old, and it is time to lay the foundation for his martial training. Delays could be detrimental, and it is evident that Yin Lao cannot provide such instruction. "Yin Lao, it seems the time has come for Xingyu to begin his journey," Jian Wushuang states. Has it truly come to that? Yin Lao's eyes, clouded with age, flicker with reluctance at the thought of Jian Xingyu's departure. "Originally, I intended to escort him myself, but due to unforeseen matters within Jianghu, I am unable to do so, and thus I must impose upon you once more." Jian Wushuang expressed a sense of helplessness, glancing back at Jian Xingyu, who was evidently disheartened by the inability to accompany him personally. When it comes to matters concerning his grandson, there was no need for words of annoyance. However, he truly found it difficult to conceive of any issue that could eclipse the future of his own flesh and blood. Elder Yin's tone carried a hint of anger, for he held Jian Xingyu in such high regard that he could not tolerate anything being deemed more significant. Jian Wushuang, feeling equally powerless, urged Elder Yin not to inquire further, sighing deeply. Observing this scene, Elder Yin was also perplexed, having never witnessed such an expression on Jian Wushuang's face before. "Father, I have never seen you so troubled. What is the matter?" Jian Xingyu tilted his little head and inquired. Gazing at his son's adorable visage, Jian Wushuang smiled knowingly, ruffling Jian Xingyu's hair affectionately. In a gentle tone, he reassured, "There is nothing in this world that your father cannot resolve." Rest assured, tomorrow you will accompany your teacher to another place where someone will surely instruct you in martial arts. You must devote yourself wholeheartedly to your studies and never be idle. Father, you need not worry. I will certainly apply myself and not disappoint your and the teacher's expectations, Jian Xingyu replied earnestly, nodding vigorously. Oh, with such a sensible and wise son, my life is truly worthwhile. Jian Wushuang laughed heartily, his previous gloom seemingly dissipated. He removed a jade pendant from his waist, which bore a dragon motif encircling an ancient character for sword, and placed it into Jian Xingyu's hands. With utmost seriousness, he said, Xingyu, this is my personal jade pendant. When you arrive at that place, present it to a person named Yinla Shifu, and he will understand who you are. Remember, in the future, treat Yinla Shifu with the same respect you would afford to your father. Jian Xingyu accepted the pendant with both hands, his expression solemn as he affirmed, I shall remember. Father, pleased, Jian Wushuang nodded, his eyes brimming with love as he regarded Jian Xingyu. Suddenly, there was a loud knock at the door. Lao Zhu. Someone called out. Come in. Jian Wushuang turned, his face assuming its usual stern demeanor. The door creaked open, and the stout figure of Oshi slipped inside. Lao Zhu. The time is nearly upon us. Oshi reported respectfully. Jian Wushuang acknowledged him with a casual nod before turning to Elder Yin and bowing. Elder Yin. I must take my leave. I will trouble you tomorrow. Elder Yin nodded, offering a cautionary reminder. Wushuang, be careful in all matters. Indeed, Jian Wushuang replied with a smile. He crouched down to look at Jian Xingyu and unexpectedly pulled him into an embrace. Jian Xingyu was taken aback, as he had no recollection of his father ever holding him this way. Father. The sudden affection made Jian Xingyu's nose tingle, and he called out with a quivering voice. Jian Wushuang, too, felt a surge of emotion, his eyes glistening with unshed tears as he held his son tightly. For reasons unknown, he felt an overwhelming sense that this embrace might be the last they would share in this lifetime. Without waiting for Jian Xingyu to respond, he stood up abruptly and walked toward the door, not looking back as he called out, Xingyu, you have grown. Remember, a man must stand tall and firm. If you ever enter the martial world, keep this principle in mind. Matters of the Jianghu are best left to the Jianghu. Be a true man with clear affections and aversions. As his voice faded, Jian Wushuang vanished from view. Oshi cast a meaningful glance at Jian Xingyu before hastily turning to follow Changqing in pursuit of Jian Wushuang. Having already distanced himself, Jian Wushuang felt tears welling in his eyes as he glanced back at the now indistinct outline of the courtyard. Hastily wiping away the tears and restoring his expression to normal, taking a deep breath, he slowed his pace, allowing Changqing and Oshi to catch up as the three made their way toward Jian Yulu. Jian Xingyu stood in the courtyard, stunned and bewildered, unable to comprehend why his father's visit felt so different this time. Father, I shall remember your teachings, he whispered, gazing in the direction Jian Wushuang had departed. Chapter 4. Dreams of Assassination. The Tianzi mission at Jian Yulu, in the conference hall. Jian Wushuang sat in the central position while the 5 great guardians and the 10 Azuras flanked him on either side. The 24 scattered individuals stood at attention along the sides of the hall, appearing disorderly yet maintaining an air of coherence. Before Jian Wushuang, in the heart of the hall, stood 3 figures. A young gentleman accompanied by 2 middle-aged men resembling bodyguards. The young gentleman, clad in a blue robe, possessed a certain elegance. He was Jin Shuping, the young master of the Jinding Mountain Manor. The 2 bodyguards, dressed in black attire, displayed robust physiques, rough hands, and prominent temples indicative of their proficiency in external martial arts. The Jinding Mountain Manor was reputed to be immensely wealthy, amassing considerable fortune. Though the Jin family was not a martial arts lineage, but rather a business-oriented one, they were known to cultivate friendships within the Jianghu, employing skilled martial artists as guest experts. The family patriarch, Jin Baiwan, was generous towards those in distress, earning a favorable reputation among Jianghu figures. However, not long ago, Jin Baiwan and his guest expert, Hishitai Quan Tai Ling, had been murdered, their bodies displayed at the entrance of the Jin family manor. This disgrace compelled the Jin family to vow vengeance, ultimately discovering that Jin Baiwan had sheltered the very person who led to his demise, namely Tai Ling, who had unfortunately crossed the wrong forces, Luoyi Valley. Luoyi Valley was a formidable entity within the Jianghu, revered and feared, possessing a reputation that could shake the very foundation of the Jianghu with a mere tremor, not to mention the profound mysteries of the Yi family's secret martial art. Shen Yiju, the current valley master, Yi Xian, held the top rank on the Jianghu's list of 10 greatest masters, rendering many forces reluctant to confront them. Compared to Luoyi Valley, even the likes of Fei Huang Fortress and Ming Fu paled in significance, as did Jianyu Lu, which they regarded with disdain. With the Luoyi Valley openly seeking vengeance against Jin Baiwan for harboring a target, they would not hesitate to eliminate him to establish their dominance in the Jianghu. It must be noted that even when Jian Wushuang had faced the second, third, and fourth greatest masters of the Jianghu, none dared to claim the title of the world's foremost master, for before them stood the true number one, Yi Xian, a legendary figure of many years. Now, Jin Shuping had come to Jianyu Lu to beseech their assistance in avenging his father, Jin Baiwan. It was thought that Jianyu Lu might be the only force bold enough to challenge the Luoyi Valley. May I inquire how the master of Jian Lu has deliberated? Will I receive an answer today? Jin Shuping asked earnestly, his gaze fixed on the seated Jian Wushuang. Anticipation evident in his eyes. Jian Wushuang remained silent, narrowing his eyes as he scrutinized Jin Shuping. Under the immense pressure of Jian Wushuang's presence, Jin Shuping felt an oppressive weight upon his chest, his legs trembling uncontrollably as cold sweat poured down his brow. The two external martial artists behind him also bore the brunt of Jian Wushuang's overwhelming aura, their expressions taut. Noticing their discomfort, Jian Wushuang let out a soft snort, dissipating the overwhelming pressure. Instantly, the three felt a sense of relief, gasping for air. At that moment, one of the five guardians, the smiling Methria Oshi, broke the silence, his face still adorned with a grin. I must say, young Master Jin, your arrival has brought a significant business opportunity to Jianyu Lu. However, this is akin to courting danger. We must weigh our options, would we not? With a chuckle, he continued. I recall Jianyu Lu's esteemed reputation for taking on all Jianghu grievances. Why the hesitation when it comes to my esteemed Jin family today? Is it possible that in Jianyu Lu, one must consider who can be offended and who cannot? If so, it seems that Jin has indeed ventured into the wrong place. Upon hearing the smiling Methria's intention to evade responsibility, Jin Shuping felt a surge of anxiety and spoke rather vehemently. As expected, no sooner had he finished speaking than he sensed a wave of murderous intent approaching. Raising his gaze, he saw the cold, indifferent gaze of the guardian, Song Ing Lao Rin Chongqing, fixated on him. A chilling voice laced with malice resounded. Humph. In Jianyu Lu, it is not your place to comment. Hearing this, Jin Shuping's heart tightened, and he hastily corrected himself. Predecessor, do not take offense. I was merely anxious and spoke out of turn. However, the vengeance for my father's death cannot go unavenged. As for the price, please feel free to state it. My Jin family will never haggle. At this moment, Jian Wushuang chuckled softly and inquired, do you know whose life you are attempting to purchase? Of course. I am seeking the life of Yi Xian, Jin Shuping replied, unable to suppress his indignation. Oh sure, interjected, young Master Jin. It was not Yi Xian who personally killed your father. Why must you demand his life? At this juncture, Jian Wushuang also lifted his gaze towards Jin Shuping. Although Yi Xian did not deliver the fatal blow, it was only through his consent that anyone from Luoyi Valley would dare to act against my father. Even if it wasn't a direct permission, it was at least tacit approval. As the master of Luoyi Valley, how could he be unaware? After all, vengeance has its roots, and debts have their owners. Since he is the Valley Master, he must bear responsibility for the actions of Luoyi Valley. Jin Shuping's face flushed with anger as he spoke. Then do you know who Yi Xian is? Jian Wushuang inquired once more, his tone remaining remarkably calm and devoid of any inflection. Yi Xian is the foremost master in the martial world, Jin Shuping answered. Knowing that Yi Xian holds the title of the greatest, how could Jianyu Lu possibly kill him? Jian Wushuang asked with genuine curiosity. Although Yi Xian is reputed to be the best in the world, your Jian Lu master once triumphed over the second, third, and fourth greatest masters atop Kunlun without a single defeat. Such prowess surely rivals that of Yi Xian, Jin Shuping remarked with admiration, aware that such a realm was beyond his wildest dreams. Haha, young Master Jin, you flatter me excessively. The gap between the first and second is not trivial, and furthermore, my victory back then was merely by chance. With Yi Xian wielding the divine Yi Ju, I fear even I would gain little from confronting him, Jian Wushuang replied, chuckling once more. This veiled insinuation struck Jin Shuping hard, causing his face to redden as he momentarily lost his words. Hee. As for the financial aspect, Jianyu Lu is not lacking. However, this matter exceeds the scope of our usual assassination contracts. I fear we must set a precedent, Oshuri stated. Upon hearing this, many in the conference hall gasped in astonishment. Such a celestial assassination had never occurred since the establishment of Jianyu Lu. Noticing a slight easing in the tone, Jin Shu Ping hastily inquired, "Please state your terms, Jian Lu Master. Whatever you require. As long as my Jin Ding Mountain Manor can provide it, I will surely comply." A satisfied smile graced Oh Shi Yi's face. "Excellent. Since young Master Jin is so forthright, I shall not be coy. The intention of our master is quite simple. If you can procure a Yin Yang Ju Ji Dan from Jin Ding Mountain Manor, then Jian Yu Lu will take on this matter." Upon hearing this, aside from a few who remained unfazed, the rest were astonished. They had not anticipated that the legendary Yin Yang Ju Ji Dan truly resided within Jin Ding Mountain Manor. It seems the rumors were indeed true. If so, the master's martial prowess might genuinely ascend to the ninth heaven. In that case, Jian Yu Lu would truly dominate the martial world. As discussions erupted, the expressions of Jin Shu Ping and his companions grew increasingly grim. The Yin Yang Ju Ji Dan was a legendary elixir in the martial realm, said to assist those at the 8th level of Qian Kuan in breaking through the barriers to the 9th level. Yet, if someone who had not reached the 8th level consumed it, they would be unable to withstand its potency and could perish. To elaborate on the cultivation of martial arts, it is universally acknowledged that the proficiency in martial arts is entirely contingent upon the depth of one's internal energy, which is categorized into 9 levels. First level, foundation establishment. Second level, essence cultivation. Third level, chi condensation. Fourth level, subtlety. Fifth level, great achievement. Sixth level, seed gathering. Seventh level, earth realm. Eighth level, Qian Kuan. Ninth level, heaven realm. Each level further divides into 4 grades: heaven, earth, mysterious, and yellow. Martial arts encompass a myriad of styles, but can generally be classified into 2 categories: internal techniques, which require immense internal energy to wield effectively, and external techniques, akin to hard qigong, which do not necessitate profound internal energy, but demand exceptional physicality and technique. Typically, practitioners of external techniques max out at the 6th level of seed gathering, a rare feat, while most excel at subtlety or great achievement. In scenarios where internal energy levels are equivalent, those practicing internal techniques often find it challenging to contend with external technique masters. However, internal practitioners have the potential to reach higher realms, and once they attain the 6th level of seed gathering, external techniques no longer pose a threat. The focus of both styles diverges. Internal techniques emphasize gradual accumulation, whereas external techniques prioritize rigorous physical training. One might liken it to a sword versus a hammer. Both can inflict harm, yet internal techniques often deliver penetrating, subtle wounds that may not appear fatal, while external techniques tend to result in more visceral, chaotic injuries, albeit without critical harm. Of course, this is merely a general principle. Many matters in the martial world defy conventional wisdom. The disparity in martial prowess is also influenced by the specific martial arts manuals, practical experience, and luck, rendering the martial realm unpredictable. Enhancing one's internal energy typically entails cultivating profound internal techniques or utilizing rare materials to strengthen one's abilities, such as the Yin Yang Jiu Ji Dan, which is renowned for its capacity to elevate individuals at the 8th level of Qian Kuan to the 9th level. At present, Jian Wu Shuang's internal energy is at the earth level of the 8th level of Qian Kuan, a level of power that is likely unmatched throughout the martial world. However, Yi Xian remains an enigma. In the conference hall, Jian Wu Shuang's gaze remained fixed on Jin Shu Ping, whose complexion shifted dramatically, akin to a palette of vibrant colors. Gradually, the clamor subsided, leaving only the heavy breaths of Jin Shu Ping and the sound of heartbeats echoing in the silence. Finally, with a resolute bite of his teeth, as if making a monumental decision, Jin Shu Ping abruptly raised his head and fixed his gaze on Jian Wu Shuang, declaring each word with conviction, "Very well. As long as Jian Yu Lu takes the life of Yi Xian, the Yin Yang Jiu Ji Dan will be willingly presented by my Jin Ding Mountain Manor." With these words, everyone in Jian Yu Lu exhaled in relief, while Jian Wu Shuang also let out a breath, reclining languidly against his chair. Smiling at Jin Shu Ping, "Young Master Jin, this matter shall be undertaken by Jian Yu Lu. In 3 months, the head of Yi Xian will be duly presented." In the eerie stillness of the night, it felt as though even the slightest sound could be heard. This was Jian Wu Shuang's chamber, nestled in the depths of Jian Yu Lu. Through the paper window, a solitary figure sat reading, illuminated by the flickering candlelight, the rest enveloped in darkness and silence. "Come in," Jian Wu Shuang called out suddenly, turning a page in his book without lifting his gaze. The door creaked open gently, and a figure glided in. "Master." The newcomer, dressed in gray, with weathered eyes, gazed steadily at Jian Wu Shuang. This was Qiu Tian, one of the 24 stewards of Jianghu, renowned for his unparalleled lightness of foot, a skill that is among Jianghu's most profound martial arts, known as Luo Wuing. Jian Wushuang remained engrossed in his book, oblivious to his surroundings. The lightness of Qiu Zhangshi's movements had significantly improved. It was only when he approached within 73 steps that I noticed. Indeed, Jian Wushuang remarked leisurely. It is all thanks to the guidance of the master. My progress is minuscule, and I dare not claim any merit, Qiu Tian responded humbly. Jian Wushuang turned to face Qiu Tian and smiled, setting aside this matter. What about the Jin family? They have departed, Qiu Tian replied respectfully. Yes, it was indeed time for them to leave, Jian Wushuang stated. Master, which elder guardian do you intend to dispatch for this mission? Qiu Tian inquired. Jian Wushuang shook his head, stood up, and asked. Which elder guardian do you believe is capable of fulfilling this task? Qiu Tian hesitated slightly, acknowledging that Yi Xian had maintained the top rank in the Jianghu for many years, suggesting he was not undeserving of his reputation. Thus, he refrained from making any rash conclusions. Do not fret. I have already identified the most suitable candidate, Jian Wushuang smiled. Oh, may I ask who you have chosen? Qiu Tian curiously asked. That person is none other than myself. You, master? Qiu Tian exclaimed in astonishment. No, master, as the esteemed leader of Jianghu. How could you put yourself in danger? It would be better to send someone else. Is there truly anyone more fitting than I in your mind, Qiu Zhangshi? Jian Wushuang asked with a smile. Despite the validity of this statement, Qiu Tian still felt uneasy. Jian Wushuang waved his hand and said, The foundation of Jianghu has been hard-earned. Yi Xian is no ordinary foe. Sending others would be akin to sending sheep into a tiger's den. I do not wish to incur needless sacrifices. I implore you to cease your persuasion. Seeing Jian Wushuang's resolute demeanor, Qiu Tian sighed. I fear others may not agree with your decision, master. There is no need for concern. I have arranged matters within the establishment. Chongqing and Oshi will manage affairs in my absence. As for me, Jian Wushuang said with a hint of detachment, knowing oneself and one's enemy leads to victory in 100 battles. I shall depart tonight for Luoyi Valley and Luoyi City and will act according to the circumstances. Suddenly, Qiu Tian knelt on the ground, clasping his fists. If the master is determined to go, please allow me to accompany you, so I can provide support. Caught off guard by Qiu Tian's sudden gesture, Jian Wushuang was momentarily stunned but quickly helped him to his feet. Haha, I summoned you tonight precisely for that purpose. Within Jianghu, should anyone claim to rival your lightness of foot, they would be hard-pressed to do so. Your skills are indispensable for this assassination. Upon hearing Jian Wushuang's words, Qiu Tian was filled with joy. Jian Wushuang, touched by Qiu Tian's loyalty, patted him on the shoulder. Master, when shall we set off? Now. In the pitch-black night, two figures drifted from Jianghu, appearing slow yet vanishing into the starry sky in the blink of an eye. Chapter 5. Dream of the Tian character assassination. Jiangnan Murong. As dusk fell, the languid rays of the setting sun illuminated the gates of Luoyi City, where the bustling crowds accentuated the gate's lively atmosphere. Disciples of Luoyi Valley guarded the gates, all exuding an air of arrogance. Outside the gates, Jian Wushuang and Qiu Tian stood quietly, observing the throngs of people. Master, this is Luoyi City. It appears to be entirely under the dominion of Luoyi Valley. Qiu Tian remarked. Jian Wushuang nodded, stating, How can one allow others to slumber beside their own bed? Moreover, it is not surprising for a domineering force like Luoyi Valley to control an entire city. Just as Jian Wushuang finished speaking, a commotion erupted at the city gates. Jian Wushuang and Qiu Tian exchanged glances and moved forward to investigate. At the gates, a merchant caravan was being blocked by the disciples of Luoyi Valley. The caravan consisted of 7 or 8 men, all but one, a short, stout middle-aged man dressed in satin, were clad in coarse linen, evidently the subordinates of this portly individual. At that moment, the middle-aged man was bowing and pleading for leniency. I say, brothers, I am Fu Shou Lu. We are a caravan transporting medicinal herbs, not troublemakers. Please, let us pass, he implored one of the apparent leaders. The leader, surveying the surrounding guards, smirked and replied, You say you are not troublemakers. But how can I trust you? You must provide some proof. Otherwise, how can I simply allow you to enter? Do you think Luoyi Valley is a mere vegetable market? He emphasized the name Luoyi Valley, laden with a threatening undertone. This kind of bullying has existed since time immemorial, and Fu Shou Lu, understanding the unspoken rules, approached the leader with a forced smile and discreetly handed over a package. The leader accepted it and weighed it in his hand. Upon feeling its weight, A broad smile broke across his face. You, Boss Fu, seem to be an honest businessman. You may enter, but do not cause any trouble in the city. Indeed, indeed. Fu Shou quickly nodded in agreement, then waved his hand, leading the caravan into the city. Scoundrel, Qiu Tian muttered disdainfully. Jian Wushuang chuckled, gesturing for Qiu Tian to follow him into the city. Their modest attire allowed them to go unimpeded. Once inside, Jian Wushuang and Qiu Tian found lodging at an inn named Luoyi Kujan, reputed to be the most reliable source of local news in Luoyi City. Many Jianghu figures would visit this inn to gather information. Seated in the bustling hall, Jian Wushuang and Qiu Tian sipped wine while listening to the cacophony, which was filled with valuable tidbits of news. Hey, skinny fellow. What are you planning to gift the old Master Yi for his 80th birthday? A portly man with greasy hands inquired while stuffing his face with a chicken leg. I have not decided yet. Every year, I dread this occasion. I never know what to present, and I fear this year's tax burden may increase. The thin man replied with a frown. The old Master Yi has always favored exceptional weapons. You should procure a fine blade. It's not that simple. Such remarkable weapons are often hidden away by masters. Where would I find one? Am I courting death? It turned out that there was an unwritten rule in Luoyi City. During festivals, all citizens were required to pay tribute to Luoyi Valley, as it controlled all tax affairs. Thus, the quality of tribute directly influenced the amount of tax owed that year. If fortune smiled upon them, and the tribute pleased Luoyi Valley, they could even be exempted from taxes for the entire year. This led to much brainstorming among the populace regarding suitable gifts, especially for the momentous occasion of Yi Xian's birthday. Ah, so it is old Master Ye's birthday approaching. No wonder Luoyi City is so lively these days, Jian Wushuang remarked, taking a sip of his wine. Qiu Tian nodded in agreement. Just then, a group entered the inn, led by a young gentleman holding a folding fan, clad in a blue robe. From a distance, he appeared quite handsome, but his unsteady gait and pallid complexion revealed a life of indulgence. Following him were 7 or 8 burly men, each exuding an air of formidable martial prowess. As they entered, they immediately attracted numerous gazes. Ah, young Master Yi Chong has graced us with his presence. Forgive me for not welcoming you sooner. The speaker was the innkeeper, a lean man in his 40s, whose 2 thin mustaches and small eyes gave him the unmistakable visage of a shrewd merchant. As he spoke, he hurried towards young Master Yi Chong. Yi Chong, unfazed by the innkeeper's remarks, strode directly towards the private room on the 2nd floor. However, as he passed a table occupied by patrons, he abruptly halted, lowering his gaze upon a young lady among them. Dressed in white, with large, captivating eyes and skin as fair as jade, her delicate visage seemed almost irresistible, making her a striking beauty. At that moment, she regarded Yi Chong with an expression of indignation. Yi Chong first offered a smile and introduced himself, stating, I am Yi Chong, the grandson of Yi Xian, the master of Luoyi Valley. May I inquire the name of this esteemed lady? He even performed a slight bow. Yet, the lustful gleam in his eyes betrayed him, evoking further disdain from onlookers. Humph, the young lady huffed, choosing to ignore Yi Chong. At this point, an elderly man beside her rose and coldly addressed Yi Chong. So it is young Master Yi. My apologies. What is your intention? Seeing the elder intervene, Yi Chong felt a surge of irritation and dismissively replied, I merely wish to befriend this lady. As for you, old man, I have no interest. Following his words, the burly men accompanying him erupted in laughter. Many in the hall, aware of Yi Chong's notorious arrogance, remained silent, merely observing the unfolding scene. Our young lady has no interest. Young Master Yi, please conduct yourself accordingly. The elder, now somewhat angered by Yi Chong's insolence, retorted. Just as his words fell, another young man at the table stood up, glaring at Yi Chong with hostility. Yi Chong, unfazed by the elder's lack of decorum, sneered, very well, very well. In my life, no one has dared to speak to me in such a manner. Today, you shall befriend me, whether you wish to or not. With that, he reached out to grab the white-clad lady, who, startled, quickly recoiled, clearly lacking martial prowess. Humph. The elder coldly snorted, striking with lightning speed toward Yi Chong's chest. Yi Chong, though not slow to react, attempted to block the attack. However, the elder deftly redirected his strike to Yi Chong's right arm, and, without waiting for a response, delivered a solid blow to his chest. Yi Chong emitted a muffled groan and was sent flying, crashing into several tables and chairs before landing awkwardly on the ground, blood spilling from his mouth. This entire exchange transpired in the blink of an eye. A gasp of astonishment rippled through the hall, as few dared to challenge the Yi family in Luoyi City. Today, they had encountered someone undeterred by danger. All eyes shifted to the elder, now tinged with a hint of sympathy. Realizing that the trio might find it difficult to escape this predicament, Hunyuan Palm, from the Murong family of Jiangnan, Qiu Tian remarked, turning to Jian Wushuang. Jian Wushuang nodded in silence. Young master. Several guards hurried over to assess Yi Chang's injuries, acutely aware that their failure to protect him would incur severe repercussions upon their return. Yet, the elder's strike had been too swift for these guards to react. Such skill was beyond their capabilities. Useless. A bunch of good-for-nothings. Yi Chong cursed, coughing up blood intermittently, clearly affected by the elder's powerful strike. Go. Leave that woman to me. Kill the other two. Even in his current state, Yi Chong's lustful obsession remained evident. The guards exchanged glances, fully aware that the elder was no ordinary opponent. He was evidently a master. Yet, left with no choice, they steeled themselves and charged at the elder and his companions. In an instant, a shadow darted between the guards, hands moving with incredible agility, striking each guard with precision. They failed to touch even a corner of the shadow's garment. The shadow spun like a top, returning to stand behind the elder, revealing itself to be the young man from the table. The guards, upon the young man's retreat, found themselves frozen in their original positions, terror evident in their eyes. Yulong Dian Shueshou, truly unpredictable, Jian Wushuang remarked with a wry smile. Qiu Tian's expression turned grave. Looks like there are many experts in Luoyi City, Qiu Tian observed. Indeed, let us watch the developments, Jian Wushuang acknowledged, nodding in agreement. The hall fell into silence once more. None anticipated Yi Chong to have met his match, and gazes shifted from pity to wariness. Ah, gentlemen, let us speak civilly. Violence will only breed discord, the innkeeper interjected hurriedly, sensing the tension. Cough. You scoundrels dare to harm me. You shall not leave Luoyi City. Yi Chong roared in fury. If you cannot leave, then I shall kill you first. The young man replied coldly. My lady, this man is insufferably loud. I propose we eliminate him. The young man suggested to the white-clad lady. Hearing this, Yi Chong abruptly fell silent, taken aback by their audacity to consider his death. You cannot kill me. My grandfather is Yi Xian, the master of Luoyi Valley. Yi Chong suddenly shouted in panic. Upon hearing this, the elder furrowed his brow and addressed the lady. Miss, we have come at the behest of our clan leader to celebrate Yi Xian's birthday. If this escalates. Escalate? What of it? This lecher dares to insult my lady. Let him die, the young man retorted disdainfully. At that moment, Yi Chong's complexion turned pale. He could hardly fathom that his life held so little value, toyed with by these individuals. I believe he does not deserve death. Moreover, Qiu Lao makes a valid point. Zimu, do not act impulsively, the white-clad lady spoke softly, her voice melodious and enchanting. Upon hearing this, the young man named Zimu snorted in discontent but fell silent. Qiu Lao turned to Yi Chong, stating, My lady possesses a kind heart. Yet remember this, not everyone may insult you without consequence. This young lady is Murong Xiaoya, the eldest daughter of the Murong family of Jiangnan. I am Qiu Lao, and this is Murong Zimu. So it is the Murong family of Jiangnan. No wonder. Yi Chong realized, shocked that he had indeed crossed paths with a formidable adversary. Not necessarily. Yi Chong's father, Yi Xian's second son, Yi Xiong, is renowned for his fierce protection of his own. It may not be so simple, whispers circulated among the crowd. Jian Wushuang squinted, contemplating the scene. At that moment, two figures burst through the entrance, moving with such agility that they seemed to fly. They were two elderly men, one clad in gray robes and the other in white. They were none other than Elder Yi Tai and Elder Yi Shu, members of the 5 Elements Elders of Luoyi Valley. It seems Yi Xiong is fiercely protective. Someone in the crowd exclaimed. The elder in white was Elder Yi Tai, while the elder in gray was Elder Yi Shu. After assessing Yi Chong's condition and confirming he was not fatally injured, they breathed a sigh of relief before coldly regarding Murong Qiu and his companions. What does the Murong family intend? Do you truly believe Luoyi Valley is a place to be trampled upon? A commanding voice resounded as a figure draped in a golden robe strode into the room. This man was impressively tall, nearly 8 feet in stature, with thick brows and piercing eyes filled with fury, glaring at Murong Qiu and his companions. Yi Xiong, Murong Qiu exclaimed, his expression turning serious. Upon entering, Yi Xiong first glanced at Yi Chong and then turned a menacing smile toward Murong Qiu, stating, regardless of the past, you have injured my son. This debt cannot simply be overlooked. He was the one who first insulted my lady. Can you truly be so unreasonable? Murong Zimu retorted angrily. Humph. I did not witness any insult toward your lady, but I did see my son get hurt, Yi Xiong replied, his voice cold and unwavering. Ladies and gentlemen, can anyone here attest that Luya Valley would desire a reputation for being unreasonable? Morong Chio inquired. Very well, I am eager to witness this. If anyone has seen my son misbehaving towards this young lady, please step forward. Yi Xiong's robust voice echoed throughout the hall. The attendees were no fools. Who would dare to take the lead at such a moment, risking their own discomfort? Although the Morong family from Jiangnan possesses some influence, this is, after all, the territory of Luya Valley. The balance of power is clear to see. Those present were seasoned veterans of the martial world, shrewd and astute, and thus a prolonged silence ensued. I only witnessed young Master Yi attempting to befriend Miss Morong politely, yet before he could utter a word, he was injured by Morong Chio. At that moment, someone opportunistically seized the chance to add fuel to the fire. Upon hearing this, Yi Xiong's furrowed brow relaxed, indicating that his intimidation had indeed made an impact. Meanwhile, Morong Xiaoya and her companions displayed expressions of distress, realizing how treacherous the martial world could be, to the point where not even a single individual dared to speak the truth. Morong Chio's actions in injuring someone were indeed inappropriate. Yet young Master Yi also had his shortcomings. Both parties bear responsibility, and I hope to mediate this conflict. Would anyone here be willing to extend this courtesy? Just as tensions reached their peak, a calm voice emerged, gentle in tone and graceful in inflection, enveloping the listeners like a warm spring breeze. Everyone turned to see that it was Jian Wushuang who had spoken. Yi Xiong turned his gaze towards Jian Wushuang, and, having navigated the martial world for so long, instantly recognized the extraordinary demeanor of this individual, indicating that he was not one to be trifled with. Thus he chose his words carefully. May I inquire who you are? Sir, why do you intrude upon the affairs of Luya Valley? Yi Xiong asked. Jian Wushuang smiled and performed a courteous salute, saying, I dare not claim to intrude. I merely wish to transform conflict into harmony. I am Wushuang, a merchant from Jimin, and this is my companion, a Jiao. Jian Wushuang gestured towards Qiu Tian. Upon hearing this, Yi Xiong's brow furrowed slightly. If this were a member of a renowned sect or a master of formidable repute in the martial world, he would indeed be wary. However, upon realizing this was merely a merchant from Jimin, all traces of concern dissipated, replaced by a hint of self-deprecating humor for misjudging the situation. A mere merchant dares to meddle in this matter? I choose not to hold you accountable today. Begone. Yi Xiong spoke coldly. Morong Chio, on the other hand, bowed slightly to Jian Wushuang, acknowledging, your good intentions are noted by the Morong family. Yet this matter is beyond Mr. Wu's capabilities, so please refrain from further involvement. If he dares to intervene, I shall break his hands. Yi Xiong huffed in disdain. No matter, it is of no concern. I have heard that old Master Yi delights in various divine weapons. As it happens, I have come to present a gift for his birthday, hoping to establish goodwill. Today, I am fortunate to encounter members of the Yi family, and I naturally wish to make their acquaintance. With that, Jian Wushuang began to stride towards Yi Xiong, with Qiu Tian closely following behind. Nonsense. Seeking death. Yi Xiong suddenly bellowed, for he despised nothing more than having his words disregarded. Jian Wushuang's unyielding yet composed demeanor had ignited his ire completely. Yi Shu and Yi Tai, positioned at either side, instantly sprang into action, striking at Jian Wushuang with open palms. Yet, Jian Wushuang stood his ground, remaining motionless, his expression still adorned with a serene smile. Gasp. The crowd collectively inhaled sharply, believing Jian Wushuang had been rendered speechless with fear, remaining utterly still. Some even frowned, imagining the dire consequences of Yi Shu and Yi Tai's palms sending Jian Wushuang flying. Mr. Wu, be cautious. Morong Xiaoya finally could not contain herself from calling out. The wind from the palms had already reached Jian Wushuang's face, even stirring the hair before his eyes. As the two palms approached, Jian Wushuang's pupils suddenly constricted, and with remarkable speed, he struck out with his right hand, swiftly tapping the chests of Yi Shu and Yi Tai. In an instant, the expressions of Yi Shu and Yi Tai changed dramatically, their bodies propelled backwards, their outstretched hands hurriedly retracting to guard their chests against the overwhelming internal force. After being launched nearly 5 meters, they instinctively performed a somersault in midair, landing on their feet, but stumbling back several steps before regaining their balance. Both men clutched their chests, their eyes reflecting disbelief and terror as they gazed at Jian Wushuang. A wave of gasps rippled through the crowd once more. To strike with such swiftness and repel two of Luya Valley's esteemed elders, you truly are an extraordinary master. I must admit, I underestimated you. Yi Xiong inhaled deeply, regaining his composure before speaking. Not a master by any means, merely a superficial understanding of self-defense. Jian Wushuang replied with a smile. Now, may I ask if I have the opportunity to resolve this conflict? Jian Wushuang inquired again. Very well, I shall grant you this favor. I have heard Mr. Wu is here to celebrate my father's birthday. You must be friends. Let me host a banquet in your honor, Mr. Wu, Yi Xiong declared. Yi Xiong, being a seasoned figure in the martial world, knew precisely whom to ally with. To repel 2 elders from the 5 Elements Council with a single move. There are surely no more than 10 individuals in the martial world capable of such prowess, making this person undeniably worth befriending. Jian Wushuang smiled in agreement, saying, That would be splendid. I have long wished to associate with the heroes of Luya Valley. Today I am truly delighted to forge a brotherly bond with you. Wu brother, Yi Xiong exclaimed. The rapid transformation from adversaries to brothers astonished all present, showcasing that only those with true power could command the respect of such significant factions. Jian Wushuang politely smiled at the 3 members of the Murong family, who promptly returned the gesture. And then Jian Wushuang and Qiu Tian were escorted by Yi Xiong out of the inn. Yi Cheng was also carried out by the guards who had released his acupoints. Elder Qiu, was that Wushuang truly formidable? Murong Xiaoye inquired, her face filled with curiosity. Formidable is an understatement. He is nothing short of an unparalleled master. Keep in mind that those 2 are among the 5 elements elders of Luya Valley. Individuals of such strength should never be underestimated. If given the chance, the Murong family must surely seek to befriend him. Murong Qiu remarked with a sense of awe. How does his martial prowess compare to yours, Elder Qiu? Murong Zima questioned. With Murong Xiaoye also looking at Murong Qiu with intrigue, knowing that he ranks among the top 3 in martial skill within the Murong family. Hearing this, Murong Qiu shook his head with a bitter smile, saying, I fear I would not last 10 exchanges in his hands. Upon hearing this, Murong Xiaoye and Murong Zimu's mouths fell open in astonishment, then turned to gaze in the direction where Jian Wushuang had departed, realizing just how terrifying such power truly was. Chapter 7. A Dream of Assassination. 40 exchanges in the depths of night at Luya Valley. Jian Wushuang and Qiu Tian, under Yi Xiong's guidance, arrived at Luya Valley, where Yi Xiong arranged for them an exceptionally warm welcome, treating them to a lavish feast on the very day of their arrival. Luya Valley is nestled amidst a ring of mountains, offering a serene environment abundant with heavenly spiritual energy, making it an idyllic sanctuary for cultivating inner strength. The valley is divided into the inner valley, where the Yi family resides, and the outer valley, which houses disciples from outside families for their training. The valley master, Yi Xian, is currently in seclusion and will not emerge until the eve of the grand celebration. Meanwhile, the other disciples and members of the Yi family are busily preparing, enveloping the entire valley in a festive atmosphere. Jian Wushuang and Qiu Tian have been assigned quarters within the inner valley. At this moment, deep in the night, the 2 sat in their isolated courtyard, raising their cups in a toast. Qiu Tian was about to speak when Jian Wushuang interjected, glancing around before forming several hand seals with his hands in front of his chest. Suddenly, he spread his hands wide, unleashing a nearly transparent membrane that enveloped them both. As Jian Wushuang waved his hands, the thin membrane closed around them, sealing the 2 within its confines. This is the method by which Jian Wushuang uses his inner strength to isolate the sounds in this place. Consequently, no sound will escape from within the membrane. After completing this, Jian Wushuang raised his wine cup, signaling Qiu Tian to speak. Qiu Tian glanced around cautiously and remarked, Indeed, the master of the tower possesses profound martial arts. Your control over inner strength is truly impressive. I am quite ashamed. Jian Wushuang replied with a smile. Yi Xiong is not a virtuous individual. We must proceed with utmost caution. Furthermore, please refrain from calling me master of the tower in the future to avoid any potential misunderstandings. You may address me as Mr. Wu henceforth. Qiu Tian nodded in agreement. Mr. Wu, I followed your instructions and stealthily visited Luo Yigu last night. I gathered some understanding. The outer valley is manageable, but the inner valley is teeming with experts. The deeper one goes, the more difficult it becomes to spy. I suspect that Yi Xian is in deep meditation at the innermost part. I dare not venture too deeply for fear of arousing suspicion from the masters. Qiu Tian informed Jian Wushuang. Jian Wushuang nodded and remarked, There is no need to rush. There are too many experts here. If we are ill-prepared and create too much commotion, our mission will surely fail. In 3 days, it will be Yi Xian's birthday. I am eager to witness the prowess of the foremost expert. Qiu Tian also nodded solemnly. The night passed without incident, and the following noon, a disciple from Luo Yigu called out at Jian Wushuang's door, Mr. Wu, my master requests your presence. Due to the strict regulations at Luo Yigu, Servants are not allowed to disturb esteemed guests, thus they can only call from the entrance. The master refers to members of the Yi family, and the one dispatched to summon Jian Wushuang is none other than Yi Xiong, the second master of the Yi family. As two figures slowly emerged from the doorway, Qiu Tian instructed the disciple, "Please lead the way." The disciple promptly guided Jian Wushuang and Qiu Tian to Yi Xiong's residence, where Yi Xiong was waiting in the courtyard. "Brother Yi, you have finally arrived. Let us go quickly." Yi Xiong appeared quite anxious, pulling Jian Wushuang along as Qiu Tian hurried to keep pace. "What is it? Why the urgency, Brother Yi?" Jian Wushuang inquired. Yi Xiong laughed heartily. "My father has emerged from his retreat. He has always had a fondness for divine weapons and treasures. Upon hearing that you have come to present a gift, he is exceedingly excited. Additionally, upon learning that you are a remarkable expert, he immediately ordered me to invite you for a meeting." Yi Xiong's excitement was palpable, clearly thrilled at the attention his father was bestowing upon him. "However, the weapon is not on my person. It is in my baggage," Jian Wushuang replied. "No matter, the gift can wait until the birthday celebration. Today, seeing you is the priority," Yi Xiong responded as they walked, demonstrating his eagerness to fulfill Yi Xian's wishes. In the time it took to drink a cup of tea, Yi Xiong led Jian Wushuang and Qiu Tian to the grand hall of Luo Yi Gu, the Luo Yi Shrine. By this time, a considerable number of individuals had gathered within. At the center sat an elderly man nearing 80 years, with hair white as snow yet a youthful face. His eyes resembled dark voids, exuding an indescribable mystery, and despite his seemingly frail physique, he emanated an imposing presence. This man was none other than the foremost expert in the martial world, Yi Xian. Seated beside Yi Xian were two middle-aged men, each over 50 years of age, one clad in black robes and the other in white. They were the renowned duo of Luo Yi Gu, known as the Black and White Twins, Yi He and Yi Bai. As they were twin brothers, their collaboration was exceptionally harmonious, and their mastery of the enigmatic black and white Wuxiang technique made them formidable opponents, truly experts among experts. 5 elders also occupied seats within the hall, including Elder Jin Yi Tai, who had been repelled by Jian Wushuang with a single strike, and Elder Mu Yi Shu. These 5 were the 5 element elders of Luo Yi Gu: Elder Jin Yi Tai, Elder Mu Yi Shu, Elder Shui Yi Quan, Elder Hui Yi Yen, and Elder Tu Yi Shi. 2 additional individuals seated to one side bore a resemblance to Yi Xiong. They were Yi Xiong's elder brother, Yi Long, and his younger brother, Yi Cheng. In addition, several core disciples of Luo Yi Gu stood within the hall. Jian Wushuang and Qiu Tian were ushered into the hall by Yi Xiong, who respectfully addressed Yi Xian. "Father, this is the Wushuang brother I mentioned, and this is his subordinate, a Jiao." Yi Xian gazed at Jian Wushuang with a smile and said leisurely, "I have heard from Yi Xiong that Mr. Wu is a merchant from the Zhejiang and Fujian regions, who has come to our valley to celebrate my birthday. I express my gratitude in advance. Meeting you today, Mr. Wu, I can see you are indeed an outstanding figure of this era. I humbly reject the label of a hero. I am merely a merchant who does not indulge in the ways of the martial world, yet I must traverse it for business. I simply wish to establish connections with your esteemed valley, so that my future endeavors may proceed with greater ease." Jian Wushuang replied with a smile. "That is entirely agreeable. Merchants pursue profit, and it is only natural to emphasize mutual interests. Mr. Wu, your frankness aligns well with the tastes of us martial folk." Yi Xian responded with a chuckle, prompting laughter from those around. Yi Xian then shifted the conversation, saying, "I have heard from my son that Mr. Wu possesses unfathomable martial skills. My 5 element elders also confirm that this claim is not exaggerated. It is astonishing that someone who is not of the martial world can possess the ability to intimidate it." Upon hearing this, Qiu Tian involuntarily trembled. Jian Wushuang, however, responded with a cheerful demeanor, "It is merely a means of survival, a skill one must possess." "Such a skill for survival? In my lifetime, I have 2 great passions. One is divine weapons and treasures, and the other is the study of martial arts with masters. Today, Mr. Wu has brought both of these as gifts, truly the best birthday present for me. As for the divine weapons, there is no rush. Since I have just emerged from my retreat today, and my spirits are high, let us discuss martial arts," Yi Xian said, still smiling, with a look suggesting deeper intentions directed at Jian Wushuang. Yi Xian seemed intent on gauging Jian Wushuang's background through a friendly spar. "I dare not show off my meager skills here," Jian Wushuang said, waving his hand with a smile. "Humph. Mr. Wu can defeat our 2 elders with a single strike. And if you still claim to possess only meager skills, then we must be even less than that," spoke Elder Hui Yen, one of the 5 element elders. Faced with such provocation, Yi Xian remained silent, merely smiling at Jian Wushuang. Given the circumstances, if Jian Wushuang were to decline further, it might invite dissatisfaction. He looked at Yi Yin and asked, "What is your opinion, Elder Hua?" "According to me? It is quite simple. If Mr. Wu would be so gracious as to teach me a few moves, I would be most willing to engage," Yi Yin replied, rising with a challenging expression fixed upon Jian Wushuang. "Then, by all means, please demonstrate, Elder Hua," Jian Wushuang agreed readily. Upon hearing this, Yi Xian burst into hearty laughter, exclaiming, "Haha, splendid. I relish the sight of masters exchanging techniques. Let us step outside and allow the two of you to showcase your skills. There is no need for such formality. We can do it right here in the hall," Jian Wushuang said with a smile. "Elder Hua, feel free to make your move." Elder Hua Yi Yin raised an eyebrow and declared, "Very well. Within 50 moves, should I fail to defeat Mr. Wu, then I shall concede defeat." Jian Wushuang waved his hand and chuckled. "There is no need for such complexity. Strikes can be harmful. Within 50 moves? If you can even touch a corner of my garment, I shall consider myself defeated." Upon hearing Jian Wushuang's audacious declaration, all present in the hall gasped in surprise. "Very well, I shall not hold back." With that, Elder Hua leaped lightly, using the back of a chair to propel himself into the air. His palms moved rhythmically, gathering power as he charged towards Jian Wushuang. In an instant, Elder Hua was upon Jian Wushuang, his hands clawed, aiming directly at Jian Wushuang's head. This was no mere sparring match, but a lethal attack aimed at a vital point. Just as the claw was about to grasp Jian Wushuang's head, he unexpectedly shifted his feet, moving sideways with an uncanny precision, causing the strike to miss entirely. Elder Hua reacted swiftly. After missing his initial strike, he pivoted in midair, using his left foot to push off his right, rolling towards Jian Wushuang, and striking at his chest with a clenched fist. At this moment, Jian Wushuang unexpectedly smiled gently, and his body suddenly fell straight backward. Just as he was about to hit the ground, his right leg kicked out to the side, while his left leg pushed off the ground, allowing him to float away from under the Elder Hua's attack. As he just cleared the Elder Hua's range, Jian Wushuang's body sprang back up like a spring, effortlessly returning to his previous serene, standing posture. Elder Hua glanced at Jian Wushuang. His eyes, filled with rage, surprisingly revealed a hint of fear. Such a movement technique was indeed rather uncanny. Observing the Elder Hua Yi Yin, who was unleashing a furious barrage in the Grand Hall, alongside Jian Wushuang, who moved gracefully and calmly, Yi Xian's eyes unexpectedly showed signs of solemnity intertwined with battle intent. Jian Wushuang's actions stirred a tremendous uproar in the hearts of everyone present in the hall. All eyes were fixed in astonishment upon the unfolding scene. Only Yi Xiong's expression revealed a subtle, imperceptible satisfaction, while his brother Yi Long appeared quite uncomfortable. Yi Cheng stood expressionless to the side, seemingly indifferent to the entire spectacle. "Alas, let us cease this." A voice of resignation abruptly echoed in the hall, belonging to Yi Xian. Elder Hua Yi Yin retreated, his face a mask of shock. Meanwhile, Jian Wushuang remained in the hall, not a single crease marring his attire. In the 40 exchanges they had just engaged in, Elder Hua Yi Yin had not touched Jian Wushuang's clothing even slightly. "Chief, there are still 10 moves." Elder Hua Yi Yin could not help but exclaim toward Yi Xian. However, Yi Xian casually waved his hand and said leisurely, "You have already lost. In those 40 moves, Mr. Wu had 40 opportunities to kill you. Yet you remained utterly oblivious. It is best not to further disgrace yourself with such a disparity." A collective gasp emanated from the crowd. 40 moves represented 40 chances for lethal strikes, implying that this Mr. Wu possessed the capability to end Elder Hua's life with a single move. No one doubted Yi Xian's judgment, leading to the conclusion that this Mr. Wu was indeed rather terrifying. Chapter 8. Dreaming of the Tianzi Assassination, the First Master. Mr. Wu's martial arts have reached an extraordinary level. Elder Yi Yin has truly embarrassed himself in Mr. Wu's presence, remarked by Sha, one of the black and white twin fiends. Hearing this, Jian Wushuang remained silent, smiling at Yi Xian, awaiting his words. Yi Xian squinted at Jian Wushuang and said, "Mr. Wu, do not speak of merchants from Zhou and Min. I cannot believe that a merchant possesses such martial prowess. However, I truly cannot discern the origin of Mr. Wu's techniques. They must be taught by some reclusive master." Jian Wushuang continued to withhold his answer, anticipating Yi Xian's next words, for he knew Yi Xian was not finished. Indeed, Yi Xian slowly continued, "I believe that among the martial artists of today, no more than 3 can rival Mr. Wu's skills. As far as I know, Ling Yun Chang Sheng Lian Fulu is one, the master of Jinyu Tower, Jian Wushuang, is another, and the last is myself." When Yi Xian mentioned Jinyu Tower, Qiu Tian felt a surge of tension within, yet he did not reveal it, while Jian Wushuang maintained his composed demeanor. Yi Xian continued, with such skills, Mr. Wu could easily claim a top position in the martial world rankings. What is your opinion, Mr. Wu? Jian Wushuang replied, in today's martial arts world, experts abound. Yet beyond the renowned masters, how many reclusive sages remain? These extraordinary talents may well be deemed mountains beyond mountains, people beyond people, and thus, there is little reason for concern. Not everyone is so invested in the rankings of the martial world. Oh, Mr. Wu's perspective is indeed intriguing. I have relished engaging in martial exchanges. And having held the top rank in the martial world for many years, I have tasted the bitter solitude of being at the pinnacle. Today, having encountered you, I find my skills itching for a test. Might you bestow upon me a lesson or two? Yi Xian's gaze bore into Jian Wushuang, his battle intent becoming increasingly palpable. Ha ha, since Chief Yi has such refined interests, I shall not refuse. However, I kindly ask that you show some restraint. Jian Wushuang responded, his own battle spirit ignited by Yi Xian's fervor. As a master, he understood the loneliness that came with greatness. Today, it seemed that it was not only Yi Xian who yearned for a contest. Rest assured, I shall hold back, Yi Xian declared, falling silent thereafter. The hall grew eerily quiet as Yi Xian and Jian Wushuang locked eyes, the tension between them amplifying the pressure within the space. Qiu Tian instinctively retreated to a corner. The other disciples of the Fallen Leaf Valley were drenched in sweat, overwhelmed by the immense aura, likely only able to remain somewhat composed like the black and white twin fiends. Suddenly, Yi Xian let out a thunderous shout, slamming his palms against the sides of his golden chair. His body shot forth with astonishing speed. As he moved, his internal energy coalesced around him, leaving 8 afterimages in midair as he charged toward Jian Wushuang. 9 Shadows Wind Control Technique. I did not expect Chief Yi to have even mastered the 8th shadow. It seems that his internal energy cultivation has reached the heavenly level of the 8th realm. It won't be long before he masters the 9th shadow, Yi He remarked in astonishment. As Yi Xian's figure approached, Jian Wushuang's expression darkened. The sensation he felt was reminiscent of the confrontation with Ling Yunchang, Shang Lian Fulu 20 years ago, but this was far more intense than the latter's final technique. Jian Wushuang stomped his right foot on the ground, propelling himself backward with swift movements of his legs. Upon closer inspection, one would notice that while Jian Wushuang forced his internal energy to the Yongquan point, he surprisingly did not leap into the air, but merely hovered 3 inches above the ground, creating the illusion that he was merely retreating while still maintaining a slight distance. This was the highest realm of the falling rain without shadows technique, known as a step away from heaven. This move had likely never before graced the martial world. Truly, the master was not an ordinary person. Qiu Tian marveled inwardly as he witnessed Jian Wushuang's movement. One advanced while the other retreated, as Yi Xian and Jian Wushuang gracefully floated toward the grand hall's entrance. In the blink of an eye, they had exited the hall and arrived at the plaza before it. Ha ha, Mr. Wu, dare you receive a palm strike from me? Yi Xian called out loudly. I shall gladly oblige. Jian Wushuang replied with equal fervor, halting abruptly and forming a stance with his hands, delivering a palm strike. In tandem, Yi Xian gathered energy in his right palm, pausing momentarily before unleashing his own strike. The moment their palms collided, a wave of ripples surged through the air, radiating outward to the edges of the plaza. The weapons rack and stone sculptures that had been standing near the edge were shattered, sending debris scattering in all directions. Those who had just emerged from the grand hall instinctively raised their hands to shield themselves, retreating to dissipate the residual force of the impact. Expressions of disbelief adorned their faces. As for Jian Wushuang and Yi Xian, their palms touched and immediately separated, both figures abruptly retreating. In midair, Yi Xian's arms flailed forward, moving in circles until the residual force completely dissipated, finally crashing down to the ground. After landing, he staggered back 7 steps before regaining his balance. Jian Wushuang, too, was propelled backward, his body performing rapid flips in the air, his feet making contact and his arms extended, spinning until the force faded, allowing him to gently land. Yet, he also retreated 7.5 steps before stabilizing himself. Indeed, he had retreated an extra half step. Yi Xian's reputation was well-deserved. This was the first time in many years that I had witnessed the master slightly at a disadvantage in battle. Qiu Tian mused internally. Haha, what a thrill! Yi Xian exclaimed with a hearty laugh. Indeed, Chief Yi, you remain vigorous in your years. I find myself humbled. Jian Wushuang acknowledged. Yi Xian, however, remarked. That's not the case. I am the one taking the initiative while you are merely on the defensive. The force I exert is directed towards you, and yet Mr. Wu has only retreated a half step more than I. Such skill is truly humbling for an old man like me. To engage in combat with the leader of Jianghu is a rare fortune for me. Jian Wushuang responded. Yi Xian waved his hand grandly and said, I am still not satisfied. It is too early to speak of such things. Let us continue. Upon finishing his words, Yi Xian surged forward once more, charging at Jian Wushuang while bellowing. It is rare to encounter such an opponent. Today, we shall fight with all our might. Jian Wushuang replied. It is indeed a privilege to match the esteemed leader of Jianghu. I shall accompany you to the end. With that, Jian Wushuang also charged at Yi Xian, both intent on a genuine battle, with each side initiating their attacks. As their figures collided, Yi Xian unleashed the Qianzhong Wanfo palm, and in an instant, countless palm imprints appeared before Jian Wushuang, with a force so overwhelming that it bore down upon him. At that moment, Jian Wushuang swiftly shifted his stance, his hands moving in a flurry, executing the Qianzhong Wanjie hand. Both techniques, Qianzhong Wanfo palm and Qianzhong Wanjie hand, originated from the same martial art. However, the former emphasized the ferocity of its palm winds, creating an onslaught that left no room for evasion, while the latter focused on speed and precision in targeted strikes. Though the former's momentum was more grandiose, the latter was equally formidable in its impact. At this moment, Jian Wushuang wielded his hands with remarkable speed, resembling a chick pecking at grains, striking towards Yi Xian's palms. The two engaged in nearly 100 exchanges, neither side able to gain the upper hand. Suddenly, as Jian Wushuang prepared to change his technique, Yi Xian gathered his energy and let out a long howl. At that moment, a disciple from Liya Valley rushed in. Hearing the announcement, Jian Wushuang hastily retracted his internal energy, forcibly suppressing it back to his dantian, and retreated several paces, flipping in the air before landing steadily 100 meters away from Yi Xian. Yi Xian also halted his pursuit, his expression clouded with anger as he glared at the messenger. In martial arts contests, interruptions are most detested. Were it not for the exceptional skills of Jian Wushuang and Yi Xian, both would have surely suffered backlash from their internal energies, resulting in injury. Yi Xian narrowed his eyes, fixating on the messenger, while Yi Xiong swiftly approached and struck the messenger's face, instantly leaving 5 red marks. Yi Xiong angrily exclaimed, You fool, what are you shouting about? The messenger, aggrieved, covered his face and stammered, People from Feihuang Fortress, Qingqing Pavilion, and Daming Mansion have arrived. Oh, they have come quite early this time, Yi Xian remarked, his tone returning to a calm demeanor after calming his internal energy. He then gestured to Jian Wushuang, saying with a smile, Mr. Wu, we shall pause here for today. Please take your leave and rest. I shall seek another opportunity to spar with you. Jian Wushuang, smiling in response, said, The leader of Jianghu has pressing matters. I shall not impose further. I will take my leave. With that, Jian Wushuang departed the plaza alongside Qiu Tian. Watching Jian Wushuang's retreating figure, Yi Xian murmured, This person is certainly not of common origin. Expedite the investigation into his background. If there are no grievances, we must strive to cultivate a connection. Yes, the He by Shuang Sha replied respectfully. Yi Xian, accompanied by the He by Shuang Sha and his 3 sons, arrived at the mountain gate of Liya Valley, where they beheld 3 groups of individuals dressed in distinct attire awaiting at the entrance. Among them, the elegantly attired figures of Qingqing Pavilion, led by a nearly 60-year-old matron. Elder Rome, were a sight to behold. Standing behind Elder Rome was a captivating young woman, Xiao Yuer, a standout among the younger disciples of Qingqing Pavilion. Adjacent to them was a group clad in black, all appearing lean and agile, representing Feihuang Fortress, led by the elder Shang Wanyu, who was nearing 70 and bore the visage of a living corpse, followed closely by the steward Shang Wanmu. To the side stood a group of robust men, their imposing physiques unmistakably marking them as representatives of Daming Mansion. The leader of Daming Mansion was Elder Tu Gang, who, despite being over 60, stood tall and imposing, his presence akin to a steel spear, with the steward Tu Long wielding a large blade behind him. Witnessing such a formidable assembly, had it not been for Yi Xian's presence at Liya Valley, the other factions would likely have entered a state of high alert. Knowing their powers would not dare act recklessly, Yi Xian furrowed his brow at this unexpected turnout. Typically, during his grand birthday celebrations, such factions would send representatives, but never at the elder level. Though surprised, Yi Xian, being astute in his years, approached the entrance with a hearty laugh. Today, friends from Daming Mansion, Feihuang Fortress, and Qingqing Pavilion have graced Liya Valley with their presence. bringing great honor to our humble abode. I am truly grateful for your arrival to celebrate my birthday. I apologize for not welcoming you properly. Please forgive me. Yi Xian exclaimed jovially. Despite his words of apology, none present dared to truly hold it against Yi Xian. They all returned his gesture with respect. Tu Gang from Daming Mansion chuckled. It has been a long time. Leader Yi, your heroic spirit remains undiminished. Yi Xian feigned humility, waving his hand with a smile. I am but an old man. My former glory has long faded. Elder Rong from Qingqing Pavilion also offered her respects, saying, I come on behalf of the Pavilion Master to extend birthday wishes to Leader Yi. Yi Xian smiled and waved his hand dismissively. The Pavilion Master has sent you to convey greetings, I see. Shang Wanyu from Feihuang Fortress spoke next. Upon hearing Shang Wanyu's voice, Yi Xian inquired with a smile, Oh? Is Shang Wanyu in good health? Thanks to Leader Ye's blessings, the Fortress Master is doing well, Shang Wanyu replied. Yi Xian nodded. That is good to hear. Please, let us not linger here at the mountain gate. It would seem that Lia Valley does not know how to host guests. Come. Let us proceed to the inner valley for a more comfortable discussion. Upon hearing this, everyone chuckled and followed Yi Xian into the inner valley. Chapter 9. Dreaming of the Tianzi assassination. Discussing important matters, Yi Xian led the parties from Daming Mansion, Qingqing Pavilion, and Feihuang Fortress into the inner valley, first instructing the servants to prepare rooms for the guests to rest. That evening, a grand banquet was arranged to welcome the three factions. Jian Wushuang was naturally aware of their visit, yet he and Xiu Tian chose to decline participation in the banquet, finding excuses to abstain. Yi Xian did not press the matter further. The following morning, Yi Xian convened with the leaders of the three factions at the Lia Shrine, while Jian Wushuang and Xiu Tian were also invited to sit quietly to the side, maintaining a low profile to avoid drawing attention. Once everyone was seated, Yi Xian slowly began, Esteemed guests, did you all rest well during your stay in our valley last night? The attendees nodded in agreement, expressing their appreciation. Yi Xian smiled and continued, That is wonderful to hear. Here at Luya Valley, you are all at home. There is no need for formality. If you require anything, please feel free to have our disciples make the arrangements. Haha, Leader Yi is too kind. We rested quite well. Tu Gang from Daming Mansion laughed heartily, and the others echoed their agreement. Yi Xian, satisfied, nodded and relaxed his expression, stating, I am exceedingly grateful for your presence to celebrate my birthday. In 2 days, it will be my grand day, and if none of you have pressing matters, feel free to enjoy your time here at Luya Valley. In these 2 days, friends from the rivers and lakes will be arriving one after another, and I may not have the time to attend to you all, so please make yourselves comfortable. Tu Gang, Shang Wanyu, and Rong Laotai exchanged glances, their eyes betraying a hint of anxiety. Yi Xian understood that the arrival of these three individuals was not merely to celebrate a birthday, so he remained silent, quietly observing them. Eventually, it was Rong Laotai who sighed softly and spoke up. Yigu Master, to speak candidly, our primary purpose for visiting today is indeed to extend our birthday wishes. However, there is another matter I wish to address in passing. This is likely the main reason for our gathering. Jian Wushuang thought to himself, and could not help but raise his head, eager to hear what significant affairs these three factions wished to discuss with Luo Yigu. Yi Xian arched an eyebrow, inwardly amused by the unfolding scenario, yet his face betrayed no emotion. He spoke with an air of mild curiosity. Oh? What pressing matter could necessitate the presence of all three of you? Rong Laotai replied. Yigu Master is the foremost hero of our time, and we, as wanderers of the Jianghu, hold you in the highest esteem. Naturally, if we have any grievances, we wish for you to mediate and uphold justice. Yi Xian's brow furrowed slightly. It was evident that whatever grievance had stirred these three powerful factions was not trivial. Such an accusation should not be taken lightly. He waved his hand dismissively, saying, What hero? I humbly accept no such title. In this era, where martial heroes abound and reclusive masters are countless, I am but a minor figure in the Jianghu, lacking both merit and virtue. If there are matters to discuss, please speak freely. If I can assist, I will do so to the best of my abilities. Upon hearing this, Rong Laotai and the others felt a jolt in their hearts, realizing that Yi Xian was indeed a seasoned individual, impeccably skilled in the art of conversation, never revealing too much. Nevertheless, the situation had reached a critical point where silence was no longer an option. The impatient Tu Gang boldly declared, Yigu Master, let us be forthright. To put it plainly, we wish to enlist Luo Yigu's aid in rallying the martial world to eradicate Jian Yulu. A collective gasp filled the hall as everyone froze in astonishment. Even Jian Wushuang, despite his composed demeanor, could not suppress a change in expression. a flicker of murderous intent flashing in his star-like eyes, though it was quickly concealed, drawing no attention. Yi Xian was taken aback. He had not anticipated that they would set their sights on Jianghu Lu. The atmosphere grew tense, with only the sound of deep breaths echoing in the silence. Seeing Yi Xian's hesitation to speak, Yi He, one of the black and white twin devils, seized the moment to inquire. May I ask why you deem it necessary to eliminate Jianghu Lu? Upon hearing Yi He's question, Shangguan Yu's eyes revealed a glimmer of anger. He slowly responded. Jianghu Lu acts with ruthless precision, leaving no room for mercy, engaging in heinous dealings that cost lives. Over the years, its notoriety in the Jianghu has grown fearsome. Many fear to speak out against them, daunted by Jian Wushuang, that scoundrel. However, as Jianghu Lu continues to expand its influence, it now threatens the very existence of our great factions. 97 lives from Fei Huangbao have already fallen at their hands, and the numbers for Deming Fu and Qing Chenggu are not far behind. If we do not act to eradicate this scourge, it is only a matter of time before Jianghu Lu mounts our necks and takes its toll upon us. At that point, surely the wrath will turn unreservedly toward Luo Yigu. The revelation struck the attendees like a thunderclap, causing them to shudder. Yi Xian chuckled softly. Years ago, the master of Jianghu Lu, Jian Wushuang, single-handedly challenged the second, third, and fourth-ranked masters of the Jianghu atop Kunlun Peak. I trust you all have heard of this. I am aware of the grievances between Jianghu Lu and your factions, yet I never imagined it had grown to such a scale, revealing Jian Wushuang's formidable nature. Tu Gang's lips twitched at Yi Xian's sentiment. Tu Gang vehemently interjected. Yigu master, do not think we speak lightly. 3 years ago, the master of Deming Fu, Jin Dao Kuaishou Tu Feng, fell to Jianghu Lu's treachery, a grudge that cannot be overlooked. Today, they dare to strike at Deming Fu, assassinating our leader. Tomorrow, they will certainly dare to assault Luo Yi Shindian. You must consider your words carefully, Elder Tu Gang. A voice laced with anger was that of Yi Long, Yi Xian's eldest son. Tu Gang abruptly fell silent, clearly realizing his words had been too impassioned. Yi Xian waved his hand, saying, "It is of no concern. I had some acquaintance with the late Tu Feng. His demise at the hands of Jianghu Lu demonstrates their tyranny." Following this remark, silence enveloped the room once more, as everyone held their own thoughts close to their chests. Suddenly, Yi Xian shifted his gaze to Jian Wushuang, a glimmer of interest in his eyes, and asked, "What is your perspective on this matter, Mr. Wu?" All eyes in the hall turned to Jian Wushuang, particularly those of Tu Gang, Shangguan Yu, and Rong Laotai, whose expressions shifted dramatically. They had not anticipated an outsider's presence during such a critical discussion. Had it not been for Yi Xian's presence, they might have been compelled to act against him. Jian Wushuang remained remarkably composed, smiled leisurely, and strolled to the center of the hall. He surveyed the surroundings before allowing his gaze to linger momentarily on Tu Gang and the others, who inexplicably felt a shiver of trepidation. With a calm smile, Jian Wushuang spoke. "I too have heard of the illustrious reputation of Jianghu Lu and understand that they operate under the principle of resolving Jianghu matters through combat. Those without the means to settle their grievances may pay Jianghu Lu to take care of it on their behalf, which seems fair enough to me. I see no wrongdoing in this." Hearing Jian Wushuang's words, Tu Gang and his companions grew increasingly agitated. Yi Xian regarded Jian Wushuang with a knowing look and inquired, "So, in your view, Mr. Wu, Jianghu Lu is indeed acting honorably?" "Precisely," Jian Wushuang replied nonchalantly. "Humph." The irritable Tu Gang could no longer contain himself and let out a cold snort, followed by a loud rebuke. "What are you? Why do you defend Jianghu Lu? That establishment is universally condemned in the Jianghu, yet you remain oblivious to right and wrong. Are you perhaps a spy for Jianghu Lu?" Yi Xian remained silent, intrigued to uncover Jian Wushuang's true identity. Jian Wushuang, however, burst into laughter, casting a scornful glance. "Bullying the weak and abusing power is the hallmark of you so-called great factions. You permit yourselves to slaughter others at will, yet you refuse to be slain. What kind of reasoning is that? What do you say, Elder Tu Gang? Scoundrel, you are courting death." Tu Gang bellowed, right before the eyes of so many. Tu Gang made his move. Shangguan Yu and Rong Laotai exchanged knowing smirks, amused at Jian Wushuang's apparent naivety. Meanwhile, the skilled warriors of Luo Yigu sighed and shook their heads, lamenting Tu Gang's impending misfortune. Tu Gang leaped into the air, soaring more than 3 meters off the ground, swiftly drawing his steel blade from his back. He swung it down, aiming directly for Jian Wushuang's neck. As the blade approached, many in the hall frowned, aware of the sharpness of the weapon. Yet Jian Wushuang maintained an air of calm. causing onlookers to dread witnessing the gruesome scene of him being decapitated. As Jian Wushuang remained unperturbed, a smile crept onto Tu Gang's face, which widened as he shouted, "Die!" Gasps filled the hall, and many averted their gaze, bracing themselves for the inevitable. Silence enveloped the scene, devoid of any screams, the sound of severed heads, or even the piercing whistle of steel slicing through the air. This moment was astonishingly tranquil, creating an eerie sensation among all present. Slowly turning his head, the sight that greeted everyone was one that left them wide-eyed in astonishment. The expression of utter shock was unmistakable. There, the figure of Tu Gang hung suspended in midair. Though inverted, with his head downwards and feet upwards, still clutching the steel blade in his right hand. However, his grotesque visage and the trembling of his right arm appeared rather peculiar. Gazing down the blade, one could see the neck of Jian Wushuang just half an inch from the edge, a faint white mark left by the fierce wind generated from Tu Gang's earlier swing. Between Jian Wushuang's neck and the blade, 2 fingers were firmly pinching the sword's body, his index and middle fingers preventing any further movement of the blade. Jian Wushuang, on the other hand, exhibited an air of nonchalance, an elegant smile lingering on his face, seemingly unfazed by the situation. The stark contrast between the grotesque and the graceful created an intense juxtaposition within the hall of falling leaves. The breaths of everyone in the hall nearly halted, while both Shangguan Yu and Elder Rong appeared as if their hearts had skipped a beat, utterly astonished. It is worth noting that Tu Gang was a venerable elder of the Mingfu, his martial prowess ranking among the top 5. And the Mingfu was renowned for its ferocious and powerful sword techniques. The sheer strength of his skills, coupled with his unparalleled mastery, made it hard for even Yi Xian to claim he could effortlessly withstand such an assault. Jian Wushuang's remarkable reflexes and precise grip on the blade alone were enough to intimidate countless heroes. At this moment, Jian Wushuang exerted force with his fingers, twisting the steel blade until it shattered between him and Tu Gang with a resounding crack. Tu Gang spun rapidly in the air before finally descending to the ground, his expression one of shock as he stared at Jian Wushuang. Jian Wushuang clapped his hands and bowed slightly to Tu Gang, saying, "Thank you for the lesson. Truly a masterful expert." Elder Rong couldn't help but exclaim, "No wonder Master Yi shows such deference to him." Yi Xian was equally astonished, his attention fixated on Jian Wushuang, oblivious to Elder Rong's words. Tu Gang, with a sullen expression, remarked, "Your skills are profound and inscrutable. I am humbled." To which Jian Wushuang casually smiled. Cough. Martial exchanges enhance camaraderie. Moreover, if we could have a hero like Mr. Wu join our alliance against Jian Yulu, our efforts would undoubtedly yield greater results. Elder Rong unexpectedly attempted to draw Jian Wushuang into their fold. Yi Xian exhaled softly, smiling as he replied, "Regarding the matter of eradicating Jian Yulu, it is not entirely out of the question. Let us discuss this further after my birthday celebration, shall we?" Upon hearing Yi Xian's inclination to agree, a glimmer of coldness flickered in Jian Wushuang's eyes, while Tu Gang and the others beamed with delight, readily consenting. Yi Xian nodded, stating, "Then let us set this matter aside for now. Please enjoy your stay in the valley these days. Of course, nothing should overshadow the grand celebration of Master Ye's birthday. Should you require assistance, do not hesitate to ask. We shall be at your service." Shangguan Yu chimed in. Jian Wushuang remained silent, merely smiling as he retreated to a corner. Yi Xian, smiling, cast a glance at Jian Wushuang, which now held a hint of caution. This individual must not be underestimated. Chapter 10. Dream of the Tianzi assassination. Each with their own agenda that night, within the Valley of Falling Leaves, in the courtyard of Jian Wushuang and Xiaotian. Jian Wushuang utilized his internal energy to create a barrier around them, then narrowed his eyes at Xiaotian, speaking in a calm tone. "I did not expect that the Mingfu, Qingcheng Pavilion, and Feihuang Fortress would possess such audacity to conspire against my Jianyu Lu. Xiaotian, equally cold, spoke with a heavy air of murderous intent. Mr. Wu, nurturing a tiger invites peril. We should take the opportunity." He gestured with a slicing motion across his throat. Jian Wushuang, upon hearing this, inexplicably chuckled, though the smile carried a chilling essence. Xiaotian perceived Jian Wushuang's demeanor and understood, bowing his head to withdraw, only to be halted by Jian Wushuang. Xiaotian looked at him in confusion. Jian Wushuang coldly laughed. "The Valley of Falling Leaves is home to many experts. We must tread carefully. A moment's carelessness may alert that old fox Yi Xian. There is no rush tonight. Let us plan thoroughly and prepare a grand gift for Yi Xian's birthday." After speaking, Jian Wushuang disregarded Xiaotian and began to drink. Xiaotian wisely chose not to disturb Jian Wushuang further, aware that he was likely devising some grand strategy, and thus quietly withdrew. At Yi Xian's residence, the black and white twin demons, the five elements elders, and Yi Xian's three sons, Yi Long, Yi Xiong, and Yi Cheng, stood respectfully in the living room. Yi Xian sat alone at the head of the table, holding a cup of fragrant tea, lost in thought. Suddenly, Yi Xian lightly tapped the teacup, not lifting his gaze, and inquired, "What do you think about the plan to besiege Jianghu?" Yi Xiong boldly declared, "Father, in my opinion, this is feasible. Jianghu has stood in the martial world for many years, undoubtedly hoarding countless treasures. By besieging Jianghu, we can eliminate a significant threat and solidify our position in the martial world, while also reaping abundant rewards to enrich our valley of falling leaves. Such a fortunate opportunity is rare. If we act under a just cause, why not engage in this battle?" Yi Xian's expression remained impassive, as if the matter were of no concern to him. Yi Long, however, displayed disdain for Yi Xiong's words, stating, "Father, for Jianghu to command such influence among numerous sects, it must possess unique qualities. The fact that the three major forces, including the Mingfu, seek assistance indicates their trepidation towards Jianghu. If we succeed, it would mean we are merely clearing their obstacles. If we fail, Jianghu will surely target our valley of falling leaves for retaliation, and settling that score will not be simple." Upon hearing Yi Long's words, Yi Xian still refrained from commenting, his indifferent demeanor instilling an air of discomfort among those present. Finally, Yi Xian lifted his gaze to his youngest son, asking, "Cheng, what are your thoughts on this matter?" Yi Cheng, the youngest at approximately 27 or 28 years old, had once been lively and astute in his youth. However, for reasons unknown, he had undergone a drastic change in temperament 8 years prior, becoming aloof, low-key, and devoid of laughter, traits that had previously seemed foreign to him. This transformation troubled Yi Xian, who had sought answers about the events of 8 years ago, but found none. Nevertheless, he cherished this child, born to him in his later years. Yi Cheng respectfully replied, "This matter, I do not know." Such a response, from anyone else, would likely incite Yi Xian's wrath. But with Yi Cheng, everyone had grown accustomed to it. Yi Xian merely smiled wryly, and said nothing further. Observing Yi Cheng standing there with a vacant expression, Yi Xian sighed inwardly. The black and white twin demons exchanged glances, with Yi Bai respectfully saying, "Valley Master, I feel we must not act rashly. Thorough consideration is essential. Our valley of falling leaves has attained its current standing in the martial world by proceeding with caution, as if walking on thin ice. The martial world is perilous. I suggest we hold off until after your birthday to deliberate further." Yi Xian nodded in agreement, lowering his head to sip his tea. At the residence of Fei Huang Fortress. At this moment, the residence of Fei Huang Bao was teeming with people, with countless guards stationed both inside and outside. Deep within the courtyard, in a private chamber, Shengguan Yu, Tu Gang, the elderly Lady Rong, and the younger generation including Shengguan Mu and Xiao Yu were cautiously deliberating on some matters. The first to speak was the hot-tempered Tu Gang, who, visibly agitated, exclaimed, "This is the most humbling encounter I have ever faced in my life." Lady Rong attempted to soothe him, saying, "Old Tu, do not be angered. I perceive that Mr. Wu is no ordinary individual, and judging by his current demeanor, he seems quite close to Jianghu. If he supports Jianghu, this matter could become quite troublesome." Tu Gang snorted in disdain. "Humph. Where did this expert come from? Given how respectful Yi Xian is towards him, it seems challenging to draw Luo Yigu into our fold." Lady Rong responded, "I share your sentiments. Anyone with a modicum of sense would avoid this murky water. It perplexes me how the leaders of our three major factions could think of forming an alliance against Jianghu, particularly with such confidence in recruiting us to persuade Luo Yigu. I can't fathom the source of this confidence." At this juncture, Shengguan Yu interrupted, speaking calmly. "Regarding the decisions made by our superiors, we have no authority to question them. I believe the fortress lord has his reasons for this course of action. The leaders of Deming Fu and Qing Chenggu are not ordinary individuals. If they wish to pursue this, there must be ample justification. We need not dwell on this further. What piques my interest now is the recently emerged master, Mr. Wu." Upon hearing Shengguan Yu mention Mr. Wu, the attendees were momentarily taken aback, subsequently falling into contemplation, struggling to recall any figure of such renown in the martial world. Tu Gang slammed the table and declared loudly, "Regardless of who this Mr. Wu may be, anyone who dares obstruct us shall meet their demise. I cannot fathom the origin of this Mr. Wu. I do not recall anyone of such stature in the martial realm." Shengguan Yu then coldly analyzed. "There are likely no more than a handful of individuals in the martial world with such skills, and they are all renowned figures. I have had the fortune of encountering them, save for one, who I suspect none of you have seen." As he spoke, the atmosphere in the room grew somewhat eerie, with everyone exchanging glances, remaining silent as they listened intently to Shang Guanyu. He scanned the room with piercing eyes before continuing. "I ask you all, who among you, filled with hatred for Jianyu Lu, has ever laid eyes on the true form of its leader, Jian Wushuang?" A collective gasp echoed through the room at this revelation. Lady Rong, half convinced, inquired, "Elder Shangguan, are you suggesting that this Mr. Wu is none other than Jian Wushuang?" At this moment, all eyes were fixed on Shang Guanyu, not daring to miss a beat, as the news was utterly unexpected. Shang Guanyu slowly nodded and added, "Indeed. Jian Wushuang is known for his extreme discretion. Aside from the Holy Gun Saint, Lian Fu Lu, who battled him 20 years ago at Kunlun Peak, the former lord of Deming Fu, Tu Feng, and the fortress lord of Fei Huangbao, Shangwan Xiongyu. The only witnesses were those chronicling the battle in the realm of Yin Shao Di Fu." Mentioning Yin Shao Di Fu made Shang Guanyu's throat dry, clearly reluctant to speak its name. Yin Shao Di Fu, the most mysterious and low-key force in the martial world, is seldom encountered. Yet none dare underestimate it due to its enigma, discretion, and omniscience. Yin Shao Di Fu traditionally refrains from engaging in martial disputes. Yet it takes pleasure in summarizing significant events in the martial realm, even the rankings that originate from it, which no one dares to contest. For anything that comes from Yin Shao Di Fu is undoubtedly credible, whether in clashes between masters or sect skirmishes, should the matter be substantial enough. Representatives from Yin Shao Di Fu will appear to observe and record, uninvited yet never missing a single event. Even if someone were to catch sight of a Yin Shao Di Fu envoy observing, they would never intervene, establishing an unwritten rule in the martial world. Acting as neutral and indifferent spectators, Yin Shao Di Fu has become the chronicler of significant martial events, further emphasizing its formidable mystery. However, since it does not partake in martial matters, many within the martial world do not regard it as a force, but rather as an information broker akin to Bai Shaoshang. Nevertheless, such a broker is not to be trifled with by anyone with a semblance of intelligence. In that fateful duel at Kunlun Peak 20 years ago, apart from Jian Wushuang, Lian Fu Lu, Tu Feng, and Shangwan Xiongyu, only the emissaries from Yin Shao Di Fu remained. Other martial practitioners were simply unqualified to witness the event. Not only Shang Guanyu felt a dryness in his throat, but even the typically fiery Tu Gang fell silent, indicating the undeniable influence of Yin Shao Di Fu. After a moment of contemplation, Shang Guanyu continued, "Tu Feng has already fallen at the hands of Jianyu Lu, while the whereabouts of Lian Fu Lu remain shrouded in mystery. Thus, the only one among us who has seen Jian Wushuang is our fortress lord, Shangwan Xiongyu. Regrettably, the fortress lord is not present to verify the truth." Upon hearing Shang Guanyu's words, Lady Rong realized, so, it follows that Mr. Wu's protection of Jianyu Lu is indeed reasonable. Suddenly not good, Tu Gang exclaimed loudly, startling everyone present. The group turned to Tu Gang, who wore a grim expression. If that Mr. Wu is indeed Jian Wushuang, then Yi Xian's flattery towards him suggests that Luo Yigu is allied with Jianyu Lu. Are we not courting our own demise by remaining here? Forgive my frankness, but even just Jian Wushuang alone would render us incapable of resistance. And if Yi Xian joins forces, none of us would walk out of Luo Yigu alive. Hearing Tu Gang's words, a trace of worry flickered in the eyes of the others. As they contemplated whether to retreat, Shang Guanyu, however, chuckled coldly, "There is no need for concern. I suspect that even Yi Xian may not be aware that Mr. Wu is Jian Wushuang." The room fell into astonishment. Could it be that Yi Xian had unknowingly allowed an unknown individual into the inner sanctum of Luo Yigu? Shang Guanyu continued, "Jian Wushuang, under the alias Mr. Wu, surely has his reasons, and Yi Xian, not being an ordinary character, must have his own agenda. We need not rush into action, especially since we lack absolute certainty that Mr. Wu is indeed Jian Wushuang. A hasty move could alert them. We shall maintain our current course." Tu Gang and the others nodded in agreement, recognizing that among this group, Shang Guanyu, with the longest experience and most meticulous mind, was their guiding voice. Given their precarious situation, they understood that a single misstep could lead to dire consequences. Everything would soon reveal itself. Chapter 11, A Dream of Assassination. A special birthday gift. Time passed swiftly, and 2 days went by. During this time, many martial practitioners arrived one after another to celebrate Yi Xian's birthday, including the 3 members of the Morong family from Jiangnan, who had previously encountered Jian Wushuang at Luo Yian. However, the past grievances were no longer mentioned, creating an atmosphere of joy and harmony. Today marked the 80th birthday of Yi Xian, the lord of Luo Yigu, who would dare to cause trouble on such an occasion. The square in front of the Luo Yishendian was adorned with tables, brimming with decorations of vibrant red, radiating a festive spirit. Each table was filled with guests, and across the square, there must have been over 100 notable figures. Yi Xian appeared exceptionally spirited today, donning a bright red robe, holding a wine cup, and standing at the forefront of the square, warmly greeting the guests who had come to celebrate. As the gathering at the Yexian Daiguang Square engaged in amicable exchanges, Yexian gently raised his hands to signal for silence. Once the square fell quiet, he nodded in satisfaction and began, "Esteemed friends, today marks my 80th birthday. I am deeply honored that so many distinguished companions from the realm have come to celebrate this old man's longevity, for which I am truly humbled. Ye Valley Master, you are as vigorous as ever. There is no need for such modesty." Voices of agreement and laughter resonated throughout the square. Yexian chuckled heartily before continuing. "As you are all here in my Luya Valley, I invite you to relax and enjoy yourselves without any reservations." The square erupted again with cheers and compliments. All factions of the current martial world, whether ancient powers or rising stars, are warmly welcomed here. As for the gifts you have brought, they are far too generous, and I feel unworthy of them. You should all remain comfortably here at my valley, and when the time comes for your return, you may take these gifts with you." Yexian stated. "Is the Yev Valley Master looking down upon us? Indeed, for your 80th birthday, such humble tokens are hardly worthy. We should be the ones feeling ashamed." Laughter and chatter filled the air once more, and Yexian appeared to revel in the atmosphere, graciously waving his hands in response. His gaze casually drifted to Jian Wushuang, who raised her wine cup in a toast to him. In fact, Yexian had approached Jian Wushuang the day prior, advising her against presenting her formidable weapon publicly during the day to avoid any potential gossip or trouble on such a significant occasion. He suggested she present it to him in his training chamber that evening instead, to which she readily agreed. As the revelry continued, a frail voice cut through the merriment. "Congratulations to Yev Valley Master on your 80th birthday. I have come as an envoy to deliver a gift." The atmosphere shifted instantly as all present turned pale. They realized they were in the inner sanctum of Le Valley, and the unseen speaker's power was surely formidable. Undeterred, Yexian maintained his composure, responding, "Your lightness and movement is impressive. I commend you. However, since you have come to honor me, why not reveal yourself? I would like the opportunity to offer you a drink in gratitude." "Ah, there is no need for that. The gift I bring is a message from my master. I believe it is the most valuable gift you shall receive, Ye Valley Master." The voice replied again. "Is it not customary for gifts to be expressions of goodwill rather than measured by monetary value?" Yexian inquired with a faint smile. "Indeed, Ye Valley Master. You are a seasoned veteran of the martial world, and your words are as sharp as ever." The voice carried a hint of mockery. Yexian, utilizing his inner strength to sense the surroundings, still failed to detect any trace of the speaker. His expression grew serious. If such strength belonged to a mere servant, what might their master be like? Jian Wushuang turned to Chou Tian, her expression grave. "Truly a peerless expert," she remarked. Chou Tian's lips twitched at her words. This was the first time Jian Wushuang had spoken so highly of someone, indicating the individual was indeed extraordinary. Yexian spoke again. "Since you refuse to reveal yourself, I shall not press the issue. May I ask what this gift entails?" The aged voice, now laced with a hint of jest, replied. "How much do you think your life is worth, Ye Valley Master?" At this, the crowd's eyes widened, and the fiery-tempered Yexiong stood, shouting, "If you are a hero, show yourself. What kind of hero hides in the shadows? Today is my father's birthday. If you come to celebrate, I thank you. If you come to cause trouble, my Luya Valley will spare no effort to make you pay." "Xionger, do not be rude," Yexian admonished. Yexiong, unwilling to relent, huffed and sat down. "Oh, still the Yev Valley Master understands decorum. I shall not beat around the bush. The gift is but a message from my master. When the sword rain is unleashed, it shall surely strike down Yexian. A great upheaval in the martial world is imminent." The voice concluded, "I have delivered my message. Farewell." After this, silence fell, and Yexian's countenance turned ashen. Jian Wushuang's expression mirrored his distress. "Father." Yexiong began to speak again, but Yexian silenced him with a wave. Regaining his composure, Yexian smiled once more and addressed the assembly. "Friends, it seems someone has played a jest on me. Let us not hold it against anyone. Please, indulge in your meal. No one shall depart until we are all merrily intoxicated. Indeed, no departure until inebriated." The crowd responded, though they outwardly maintained their joviality. Each individual harbored the ominous words in their hearts. When the sword rain is unleashed, it shall surely strike down Yexian. A great upheaval in the martial world is imminent. Such a proclamation from an individual of such caliber could not possibly be dismissed as mere jest. After several rounds of drinking, Yexian excused himself on account of his age and fatigue, and the gathering, aware of his troubled state, did not protest. They continued to cheer him as he exited. Following his departure, Jin Wushuang and Chou Tian seized the opportunity to leave, while individuals from Daming Fu, Qingqinga, and Fei Huang Bao discreetly withdrew, transforming what had once been a lively celebration into an atmosphere of unease. Seated within the inner hall, Yexian was flanked by the Bai He Shua and his 3 sons. Yexiong spoke first. Father, that individual was from the Yin Saudi Fu. Yexian interrupted, calmly stating, Indeed, they are from the Yin Saudi Fu. This revelation sent shockwaves through the room. The very mention of this enigmatic and reclusive power was unsettling to all. Ye Bai of the Bai He Shua remarked. But the Yin Saudi Fu has never interfered in the affairs of the martial world. Why now? Yexian sighed. They do not meddle, they merely state facts. Akin to announcing a ranking in the martial world. State facts? Ye Long, the eldest son, exclaimed. When the sword rain is unleashed, it shall surely strike down Yexian. A great upheaval in the martial world is imminent. These words are clearly directed at you, Valley Master, Ye He added. Yexian narrowed his eyes, nodding gravely. When the sword rain is unleashed, it shall surely strike down Yexian. Humph. Does Jian Yulo dare to make a move against me? Should Jin Wushuang come, I shall ensure she returns with nothing. Meanwhile, in the inner courtyard of Fei Huang Bao, only Su Guanyo, Tagang, and the elderly Rong were present. Tagang remarked, This newcomer brings ill tidings. Those who come with good intentions do not arrive unannounced. Things are becoming increasingly suspicious. Does Jian Yulo intend to strike against Luya Valley? If so, it would indeed aid our cause. Su Guanyo replied, This matter is surely complex. The individual's lightness of movement was extraordinary, indicating formidable martial prowess. The involvement of such a powerful force could spell either fortune or calamity. Elderly Rong added coldly, In that case, we must swiftly inform the 3 major heads. As for negotiations with Yexian, Tagang interjected, What negotiations? That individual has already declared that Jian Yulo intends to act against Yexian. What choice does Yexian have but to ally with us to confront Jian Yulo and obliterate Jian Wushuang? Huh, to think you can obliterate me. You must first possess the capability. A mocking voice echoed, followed by 2 figures swiftly gliding into the courtyard. These 2 individuals were none other than Jian Wushuang and Xiu Tian. Observing Jian Wushuang, Shang Wanyu sneered, Mr. Wu, indeed you are Jian Wushuang. Jian Wushuang smiled and nodded, saying, It seems you have all guessed correctly. So, have you also deduced that today, 1 year from now, will be your Memorial Day? Hearing this, the expressions of Tu Gang and his companions changed abruptly. Tu Gang then bellowed, Jian Wushuang, there is no need for arrogance. This is Luya Valley. I do not believe you dare to act. Jian Wushuang merely chuckled nonchalantly, then waved his right hand casually, releasing a powerful surge of internal energy that enveloped the modest courtyard in an instant. Jian Wushuang's expression suddenly turned icy as he declared coldly, Today, none of you shall leave. In the courtyard, Shang Wanyu and his companions glared at Jian Wushuang with grim determination. He has indeed mastered the art of sealing space with his internal energy, preventing any hint of his presence from leaking out. Shang Wanyu remarked darkly, Humph, what of it? Today, the 3 of us shall fight you to the end. Even if we perish, you shall pay a bloody price. Tu Gang snarled fiercely. Jian Wushuang appeared unfazed by Tu Gang's words, turning to Xiu Tian and instructing, You stand guard on the eaves, ensuring no outsiders enter. If anyone attempts to force their way in, show no mercy. Understood, Xiu Tian replied, leaping gracefully to the rooftop like a swallow, surveying the surroundings with a cold gaze. Jian Wushuang stretched his limbs as if warming up, smiling as he said, There is no need for more harsh words. Will you come at me one by one? We're together. Faced with such provocation, Tu Gang and his companions couldn't help but twitch at the corners of their mouths. Jian Wushuang's overwhelming confidence suggested he possessed the prowess to back it up. Su Wenjianyu's martial arts are indeed profound. However, I refuse to believe you are so formidable, Jian Wushuang. Allow this old lady to experience your skills first. The elder of Qingqing Pavilion, Rome, was the first to strike. Instantly, her hands turned a dark purple, revealing the unique skill of Qingqing Pavilion, Wanku Fugu Shou. This technique involved soaking her hands in venom daily and allowing poisonous insects to inject venom into her bones. absorbing the toxic liquid over several years until her hands transformed into a deep purple hue. At that point, any surface she touched would be corroded by her potent poison, causing blood to thicken and flow to cease upon contact, leading to death in mere moments. Rong, having nearly perfected such a sinister skill, approached Jian Wushuang with swift, lethal strikes aimed directly at his vital points. Jian Wushuang, however, relied on his unparalleled agility, evading her attacks with graceful movements, occasionally flicking his fingers to strike at her wrists, deftly avoiding the range of her deadly poison. As the battle unfolded, Rong grew increasingly alarmed. Jian Wushuang's seemingly leisurely movements indicated he had yet to launch a counterattack, merely neutralizing her techniques. Frustrated, she thought, "How can I fight like this if I cannot even touch him?" While dodging, Jian Wushuang laughed. The poisonous techniques of Qingqing Pavilion truly live up to their reputation. Even I wouldn't dare to take them head-on. However, it is unfortunate that while your attack power is sufficient, your speed leaves much to be desired. This is becoming dull. Why not let Rong try my Tsugwadanji? Tsugwadanji, while seemingly simple, required extraordinary speed and mastery over internal energy to concentrate it into a single point, flicking the index and middle fingers to strike at the joints of the opponent. With ample internal energy and diligent practice, one could wield this technique effectively. Yet, even the simplest of techniques can be rendered complex in the hands of a master. As with drunken boxing, different practitioners could yield vastly different results. At this moment, Jian Wushuang executed his technique. With no flamboyant moves, he simply flicked his fingers quickly. As Rong unleashed her palm strike, he slipped to the left, extending his right hand to flick his fingers against her right wrist. Rong immediately felt a sharp pain in her wrist, causing her hand to tremble uncontrollably. Alarmed, she quickly withdrew her strike, fearing that Jian Wushuang's next flick could fracture her wrist. She called out to Shang Wanyu and Tu Gang, "Do not just stand there. If we do not strike together, we may all perish at Jian Wushuang's hands." Upon hearing Rong's plea, Shang Wanyu and Tu Gang exchanged determined glances and leaped forward together. Shang Wanyu soared into the air with remarkable agility, channeling his internal energy into his right palm, aiming directly for Jian Wushuang's Baihui point atop his head. Meanwhile, Tu Gang drew his blade, lowering his stance and launching a fierce strike aimed at Jian Wushuang's lower body. Rong advanced alongside them, preventing Jian Wushuang from evading their coordinated assault from above, middle, and below. As skilled practitioners, their combined efforts proved surprisingly harmonious, placing Jian Wushuang in a precarious situation. Qiu Tian stood watch on the eaves, intently observing the unfolding battle. Despite his tense heart, he remained still, for Jian Wushuang had not called for his assistance. His duty was to guard the perimeter. In the face of such an onslaught, Jian Wushuang erupted with laughter, exclaiming, "What a thrill! It has been a long time since I have had such an invigorating workout." With that, he unleashed his palm with tremendous speed, colliding with Rong's Wanku Fugu Shou. The force sent her reeling backward nearly 10 meters, and she stumbled several steps further until her back collided with the wall, spitting a mouthful of blood as she stared in shock at Jian Wushuang. "Bodhi palm. It can suppress my deadly poison in an instant and then launch me away with overwhelming internal energy. Truly deserving of its reputation," she gasped, coughing up more blood. After repelling Rong, Jian Wushuang's legs sprang into action, landing gracefully atop the sweeping steel blade. With his left foot behind and right foot forward, he crossed his legs, using the momentum to propel himself towards Tu Gang. Tu Gang attempted to withdraw his blade with great force, but found it immovable. Before he could react, Jian Wushuang spun midair, executing a whirlwind kick that struck Tu Gang squarely on the temple. Tu Gang was sent flying, crashing heavily into the corner of the wall. The impact powerful enough to crack the wall like a spider's web. Tu Gang lay there, motionless and uncertain of his fate. As Tu Gang flew through the air, Jian Wushuang lightly tapped his foot on Tu Gang's body, using the leverage to vault upward, his fist aimed directly at Shang Wanyu's descending palm. With a resounding thud, Jian Wushuang's fist connected with Shang Wanyu's palm, unleashing an immense force. Although Shang Wanyu had also gathered his strength, the disparity in their internal energies caused his power to disintegrate. The sheer force of Jian Wushuang's punch shattered Shang Wanyu's arm, pulverizing the bones and severing the tendons, rendering it utterly useless. Shang Wanyu was propelled backward, letting out a heart-wrenching scream as his right arm hung limply at his side, resembling a withered willow. He crashed into the courtyard's furniture, causing the marble tables and chairs to collapse under the impact. While he lay amidst the debris, blood pouring from his mouth in torrents. The sequence of events unfolded rapidly, A mere instant passing as Jian Wushuang executed his movements seamlessly, without a hint of delay. After severely wounding the three adversaries, Jian Wushuang descended gracefully, brushing the flowing white robe that danced in the breeze, his countenance devoid of any sign of fatigue. His attire remained perfectly unruffled, and he merely cast a cold smile at the trio, underscoring the vast chasm that lay between them. Qiu Tian gazed at the unfolding scene with a detached demeanor, and from his expression, one could sense that the current events seemed entirely justified. The anguished cries of Shang Wanyu, the oblivious Tu Gang, and the breathless old lady Rong all formed a grim triangle, within which Jian Wushuang observed them with a cold smirk. Jian Wushuang leisurely approached the unconscious Tu Gang, and amidst the resentful and fearful glances from old lady Rong and Shang Wanyu, he bent down to retrieve the steel knife that had fallen moments earlier. He held it in his hand, tracing his fingertip along the blade in a manner reminiscent of a connoisseur admiring a weapon. His fingers occasionally flicked against the metal, producing a chilling sound that amplified the eerie atmosphere. In the world of martial arts, one must recognize the consequences of their actions. Since you have chosen to confront my Jianyu Lu, there is no need for me to harbor a tiger and invite calamity. With a light chuckle, Jian Wushuang suddenly swung the knife, sending a spray of blood forth as Tu Gang's head was severed in his unconscious state. The bloodied head rolled on the ground, causing Shang Wanyu and old lady Rong to feel a wave of dizziness. They had not anticipated that this seemingly amiable Jian Wushuang would strike with such merciless ferocity, killing without hesitation. At that moment, Shang Wanyu and old lady Rong realized that this mild-mannered, scholarly-looking middle-aged man was, in fact, the true master of Jianyu Lu, a ruthless organization known for its cold-blooded assassinations. What kind of benevolent person could have established such a ruthless force? Regret was futile. Both Shang Wanyu and old lady Rong now lamented provoking this god of death, and understood why Yi Xian was so hesitant to encircle Jianyu Lu. How could Jian Wushuang truly be so easily provoked? Certainly not. After eliminating Tu Gang, Jian Wushuang still wielded the knife, turning with a smile to face Shang Wanyu. Yet, Shang Wanyu felt an icy chill from Jian Wushuang's grin, beads of cold sweat soaking his back. Do not kill me. I assure you, from this moment forth, Fei Huang Bao will no longer oppose Jianyu Lu. Jian Wushuang. No, I mean, Master Jian, please spare me. Shang Wanyu trembled as he pleaded for mercy. Jian Wushuang chuckled, taking a keen interest in the pleading Shang Wanyu, and spoke. First, whether your Fei Huang Bao stands against my Jianyu Lu is not for you to decide, but for your master, Shang Wanxiongyu. Second, whether I choose to spare you today is also not for you to determine, but for me. Third, I, Jian Wushuang, do not care if your Fei Huang Bao is in opposition to my Jianyu Lu. And fourth, I certainly do not care to spare the life of a coward like you. His voice suddenly turned sharp. You dare. Shang Wanyu barely uttered the words before Jian Wushuang swiftly brought down the knife, severing yet another head. Jian Wushuang shook his head, expressing his discontent. Silence. He then raised an eyebrow, fixing his gaze intently on the dazed old lady Rong. Old lady Rong, faced with the advancing Jian Wushuang, struggled to swallow, attempting to articulate something, but words eluded her, leaving her with an expression of helpless hesitation. Jian Wushuang observed her with curious eyes, seemingly waiting for her to speak. Yet she remained silent. With a gentle smile, he spoke. At Jianyu Lu, we do not differentiate between genders. Those of the martial world must repay debts of gratitude and vengeance alike. I will not show mercy simply because you are a woman. Old lady Rong appeared to have lost all hope, her eyes dimming as she nodded, resigning herself to her fate. Jian Wushuang continued. However, I, Jian Wushuang, am not inclined to strike against women. I grant you dignity. Resolve this matter yourself. With that, he tossed the steel knife at old lady Rong's feet, the clanging sound echoing in her mind like a death knell. She took a deep breath, slowly picked up the knife, and stared at it. Yet she lacked the courage for self-harm. Meanwhile, Jian Wushuang turned and walked away, ignoring her. Old lady, I thank you, Master Jian, for your grace. However, with no way out, I must be unwise. Old lady Rong declared, gathering all her strength and lunging at Jian Wushuang with the knife aimed at his neck. Alas! A faint sigh escaped, and old lady Rong's arm, knife in hand, froze mid-air, her body becoming rigid, her anger dissipating in an instant. Jian Wushuang remained with his back turned to her. Old lady Rong collapsed to the ground, still clutching the steel knife. In her fall, Qiu Tian's figure appeared, standing behind Jian Wushuang with a palm raised, revealing that it was he who had struck down old lady Rong. Jian Wushuang still did not turn around, merely stating, from this day forth, We have forged a deadly enmity between the three great powers of Daming Prefecture, Fei Huangbao, Qing Chenggu, and Jianyu Lu. Let us clean this place and depart. Xiao Tian nodded, then gathered the three bodies into a small room before Jian Wushuang released his internal energy seal. And together they soared into the air, vanishing from the courtyard in the blink of an eye. Outside the courtyard, disciples from the three factions continued their revelry in the square, blissfully unaware of their elder's demise. As dusk fell, Jian Wushuang and Xiao Tian had just returned to their courtyard when a disciple of Luo Yigu knocked at their door, followed by a voice calling, "Mr. Wu, our valley master requests your presence in the training chamber." Upon hearing this, Jian Wushuang's pupils constricted, a surge of murderous intent enveloping the courtyard. If that is the case, then let us resolve this matter as well. Chapter 13. Dreaming back to the celestial character assassination, the pinnacle showdown. Jian Wushuang believed that Yi Xian had brought divine weapons. And indeed, Jian Wushuang possessed such a weapon, the treasured sword, Han Yu Jian. This sword was Jian Wushuang's cherished possession, measuring 3 feet and 3 inches in length. Forged from deep-sea cold iron, devoid of impurities, capable of slicing through gold as if it were mud. The blade appeared ordinary, yet once drawn, its chilling essence could be felt from 10 paces away, and under its overwhelming murderous aura, those lacking sufficient internal strength would likely falter. The sword served as a tremendous source of power for its wielder. However, the Han Yu Jian resembled more of a work of art to Jian Wushuang, as he had never used it to kill. According to Jian Wushuang himself, he had yet to encounter an opponent worthy of drawing his sword. This Han Yu Jian currently rested in Jian Wushuang's satchel, a necessary gift to bring when meeting Yi Xian. Xiao Tian looked at Jian Wushuang with concern, a hint of anxiety evident in his eyes. Sensing Xiao Tian's worries, Jian Wushuang patted his shoulder reassuringly, smiling. "Do not fret. This Luo Yigu can no longer remain. You must gather your belongings swiftly and await me 10 miles north of Luo Yi City in the dense forest. If I do not arrive within 3 hours, return to Jianyu Lu and inform the 5 elders of what has transpired, so they may prepare accordingly." "But, Master," Xiao Tian exclaimed anxiously, "at Jianyu Lu, once we take action, it is to the death. As the Master, I cannot violate our principles. Rest assured, Yi Xian's life shall be mine today." Jian Wushuang's gaze suddenly turned sharp. With a sigh, Xiao Tian realized there was no dissuading Jian Wushuang's resolve today. He could only bow in farewell. "Master, take care. I will await you in the forest." Jian Wushuang watched Xiao Tian with a confident smile, saying, "Go. Leave the valley without being detected." "Understood," Xiao Tian replied before turning to gather his belongings. Jian Wushuang held the Han Yu Jian in his hand, gazing at it with a hint of longing, then smiled to himself. "Today, it seems, is your time to shine." In the evening, within the training chamber of Luo Yigu, the secret chamber had evidently undergone a unique transformation, spanning nearly 100 square meters. Its vastness was enclosed by towering gray stones on all 6 sides, top, bottom, left, right, front, and back. At the heart of the chamber stood a training platform, beside which was a wooden table adorned with a teapot and several teacups. Apart from these, the chamber held no other objects. On the gray stone walls, every 3 meters hung a massive wall-mounted candelabrum, illuminating the chamber as brightly as daylight with a multitude of candles. At this moment, Yi Xian sat cross-legged on the training platform, his eyes gently closed, resembling someone in a state of tranquil slumber. Suddenly, the silence of the chamber was shattered by a series of knocks on the stone door. Bang, bang, bang. The dull sound reverberated within the chamber. Yi Xian abruptly opened his eyes, a frigid, killing intent flickering in his gaze, though it was quickly suppressed. Taking a deep breath, he waved his hand, and a surge of inner strength erupted, causing the massive stone door to creak open a narrow gap. Outside, a disciple from the Luo Yigu hurriedly pushed against the stone door with all his might, finally managing to create a passage just wide enough for one person. Swiftly entering was a disciple of Luo Yigu, who respectfully stood by the door and addressed Yi Xian, reporting to the Valley Master, "Mr. Wu has arrived. Please." Yi Xian replied with a single word. The disciple quickly gestured for Jian Wushuang to enter. Holding the Han Yu sword, Jian Wushuang stepped inside, clasped his hands in greeting, and said, "Valley Master Yi." Yi Xian first signaled the guiding disciple to withdraw. Once the disciple had retreated, Yi Xian unleashed another wave of inner strength, the powerful force brushing past Jian Wushuang's ear and crashing against the stone door. Bang! The enormous stone door slammed shut. As the force grazed Jian Wushuang's ear, it even stirred a strand of hair, yet astonishingly, he remained utterly unmoved, a serene smile gracing his face, not even blinking an eye. Observing this, Yi Xian's gaze sharpened, and he spoke leisurely. I sincerely apologize for summoning Mr. Wu at such a late hour. You flatter me, Valley Master, Jian Wushuang replied with equal composure. Today marks the Valley Master's grand birthday. It is only fitting that the weapons of war appear separately. Yi Xian then pivoted the conversation, stating, in truth, I find myself more inclined towards Mr. Wu than towards these divine weapons. If we could forge a brotherly bond, it would be a stroke of fortune for me. Jian Wushuang, clearly taken aback by Yi Xian's words, momentarily displayed surprise, but this expression was swiftly masked as he chuckled. Valley Master Yi and I are not of the same ilk. You are a master of a prestigious sect, while I merely engage in small-scale business. The disparity in our statuses makes it unthinkable for me to aspire to such a relationship. Yi Xian, unfazed, waved his hand dismissively and replied in a somewhat somber tone. A mere small-scale business, I fear, is one that deals in the buying and selling of lives. Jian Wushuang's eyes momentarily widened, and then, with an air of indifference, he retorted, Valley Master Yi, your words leave me somewhat perplexed. Yi Xian snorted coldly, declaring, now that this business has reached Luo Yigu and has come to my attention, do you still believe I am unaware? Am I not correct, Jian Wushuang? Jian Wushuang, taken aback, maintained a calm gaze on Yi Xian. Yi Xian continued, I presume you heard the words of the underworld that day, when the sword rain is drawn. It shall surely slay Yi Xian. While I do not understand why Jianyu Lu has chosen to target me, since the confrontation has reached my doorstep, feigning ignorance would surely make me the laughingstock of the martial world. Jian Wushuang did not deny it, but simply smiled and said, Jianyu Lu aids those in the martial world to comprehend the affairs of the realm. Grievances are not for us to scrutinize. We merely accept payment to avert calamities. Yi Xian burst into laughter, saying, in today's world, those with such profound martial skills are certainly not nameless individuals. If Jianyu Lu aims to resolve matters concerning me, might you enlighten me as to who seeks my demise? What is the worth of my life? Jian Wushuang waved his hand, stating, Jianyu Lu has its own protocols. You must understand that I cannot divulge any information when you inquire about such matters. Why ask further? At this moment, Yi Xian's voice turned ominously grave as he said, I offer you one final opportunity. Regardless of what price that person offers, I, Yi Xian, am willing to pay tenfold in hopes of forming an alliance with Jianyu Lu. Consider this, both Luo Yigu and Jianyu Lu are among the foremost powers in the martial world. If we continue to oppose one another, we shall surely bring about mutual destruction. Is it truly necessary? Jian Lu Master seeks merely wealth. There is no need for such desperation. Jian Wushuang, however, shook his head expressionlessly, clearly indicating that for him, this was no longer merely about the pursuit of wealth. The reputation of Jianyu Lu was priceless. Seeing Jian Wushuang's stance, Yi Xian understood that resolving the matter today would be no easy feat. His gaze gradually turned icy, and he began to channel his inner strength, unleashing an overwhelming pressure towards Jian Wushuang. In response, Jian Wushuang emitted a cold grunt, sheathing the Hanyu sword within his sleeve, clenching his fists as his formidable inner strength surged from his dantian, exuding a pressure equal to Yi Xian's. The two colossal killing intents enveloped the chamber, causing even the wooden table to tremble under the strain. Bang! The sound of shattering teacups echoed, as if signaling the onset of conflict between Jian Wushuang and Yi Xian. Ming 17 claws. Yi Xian bellowed, forming his hands into claws, channeling his inner strength into both hands, aiming directly for Jian Wushuang's heart. Bodhi palm. Jian Wushuang, not daring to be careless in the face of Yi Xian's assault, immediately summoned his inner strength, executing the Bodhi palm, a technique that had previously repelled Elder Rome. This technique possessed the significant advantage of suppressing the opponent's inner strength, rendering their efforts ineffective and causing a sense of hindrance, which could inflict considerable harm on their meridians. Ming tormenting heart. Ming breaking army. Ming no life. Yi Xian unleashed the final three and most potent strikes of the Ming 17 claws upon engaging Jian Wushuang. The claw shadows overlapped, resembling three enormous skeletal poison claws, indistinguishable between reality and illusion, directly targeting Jian Wushuang's vital points. Such remarkable Ming 17 claws, let me experience them fully, Jian Wushuang shouted, advancing rather than retreating. As the imprint of the Bodhi palm transformed, his right palm appeared to grow larger, and within his palm, a golden character for Buddha emerged. Enlightened under the Bodhi tree in this life, the Bodhi palm secures no future existence. Golden Buddha Bodhi. This was the ultimate move derived from the perfected Bodhi palm. Accompanied by its emergence was the resonating sound of countless voices chanting, influencing one's mind and spirit, inducing a momentary daze. In duels between masters, such fleeting moments could prove fatal. Upon hearing the chorus of chants, even someone of Yi Xian's caliber felt a momentary disorientation. He hastily bit down on his tongue to regain clarity. At this moment, the Yinming's 17 claws and Bodhi palm clashed head-on. Buzz, bang. The two techniques met, first producing a resonant hum, followed by a thunderous explosion. Jian Wushuang and Yi Xian both staggered back. Yi Xian felt a momentary stagnation in his inner strength during their clash. The surge of energy he had intended to unleash was stifled. Coupled with the immense force of Jian Wushuang's Bodhi palm, his hands now felt a slight numbness, indicating he had sustained a considerable setback in their confrontation. Hastily, Yi Xian circulated his inner strength to soothe the meridians in his arms, gradually alleviating the discomfort. Jian Wushuang's expression grew serious as well. The last Bodhi palm had exerted immense power, merely leaving Yi Xian's arms feeling slightly numb. It was evident that he would need to showcase his true abilities today, for otherwise, resolution would be elusive. Indeed, the last technique had also consumed a significant portion of Jian Wushuang's inner strength, especially when suppressing a master like Yi Xian, requiring a tremendous expenditure of energy. At this moment, both Jian Wushuang and Yi Xian raised their heads, locking eyes, each filled with caution. Yet the intensity of their battle spirit only intensified. Chapter 14. Dreaming back to the Tianzi assassination, life and death struggle, Yi Xian gazed intently at Jian Wushuang and remarked, reflecting upon 2 decades past, you single-handedly challenged 3 great masters atop Kunlun. I was unaware due to my seclusion and cultivation. Upon my emergence, you, Jian Wushuang, had already garnered widespread acclaim. The title of the foremost in the Jianghu has oscillated between us ever since. To engage with you now fulfills a long-held aspiration of mine. With a faint smile, Jian Wushuang replied, and I too share your sentiments. Today, let us determine the victor. As Jian Wushuang finished speaking, his figure halted momentarily, and the technique of falling rain without shadow was executed to perfection. Jian Wushuang made no discernible movement, yet Yi Xian felt a chilling breeze against his face. He could not help but snort derisively. In the next instant, a silhouette appeared before him. It was Jian Wushuang. This near-instantaneous movement was truly terrifying. Jian Wushuang's lips curled slightly as he delivered a straightforward punch toward Yi Xian, but the anticipated satisfaction of striking a target was absent. His fist passed through Yi Xian entirely. Phantom, 9 shadows wind technique, Jian Wushuang declared. Yi Xian's phantom gradually dissipated, revealing his true form 3 steps to the left of his former position. He turned to regard Jian Wushuang, only to see a cold smile playing on the latter's lips. A sense of foreboding washed over Yi Xian as he swiftly propelled himself forward. Yet, in that instant of forward motion, a punch landed solidly on his back. Fortunately, Yi Xian had sensed the danger and shifted his position, causing the blow to deviate slightly from its intended mark. Nevertheless, it was sufficient to draw a trickle of blood from the corner of Yi Xian's mouth as he soared nearly 10 meters forward before abruptly turning to face his attacker. There stood Jian Wushuang, upright, with his fist still not fully retracted. Yi Valley Master, I have witnessed your 9 shadows wind technique before. Do not presume that only you can conjure phantoms. I happen to possess that skill as well, Jian Wushuang stated nonchalantly. Upon hearing this, Yi Xian's expression darkened profoundly, realizing he had been deceived by Jian Wushuang. The attack on his phantom had also been a mere illusion. Jian Wushuang, it seemed, was exceedingly experienced in combat, wielding remarkable techniques. Had he not sensed the impending danger, he would have surely fallen victim to a treacherous assault. Humph. Do you truly believe this old man fears a younger generation like you? I have cultivated profound inner strength for over 70 years. Even if you began practicing in your mother's womb, you could never rival my prowess. Today, I shall demonstrate what true martial arts entail. As he spoke, Yi Xian's visage twisted into a fierce expression, clearly incensed by Jian Wushuang's earlier actions. In the face of Yi Xian's fury, Jian Wushuang cast aside any notions of underestimating his opponent. In terms of inner strength, he was merely at the 8th layer of the Qian Kuan Earth realm, while this old man had ascended to the 8th layer of the Qian Kuan Heaven realm. Though only a single realm apart, it indicated that in a life and death struggle, Jian Wushuang would undoubtedly fall short in terms of inner strength. Even if it costs me my life, today I shall claim yours, Yi Xian, Jian Wushuang thought resolutely. At that moment, Yi Xian closed his eyes, allowing his arms to hang at his sides, palms turned upward. A faint white energy emanated from his palms, circulating through his body's meridians. In a short while, he became enveloped in this potent energy. Jian Wushuang watched gravely, Realizing that Yi Xian had resolved not to engage in reckless combat any longer, but instead to unleash his most formidable technique to determine the outcome. Observing Yi Xian surrounded by the pale energy, Jian Wushuang felt a shiver of trepidation, for he sensed the terrifying nature of the technique Yi Xian was about to unleash. If executed, its power would be astounding. With the pale energy swirling around him, Yi Xian suddenly opened his eyes, fixating on Jian Wushuang, and coldly declared, "This technique embodies the essence of my martial arts cultivated over 70 years. As the saying goes, high places are cold. I believe this technique would accompany me to the grave. But I never anticipated encountering you, Jian Wushuang. You are worthy of this ultimate skill, and dying beneath its shadow shall not tarnish your reputation." Remember this move, the Prajna Demon Slaughter. The Prajna Demon Slaughter consists of 4 forms. The first form, Universal Salvation. The second form, Vajra Subduing Demon. The third form, Destruction of Heaven and Earth. And the fourth form, All Phenomena Return to One. This martial art requires an exceptionally powerful inner strength as its foundation. Once all 4 forms are executed, it will undoubtedly exhaust Yi Xian's true energy, making recovery impossible without at least 6 months of rest. Yet, the immense cost comes with unimaginable power. The Prajna Demon Slaughter is designed to annihilate opponents, shattering bones and severing blood vessels. Any resistance, however slight, could result in utter destruction. Those of lesser martial prowess would be reduced to dust, a statement not exaggerated in the least. Even with Yi Xian's current capabilities, he could only manage to execute the first 3 forms, while the fourth would be a considerable strain. Feeling the escalating pressure, Jian Wushuang's long robe was torn to shreds by the energy. He fixed his gaze on Yi Xian, devoid of any fear. "Since Yi Valley Master holds me in such high regard, I shall reveal my secrets as well. Today, let my Tian-Di reincarnation technique contend with your Prajna Demon Slaughter." Jian Wushuang bellowed. The Tian-Di reincarnation technique is Jian Wushuang's ultimate skill, his true trump card for survival. It is a pinnacle martial art within the Jianyu heart method, divided into 3 forms. Buddha descends to the world, sword sweeps the 6 directions, and unity of heaven and earth. The execution of this technique necessitates a fine sword, enhancing its effectiveness. Fortuitously, Jian Wushuang had an exquisite sword at hand, the Hanyu sword. At this moment, Jian Wushuang drew the sword, and with a flash of black light, the temperature in the chamber dropped slightly. Gripping the Hanyu sword, he channeled his inner energy into the blade, swinging the sword in increasingly rapid motions, the black light intensifying with each movement. Buddha descends to the world. Go! With a powerful roar, Jian Wushuang extended the Hanyu sword, which elongated to 7 feet, its blade aimed directly at Yi Xian. A streak of black light shot forth from the sword tip, accompanied by a swift whoosh, racing toward Yi Xian's face. "Come forth, Universal Salvation. Rise." Yi Xian responded with equal fervor, gathering his entire energy before him to form a colossal shield, bracing for the oncoming dark sword light, which struggled to breach the pale energy shield. With a thunderous crash, the sword light met the energy shield, producing a resounding echo that rippled through the surrounding air, creating waves that spread for dozens of meters, striking the stone walls, which crumbled like tofu under the force. "Humph," Jian Wushuang sneered. The Hanyu sword danced and whirled as he charged toward Yi Xian, shouting, "Sword sweeps the 6 directions. Break for me." As the command was uttered, the Hanyu sword transformed from large to small, its brilliance deepening. The sword light shrank to the size of a needle, piercing the energy shield, producing a faint crack followed by a sharp explosion as the shield shattered. In that moment, as the sword light was set to pierce Yi Xian, he formed a hand seal and bellowed, "Vajra Subduing Demon, Destruction of Heaven and Earth." A massive hand surged toward Jian Wushuang's Hanyu sword, shattering the sword light into fragments. When the sword and hand finally made contact, they separated instantly, without even a sound marking their clash. All phenomena returned to one. Blood spilled from Yi Xian's mouth as his internal energy became wildly disordered. Even so, he was compelled to unleash this most powerful form. Suddenly, the energy in front of Yi Xian morphed into a ferocious tiger, its gaping maw lunging toward Jian Wushuang. After executing this technique, Yi Xian appeared drained, clutching his chest as he hurriedly sat cross-legged. "Humph! Unity of heaven and earth." As Jian Wushuang unleashed a thunderous roar, the Hanyu sword slipped from his grasp. With both hands swiftly forming seals, a formidable internal force surged forth from his palms, racing towards the Hanyu sword. In an instant, the internal energy flowed into the Hanyu sword, causing it to tremble in midair as if suspended in time. Subsequently, this sword, which should have flown straight, transformed into a soaring dragon, darting directly towards the ferocious tiger. At that moment, Jian Wushuang retreated hastily, leaning against the wall to maintain his balance. The sound of tiger roars and dragon cries resonated within the confines of the secret chamber, shaking it to its very core, causing bricks and debris to cascade from the walls. Finally, the clash of tiger and dragon occurred. The white tiger collided with the black dragon, and a profound silence enveloped the space before an earth-shattering explosion erupted, collapsing the chamber. The entire Luo Yi Valley reverberated with the thunderous noise, shaking the ground itself. What transpired? What was happening? Look, isn't that smoke billowing from the direction of the Valley Master's secret chamber? How could it have collapsed? The revelers in the plaza paused, their wine cups frozen in midair, faces etched with shock as they witnessed the unfolding chaos. The infamous duo of black and white from Luo Yi Valley and the three sons of the Yi family furrowed their brows, observing the scene. The tremors persisted for over 10 seconds, and once they subsided, the black and white duo quickly stepped forward. Yi Bai addressed the crowd, urging them to remain calm, explaining that their Valley Master was merely practicing in the secret chamber and had momentarily lost control, resulting in such upheaval. Such a moment of inspiration? This was indeed a staggering display. The sheer destructive force unleashed during a mere practice session was nothing short of terrifying. As the chamber lay in ruins, debris scattered about. The only two areas remaining intact were where Yi Xian and Jian Wushuang stood, the ground beneath them miraculously unscathed. At this moment, Yi Xian sat cross-legged on the ground, blood trickling from the corner of his mouth, his gaze unfocused as he looked at Jian Wushuang. Jian Wushuang remained standing, albeit precariously, and began to approach Yi Xian step by step. Between them, the Han Yu sword stood firmly embedded in the ground, its dark blade radiating a chilling glimmer. As Jian Wushuang drew closer, he grasped the Han Yu sword, advancing towards Yi Xian. Both were gravely injured, their internal energy nearly depleted, and the impact from their earlier clash had left Yi Xian defenseless, vulnerable as he faced potential demise. Yi Xian managed a bitter smile, murmuring, "It seems I have truly aged." Jian Wushuang, inching closer, was also on the brink of collapse. Looking at Yi Xian, he spoke slowly. "You have fallen beneath the blade of my Han Yu sword. It is no injustice." Yi Xian sighed with a wry smile, then slowly closed his eyes, resigning himself to his fate, aware that Jian Wushuang would not spare him easily. Just as Jian Wushuang drew near, the sound of footsteps echoed, indicating someone was approaching. Jian Wushuang, having exhausted his strength, was now a mere 10 meters from Yi Xian, yet he knew he could not retreat further unless he wished for his own demise. With a heavy sigh, Jian Wushuang declared, "Heaven has not forsaken you. Remember, your life is one I shall claim in due time." With that, he sheathed his sword and made his way towards the exit, casting a meaningful glance back at Yi Xian before disappearing from sight. Yi Xian gradually opened his eyes, his expression inscrutable, a mixture of resignation, regret, and a flicker of unexpected relief at surviving. Footsteps resounded once more, and Yi Xian looked up to see his third son, Yi Cheng, approaching. "Chenger," Yi Xian called wearily. "Father." Yi Cheng stood before his father, a peculiar smile gracing his features. This strange smile sent a jolt of concern through Yi Xian. In the deep of night, beyond the outskirts of Luo Yi City lay a dense and desolate forest. Approaching the hour of the rat, even the foraging birds fell silent. A gentle breeze rustled the leaves, but not a sound could be heard. Everything was enveloped in tranquility, with only the occasional twinkling of stars to mark the passage of time. Within the forest, high above the ground, a pair of bright eyes glinted with urgency. This figure, concealed within the shadows, awaited Jian Wushuang. This was Qiu Tian. Suddenly, a white silhouette darted swiftly into the heart of the forest, landing with a tremor and erupting into a fit of violent coughs, blood spilling from the corner of his mouth. The newcomer clutched a tree trunk to steady himself. It was none other than Jian Wushuang, who had narrowly escaped from Luo Yi Valley after his fierce battle with Yi Xian. A whisper of wind signaled danger, and Jian Wushuang quickly lifted his head to see a shadow approaching. In an instant, a figure materialized before him, supporting him with an expression filled with concern. Upon recognizing Qiu Tian, Jian Wushuang's countenance softened slightly. "Master," Qiu Tian inquired urgently about Jian Wushuang's injuries. Jian Wushuang, his pallid face forcing a faint smile, replied, "I am fine, merely exhausted. During my confrontation with Yi Xian, my internal energy was nearly depleted, and though I managed to defeat him, I sustained injuries from his overwhelming force. I fear it will take months of recuperation before I fully heal." Relieved to hear that Jian Wushuang's life was not in danger, Qiu Tian's expression turned serious as he gazed toward the direction of Luoyi Valley. Our enmity with Luoyi Valley, Feihuang Fortress, Deming Prefecture, and Qingcheng Pavilion has been forged. We cannot expect a peaceful resolution. You are the pillar of Jianghu Tower and must recover swiftly. Yi Xian has proven his strength, earning his reputation as the foremost in the martial world. However, without him, it is unlikely Luoyi Valley will maintain its former glory. Jian Wushuang, managing a rueful smile, shook his head. Though I defeated Yi Xian, I did not kill him. What? Qiu Tian exclaimed, alarmed. Even you could not slay Yi Xian? With a hint of resignation, Jian Wushuang replied, it is fate. It was not that I could not kill him, but rather that I missed the opportunity. Qiu Tian fell silent, contemplating Jian Wushuang's words. The latter then declared resolutely, Jianghu Tower will not relent. Once I have healed, I shall return to claim Yi Xian's life. Yet, after this encounter, Yi Xian will surely be on guard, Qiu Tian cautioned weakly. Jian Wushuang's gaze grew distant, and he fell silent, gesturing for Qiu Tian to lead him away. Qiu Tian quickly supported Jian Wushuang as they made their way back to Jianghu Tower. A month later, upon returning to Jianghu Tower, Jian Wushuang entered seclusion to heal, yet his recovery was painfully slow. It was only after 15 days that he emerged to address any pressing matters within the tower. On this day, Jian Wushuang sat in the main hall of Jianghu Tower, his complexion still pale. Draped in a sable cloak, he curled up in his chair, surrounded by the 5 elders, 10 ajuras, and 24 stewards who stood attentively in the chamber. The ever-cheerful Osher, known for his smile, was the first to speak. Master, since your return, Jianghu Tower has enjoyed a period of tranquility, with no significant events to report. Jian Wushuang nodded absent-mindedly, stating, during my mission with Qiu Tian, we uncovered some troubling news regarding Jianghu Tower's rivals, Feihuang Fortress, Qingcheng Pavilion, Deming Prefecture, and Luoyi Valley. What recent activities have transpired? Elder Tsang Ying spoke coldly. Those shameless factions dare to conspire against my Jianghu Lu. If they come, I shall ensure they return empty-handed. As for the proprietors of Feihuang Bao, Qingcheng and Deming Fu, they must be terrified, for there has been no activity from them this past month. Rather, they have grown increasingly discreet. I believe their masters are reflecting on whether they truly wish to provoke Jianghu Lu regarding Luoyi Gu. Hearing this, Jian Wushuang's eyes suddenly brightened, and he regarded Song Qing with a serious expression, clearly most concerned about the affairs of Luoyi Gu. Before Song Qing could respond, the jovial Mi Lu Osher interjected, a significant event has recently transpired in Luoyi Gu. Oh, what event? Jian Wushuang inquired. Master, the leader of Luoyi Gu, Yi Xian, sustained fatal injuries 3 days ago and has passed away. Hiss. Jian Wushuang gasped in shock. While others might be unaware, he certainly could not be. After their confrontation, Jian Wushuang had indeed had the opportunity to slay Yi Xian, but had missed his chance, interrupted by an outsider. Although he had severely wounded Yi Xian, Jian Wushuang understood that Yi Xian would not easily succumb to death. Now, with Yi Xian deceased due to his injuries, it was rather suspicious. Jian Wushuang squinted, lost in thought. Suddenly, he asked, is this matter absolutely certain? Song Ying replied solemnly, this news has spread throughout the Jianghu. And moreover, tomorrow is Yi Xian's funeral. It cannot be false. With Song Qing's affirmation, Jian Wushuang could no longer contain his shock and voiced his confusion. Yi Xian is actually dead? How could this be? At that moment, the steward Qiu Tian laughed heartily. Master, your prowess is unmatched. Yi Xian's time was up, and he died well. Now, the grand task of Jianghu Lu is also complete. Hearing Qiu Tian's words, some in the assembly nodded in agreement, while others frowned, seemingly harboring different thoughts. A murmur of hushed discussions filled the hall. Jian Wushuang tapped his forehead, evidently perplexed. Elder Tsang Ying inquired, Master, do you believe Yi Xian should not have died this way? Upon hearing this, the hall fell silent, all eyes turning to Jian Wushuang. He slowly nodded and said, indeed, Yi Xian's death is rather perplexing. The individuals in the hall were no fools. Each was exceptionally intelligent. Jian Wushuang's mere statement shifted the atmosphere to one of gravitas, as everyone sensed something amiss. Suddenly, Mi Lu Osher spoke up. Now, disregarding other factions, the people of Luoyi Gu are already aware that Yi Xian had a confrontation with the master. With Yi Xian's death from his injuries, the blame will naturally fall upon the master. If we are not careful, we might unwittingly fall into a scheme of using a knife to kill someone. Jian Wushuang took a deep breath and nodded. Indeed, I suspect that Luoyi Gu will announce the connection between Yi Xian's death and myself at the funeral. At that point, They will have a legitimate reason to seek revenge against Jianyu Lu, adding to this the alliances of Fei Huangbao, Qing Qinggu, and Ming Fu. It poses a significant crisis for Jianyu Lu, especially while I am still recovering. Upon hearing Jian Wushuang's analysis, everyone in the hall furrowed their brows. Jian Wushuang continued, I cannot shake the feeling that this matter is exceedingly strange. It seems this conspiracy is even more sinister than we imagined. In the Jianghu, who would dare to set such a trap? Qiu Tian pondered aloud. Could it be Fei Huangbao, Ming Fu, and Qing Qinggu? They are merely conspirators, but if they are the masterminds, I would not believe it. Even under duress. Mi Lu Oshur added, at that time, the underworld's emissaries were present and foretold everything. They proclaimed that when the sword rain is unsheathed, it shall surely slay Yi Xian, heralding great change in the Jianghu, and that day is upon us. With Yi Xian's death, the leadership of the Jianghu is likely to change hands. Unaware of the true nature of the situation, Jian Wushuang, who conducted himself with utmost integrity, declared, Jianyu Lu operates with unwavering principles. Let whatever schemes come, we shall confront them head-on. The master speaks rightly. We shall turn the tide. Indeed, there is nothing to fear. A chorus of agreement arose from the assembly. Jian Wushuang stated, in the near future, I may need to enter seclusion to recuperate. The affairs of Jianyu Lu shall be managed by the 5 elders. For the time being, refrain from accepting new tasks and consolidate our personnel. Caution is paramount. Understood. The group responded in unison. That night, in Jian Wushuang's chamber, he sat in contemplation while Elder Song Ying, Mi Lu Oshur, and Qiu Tian stood within. The flickering candlelight casting shadows on Jian Wushuang's somewhat pallid face, revealing a deep contemplation. Master, Song Qing gently called out. Jian Wushuang lifted his gaze to the 3, saying, Jianyu Lu seems to be in trouble. The trio immediately grasped the gravity of the situation. Displaying no overt surprise, Mi Lu Oshur softly asked, May I inquire, who was the one that interrupted your strike that day? Jian Wushuang replied, It was likely a person from Luo Yigu. I was in a hurry to leave and did not see who it was. Why? Do you suspect this individual? Qiu Tian expressed, I doubt it. If this person were involved in the conspiracy, there would be no need to disturb the master. They could simply allow the master to eliminate Yi Xian, achieving the same outcome. To plot Yi Xian's demise while simultaneously framing the master as the murderer, only to interrupt the master. Wouldn't that be an exercise in futility? Jian Wushuang squinted, replying coolly, Qiu Tian makes a valid point. Whoever orchestrated this must be astute enough not to engage in such fruitless actions. Mi Lu Oshur chuckled, while the outcome may appear the same, there is a significant difference. Jian Wushuang and Qiu Tian exchanged surprised glances at Mi Lu Oshur, with Qiu Tian asking, what difference? The timing differs. Had the master acted then, Yi Xian would have perished a month prior. Yet now, a month has passed, and only now has Yi Xian died. That is a full month of difference, a month that allows for many machinations. Song Qing questioned. Yet Luo Yigu could also have sealed the information and delayed its announcement for a month, could they not? This time, Mi Lu Oshur remained silent. While Jian Wushuang spoke, that is implausible. Not to mention the multitude of Jianghu experts present that day. Even within Luo Yigu, opinions were divided. Yi Xian's 3 sons were at odds with each other. Achieving a perfect information blackout in such an environment would be more complicated than severing my own arm. Mi Lu Oshur nodded, affirming precisely. Upon hearing this, Qiu Tian fell silent, grappling with the implications. A month had passed. What could transpire in that time? Song Qing pondered aloud. Suddenly, Jian Wushuang rose, startling Song Qing and the others. They looked at him with surprise. As Jian Wushuang's eyes narrowed, an icy aura emanated from him as he slowly spoke. I have an ominous premonition. A storm of bloodshed and destruction seems imminent. Chapter 16. The Night of Bloodshed. A sect in turmoil on the day of Yi Xian's funeral at Luo Yigu. A somber atmosphere enveloped the entire valley. From the entrance to the inner valley's Luo Yi shrine, wreaths and mourning banners adorned the path, draped in white. Even the visiting guests donned somber white attire. The air was filled with hushed cries and whispers of condolences, creating a stark contrast to the festive celebrations merely a month prior. In the square before the Liya shrine, guests sat in solemn silence. Disciples of Liya Valley, clad in mourning garb, moved gracefully about, serving tea and pouring water. Everything was remarkably tranquil and orderly as everyone awaited the arrival of the hosts of this funeral, the Yi family. Soon, a robust elder emerged from the Liya shrine. It was Yi Xiong. Dressed in mourning attire, Yi Xiong appeared gaunt, as though he had endured profound hardships. exuding an aura of having narrowly escaped calamity. None present understood the extent of Yi Xiong's tribulations. His sudden aging by what seemed a decade delivered a striking visual impact on those gathered. Yi Xiong first offered a respectful bow to the attendees before slowly speaking. I, Yi, extend my heartfelt gratitude to all for coming to pay respects to my father. Thank you. The crowd reciprocated the gesture. The saying goes, a centipede dies but does not fall, and though Yi Xian had passed, it did not signify that Lia Valley would be easily bullied. The formidable influence of the valley remained intact, not to be trifled with. The martial world is filled with discerning eyes. Although Lia Valley may not wield the same prestige as in Yi Xian's lifetime, it was certainly not a minor faction to be looked down upon. At the very least, it held comparable standing to powers such as Feihuang Fortress and Daming Prefecture. Thus, many from the martial world attended Yi Xian's funeral, including representatives from Feihuang Fortress, Qingqing Pavilion, and Daming Prefecture. Yet, these attendees were not merely elders but the true heads of these factions. This left many puzzled. How could the once mighty Lia Valley's leaders be absent in its prime, yet present now that its fortunes had waned? Were they here merely to gloat? After surveying the surroundings and allowing the guests to exchange pleasantries, Yi Xiong continued, my father lived a life of integrity, earning considerable respect in the martial world. Many friends in this realm honored him as an elder, and for this, I, Yi Xiong, express my profound gratitude for your respect and esteem. The crowd engaged in further cordial exchanges. Yi Xiong then declared, today, in honor of my father's funeral, Lia Valley shall adhere to tradition and announce the new valley leader. Gasps of surprise rippled through the audience. Indeed, many had come not solely to mourn Yi Xian, but to discern who would henceforth govern Lia Valley, a matter of significance not only for its continuity, but also for the power dynamics within the martial world. Yi Xiong extended his arm, and from the Lia shrine emerged another figure, Yi Xian's eldest son, Yi Long. Upon his appearance, many in the crowd scoffed. Although Yi Long was Yi Xian's son, he was known for his narrow-mindedness and overwhelming personal ambition. If he were to lead Lia Valley, there would be little to fear from its future. Yi Long seemed to sense the disdainful gazes, furrowing his brow slightly before stepping aside in silence, which only deepened the crowd's confusion. Yi Xiong continued, this is my elder brother, Yi Long. No further introduction is necessary. Next, I would like to formally invite several esteemed guests. First, the Lord of Feihuang Fortress, Senior Shangwan Xiongyu, the Lord of Daming Prefecture, Tu Xian, the head of Qingqing Pavilion, Meng Ruyan. As Yi Xiong spoke, the three figures emerged from the Lia shrine. The first, an elder nearing 70, possessed white hair and a slender frame, yet exuded an aura of competence. His keen eyes sparkled with vitality. Clad in a white robe, he embodied an ethereal presence, moving with both steadiness and grace. This was Shangwan Xiongyu, the third-ranked master in the martial world, known as the Flying Heavenly Yama of Feihuang Fortress. Following him was a tall, robust middle-aged man, nearly 2 meters in height, dressed in black, with a chiseled face and stern gaze, embodying strength. He was Tu Xian, the current lord of Daming Prefecture, son of the renowned quick-killing blade, Tu Feng. Lastly, a stunningly beautiful woman appeared, her captivating eyes making it difficult for men to meet her gaze, although she appeared to be in her 30s. Those aware of her true age knew her to be over 60, a sorceress of formidable prowess whose mastery of beauty preservation techniques kept her youthful appearance. This was Meng Ruyan, the head of Qingqing Pavilion. Who would have thought that such an enchanting name belonged to a ruthless female villain? The crowd buzzed with excitement, murmuring in hushed tones as they discussed the surprising presence of these legendary figures. Observing the commotion, Yi Xiong raised his hands for silence. Once tranquility returned, he cleared his throat and proclaimed, finally, I present to you the new valley leader of Lia Valley, Yi Cheng. What? Yi Cheng? Isn't he the one who was thought to be simple-minded? Whispers rippled through the crowd. It was said that Yi Cheng was once an extraordinary talent who, for reasons unknown, had undergone a drastic personality change 8 years ago, becoming mute, leading everyone to believe he had suffered some trauma that rendered him dull-witted. Could it be that Yi Cheng had recovered? As the murmuring subsided, a figure clad in a green robe, smiling gently, stepped forth from the Lia shrine. Though he bore a smile, an undercurrent of chilling intensity was palpable. Yet, compared to his previously somber demeanor, Yi Cheng now appeared much more spirited. The crowd gazed at him, and he returned their gaze with a smile, but silence lingered as the atmosphere grew increasingly peculiar. Suddenly, Yi Cheng spoke, esteemed guests. My father's untimely death brings us profound sorrow. However, as a disciple of Lia Valley and a member of the martial world, it is my duty to uncover the truth behind my father's demise. The audience listened intently, and perceptive individuals seemed to catch hints of significance in his words. Yi Cheng continued, "Before you, my martial friends, I shall reveal the details surrounding my father's death. On the day of his grand birthday celebration, he invited Mr. Wu, who had come from afar, to a private meeting, claiming to possess a divine weapon as a gift. Unexpectedly, Mr. Wu ambushed my father in the meeting, inflicting grave injuries that ultimately led to his passing. The crowd frowned, pondering the implications. How could someone injure Yi Xian, the foremost master in the martial world? Surely, this individual was no ordinary foe, yet his identity remained shrouded in mystery. Yi Cheng pressed on. My father was renowned as the foremost master in the martial world. To inflict such harm upon him, even through treachery, speaks volumes of this person's formidable skills. After extensive investigation, we have finally uncovered the identity of this scoundrel." Curiosity surged through the crowd, eager to learn more. Yi Cheng disdainfully scoffed before declaring, "This person is none other than the leader of Sword Rain Tower, Jian Wushuang." The revelation sent shockwaves through the audience, akin to a stone cast into a tranquil pond, causing everyone to rise in astonishment. Even Shangwan Xiongyu and the others on the platform furrowed their brows. Although they were already aware of this, hearing Jian Wushuang's name always elicited discomfort. Yi Cheng seized the moment to emphasize. As the saying goes, the enmity of a slain father cannot be overlooked. Moreover, Jinyu Lu engages solely in the heinous business of buying lives. Countless individuals have suffered at the hands of Jinyu Lu, yet most dare not voice their grievances. Today, I hereby propose that those willing to join us in assaulting Jinyu Lu to eradicate this scourge of the Jianghu form the Mingyu Alliance, and together, we shall uproot this malignant tumor from our realm. Now that Jian Wushuang has been gravely injured by my father, what better opportunity to strike than now? I seek only to avenge my father's murder, and once we have besieged Jinyu Lu, the treasures we acquire shall be yours to claim. Those present are not fools. While it is true that Jinyu Lu profits from the taking of lives, the Jianghu is inherently fraught with bloodshed and violence. Indeed, while many have suffered at the hands of Jinyu Lu, just as many have faced misfortune from Liu Gu. This is the nature of the Jianghu, and it is utterly despicable that Yi Cheng would exploit such common experiences as tools of persuasion. Furthermore, it appears that Deming Fu, Fei Huangbao, and Qing Qinggu have allied with Liu Gu. It is no wonder that the leaders of these three factions have made their presence known. Their intent is to inspire others to join the Mingyu Alliance. Well, it is rare to witness such resolve from the leader of Liu Gu. We shall accompany you in your assault on Jinyu Lu. Indeed, once we have eradicated Jinyu Lu, I hope to receive my fair share of the spoils. Haha, precisely. As some have already spoken in agreement, it is evident that a few were prearranged by Yi Cheng. Yet this has undeniably bolstered the growing strength of the Mingyu Alliance, akin to a snowball effect. Seeing this, Yi Cheng laughed heartily, promising that the treasures acquired from the siege of Jinyu Lu would be distributed among all. This alliance, resembling a band of robbers, has evoked considerable disdain from some attendees. Yi Cheng turned to glance at Shangwan Xiongyu and the others, flashing a toothy grin, and they reciprocated with smiles. However, Yi Xiong and Yi Long, standing to the side, wore expressions of discomfort. The atmosphere in the square grew increasingly fervent, with some discussing the division of spoils and strategizing the assault on Jinyu Lu. Clearly, the backing of the four major powers, coupled with Jian Wushuang's serious injury, has emboldened these individuals considerably. Nevertheless, a few remained silent, gazing blankly at the overcast sky, recalling the ominous words spoken during Yi Xian's birthday banquet. When the sword rains forth, it shall surely cut down Yi Xian. A great upheaval in the Jianghu is imminent. Indeed, a great upheaval in the Jianghu is upon us, starting from this very day. Chapter 17. The Night of Blood and Souls. A shocking conspiracy nightfall enveloped Liu Gu. The once familiar surroundings have changed. Now seated in the main hall of the Liu Temple is Yi Cheng, the third son of Yi Xian and the new leader of Liu Gu. Alongside him sit Shangwan Xiongyu, Meng Ruyan, and Tu Xian, while the black and white dual killers and the five elements elders merely stand at the side. As this gathering consists of the elite of the Jianghu. Before these figures, all standing present felt a subtle pressure, a weight emanating from those in power. An unintentional aura of authority released with every gesture. The four raised their cups in mutual respect before slowly setting them down. Meng Ruyan, the leader of Qing Qinggu, spoke first. Yi Guzhu, is that special battalion you mentioned prepared? Yi Cheng smiled gently, assuring her, rest assured, Meng Guzhu. The reason for my month-long delay was to ensure that this battalion is fully prepared. We are determined to besiege Jinyu Lu, and we will not allow a single error. According to our agreement, we shall mount our assault on Jianghu 3 nights hence. Indeed, Yi Guzhu speaks truthfully. However, as we now stand united, I must request clarity from you, Yi Guzhu. Forgive my bluntness, but if you do not elucidate the circumstances, I cannot shake the feeling of being manipulated. Tu Xian interjected suddenly. Though Tu Xian is the leader of Deming Fu, his demeanor starkly contrasts the typical disposition of his faction. He possesses a calm character and an exceptionally clever mind, yet he is forthright and often appears as though the world owes him something. His scowl aligning well with Deming Fu's usual image. Upon hearing Tu Xian's inquiry, Shangwan Xiongyu and Meng Ruyan turned their curious gazes toward Yi Cheng, clearly eager to hear his response. It is essential to clarify this matter. A year prior, Shangwan Xiongyu, Meng Ruyan, and Tu Xian received a secret letter, the content of which was simple yet weighty. The Jianghu will change hands. The time of survival or demise is upon us. Zijing Mountain Manor. On the night of the full moon. What is Zijing Mountain Manor? On the surface, it appears to be a luxurious inn located atop Zijing Mountain. Yet it is not open year-round. It only welcomes guests during the Mid-Autumn Festival for a month, during which a grand trading auction is held. Regardless of the provenance of your treasures, one can boldly trade them there, for no one dares to cause trouble at Zijing Mountain Manor. However, the prices for dining and lodging during this month are exorbitant, making it inaccessible to ordinary people. Nonetheless, every year, Zijing Mountain Manor is fully booked, with no rooms left unoccupied. Those who frequent it are typically influential figures, making it a place where even the wealthiest merchants dare not tread. Thus, being able to attend the trading event at Zijing Mountain Manor during the Mid-Autumn Festival is a matter of great prestige. Under such extraordinary circumstances, the owner of Zijing Mountain Manor must be a formidable figure, yet they have never revealed themselves. Most affairs are handled by the innkeeper, Xiao Jinyang. There have been instances of troublemakers, but none have ever been seen again after their attempts, the outcome being self-evident. Consequently, many factions in the Jianghu choose to convene at Zijing Mountain Manor for significant negotiations, as it provides a fair environment where no one can secretly poison or scheme against others. Thus, the invitation sent to these three individuals was indeed for Zijing Mountain Manor. Given their status, they understood that no one would dare to jest with them. The people of the Jianghu generally adopt a mindset of better to believe than to disbelieve. And since they would indeed attend the trading event at Zijing Mountain Manor during the Mid-Autumn Festival, they thought it prudent to assess the situation as well. With this mindset, the three accepted the invitation. As for the author of the secret letter, it was none other than Yi Cheng. Upon arriving at Zijing Mountain Manor, Shangwan Xiongyu, Meng Ruyan, and Tu Xian met with Yi Cheng, the author of the letter, and held a clandestine discussion that lasted throughout the night. The content of their conversation revolved around Yi Cheng's desire to unite the three major factions to besiege Jianghu. However, at that time, Yi Cheng was merely the youngest son of Yi Xian and could not dictate the stance of Liu Yegu. As a result, Shangwan Xiongyu and the others scoffed at the notion, considering it a reckless endeavor akin to moths drawn to a flame, which they would never undertake. Yi Cheng, fully aware of this reality, called forth a mysterious figure to demonstrate their prowess. This individual engaged Tu Xian in nearly 100 exchanges without defeat. Tu Xian's martial skills are unquestionable. While he may not rival his father, the legendary knife wielder Tu Feng, he possesses a formidable mastery of around 70 to 80% of that prowess. Such a figure is undoubtedly among the elite in the Jianghu. And to withstand 100 exchanges against him without defeat speaks volumes of the mysterious figure's strength. Yet, this alone was insufficient to sway Shangwan Xiongyu and the others. For while impressive, Tu Xian would eventually overcome this individual. In comparison with Jian Wushuang, such martial skills pale in insignificance. However, at this juncture, Yi Cheng revealed another significant piece of information. This mysterious figure was merely one among the special battalion he had prepared, which consisted of a total of 80 individuals. If such a formidable expert does not inspire fear, then 80 of such masters would indeed be a terrifying existence. It is important to note that even the most powerful among the three, Shangwan Xiongyu, believes he could withstand at most 7 of these experts in a standstill. Beyond that, the wheel war tactic would wear him down to exhaustion. With this unexpected group of elite warriors, the steadfast resolve of Shangwan Xiongyu and his companions began to wane. Though they still exhibited some hesitation, Yi Cheng was acutely aware that without offering sufficient benefits, negotiations could not proceed. Thus, he promised that after the siege of Jianghu Tower, all treasures would be shared equally among their three families, with himself taking nothing, including all martial arts manuals from Jianghu Tower. While the ordinary treasures held little interest for the trio, the martial arts of Jianghu Tower were coveted by these wanderers of the Jianghu for a long time. Therefore, under these conditions, Shangguan Xiongyu and his companions finally relented but added one more request, to involve Liyue Valley in the siege. If Liyue Valley could participate, their hearts would be much steadier. Yi Cheng made one final and crucial promise. Within a year, he would gain control of Liyue Valley and ensure the downfall of Jianghu Tower's strongest, Jian Wushuang. Even if he could not achieve their demise, he must inflict severe injury upon them to prevent interference. This promise was met with skepticism from Shangguan Xiongyu and his companions. Such matters were not mere words. With Yi Xian, the foremost master of the Jianghu, stationed in Liyue Valley, how could one gain control? To injure or eliminate Jian Wushuang seemed nothing short of a delusion. However, being seasoned veterans of the Jianghu, they kept these thoughts to themselves, merely stating that if Yi Cheng's words came to pass, then Feihuang Fortress, Daming Prefecture, and Qingqing Pavilion would certainly cooperate fully in the siege of Jianghu Tower. At that moment, the trio adopted a wait-and-see attitude. After all, neither Liyue Valley nor Jianghu Tower posed a challenge to them. With someone eager to stir the waters between these two factions, they welcomed the chaos and were indifferent to making the turmoil even more convoluted. Little did they expect that what had begun as doubt would culminate in Yi Cheng's astonishing success within a year. Not only did he become the master of Liyue Valley, but he also orchestrated a deadly clash between Yi Xian and Jian Wushuang, culminating in Yi Xian's death and Jian Wushuang's severe injuries. This plan, akin to killing three birds with one stone, showcased Yi Cheng's cunning and ruthless ambition, truly deserving of respect. Even Shangguan Xiongyu and his companions, who had navigated the Jianghu for years, dared not underestimate this young man before them. In response to their skepticism, Yi Cheng simply smiled lightly and said, "The elders of Liyue Valley have long been my confidants. Since we are all on the same side, I will be candid. I merely executed a strategy of using a borrowed knife to kill." Upon hearing this, the duo of Heibai Shuangsha and the Five Elements elder remained unperturbed, standing resolutely in place. Meanwhile, Yi Long and Yi Xiong exchanged glances, their expressions shifting slightly, revealing unspoken bitterness and helplessness. They had not anticipated that Liyue Valley had already fallen under Yi Cheng's control, while Yi Xian, Yi Xiong, and Yi Long remained blissfully unaware. It was indeed laughable that Yi Long and Yi Xiong once sought to curry favor with Yi Xian, attempting to position themselves as successors. The once unthreatening Yi Cheng now sat firmly in the position of Valley Master, exposing an undeniable disparity. "How did you execute this strategy of using a borrowed knife? Please enlighten us, Master Yi," Shangguan Xiongyu inquired. Yi Cheng nodded and explained, "I merely sent someone to stir up a small conflict with Tai Ling of the Hushi Iron Fist. Tai Ling has a friend, Jin Dingshan, the master of Jinding Mountain Manor. Within Jinding Mountain Manor lies the renowned Yin Yang 9 Extremes Pill, a treasure of immense value for those on the brink of reaching the 9th level of internal power, though of little use to ordinary individuals. As it happens, the master of Jianghu Tower is precisely such an expert." With these words, it became clear to all present the implications of this scheme. A collective intake of breath echoed through the hall. The attendees were not fools and swiftly pieced together the past events. Given the conflict between Tai Ling and Liyue Valley would undoubtedly seek to eliminate Tai Ling. Jin Dingshan, being generous and a friend to Tai Ling, would certainly protect him by hiding him within Jinding Mountain Manor. In Liyue Valley's eyes, Jinding Mountain Manor would be no more than ants, and it would not be a challenge to vent their wrath upon Jin Dingshan, likely resulting in the annihilation of his entire family. The reasoning behind this would be to allow Jin Shuping, Jin Dingshan's son, to avenge his father, adhering to the notion that debts must be repaid by the responsible party. As the master of Liyue Valley, Yi Xian would naturally bear this responsibility. Furthermore, considering the few forces in the Jianghu capable of contending with Liyue Valley, the best course of action would be to accept payment to eliminate threats, which Jianghu Tower was adept at. As long as they were willing to provide the Yin Yang 9 Extremes Pill, Jian Wushuang would undoubtedly be tempted. Yi Xian, the foremost master of the Jianghu, adhered to Jianghu Tower's principle of no retreat until death, thus making the assassination akin to a legendary mission. With Jian Wushuang personally taking action, the ensuing battle would inevitably lead to the two tigers clashing, while Yi Cheng would quietly reap the rewards. Such a scheme was truly exquisitely wicked. Upon recognizing this web of connections, everyone regarded Yi Cheng with newfound respect. This young man was not to be trifled with. Tu Xian gradually concealed his shock and coldly remarked, "It seems you, Master Yi, are willing to go to such lengths to achieve your goals. even at the expense of your father, Yi Xian. Truly remarkable tactics. Hearing Tu Xian's words, a flicker of pain crossed Yi Cheng's face. Observing this, Shangwan Xiongyu quickly interjected. Brother Tu, you are mistaken. As the saying goes, no man can achieve greatness without sacrifice. To accomplish great things, one must be willing to make sacrifices. Remember, even Emperor Taizong of the Tang dynasty instigated the Xuanwu Gate incident, yet it did not diminish his reputation as a wise ruler. History remembers the victors. And what matters is the outcome, not the means. Upon hearing Shangwan Xionyu's words, Tu Xian fell silent, though his gaze towards Yi Cheng was laced with disdain. Meanwhile, Yi Cheng appeared to have lost his earlier enthusiasm, choosing instead to drink in silence. Observing this, Shangwan Xiongyu and his companions refrained from speaking, as the matter had become clear. As for the origins of the mysterious group of elite warriors, it remained Yi Cheng's secret, and they deemed it unwise to inquire further. With Yi Cheng's cunning and the presence of such formidable allies, seizing the position of Valley Master in Luya Valley would undoubtedly not pose a significant challenge. The specifics of how he accomplished this, the methods employed, or the exact circumstances surrounding Yi Xian's demise were no longer of concern to anyone. At that moment, the only lingering question in everyone's mind was the nature of the deep-seated enmity between Yi Cheng and Jian Wushuang that drove Yi Cheng to such ruthless lengths to obliterate Jianghu Tower. However, this question remained unvoiced. The banquet had lost its appeal, and soon Shangwan Xiongyu and his companions respectfully took their leave, to which Yi Cheng returned the gesture, though his gaze remained somewhat vacant. After their departure, Yi Cheng waved for the others in the hall to retreat, leaving him alone in the chamber. His expression dark and foreboding as he murmured to himself, "Father, do not blame your son for being ruthless. Blame your unwillingness to delegate the Valley Master's power to me. I cannot wait any longer and must seize it for myself." Yi Cheng gulped down his drink and, with a hint of tears glistening in his eyes, whispered, "You heir, I will soon prove to you that your choice was a grave mistake." As he spoke, the wine cup in his hand shattered with a loud crack, shards cutting into his palm as blood seeped forth, falling to the ground and blooming into vivid crimson flowers against the stark black marble floor. A sight that was painfully striking. Chapter 18. The Night of Bloodshed. Attention ready to ignite. In the evening, at Jianghu Tower, a sudden and urgent report reverberated throughout the halls, causing the previously tranquil Jianghu Tower to become agitated. At this moment, in the conference hall of the Jianghu Tower, the smiling Mithriya Oshi and the elder Tsang Ing Chongqing stood at the forefront. The remaining elders, along with the 10 shura and 24 managers, were scattered throughout the hall, while 72 wandering practitioners were vigilantly stationed around Jianghu Tower. Suddenly, a Jianghu messenger rushed into the conference hall. Frowning, Oshi looked at the messenger and inquired, "Where is the Miayu alliance now?" The Jianghu messenger knelt on one knee and responded hastily, reporting to the elder, "The Miayu alliance has already crossed Luoyang City, and they are now less than 20 miles from our Jianghu Tower. They are expected to arrive in about half an hour." With a thunderous crash, Gao Xiang, one of the impulsive 10 shura, smashed a nearby table with a palm, exclaiming, "Do these scoundrels truly believe that Jianghu Tower fears them? Watch me lead a contingent to ambush them." With that, Gao Xiang attempted to stride out the door. "Hold on, Gao Xiang," a cold voice interrupted, belonging to the elder Tsang Ing Chongqing. "Going out like this is akin to a moth to a flame." The leaders of the Miayu alliance, Shangwan Xiongyu, Tu Xian, and Meng Ruyan, are formidable figures, and they are accompanied by countless experts, not to mention the Yi brothers from Luya Valley, Yi Xiong and Yi Long, along with the notorious black and white twins, as well as the 5 elements elder. Each of them is not to be underestimated. I have heard that they have also recruited several wandering masters from the Jianghu to bolster their ranks, including the rising star Yujian Shura Huang Muyang and the northern monk Niao Liao, both of whom possess remarkable skills. In light of such a powerful assembly, a moment's carelessness could lead to our utter destruction. Gao Xiang let out a deep sigh, falling silent and sulking in place. Oshi scratched his head and remarked to Chongqing, "With these major forces converging, they must be a formidable host. There are likely no fewer than 800. While our Jianghu Tower can muster only 174 at best. This is quite problematic." As soon as Oshi finished speaking, Gao Xiang shouted, "What does it matter how many there are? We can take down 10 for every one of us. No matter how many come, we will slay them all." Oshi smiled wryly and gestured for Gao Xiang to temper his impatience, saying, "Do not be hasty, Gao Xiang. You must understand that among those 1,000 or so people, there are undoubtedly first-rate experts. Alas, and where is the one leading this encirclement, Yi Cheng? Why is he not among them?" Could it be that he has other plans? He turned to Chongqing, asking, should we inform the lord of this matter? Oshi was quite close to the elder Songyang, often jokingly referring to him as Old Fly. Initially, Chongqing found this moniker irritating, but eventually he deemed it unworthy of response, allowing Oshi to continue. Chongqing narrowed his eyes, pondering for a moment before decisively shaking his head. The lord is currently in seclusion to recuperate. His vitality has been severely depleted, and his power diminished by half. I cannot risk disturbing him unless it is absolutely necessary, in a life-or-death situation. Upon hearing this, the people in the hall nodded in agreement. Indeed, Jian Wushuang's injuries were grave, and healing took precedence. Moreover, in his current state, even if he were to emerge from seclusion, he would not be able to wield much influence. Regardless of the circumstances, as the Lord has said, we shall meet force with force. Since guests have arrived, we naturally must go out and greet them, lest others say that Jianghu Tower lacks decorum and has neglected our guests, Oshi declared with grand enthusiasm. With that, he laughed heartily and strode toward the entrance. Oshi's carefree demeanor inspired those around him, and soon, Chongqing, along with the other elders, the 10 Shura, and the 24 managers followed suit. As the people of Jianghu Tower reached the mountain gate, a hearty laugh echoed from the sky. Accompanying this strange laughter was an aged voice that resonated. Ha ha. It has been 20 years since I last visited Jianghu Tower after my battle with Jian Wushuang. Now that I see it again, it is indeed impressive. As the sound waned, an elderly figure clad in white swiftly passed over the heads of the crowd. Before anyone could react, he leaped with the wind, leaving 2 footprints on the plaque at the entrance of Jianghu Tower, and then gracefully landed in front of Oshi. This person was none other than Shangwan Xiongyu, the master of Feihuang Fortress. Without leaving a trace, a manager murmured, furrowing his brow. Oshi also frowned, glancing back at the plaque, where the 2 distinct footprints were now clearly visible. Turning back, he addressed Shangwan Xiongyu with an icy tone. Master Shangwan, what is the meaning of this? What meaning? A seductive female voice chimed in, as Meng Ruyan, the leader of the Miayu Alliance, approached with her entourage. She playfully sauntered to Shangwan Xiongyu's side, mockingly observing the footprints on the plaque. Faced with the overwhelming presence of the Miayu Alliance, the members of Jianghu Tower grew serious, as they could distinctly sense several terrifying auras among the Alliance's ranks. Elder Tsang Ing Chongqing moved beside Oshi and calmly inquired, may I ask what brings you all to Jianghu Tower today? At that moment, a strikingly handsome young man garbed in a white robe stepped forth from the crowd, a jade sword at his waist. This was the rising star of the Jianghu, Jian Shura, Hua Muyang. With elegant strides, he held a rose in one hand, inhaling its fragrance while smiling at Chongqing, saying, Elder Tsang Ing, why pretend ignorance? We have made such a show of force. Are we here merely to borrow a restroom? Hua Muyang's words ignited laughter among the Miayu Alliance, while Shangwan Xiongyu regarded Oshi and Chongqing with amusement. The hot-tempered Gao Xiang stepped forward, shouting, humph. What kind of effeminate creature are you? If you seek trouble with Jianghu Tower, just say so. There is no need to send such ambiguous characters to prattle. At Gao Xiang's remark, Hua Muyang's face darkened with rage, and with a cold snort, he drew his sword and lunged at Gao Xiang. Humph. Do you think I fear you, you ambiguous fool? Gao Xiang retorted, drawing his battle blade in response. The abruptness of the confrontation did not deter either side. For in the Jianghu, empty words are of little value. What matters is the resolve to settle matters through combat. Shangwan Xiongyu and Meng Ruyan stepped back, while Chongqing and Oshi cleared a space for the duel. In that moment, Hua Muyang thrust his sword forward, a flash of white light signaling the tip of his blade nearing Gao Xiang. Your mouth is filthy. Today, I shall sever your tongue, he declared. Gao Xiang swung his massive battle blade with determination, advancing rather than retreating, aiming to cleave Hua Muyang in 2, clearly prepared to exchange lives. If Hua Muyang's jade sword were to pierce Gao Xiang's mouth, then Gao Xiang's blade would surely split Hua Muyang in half. Hua Muyang let out a cold snort, withdrawing his sword, then positioning it horizontally, he aimed a diagonal thrust upward. The jade sword met the battle blade with a resounding clash, sending forth brilliant sparks as Gao Xiang's attack was deftly countered, revealing Hua Muyang's struggle to adapt to Gao Xiang's deadly gambit. As the blades parted, Gao Xiang stepped forward, pivoting his body in a rapid spin 3 times before unleashing a powerful strike. The force of his blades surged through the air, creating a piercing sound as it bore down upon Hua Muyang, promising to cleave him in twain should it connect. Whirlwind slash, Gao Xiang shouted, unleashing his technique. Humph. Hua Muyang lifted his left foot slightly before stomping down with force, launching himself forward. The jade sword held straight as his body tensed. Just as the jade sword was about to meet the battle blade, Hua Muyang shouted, "Ha!" The jade sword plunged directly into the oncoming blade's edge, resulting in a thunderous crash. With a resounding clash, the first sound echoed as the jade sword struck against the steel blade, followed by a startling second sound as the jade sword pierced through the steel blade, driving deep into the marble floor. Then, Hua Muyang forcefully pushed the jade sword, releasing the hilt and propelling himself backward, shouting, "Linked kicks." At that moment, Gao Xiang was momentarily dazed by the piercing of his battle blade. In an instant, Hua Muyang unleashed a flurry of 7 rapid kicks toward Gao Xiang's chest. The force sent Gao Xiang hurtling backward, where unsheathed caught him, quickly applying pressure to several acupoints. Despite this, a trickle of blood escaped from Gao Xiang's mouth. After sending Gao Xiang flying, Hua Muyang executed a graceful turn in midair, landing softly on the ground. He deftly retrieved the jade sword from the marble, a swift motion that produced a sharp whoosh as he withdrew it, holding it in reverse with a cold smile directed at Gao Xiang. The seemingly complex actions had transpired in the blink of an eye. Shangwan Xiongyu laughed heartily, stepping forward to commend Hua Muyang. "Indeed, you are the jade sword Azura, far surpassing the other Azuras of the Sword Rain Tower. The youth is formidable, truly formidable." Hearing this, Hua Muyang beamed with pride, casting a sidelong glance at the furious Gao Xiang, and disdainfully remarked, "Lord Shangwan, you flatter me. Such a person is hardly worthy of my attention. Yet he ranks among the top 10 Azuras of the Sword Rain Tower. It is truly laughable." Upon hearing Hua Muyang's scorn, Gao Xiang felt a surge of rage rise within him, leading to a bitter taste in his throat, and with a sudden cough, blood was expelled. Unsheathed hastily supported Gao Xiang, while Chongqing remarked indifferently, "You lost due to your weapon. That jade sword is incomparable to your blade." This was indeed the truth. The jade sword wielded by the jade sword Azura was a celestial treasure, said to have been forged from the Tian Bingyu, a rare ice jade that formed over a millennium in the frigid heights of Tianshan, when discovered by the legendary craftsman Wu Hen. The original piece was no larger than a fist and was refined into 2 items: the exceptionally lightweight yet incredibly resilient Tian Bing Jian held by Hua Muyang, and the Tian Bing Jia, crafted from jade silk for protection. The origins of this Tian Bing Jian remain a mystery, yet it is believed that only the Han Yu Jian wielded by Jian Wu Shuang could rival it. Wu Hen, the master craftsman, is a legendary figure in the martial world, akin to the saint of the Ling Yun spear, Lian Fu Lu, elusive and wandering, with countless admirers but few who have seen him. Now, Hua Muyang's victory for the Miayu alliance has undoubtedly dealt a severe blow to the morale of the Sword Rain Tower. Tua Xian stepped forward and slowly spoke. "In terms of martial prowess, I believe only Jian Wu Shuang from your Sword Rain Tower is noteworthy. The others are not up to par." At this statement, the members of the Sword Rain Tower couldn't help but scowl, glaring at Tua Xian. The boisterous Yi Xiong approached, loudly addressing Qiu Tian among the crowd. "Humph. Aren't you that Ajio from that day? I recognize you. Call out that scoundrel Jian Wu Shuang. He killed my father, and today I shall avenge him. How dare you slander? Our leader did not kill Yi Xian." Qiu Tian retorted angrily. Yi Long stepped forward, cursing, "Enough of this. A true man takes responsibility. We have gathered so many martial friends and elders to seek justice for my father. Speak no further. Hand over the scoundrel Jian Wu Shuang, or we shall wash your Sword Rain Tower in blood tonight." "Humph. If you truly had reason, would you sneak in at such an hour? Furthermore, if you dare disrespect my lord again with your insolent words, you shall not leave here today," Chongqing coldly proclaimed. Hearing this, Yilong's throat tightened, and he dared not speak further. Shangwan Xiongyu sneered, "Your Sword Rain Tower is quite audacious. Facing death, you still dare to speak arrogantly. Today, we shall rid the martial world of the scourge that is your bloody dealings." Just as Shangwan Xiongyu finished speaking, a faint laugh echoed from the sky, followed by a voice that resonated through the air. "Hee hee, old Shangwan, you have quite the bravado. 20 years have passed. I wonder how much you have improved. Today, daring to cause trouble in my Sword Rain Tower, be prepared to remain here forever. At worst, Jian Wu Shuang will collect your corpses." The voice became sharp, and a white figure, moving at a speed almost imperceptible, swiftly appeared before Shangwan Xiongyu, a faint smile lingering on their face. The smile on Shangwan Xiongyu faded, his expression turning serious and his breathing heavy. You are Jian Wu Shuang." Chapter 19. The Night of Bloodshed and Soul's End. The rules of the martial world after 20 long years. Encountering Jian Wu Shuang again stirred profound emotions within Shangwan Xiongyu, recalling their battle atop Kunlun Mountain, where he, along with Lian Fu Lu and Tuo Feng, faced Jian Wu Shuang, and fell one by one. In those days, Shangwan Xiongyu was brimming with youthful vigor, akin to Jian Wushuang's current age. Now, however, he was an old man. Seeing that once unassailable formidable opponent, the pressure emanating from Jian Wushuang was as potent as ever, perhaps even more so. Jian Wushuang stood tall, like a steel spear, his white robe billowing gently in the night breeze. His striking and ethereal presence, combined with a subtle smile of confidence, rendered him almost unreachable and unfathomable. Jian Wushuang gazed at Shangwan Xiongyu with a smile. Old Shangwan, 20 years have passed. I hope you have been well. Shangwan Xiongyu cleared his throat, attempting to sound composed and dignified, then bowed slightly. Leader Jian, you still exude that heroic spirit and grandeur. At this moment, Osher Yi and Chongqing exchanged glances, revealing a hint of concern. Meanwhile, Meng Ruyan and Tuo Xian furrowed their brows, knowing that before their arrival, Yicheng had confidently assured that Jian Wushuang was gravely injured. However, the current sight showed no signs of injury. If Jian Wushuang was indeed unscathed, the outcome of today's confrontation was uncertain. Meanwhile, Hua Muyang scrutinized Jian Wushuang with a somewhat enchanting gaze. Having heard of the latter's legendary status since childhood, but never having the chance to meet him until now, Gao Xiang, feeling a surge of excitement, called out, "Leader." Jian Wushuang turned to look at Gao Xiang, noticing his disheveled state, causing his brow to furrow. He then turned to Shangwan Xiongyu and said, "There is no need for pleasantries. However, did you come to my Sword Rain Tower seeking trouble?" Meng Ruyan replied, "It cannot be called trouble. We were merely invited." She then smiled at Yi Xiong and Yi Long, who could not help but twitch in response, recognizing her skillful evasion of responsibility. Redirecting the focus onto the Luo Yi Valley, Jian Wushuang's gaze shifted to Yi Xiong, who appeared to be gathering courage, taking several deep breaths, ready to speak. Yet, he was interrupted by Hua Muyang. "Leader Jian, there is no need for blame here. We come to seek justice for the late Yi Xian. I am Hua Muyang, known as the Jade Sword Azura in the martial world, and I have long heard of your esteemed name. Today, I hope to receive your guidance." Hua Muyang provocatively declared. Shangwan Xiongyu welcomed this opportunity to gauge Jian Wushuang's true strength. Hua Muyang was certainly not a simple character. If Jian Wushuang was indeed gravely injured, there would be nothing to fear today. In the ensuing confrontation, Gao Xiang exclaimed, "To kill a bastard like you, do I even need to take action myself? Dare you face me again?" Hua Muyang, brandishing his sword, replied softly, No, I do not engage with defeated foes. What say you, Jian Luzhu? Are you willing to accept the challenge?" Jian Wushuang narrowed his eyes, fixedly gazing at the provocative Hua Muyang, who, emboldened by youthful bravado, returned his piercing stare. Suddenly, Hua Muyang moved, his jade sword shooting forth like a meteor, aimed directly at Jian Wushuang's throat. Just as Jian Wushuang was about to counter, a fierce gust of wind struck from the side, diverting the jade sword's trajectory. A tall, slender figure intervened, delivering a swift palm strike to Hua Muyang's chest. Taken aback by this unexpected obstruction, Hua Muyang's fury ignited. He swiftly shifted his stance, directing his sword towards the intruder's neck. The assailant merely snorted coldly, channeling internal energy into his palm, which crashed against the sword's edge. Despite the impact, the blade did not inflict a scratch, and both combatants recoiled, returning to their stances. The figure who had interposed was none other than the elder Tsang Chongqing, who now regarded Hua Muyang with a frosty gaze. As Hua Muyang attempted to advance once more, he was seized by Tu Xian, who coldly inquired, "What is the meaning of this? Are we not adhering to the rules?" Chongqing sneered with him. He lacks the qualifications to warrant the master's personal involvement. If we are to speak of rules, let us do so according to the customs of the Jianghu. Shangwan Xiongyu questioned, "Oh, what rules?" Chongqing replied, 3 against 3, a duel. What? Yilong could not contain his voice. Such terms would render their numerical advantage null. Yi Xiong quickly added, "This is unacceptable. You are deliberately seeking an opportunity." OE11 chuckled coldly. "What? Are you all here merely to bully the weak? Do you possess no true skill? In the Jianghu, reputation holds paramount importance. To be branded as bullies relying solely on numbers would tarnish even the face of seasoned veterans like Shangwan Xiongyu." Shangwan Xiongyu smirked. "Since the matter has been laid bare, there is no need for further concealment. We are here to exterminate your Jian Lu. I can agree to your terms, but I have a condition." Upon hearing this, Jian Wushuang furrowed his brow, asking, "What condition?" Shangwan Xiongyu laughed heartily. "That one of the 3 must be you, Jian Luzhu." This demand was excessively audacious, knowing full well Jian Wushuang was gravely injured. The members of Jian Lu exchanged glances. their expressions darkening as they silently scorned Shangwan Xionyu's treachery. Jianwu Shuang, instead of expressing anger, smiled. Very well. I accept your challenge. Should you lose, you will depart at once. Shangwan Xiongyu, upon hearing Jianwu Shuang's agreement, laughed boisterously, proclaiming, excellent. Should you lose, Jianyu Lu shall disband, and every one of you will vanish from the Jianghu. Yi Long, alarmed by Shangwan Xionyu's acceptance of retreat upon defeat, hurriedly stepped forward to dissuade him. However, Shangwan Xiongyu cut him off. Brother Yi, there is no need for further discussion. My mind is set. At this declaration, both Yi Long and Yi Xiong could only click their tongues in disbelief, yet kept their silence. Hua Muyang, hearing Shangwan Xionyu's words, promptly stepped forward, declaring, count me among the three. Shangwan Xiongyu waved his hand with a smile, saying, the Jade Sword Azura is indeed formidable. Yet there remains a disparity between him and the veterans of Jianyu Lu. Given the gravity of this matter, let me decide. Hua Muyang felt a surge of discontent, but refrained from voicing it, merely snorting and stepping aside. Unfazed, Shangwan Xiongyu turned to Tu Xian and Meng Ruyan, stating, in light of this, let the three of us lend our strength. Tu Xian and Meng Ruyan exchanged glances, finding no objection, and stepped forward. Jianwu Shuang then glanced at OE11 and Chongqing, saying, let us engage these three. OE11 and Chongqing exchanged cold smirks, their bloodthirsty gazes fixed on Shangwan Xiongyu and his companions. OE11 stepped forward, cheerfully announcing, in that case, I shall take the lead. Who will face me? In truth, both OE11 and Chongqing had meticulously calculated their strategy. If they could secure 2 victories, Jianwu Shuang would not need to intervene. Though challenging, this outcome was decidedly the most favorable. Shangwan Xionyu's gaze remained fixed on Jianwu Shuang, evidently having chosen his opponent. Tu Xian and Meng Ruyan shared a look, and Meng Ruyan stepped forth, saying, allow me to experience the prowess of the smiling bodhisattva. OE11. At this, those familiar with Meng Ruyan shuddered. The title of little girl seemed rather inappropriate given her age. OE11 remained silent, scrutinizing Meng Ruyan before suddenly lunging forward. In an instant, he was upon her, his palms surging from either side, channeling internal energy to unleash a dual wind strike aimed at her head. Meng Ruyan, however, merely scoffed, her arms sweeping outwards to deflect OE11's assault, while her right leg thrust forward, targeting his lower regions. OE11 frowned, swiftly bringing his knees together. Her kick struck his knees but failed to advance further. Master Meng, at your age, I did not expect such audacity. Why aim for a man's most vulnerable spot? OE11 taunted. Hearing this, Meng Ruyan's face flushed, her palms shifting their force as she thrust forward. As she did so, her hands turned jet black. Executing the unique skill of Qingqing Pavilion, the Wanku Fugu Shou, intending to shatter OE11's meridians and crush his heart. Utilizing the momentum from her kick, OE11 leaped into the air, his feet darting quickly to strike Meng Ruyan's legs. As he soared above her, Meng Ruyan adjusted her attack from his heart to his abdomen, but did not withdraw her palms. Instead, she channeled her energy into her hands, resolutely determined to endure OE11's strike in exchange for delivering her own. Observing this exchange, both Tu Xian and Shangwan Xiongyu furrowed their brows, uncertain of OE11's intentions. Given his reputation in the Jianghu, it was clear he was no fool. Would he truly be so reckless as to absorb her attack? Meanwhile, Jianwu Shuang and Chongqing remained fixated on the unfolding battle, unwilling to relax for even a moment. OE11, moving with incredible speed, struck Meng Ruyan's legs with pinpoint precision as he ascended, not bypassing her, but rather drawing closer, landing blows to her calves, thighs, and waist. At that moment, OE11's expression morphed into a fierce snarl as he bellowed, Vajra Arhut leg. He surged forward, seizing Meng Ruyan's hair, his legs glowing with a metallic sheen, unleashing a flurry of rapid kicks that resembled a meteor shower upon her form. The brilliance of his strikes obscured the movements of his legs, resembling a torrential storm as they battered Meng Ruyan's body, ascending from her waist upwards. After an incessant barrage, OE11's strikes culminated in a powerful kick aimed at Meng Ruyan's collarbone. With a muffled groan, she was sent flying, blood spewing from her mouth as she fell heavily to the ground several dozen meters away, unconscious. Her once resplendent attire was now tattered, blood seeping from her wounds, with a faint trace of crimson at the corner of her lips. Observing the aftermath of this dreamlike scenario, one can easily imagine the ferocity of the assault that she, Meng Ruyan, had just endured. At this moment, as all eyes turned toward the endearing smile of the Mi Lu, there lingered a hint of fear in their gazes. Such ruthlessness was indeed formidable. After delivering the final kick, Shi retreated sharply, landing directly before Jian Wushuang and the others, wearing a comical grin as he regarded Shangwan Xiongyu and his companions. Yet, strangely, there was a subtle tremor in Shi's body, though minuscule. It did not escape the notice of the more observant, with Jian Wushuang being among them, casting a gaze filled with concern toward Shi's silhouette. Shi proclaimed, "In this round, I emerge victorious." It seemed as though uttering these words drained all his strength. Each syllable was articulated through gritted teeth, startling all present. Seeing Shi gravely injure Meng Riyun, they feared for his own well-being. Upon hearing this disjointed declaration, Shangwan Xiongyu furrowed his brow, then scrutinized Shi closely. The corners of his mouth twitched slightly before he slowly responded, "In this round, you have triumphed." Upon hearing this, Yi Xiong and Yi Long grew anxious. Their words caught on the tip of their tongues, for they understood that provoking Shangwan Xiongyu at this moment was unwise. As Shangwan Xiongyu spoke, Shi seemed to deflate like a punctured balloon, his body collapsing softly. Jian Wushuang and Chongqing rushed forward to support him, gently lowering him to the ground. Shi's head rested against Jian Wushuang's chest as he tremulously raised his right hand to slowly lift the robe covering his abdomen, revealing a gruesome sight. Within the white robe, his belly was a mass of flesh and blood, a heart-wrenching sight, with dark blood oozing from his insides. This was clearly the result of Meng Riyun's earlier lethal strike, the Wan Ku Fugu hand. It was only through sheer willpower that Shi had managed to remain standing until he declared his victory. Otherwise, such injuries would have surely rendered him unconscious. Seeing this, Chongqing hastily attempted to apply pressure to Shi's pressure points to halt the bleeding, but Shi firmly grasped Chongqing's trembling hand, preventing him from acting. Gazing at Shi holding his hand, Chongqing's eyes brimmed with sorrow as he shouted, "Fatio, you cannot die. Are you not the Mi Lu who never perishes?" Hearing this, Shi chuckled, and with that smile, a stream of dark blood trickled from the corner of his mouth, indicating that the poison from Meng Riyun had infiltrated his vital organs, turning his blood black. Shi slowly spoke, "Old fly, conserve your strength. Do not embarrass me later." He coughed again, blood spilling forth. Jian Wushuang gripped Shi's shoulders tightly, his gaze reflecting unspeakable grief and fury. Shi looked at Jian Wushuang and smiled. "Lao Lu, I, Shi, have lived this life, fighting alongside you in this world. It has been worthwhile. This life, truly worthwhile." "Worthwhile? Ha ha." As Shi's laughter echoed, his eyes gradually lost their luster, and soon after, the smiling Mi Lu, Shi, had perished. "Eldero! Eldero!" The members of Jian Yu Lu rushed forward, their cries filled with despair, sorrow, and rage. Suddenly, Jian Wushuang let out a howl, unleashing the pent-up fury within his heart. Chongqing's eyes had turned crimson, yet he appeared remarkably calm. He extended his hand to gently close Shi's unblinking eyes, his lips moving as if to convey unspoken words to him. Then, rising slowly, he turned to face Shangwan Xiongyu and the others, speaking deliberately, "In the next match, who will face me?" The air was thick with murderous intent. As a powerful aura emanated from Chongqing, he was prepared to risk everything. The members of the Miayu alliance regarded Chongqing with grave expressions, while he stood in tranquil silence, resembling the calm before a storm, unsettling all present. The 5 elders of Jian Yu Lu possessed various levels of martial prowess, with the highest being the Grand Elder, the Songying, Chongqing. Chongqing and the second elder, Shi, were longtime friends, their bond deeply rooted. With one now lost, Chongqing's heart was undoubtedly in turmoil. Tu Xian narrowed his eyes at Chongqing and began to step forward, clearly intending to take on the second match. "Hold on." Shangwan Xiongyu's voice rang out, causing Tu Xian to halt in confusion, looking toward him. With a serious expression, Shangwan Xiongyu declared, "Allow me to take this round." The words stunned not only Tu Xian but also Chongqing and Jian Wushuang, who regarded Shangwan Xiongyu with curiosity. Shangwan Xiongyu approached Tu Xian, whispering so only they could hear, "Chongqing still surpasses Shi. Observing their demeanor, I am certain Jian Wushuang must be gravely injured. Otherwise, he would never allow Shi to fall. Their plan is to win the first 2 rounds, sparing Jian Wushuang from combat. It is not that I distrust you, brother too, but for the sake of caution. Let me conclude this swiftly. If Jian Wushuang is indeed wounded, you may seize this opportunity to eliminate him." Tu Xian furrowed his brow at Shangwan Xionyu's words. Truthfully, he was not in favor of exploiting such a moment of weakness. However, understanding the gravity of the situation, he eventually nodded and stepped back. Shangwan Xiongyu, with a cold smirk, advanced, addressing Chongqing, Song Ying, I have long admired your reputation. Today, I am fortunate to seek your guidance. Jian Wushuang interjected, what? Old Shangwan. Should your opponent not be me? Unfazed, Shangwan Xiongyu replied. The quick-handed Jin Dao Tu Feng fell to your Jian Yu Lu, making this blood feud one that cannot be overlooked. Your life, I shall leave to Tu Xian. Today, I shan't vie for the glory. After speaking, his gaze fixed intently on Chongqing, he coldly stated, let us begin. Chongqing licked his lips, his earlier confusion dissipating as his eyes turned steely and fierce. Come forth. With that, Chongqing leaped into the air, seemingly vanishing into the night sky. No, he had not disappeared. His presence was still palpable. But his speed was so extraordinary that he became nearly invisible. Humph, a mere trick. Shangwan Xiongyu scoffed coldly, remaining still as he launched a powerful punch to his right side. The sound of air being pierced was followed by a resounding thud as his fist struck flesh. Gradually, a figure materialized from the previously empty space. It was the elusive Chongqing, who had just been struck solidly on the shoulder by Shangwan Xiongyu. Chongqing clutched his injured shoulder, staggering backward, his eyes betraying a hint of astonishment. It appeared that Shangwan Xiongyu had discerned his lightness technique, accurately locating his position, a display of skill far beyond Chongqing's own. Jian Wushuang, observing the scene, felt a weight of seriousness. He mused, it seems Shangwan Xiongyu has indeed progressed significantly over these 20 years. In my prime, defeating him would have been effortless, yet in my current state, it is utterly impossible. The crucial point is, Chongqing cannot match him. Shangwan Xiongyu regarded Chongqing with a mocking smile. Is this an afterimage? Huh. This is a skill I mastered over a decade ago. I am fully aware of your vulnerabilities. If this is all you possess, I would advise you to concede quickly, lest you suffer my wrath. Upon hearing Shangwan Xiongyu's words, Chongqing's countenance darkened, his eyes glinting with ferocity. He refrained from replying and launched a renewed assault. Haha, very well. Since you relish relying on your agility, I shall demonstrate my prowess. Allow you to witness my Ta Shui Wuchun. With that declaration, Shangwan Xiongyu's figure flickered, and he mysteriously appeared behind Chongqing, swiftly extending his palm to strike at Chongqing's back. This seemingly unremarkable blow sent Chongqing hurtling through the air, landing in a disheveled heap after flying over 10 meters. Though his fall appeared exceedingly chaotic, it was indeed the optimal choice to dissipate the force. Had he stubbornly sought a more graceful maneuver and braced against the immense impact, it would have foretold severe injury. Thus, despite his current disarray, Chongqing sustained minimal harm. Kneeling on one knee to steady himself, he raised his head, glaring fiercely at Shangwan Xiongyu, who merely wore a cold smile before vanishing once more. Witnessing the sudden disappearance of Shangwan Xiongyu, Chongqing's expression shifted dramatically. In the next instant, he felt a chill creeping at the back of his head, prompting him to lunge forward. A fist barely grazed his scalp, the assailant being none other than the recently vanished Shangwan Xiongyu. Ah, perceptive indeed. Shangwan Xiongyu remarked with a grin. Facing Shangwan Xiongyu at that moment, Chongqing could not suppress a bitter smile, realizing the chasm between him and his opponent was insurmountable. Rising to his feet, Chongqing dusted off his attire and gazed calmly at Shangwan Xiongyu, stating, "You truly live up to your title as the sky-flying Yama. Your lightness skill is indeed unfathomable. However, I wonder if this Yama can withstand my ultimate technique, Blood Sea Rakshasa Palm." The Blood Sea Rakshasa Palm was Chongqing's trump card, comprising 3 forms: Blood Kill, Absolute Kill, and No Mercy. However, this martial art required one's own essence blood as the source of energy, which bore a significant backlash. The consumption of one's own blood was immense. And after employing such a technique, one would inevitably need to replenish their vitality with the blood of others. Otherwise, they would face dire consequences. Upon hearing the name of the Blood Sea Rakshasa Palm, Shangwan Xionyu's demeanor changed momentarily. He had long been aware of this martial art and understood its formidable power. Thus he did not dare to underestimate it. Chongqing then erupted into maniacal laughter, blood gushing from his eyes, ears, mouth, and nose, transforming him into a fearsome figure resembling a Rakshasa emerging from a sea of blood. He expelled a mouthful of blood, swiftly forming seals with his palms, the blood splattering onto them, instantly turning his hands crimson. First form, Blood Kill. Chongqing bellowed as he thrust his palms toward Shangwan Xiongyu. A massive blood-red palm imprint surged towards him, saturating the air with a nauseating metallic scent. Faced with the impending blood palm, Shangwan Xionyu's expression hardened. He swiftly executed a counter, shouting, "Yama's golden bell shield, protect me." A dark, ominous bell rapidly formed around him, encasing him securely. The blood palm struck the golden shield, resonating with a sound akin to a temple bell, causing those with lesser martial skills nearby to cover their ears involuntarily. Nevertheless, the blood palm was ultimately thwarted by the golden shield. Seizing the moment, Chongqing advanced, stacking his palms, aiming directly at the still dissipating blood palm. Second form, absolute kill. He cried, his own blood beginning to seep through his pores, transforming him into a figure drenched in blood. A resonant sound echoed, similar to the previous bell toll, followed by a thunderous crash as the golden bell shattered. The destruction of the shield forced Shangwan Xiongyu to spit out a mouthful of blood, retreating several steps to regain his balance. Wiping the blood from the corner of his mouth, Shangwan Xiongyu's gaze turned frenzied as he clashed his hands together, then abruptly spread them apart, revealing a dark, ink-like trident that materialized from his inner energy. A tremendous pressure surged around him as he clenched his hands, then swung forcefully, shouting, "Nine nether infernal trident, die!" With that, the trident shot forth, leaving a shadow in its wake, aimed directly at Chongqing. At that moment, Chongqing too was in a frenzied state, laughing maniacally as he gathered all his spilled blood into a massive blood-red ribbon. With a sweeping motion of his hands, he directed the colossal ribbon toward the nine nether infernal trident, simultaneously shouting, "Final form, no mercy." The two forces collided with an explosive impact. The two remained locked in a fierce struggle, but it was not long before the blood-red ribbon was cleaved apart by the trident, shattering instantly. Yet, even as the trident lost its initial ferocity, it remained steadfast, piercing straight through Chongqing's heart, exiting from his back. Silence. An unparalleled stillness enveloped the arena as all present stood transfixed by the unfolding spectacle, the magnitude of this confrontation defying description. Chongqing's body trembled as the trident pierced through him, and with eyes filled with unyielding defiance, he fell to the ground with a heavy thud, leaving no final words. Merely a lifeless shell. Meanwhile, Shangwan Xiongyu was not unscathed either. He hastily sat cross-legged, urgently channeling his energy to recuperate. Yet the internal injuries were far more severe than he had anticipated. Fortunately, Chongqing's internal cultivation was merely at the 8th rank of Huang level, while he himself was at the 8th rank of Xian level. Had their powers been equal, the nine nether infernal trident might not have been a match for the Blood Sea Rakshasa palm. The ability to unleash such techniques indicated that Chongqing was indeed an extraordinary master. The members of Jianyu Lu were now too grief-stricken to speak. Their gazes fixated on Jian Wushuang, who appeared remarkably calm, slowly uttering 4 words: "Life and death by fate. Life and death by fate." A fitting phrase indeed. When your Jianyu Lu executed my father, he uttered these very words. At this juncture, we are in a situation of no return. Allow me, Tu Xian, to avenge the humiliation of 20 years past. Tu Xian proclaimed loudly, stepping forward. Despicable. My lord has been gravely injured since his battle with Yi Xian a month ago. Yet you dare to speak of avenging disgrace. Truly audacious. Qiu Tian could no longer contain himself, shouting in response. Damn it. My Jianyu Lu stands strong in the martial world, unafraid of your provocations. I will fight to the last, even if only one of us remains. We will seek vengeance. Gao Xiang declared angrily. Jian Wushuang halted the impulsive Gao Xiang, fixing his gaze on Tu Xian with a faint smile, then spoke. Matters of the martial world, let the martial world resolve. Hearing these words, Tu Xian's expression sharpened, replying, Life and death by fate. After today's battle, your Jianyu Lu shall meet its end. After tonight, there shall be no Jianyu Lu, nor Jian Wushuang. At this moment, Jian Wushuang's spirit soared as he proclaimed, if you wish to annihilate my Jianyu Lu, then let us see if you, Tu Xian, possess the ability to surpass my Jian Wushuang. As the exchange intensified, the temperature in the arena surged to a boiling point, both sides brimming with fighting spirit. And a bloody clash was imminent. Chapter 21. The Night of Bloodshed. No death, no rest. Tu Xian stepped forward, drawing from behind him a massive golden blade known as the Shattered Gold Blade, once wielded by the legendary Swift Blade, Tu Feng. Now that Tu Feng had passed, this blade had naturally fallen into the hands of his son, Tu Xian. Gripping the Shattered Gold Blade, Tu Xian looked up and inquired of Jian Wushuang. Jian Wushuang, do you still recognize this blade? Jian Wushuang cast a glance at the Sui Jin Dao, gently nodding, and spoke calmly, Sui Jin Dao. I never expected that the famed Sui Jin Dao, wielded by the swift killer Tu Feng, would be inherited by you. Tu Xian's face contorted with rage as he gritted his teeth, and said, My father had no enmity with your Jianyu Lu. Why did you choose to kill him? Jian Wushuang replied, You are surely aware of the nature of Jianyu Lu. Since our inception, We have been in the business of resolving the grievances of the martial world, and we remain steadfast in that commitment, regardless of the identities involved. Tu Xian asked darkly, "Can you tell me who hired your Jian Lu?" Jian Wushuang slightly shook his head and said, "Once our clients seek us out, it is evident that they are unable to contend with your Deming Fu. If I divulge information to you, how could Jian Lu continue to survive in the martial world? Your Deming Fu must have committed considerable malevolence to incite such hatred, compelling others to seek the demise of your master, Tu Feng. Shouldn't you reflect on your actions?" Tu Xian had anticipated this outcome and did not press the issue further. With a cold expression, he pointed his blade at Jian Wushuang and declared, "After tonight, Jian Lu shall cease to exist in the martial world, let alone establish its presence. Prepare to fight. I shall see how much of your father's prowess you have inherited." Jian Wushuang scoffed, and, with a swift motion, summoned the Han Yu Jian into his grasp. Observing the sword, he remarked, "Your father fell before this very sword. Today, I grant you the opportunity to redeem your past disgrace. You must seize it." Humph. Tu Xian snorted coldly and ceased to speak. He lunged at Jian Wushuang, who met his advance with a mocking smile, drawing his sword in response. Initially, both sides engaged in tentative strikes, avoiding lethal moves, with their blades clashing and producing the sound of metal colliding. Jian Wushuang's expression grew serious as he felt Tu Xian's immense strength and formidable inner power, while he himself bore the burden of internal injuries. Each use of his internal energy sent waves of pain through him, and he was merely enduring to strike back. As the two exchanged blows, the expression on Xiao Tian's face shifted to one of admiration, silently acknowledging, "Indeed, Tu Xian is no ordinary opponent. That Sui Jin Dao in his hands qualifies as a divine weapon, able to withstand the impact of the master Han Yu Jian. Despite being gravely injured, the master can still contend with Tu Xian. Such resilience could overwhelm countless heroes." Meanwhile, Shangguan Xiongyu had also risen, supported by Shangguan Mu, slowly moving to the sidelines to observe. Standing nearby, Hua Muyang's gaze was peculiar as he fixated on the Han Yu Jian, an expression of longing flickering in his eyes. He understood that the reputation of the Han Yu Jian was no less formidable than that of his own Tian Bing Jian. After 50 exchanges without a clear victor, Tu Xian grew increasingly emboldened, while Jian Wushuang began to perspire. Engaging in combat while injured was no trivial matter, especially against a top-tier expert. Following a series of probing attacks, Tu Xian concluded that Jian Wushuang must be gravely wounded. Otherwise, with the latter's capabilities, defeating him would be effortless. Gaining confidence, Tu Xian's attacks became more aggressive, and he began to employ the Deming Fu's ultimate technique, the unsheathed zhan. Even in his prime, Jian Wushuang would not have underestimated this fierce blade technique, let alone in his current state. Tu Xian's blade danced faster and faster, becoming a blur of golden light, through which flames began to emerge, growing larger and ultimately enveloping the entire blade, transforming it into a colossal fiery weapon. Facing this increasingly ferocious onslaught, Jian Wushuang struggled to defend himself. As the unsheathed zhan was unleashed, he felt his strength waning, and his body retreated several paces. Tu Xian bellowed, "This is my Deming Fu's unsheathed zhan. I trust you have seen it before. Today, let me grant you the honor of perishing beneath its flames, which shall uphold your name, Jian Wushuang." Just as Tu Xian's voice echoed, the unsheathed zhan surged forth. A tempest of flames intertwined with the gleaming blade winds. Jian Wushuang bit his tongue, forcing his mind into clarity, enduring the excruciating pain to channel his inner power, and swiftly wielding the Han Yu Jian to unleash a supreme sword art, the Mantiang Jianyu. The Mantiang Jianyu is an unparalleled sword technique, whose efficacy varies with the practitioner's skill level. When one's internal strength is below the 6th level, it merely amounts to an aesthetically pleasing display, lacking any true might. However, at the 7th level, the Mantiang Jianyu can contend with 100 foes, boasting an astonishing power that covers a vast area. Under its rain of blades, none shall survive. Concentrating his energy, one can unleash 99 strikes in an instant, ensuring the target's demise. Should the practitioner's internal power reach the 8th level, the Mantiang Jianyu can render the ground barren within 50 paces. An opponent concentrated upon would face an onslaught of 999 strikes in the blink of an eye. Yet, if a person were pierced by 990 strikes, they would no longer be human, leaving only a puddle of shredded flesh. At this moment, Jian Wushuang's internal strength had reached the 7th level, which, though insufficient to fully withstand Tu Xian, was still adequate for the task. As the unsheathed zhan approached, Jian Wushuang executed the Mantiang Jianyu. unleashing a torrent of blade light toward the colossal fiery net ahead, waves upon waves of strikes, rapid and relentless. As the fiery web began to be perforated, by the 89th strike, it could no longer withstand the assault and shattered with a resounding crash. The Lian Shizijan was dismantled, revealing Tu Xian, who now wore an astonished expression as he beheld the scene before him, a mix of shock and fury driving him to the brink of frenzy. The Mantiang Jianghu did not relent, continuing to rain down with relentless precision. In an instant, the last 10 strikes unhesitatingly pierced Tu Xian's body. He trembled violently, blood erupting from his mouth. In that fleeting moment, Jian Wushuang withdrew his sword and retreated, staggering backward for over 10 paces before he could no longer contain the turmoil within, spitting out blood. Nevertheless, he lifted his gaze to Tu Xian. This scene stunned all who witnessed it, as Tu Xian fell straight like an iron spear. The members of Deming Fu rushed to support him, applying various herbs for internal and external use. At this moment, Tu Xian was drawing more breath than he was expelling. Whether he could survive remained uncertain. The members of Jian Lu hurried to support Jian Wushuang, their expressions filled with concern. Jian Wushuang, however, smiled reassuringly, indicating he was unharmed, though this smile was tinged with blood trickling from the corner of his mouth. Qiu Tian quickly stepped forward, addressing the Miayu alliance. Hey, you've lost 2 out of 3 matches. Leave Jian Lu at once. Upon hearing this, the members of Miayu alliance wore embarrassed expressions. They had firmly established enmity with Jian Lu today. If they left now, they would undoubtedly face retribution in the future. However, having lost as warned before the conflict began, leaving now would feel like slapping themselves. Torn between leaving or staying, the members of Miayu alliance displayed their discomfort. Gao Xiang stepped forward, loudly rebuking, "What? Do you intend to renege? Do you truly believe you can disregard the rules of the martial world? You think Jian Lu is easy to bully?" Upon hearing this, the members of Miayu alliance changed their expressions once more, clearly displeased at being accused of dishonesty. Just as a standoff ensued, a voice filled with a hint of mockery echoed through the night sky. "Hee, the rules of the martial world? One-on-one, is it? That is already outdated. As the saying goes, the victor is king while the vanquished are the prey. What we value is the outcome, not the means employed. You need not resort to such despicable provocation. Tonight, the Miayu alliance will not retreat, and likewise, no one from your Jianyu tower shall survive until dawn." Upon hearing these words, everyone was taken aback, especially those from Jianyu tower. Looking to the sky, they beheld a formidable troop descending, all clad in black, with the sole exception of the leader, who donned a blue robe. This man, appearing to be in his late 20s, bore a handsome face adorned with a hint of mockery. He was Yi Cheng, the newly appointed master of Luo Yi Valley. Behind him stood his so-called 80 elite warriors, a troop composed of first-rate masters. "Yi Cheng, you are shameless," Qiu Tian bellowed, his frustration palpable. Yet, Yi Cheng merely chuckled, seemingly unperturbed by the accusations. He then glanced at Shangwan Xiongyu and spoke. "It is Shangwan Fortress Master who speaks of rules, not I. Thus, tonight, Fortress Master Shangwan, Dream Pavilion Master, and Two Mansion Master may refrain from intervening. As for the others, they may act according to their own desires." Given that Shangwan Xiongyu, Meng Ruyan, and Tu Xian were now half incapacitated, even if they were permitted to act, they could hardly muster much strength. Yi Cheng's words were truly despicable. Gao Xiang, consumed by rage, charged at Yi Cheng, shouting, "Despicable scoundrel, I will slay you." As Gao Xiang brandished his blade, Yi Cheng remained motionless, his smile unwavering. Just as Gao Xiang's sword was about to strike Yi Cheng, a shadow flashed past, landing deftly upon the blade. Gao Xiang was forced to retract his weapon, and with his other hand, he aimed a palm strike at the shadow. Upon turning, he collided with the shadow's palm, resulting in the shadow being thrown back 3 steps while Gao Xiang, wounded, staggered back 4 steps before regaining his balance. Shocked, Gao Xiang stared at his opponent, realizing that this individual was one of Yi Cheng's elite warriors, possessing formidable martial prowess. This revelation was not only astonishing to Gao Xiang, but also to Jian Wushuang, the rest of Jianyu Tower, and the members of the Miayu Alliance. They were witnessing Yi Cheng's elite troop for the first time, and indeed, they were fearsome. Jian Wushuang coldly remarked, "It seems you are determined to annihilate Jianyu Tower. Today, it is a matter of life and death." Yi Cheng's expression shifted from a cold smirk to a menacing glare as he responded, "Indeed, today, it is either your demise or mine." Observing Yi Cheng's fervent animosity, Jian Wushuang pondered the reason behind such intense hatred. Was it merely because he had injured Yi Xian? No, Yi Xian did not perish due to his actions. Given the current circumstances, it was likely that Yi Cheng was the one pulling the strings behind the scenes. But what could be his motive? Jian Wushuang found no answers, yet Yi Cheng was evidently unwilling to grant him the opportunity for contemplation. With a sweeping gesture, Yi Cheng addressed the members of Jianyu Tower, his voice dripping with malice. If you wish to avoid retaliation in the future, you must eradicate the roots of this conflict. We have forged a deadly enmity with Jianyu Tower today. It is they who shall perish, or we shall. With a total of 170 lives at stake, he commanded, leave none alive. Kill. At these words, Yi Cheng's followers erupted in a fierce battle cry, charging at Jianyu Tower. With Jian Wushuang severely injured and their numbers greatly outmatched, resistance was futile. It was not long before a Jianyu Tower member was surrounded by 7 or 8 from the Miayu alliance. While some of Jianyu's elite and elders found themselves besieged by over a dozen of the enemy's masters, under the forceful urging of Qiu Tian, Jian Wushuang was compelled to retreat back into Jianyu Tower. This was no longer a battle, but a one-sided massacre, filled with cries of despair and rivers of blood, as the frenzied laughter of the Miayu alliance mixed with the furious roars of Jianyu Tower's members. Echoing through the heavens, thunder rumbled ominously, and a torrential rain began to pour, adding an air of coldness and ruthlessness to this bloody night. Chapter 22. The Night of Blood and Souls. The conclusion of grudges. Hearing the tumultuous shouts and sounds of battle outside, Jian Wushuang was forcibly pulled into Jianyu Tower by Qiu Tian. His eyes were bloodshot, and his already chaotic aura was further stirred by rage, while Qiu Tian, though equally filled with murderous intent, retained a modicum of rationality compared to Jian Wushuang at this moment. Confronted with Jian Wushuang's unwillingness to accept defeat, Qiu Tian shouted, Master, as long as the Green Mountains remain, we need not fear the absence of firewood. Today, our grand cause is lost. I implore you to preserve your life, for only then can we seek vengeance for our fallen comrades. Upon hearing Qiu Tian's words, Jian Wushuang's previously fiery gaze gradually dimmed. He was no fool and understood this truth. Yielding to despair, Jian Wushuang resembled a deflated balloon, his eyes vacant as he pondered his fate. Observing this, Qiu Tian sighed and led Jian Wushuang deeper into Jianyu Tower. The two swiftly navigated several corridors and finally slipped into Jian Wushuang's chamber. Once inside, Qiu Tian strode purposefully to Jian Wushuang's bookshelf, feeling along a row of books before pressing one inwards with considerable force. To their astonishment, the bookshelf split open, revealing a dark passageway behind it. This hidden passage had been constructed during the building of Jianyu Tower, leading directly from Jian Wushuang's room to an unnamed desolate mountain 15 miles outside the tower. Qiu Tian turned to Jian Wushuang and urged, Master, you must flee through here. I will hold them off for a while. Jian Wushuang, once devoid of emotion, suddenly gained a glimmer of resolve. He grasped Qiu Tian's arm and lowered himself into the dark passage. As they entered, the bookshelf seamlessly closed behind them, returning to its original state. In the hidden passage, Qiu Tian remarked, Master, you need only to escape. Let me return to slay a few more of those scoundrels. Jian Wushuang firmly held Qiu Tian's hand and replied earnestly, No, this passage will eventually be discovered by Yi Cheng. I have little chance of escaping. But you must go. I have a task to entrust to you. At Jian Wushuang's words, Qiu Tian was momentarily taken aback before asking, What is it? Command me. Master. Jian Wushuang offered a wry smile. For some reason, I have an inkling that Yi Cheng harbors a deep-seated hatred for me, and therefore, the one he most desires to kill is me, not you. With your agility, you should be able to escape without hindrance. Thus, we shall part ways after we exit. And once you are free, make your way directly to Zhuming Valley in the north. Zhuming Valley is heavily infused with poisonous mists, and any living being that enters will surely perish within the span of a single incense stick. Upon reaching Zhuming Valley, insert this Hanyu sword anywhere within the valley, then retreat immediately. With your speed, you should be able to exit within the time it takes for an incense stick to burn. After exiting the valley, immediately focus on expelling the poison to ensure your safety. Qiu Tian, perplexed by this, was about to inquire further when a commotion of footsteps echoed outside. His expression changed involuntarily. Jian Wushuang, having also heard the noise, realized that members of the Miayu alliance had entered the room in search of him. Without hesitation, he handed the Hanyu sword to Qiu Tian, and the two fell silent, hastening toward the end of the secret passage. It wasn't long before Yi Cheng and his men burst into Jian Wushuang's chamber, with Shangwan Xiongyu following closely. Upon discovering the room was empty, Hua Muyang remarked to Yi Cheng, It seems there is no one here. Let us search elsewhere. Yi Cheng nodded in agreement, but lingered, his gaze wandering as if deep in thought. Suddenly, his eyes fixated on the bookshelf. His attention sharpened, for he noticed that all the books were neatly aligned, except for one that appeared to have been pushed inward slightly. "Wait," Yicheng commanded. Instantly, everyone halted, their bodies rigid with curiosity as they looked towards him, including Shangwan Xiongyu, who appeared puzzled. Nevertheless, none dared to question Yicheng's directive. Yicheng slowly approached the bookcase, his hand gliding gently over the row of books. His fingers lightly tapped each volume until they reached one that was slightly recessed. With a gentle push, the book surprisingly slid inward by half a finger. A cold smile crept across Yicheng's face as he forcefully shoved it. With a creaking sound, a narrow crack appeared in the middle of the bookcase. Witnessing this, Shangwan Xiongyu, Huamu Yang, and the others could not help but gasp in astonishment. At that moment, the steward of the Ming dynasty, Tu Long, hurried forward and forcefully widened the crack, revealing a hidden passage before everyone's eyes. Shangwan Xiongyu gazed at the secret path and remarked to Yicheng, "Lord Yi, your keen observation is commendable." Yicheng smiled faintly and replied, "Such tricks cannot escape my notice. Let us proceed. Surely, Jian Wushuang must have escaped through here." With that, Yicheng was the first to enter the secret passage, and the others followed closely behind. Emerging from the hidden path, Jian Wushuang and Qiu Tian stood atop a desolate mountain. Qiu Tian clasped his hands and said to Jian Wushuang, "Take care, my lord. I will ensure this Han Yu sword reaches Zhu Ming Valley." Along the journey, Jian Wushuang had informed Qiu Tian about the situation regarding Xiao Lu Zhu Jian Xingyu, who, under the guidance of Elder Yin, should be nearing Zhu Ming Valley to find their master, Yin Laozhong. In truth, this master was Jian Wushuang's own mentor. Years ago, Jian Wushuang, an orphan, had wandered into Zhu Ming Valley. In his youthful ignorance, he had entered seeking food, only to succumb to the poisonous miasma. Fortunately, he was rescued by the reclusive master, who took him under his wing, recognizing his extraordinary talent for martial arts and his unwavering spirit. Thus, he was adopted as a disciple and trained in the art of combat. The master, a figure of great mystery, had spent countless years in Zhu Ming Valley, honing his skills in the Jian Yu heart method, leading to Jian Wushuang's surname Jian and his given name Wushuang. The master treated Jian Wushuang as his own, and when Jian Wushuang achieved mastery in martial arts, the master gifted him the Han Yu sword along with a jade pendant inscribed with the character for sword as a memento. Understanding that Jian Wushuang was bound to the world of mortals, the master did not impede his journey but imparted these parting words: "Distinguish between enmity and gratitude. Never wrongfully take a life. Matters of the martial world must be resolved within the martial world." This advice became a guiding principle for Jian Wushuang throughout his travels. Now, facing imminent danger, Jian Wushuang entrusted the Han Yu sword to Qiu Tian, instructing him to return it to Zhu Ming Valley, knowing that once the sword entered the valley, the master would sense its presence. It was likely that Jian Xingyu would inherit the sword in the future. Jian Wushuang nodded slowly and firmly patted Qiu Tian on the shoulder, saying, "Take care." Qiu Tian, with a solemn expression, replied, "Take care, my lord." After saying this, he leaped away, disappearing into the desolate mountains. Watching Qiu Tian's vanishing figure, Jian Wushuang sighed in relief. He then adjusted his attire and began his ascent toward the peak of the nameless mountain. His steps were slow, resembling a leisurely stroll, devoid of any sense of urgency. After half an hour, Jian Wushuang reached the summit of the nameless mountain. Though unremarkable in name, the mountain was rife with treacherous cliffs and steep paths. At the edge of the summit was a sheer precipice, overlooking a valley shrouded in mist, plunging into the abyss below. Not even birds dared to fly beneath this cliff. As for what lay at the valley's bottom, it was a mystery known to none. Tossing a stone over the edge, it vanished into the clouds, leaving no sound behind. A fact that spoke volumes. When Jian Yulu selected this perilous location, Jian Wushuang was filled with delight. Beneath the bright moon, Jian Wushuang sat cross-legged at the cliff's edge, slowly closing his eyes as if in a trance, quietly waiting for something. He had left numerous marks along his path, revealing his presence without reservation. After another half hour, a cacophony of footsteps approached. Soon, Yi Cheng, Yi Long, Yi Xiong, Shangwan Xiongyu, Shangwan Mu, Tu Long, Huamu Yang, Xiao Yu'er, and several black-clad figures appeared at the mountaintop. Upon seeing Jian Wushuang seated in meditation, they instinctively formed a half-circle around him, enclosing him while their expressions bore a hint of gravity. This somber demeanor was entirely uncharacteristic of Jian Wushuang. Jian Wushuang slowly opened his eyes, lifting his gaze to meet the onlookers with an expressionless face. As he stirred, Everyone instinctively raised their weapons in defense. Jian Wushuang, however, smiled and fixed his gaze on Yi Cheng, speaking softly. Yi Cheng? Yi Cheng took a deep breath and nodded. Jian Wushuang continued. Is it for your father, Yi Xian? Yi Cheng appeared momentarily stunned, a flash of malice crossing his face before being suppressed. He inhaled deeply and slowly shook his head. Jian Wushuang smiled again, muttering, as expected. He then continued to regard Yi Cheng, asking, do we have enmity? Without hesitation, Yi Cheng nodded, a chilling intent manifesting on his face. Observing this expression, Jian Wushuang furrowed his brow and pressed on. Is it a grudge that cannot coexist? Yi Cheng fixed his gaze on Jian Wushuang and finally spoke. Today, you shall undoubtedly die. I am aware. Are you not afraid of death? I am. Yet fear is of no consequence. I merely seek clarity in death. What is it that you do not understand? I do not comprehend why you harbor such hatred for me. Hearing this, Yi Cheng's eyes narrowed intensely as he shouted. Jian Wushuang, are you feigning ignorance? No, I truly do not understand. Very well, do you wish to know? I wish to know. Inuer. Upon hearing this name, Jian Wushuang fell silent, his expression one of confusion as he gazed at Yi Cheng. Yi Cheng's voice, now almost a growl, was low yet tinged with something beyond mere hatred, a hint of affection, a trace of anguish. Inuer, Yi Cheng repeated. Upon hearing the name, even Jian Wushuang could not maintain his composure. His body trembled slightly, and the previously calm expression morphed into one of ferocity. Jian Wushuang glared at Yi Cheng, gritting his teeth, and enunciated each word with deliberate intensity. The death of Yu'er is related to you? As he uttered this, Jian Wushuang was like an enraged leopard, a powerful aura of murderous intent enveloping Yi Cheng. Though Jian Wushuang was not in peak form, the intensity of his killing intent was no less than in his prime. Sensing Jian Wushuang's murderous aura, Shangwan Xiongyu and the others exchanged glances, their expressions shifting as they silently chastised Yi Cheng for provoking him at such a critical moment. Yet, recognizing the deep-seated enmity between the two, they remained silent, observing the unfolding drama. Meanwhile, Yi Xiong and Yi Long, standing nearby, trembled in fear. Their eyes fixed on Yi Cheng with terror. They had heard of Inuer and even knew her, but they could hardly fathom that their third brother's current plight stemmed from her. Inuer, the daughter of Elder Yin, was Jian Wushuang's betrothed, the mother of Jian Xingyu. Beyond that, she held a secret identity as Yi Cheng's childhood companion. For reasons unknown, she had lived with Elder Yin in Luoyi Valley during her youth, and having been of similar age, the two had grown up as inseparable playmates. Fostering a deep bond, Yi Cheng had developed feelings for her from a young age and cherished her dearly. 8 years ago, Inuer suddenly declared her intention to leave Luoyi Valley with her husband, Yin Laozhong. At that time, the valley's master, Yi Xian, did not take this matter to heart and allowed their departure. In Inuer's mind, she merely regarded Yi Cheng as a caring older brother. The reason for her departure was her encounter with Jian Wushuang at Qilin Mountain, whom she later fell deeply in love with. Inuer chose not to inform Jian Wushuang of her decision, wishing to shield their relationship from any external influences. This action, however, undoubtedly provoked Yi Cheng's deepest sensitivities. Subsequently, Yi Cheng discreetly investigated the reason behind Inuer's departure from Luoyi Valley and discovered her connection with Jian Wushuang. Consumed by rage, he summoned Inuer to express his long-buried feelings, only to be met with her gentle refusal. Unwilling to accept this, Yi Cheng laid an ambush on Inuer's way back, resulting in her tragic death, which he framed as a robbery gone wrong. Since Inuer's meeting with Yi Cheng was kept secret from Jian Wushuang, he remained oblivious to her ties with Luoyi Valley, and his subsequent investigations yielded no results. Yi Cheng, having committed the heinous act, underwent a profound change in character, blaming Jian Wushuang for all his misfortunes, leading to the events that unfolded thereafter. As for Yi Long and Yi Xiong, they were acquainted with Inuer, but due to the significant age gap, their interactions were minimal. On this night, Yi Cheng, burdened with 8 years of resentment, finally revealed everything. The astonishment in the room was palpable among those present, especially for Shangwan Xiongyu and others, who could hardly fathom that Yi Cheng's elaborate scheme, which involved numerous martial experts encircling and besieging Jianyu Lu, was all driven by a woman. The bloodshed and chaos of the night, where countless lives were lost, were spurred by Yi Cheng's tumultuous emotions. Such news, if made public, would surely tarnish their reputations in the martial world. Yi Cheng's fixation on vengeance over unrequited love seemed almost juvenile. Jian Wushuang locked eyes with Yi Cheng, who was equally fixated, both men radiating intensity. Shangwan Xiongyu attempted to speak, but found himself rendered speechless, aware that any words uttered in this moment would feel profoundly inappropriate. Yi Cheng's eyes brimmed with tears as he furiously accused Jian Wushuang. Your actions led to Yuer's death. If you had never appeared, none of this would have happened. Everything stems from you. In contrast, Jian Wushuang maintained his composure, revealing a trace of weariness in his gaze. I truly wish to dismantle you piece by piece. Yuer's death? Yi Cheng interjected, nearly mad with rage. Do not dare to call her Yuer. Jian Wushuang simply smiled. In Jian Yulu, I am a revered hero. Before Yuer, I am a man of great stature. Yet to those I have slain, I am a merciless demon. And you, in Luya Valley, are a mysterious master. To Yuer, you may have been a good brother, as she died unaware of your true nature. To the martial brethren, you are a cunning schemer, but to me, you are nothing more than a pitiful wretch. These words left Yi Cheng momentarily stunned. What did you say? Jian Wushuang burst into laughter. The heartless are but passionate souls. You and I are of the same ilk. With that, Jian Wushuang stood, surveying the assembly with renewed vigor, confidence illuminating his features as he addressed them. We are all of one kind, both righteous and wicked, with some pursuing fame and others seeking profit. There is no absolute right or wrong. Each of us has bloodied hands. Only those like us, who waver in their morality, can survive the ruthless world of martial arts. What is the martial world? It is a realm of swift vendettas, where debts of gratitude and grievances must be settled. In my 20 years traversing this realm, I have neither performed great deeds for the martial community nor committed acts that would tarnish it, yet I have taken countless lives. For this is the way of the world. Hearing Jian Wushuang's heartfelt proclamation, the assembled martial figures were moved, each having emerged from the bloodshed of the past. Jian Wushuang then turned, facing the abyss, and declared loudly, Today, if heaven seeks to end me, I shall not disturb your endeavors. I have accumulated countless grudges. I offer my fading life to settle them. As for future encounters in the martial realm, tread carefully, for I shall depart. With that, Jian Wushuang leaped into the chasm. The crowd instinctively stepped forward, but upon witnessing the sheer depth of the abyss, they all furrowed their brows, each lost in their thoughts. Shangwan Xiongyu, in a state of shock, murmured, Jian Wushuang has perished this night. When will these grievances ever cease? Jian Wushuang, there are few I have respected in my life. And you were the first. The monk from the northern wilderness clasped his hands in prayer, intoning, amidst, goodness, goodness. The others silently gazed into the unfathomable depths. Lost in contemplation, Yi Cheng's expression was a tumult of anger, regret, shock, and sorrow, unable to articulate his feelings. Slowly, he uttered, Jian Wushuang, you should not have met such an end. Your life should have been mine. After 8 years of resentment, it all concluded in such an unclear manner. Yi Cheng was overwhelmed with emotion, a profound sense of oppression enveloping him. As dawn broke on the horizon, a faint glow appeared, illuminating the sky. The assembly gazed at the emerging sunlight, then turned to the now desolate Jian Yulu, reflecting in a daze. Jian Wushuang's words echoed in their minds. What is the martial world? This is the martial world. The absence of any one person matters not, regardless of what transpires. The sun will always rise. From this day forth, Jian Yulu and Jian Wushuang, once renowned names in the martial realm, would cease to exist. Chapter 23. Nirvana in the Abyss. The peril of the sword in a single night, the formidable force of Jian Yulu was ruthlessly extinguished. After enduring a night of slaughter, the Miayu alliance suffered losses nearing half its strength, a toll exceeding threefold that of Jian Yulu, demonstrating the latter's formidable prowess. As Yi Cheng and his companions returned to Jian Yulu, the members of the Miayu alliance were busy tallying the dead and searching each room for clues. Yi Cheng and Shangwan Xiongyu sat in the dilapidated council hall of Jian Yulu, awaiting further news. Weariness was etched on their faces as they gazed at the once magnificent hall, now stripped of its former grandeur. Yi Cheng fell into deep contemplation, the echoes of vibrant discussions from years past reverberating in his mind. Reflecting on the glory of yesteryears, the stark contrast to their current plight filled him with melancholy. The pent-up emotions of 8 long years should have brought catharsis, yet inexplicably, he felt an emptiness, akin to the desolation of the hall before him. A sudden announcement broke the silence, as a disciple from Luya Valley rushed into the hall, kneeling before Yi Cheng. The abrupt sound jolted him from his reverie. He lifted his gaze to the messenger and spoke softly, "What news do you bring?" At this moment, everyone in the hall simultaneously shifted their gaze, fixating intently on the disciple delivering the report. The disciple replied, reporting to the Valley Master, after thorough search, nearly 100 carts of gold, silver, and jewels were discovered at Jian Yulu, along with 10 carts of antique paintings. However, regarding the martial arts manuals and the Han Yu Jian that you specifically instructed us to search for, their whereabouts remain unknown. What? Upon hearing this, many individuals in the hall rose to their feet, astonishment etched on their faces as they regarded the messenger. Those seated were renowned figures in the martial world. While they held a certain interest in material wealth, they were not overly greedy. What they truly desired was the martial arts manuals from Jianyu Lu, particularly the Jianyu Xinfa, along with the legendary Han Yu Jian. Thus, the revelation of their absence sparked a wave of confusion among them. After all, this was the stronghold of Jianyu Lu. If such treasures were not found here, where else could they possibly be? Yi Cheng initially felt a surge of surprise, but soon narrowed his eyes, rhythmically tapping his fingers on the table. A glint of determination flashed in his eyes as he addressed the reporting disciple. Go and tally the bodies from Jianyu Lu, and report the count back to me. After the disciple departed, Hua Muyang turned to Yi Cheng and inquired, What? Does Valley Master Yi suspect there might be survivors? Yi Cheng did not respond directly, merely stating, We shall know soon enough. Shortly thereafter, a disciple from Luo Yi Valley entered, reporting, Valley Master, after counting, there are a total of 172 bodies from Jianyu Lu. Yi Cheng's expression darkened as he remarked, Indeed, Jianyu Lu had a total of 174 souls, including Jian Wushuang, who leapt off the cliff. That leaves one unaccounted for. Does anyone know who this person might be? As he spoke, Yi Cheng raised his gaze towards the assembly. Suddenly, Yi Xiong stood up and declared, During last night's battle, I did not see the steward, Chou Tian. Surely, this elusive survivor must be him. Chou Tian, Yi Cheng murmured. Yi Xiong continued, He is none other than a Jiao, who once accompanied Jian Wushuang to our Luo Yi Valley. It is said that his lightness of foot is unparalleled, making him one of the fastest in Jianyu Lu. If he wishes to flee, he certainly possesses the means to do so. Shang Guanxiongyu interjected, If that is the case, we should not remain idle any longer. The escape of a single individual from Jianyu Lu poses a significant threat. As the saying goes, if we do not eradicate the root, the spring breeze will allow it to flourish anew. We ought to eliminate this trouble at the earliest opportunity. Upon hearing Shang Guanxionyu's words, everyone nodded in agreement. However, Shang Guanxiongyu harbored an unspoken truth. Chou Tian was the only survivor of Jianyu Lu, and thus, the martial arts manuals and the Han Yu Jian were undoubtedly in his possession. Although he did not voice this directly, everyone present understood implicitly. Yi Cheng concurred with Shang Guanxionyu's sentiments, prompting various factions to dispatch their subordinates to investigate, radiating outward from Jianyu Lu. Shang Guanxiongyu dispatched Shang Guanmu, and before his departure, he quietly advised, If you discover Chou Tian, do not act hastily. Instead, use your agility to follow him closely. Once you have shaken off the other pursuers, then strike. At that point, the Jianyu Xinfa will belong solely to our clan. As the orders were issued, members of the Miayu alliance began to set out on horseback, pursuing Chou Tian. Among them were Shang Guanmu from Fei Huangbao, Xiao Yuer from Qing Chenggu, Tu Long from Demingfu, and the monk Niao He from the northern wilderness, along with Yu Jianshou Luo Huamuyang. Zhu Minggu, a place of dread within the martial world, appeared as an ordinary valley in the northern desert. Yet, no one dared to tread upon this cursed ground. The reason was straightforward. Anyone who ventured into Zhu Minggu would undoubtedly perish within the span of a single incense stick's burning. The cause of death? The valley was filled with a dense miasma, highly toxic and capable of paralyzing the nerves, ultimately leading to suffocation. This miasma was a natural phenomenon, not derived from any poisonous insect or plant, rendering all who entered the valley, both man and beast, doomed to die. Currently, Zhu Minggu stood as a forbidden domain within the martial world, unless one wished for death. Outside Zhu Minggu, a gray figure raced through the desolate expanse. Clad in a gray robe and wielding two swords, one of which was jet black, the weary countenance of Chou Tian, the sole survivor from Jianyu Lu, reflected his exhaustion. He was now 5 miles away from the cursed valley. Chou Tian paused, gazing at the vast, white expanse of Zhu Minggu before him. A wave of trepidation washed over him as he silently lamented, Truly, this is Zhu Minggu. Even from 5 miles away, I can feel the miasma's effect on my mind. No wonder no one can remain for even a single incense stick's duration. He seated himself cross-legged, striving to stabilize his breath after a day and night of relentless travel. His energy was waning, and venturing deeper into Zhu Minggu now would likely seal his fate. Approximately 2 hours later, twilight descended, and Chou Tian rose, exhaling a deep breath of stale air. He then stepped forward towards Zhu Minggu. As he approached, the miasma thickened, prompting Chou Tian to think that he could not afford to delay any longer. Otherwise, he might lose his chance of escape altogether. With this resolve, he secretly gathered his energy, suddenly unleashing a powerful shout. Ha! His left foot stomped down, propelling him into the air, using the lightness of foot technique from Jianghu, Yuluo Wuing. In midair, he seemed to hover momentarily before a burst of movement propelled him towards Zhu Minggu. His body surged forward in rhythmic leaps, each bound covering nearly 100 meters. And with a series of agile maneuvers, he plunged into the wide expanse of Zhu Minggu. Upon entering, Chou Tian was immediately assailed by the dense miasma, which infiltrated his mind, causing a momentary haze. In a desperate bid to regain clarity, he bit down on his tongue, jolting himself awake, and pressed onward deeper into the valley. After traversing a third of an incense stick's duration, Chou Tian suddenly flipped in the air, landing forcefully on the ground, embedding his Han Yu Jian deep into the earth. Without a backward glance at the sword, he used its hilt as leverage to propel himself outward with utmost speed. However, the miasma's effects had begun to slow him considerably. Despite this, he gritted his teeth and pressed on, employing Yuluo Wuing to its fullest extent, aware that if he did not escape soon, he might never have another chance. After nearly two-thirds of an incense stick's time had passed, Chou Tian finally emerged from Zhu Minggu. Without hesitation, he continued for an additional 5 miles before coming to a halt. His complexion had turned a deep shade of purple, a clear indication of severe poisoning. Ignoring everything else, he quickly seated himself, planting his sword beside him, and began to circulate his inner energy to purge the toxins. The sky had now completely darkened. Time passed, and suddenly, Chou Tian's tightly shut eyes flew open. Grasping his sword, he lunged to the side just as a curved blade struck the spot where he had been seated moments before. Regaining his footing, Chou Tian looked up to find a menacing figure cloaked in black, their slender physique and piercing gaze radiating danger. Chou Tian coughed violently, a trace of blood appearing at the corner of his mouth, a consequence of having his concentration forcibly interrupted while channeling his energy, compounded by the effects of the miasma. He had sustained considerable internal injuries. Wiping the blood from his lips, he fixed his gaze on the masked figure, grunting softly before swinging his sword towards the intruder's throat. Humph! The masked figure responded with a cold sneer, swinging the curved blade with precision. A sharp metallic clash echoed as the blade deflected Chou Tian's sword, sweeping towards his chest. Upon witnessing the blade's swift approach, Chou Tian felt a surge of alarm. He hastily brandished his sword, successfully deflecting the curved dagger, channeling his inner strength. A formidable sword aura erupted from the tip of his blade, aimed directly at the masked assailant's head. Should this aura connect, it would undoubtedly pierce through the skull. Just as it seemed destined to strike, the assailant squinted, his body arching backward in a straight line, defying gravity as he floated parallel to the ground, then rapidly surged towards Chou Tian without any apparent leverage. Startled, Chou Tian instinctively retreated towards the direction of Zhu Minggu, with the masked figure relentlessly pursuing him. Despite Chou Tian's speed, he found himself unable to shake off his pursuer. As he neared the precipice of Zhu Minggu, Chou Tian abruptly turned and thrust his sword. The masked figure, seemingly anticipating this move, evaded the strike by a hair's breadth. In retaliation, he swung his blade towards Chou Tian. In that moment, Chou Tian, consumed by a bloodlust, faced the blade head-on, altering his sword technique to sweep across the assailant's chest. Although the assailant's curved dagger was capable of severing Chou Tian's head, such an action would inevitably lead to his own demise. Realizing this, the masked figure sharply decelerated, and Chou Tian's sword grazed his chest, leaving a crimson mark, yet sparing his bones. Simultaneously, the dagger sliced through the air, leaving a horrifying gash across Chou Tian's face. A mere fraction closer, and his head would have been cleaved in two. Witnessing this, the masked man trembled, acutely aware of the noxious miasma emanating from Zhu Minggu. Seizing the moment of the assailant's hesitation, Chou Tian swiftly maneuvered in another direction, covering 100 meters in the blink of an eye, vanishing without a trace. The masked figure, however, did not continue the chase. Instead, he let out a cold snort, pressing his hand against his wound, observing the blood staining his fingers. He removed his mask, revealing a countenance reminiscent of human skin stretched over bone. This was Shangwan Mu of Fei Huangbao. Shangwan Mu tasted his own blood as he glared in the direction Chou Tian had fled, issuing a disdainful grunt before erupting into a fit of coughs. Cautiously eyeing the vicinity of Zhu Minggu, he swiftly departed towards the very direction Chou Tian had escaped, leading towards an unnamed northern town. In this town, there was but a single inn, known as Ba Fong Inn. Chapter 24. Nirvana at the bottom of Zhu Minggu. because of Master this year has proven to be extraordinary within the realm of martial arts, marked by unprecedented turmoil. A month ago, on the birthday of Yi Xian, the master of the most powerful faction, Luo Yigu, he was gravely injured and subsequently perished. 3 days prior, another significant force, Jianyu Lu, was ruthlessly slaughtered overnight, with 172 of its 174 inhabitants meeting their demise. The renowned figure, Jian Wushuang, reputed for his unparalleled martial prowess, fell into a bottomless abyss, facing certain death. Simultaneously, 3 days ago, Shangwan Xiongyu, the master of Fei Huang Bao and the fourth-ranked martial artist, was gravely wounded. Tu Xian, the governor of Deming Fu, suffered life-threatening injuries, and Meng Ruyan, the leader of the Qing Chenggu, was left in a critical state, her fate uncertain. The newly appointed master of Luo Yigu, Yi Cheng, gained fame through a singular battle, becoming the most sought-after figure in the martial world. Following Yi Xian's death, Luo Yigu not only avoided decline but flourished beyond its former glory. Yesterday, the only survivor of the massacre at Jianyu Lu, Qiutian, stained the Bafang Inn with blood in a northern border town. Today, the martial world seems to have returned to tranquility. Yet the ebb and flow of power remains inevitable. After such upheaval, the realm has reverted to its usual state, rife with clashes and bloodshed. As martial artists vie for supremacy, however, the landscape of the martial world has irrevocably changed in a mere month. A new generation of martial artists has emerged to claim their dominion. But will Jianyu Lu truly fade into a mere topic of discussion and distant reverence? Certainly not. In the depths of Zhu Minggu, no one would have anticipated the existence of a paradise amidst such peril. The miasma that permeates the valley conceals a realm vibrant with life, a sanctuary where birds sing and flowers bloom. This clearing, though modest, features a rudimentary thatched cottage and a small cultivated plot nearby, surrounded by a crude enclosure housing chickens, ducks, and geese. A small black dog frolics across the clearing, while various plants, herbs and flowers thrive in abundance. On one side lies a serene pond, where fish swim gracefully, culminating in a waterfall cascading from a misty peak. The surrounding mountains of Zhu Minggu, cloaked in the same white miasma known to the martial world, encircle this clearing. Yet, for reasons unknown, this space remains remarkably clear, with sunlight pouring down as if a mystical barrier keeps the miasma at bay. This enchanting locale, known as Mingyue Wudong-du, is situated 50 miles from the valley's edge. The phrase 3 men raise their cups to the bright moon, while the Wutong tree remains unaware of autumn's passage, encapsulates the essence of Mingyue Wudong-du at this moment. A youthful boy, perhaps 6 or 7 years of age, sits alone on a stone by the pond, clutching a pitch-black sword, the Hanyu sword. This boy is Jian Xingyu, the son of Jian Wushuang, the master of Jianyu Lu. Just the previous evening, Jian Xingyu had arrived at the outskirts of Zhu Minggu with his elder, Yin Laozhang, having witnessed the tragic scene of Qiutian's murder at Bafang Inn. Following Jian Wushuang's instructions, Yin Laozhang refrained from entering the valley, instead calling out the name of his master at the valley's entrance. Shortly thereafter, a white figure approached, a centenarian clad in white robes, with white hair and a demeanor that exuded ethereal grace, despite his vigorous spirit and piercing gaze that seemed to see through the soul. This was Yin Laozhang's master, who, after listening to their intentions, scrutinized Jian Xingyu's jade pendant left by Jian Wushuang. After a prolonged examination, the elder fixed his gaze on Jian Xingyu for a full minute, and Jian Xingyu met his gaze unflinchingly. Finally, the elder sighed, took Jian Xingyu's hand, and instructed Yin Laozhang to depart. After a heartfelt farewell, they left the valley, while the elder led Jian Xingyu into the depths of Zhu Minggu. Remarkably, under the elder's guidance, the noxious miasma had no effect on them, allowing them to traverse effortlessly to Mingyue Wudong-du after a sleepless night. Jian Xingyu arrived early at the pond's edge, deeply affected by the tumultuous events of the past month. Holding his father's sword, he sat in contemplation, his bright eyes, like shooting stars, lost in thought. Before long, the master, Yinla, emerged from the thatched hut, glanced at the dazed Jian Xingyu, and shook his head slightly before approaching him. Jian Xingyu seemed to sense his presence, looked up, and exclaimed, "Master." Since Jian Xingyu arrived at Mingyue Wudong-du, Yinla had insisted that Jian Xingyu refer to him as master. Perhaps due to Jian Wushuang's influence, Yinla held great affection for this young disciple, almost viewing him as a beloved grandson. Yinla observed Jian Xingyu and, with a gentle smile, inquired, "What are you pondering, little one?" Jian Xingyu hesitated momentarily before declaring, "They killed my father." Upon hearing this, Yinla was momentarily taken aback, a hint of sorrow flashing in his eyes, though this emotion was quickly concealed. He asked, conflicts and grudges eventually find resolution. Xingyu, do you know who your father was? Xingyu nodded resolutely and replied, yes. Father was the leader of Jinyu Lu, a great hero of the Jianghu. Yinla smiled slightly and continued, do you know what Jinyu Lu does? At this moment, Xingyu hesitated. For the truth was he was not entirely clear about the nature of Jinyu Lu's operations. Noticing Xingyu's uncertainty, Yinla calmly asked, do you understand what Jianghu is? This time, Xingyu answered without hesitation. Father said that Jianghu is the best place for a man to prove himself. Yinla sighed inwardly. Recognizing that Wuxuang's character had undoubtedly been passed down, he then asked, are you aware that in Jianghu, there are constant battles, and people die every day? Xingyu resolutely replied, Master, I am not afraid of death. I want to learn martial arts well and avenge my father. Seeing the determination on Xingyu's small face, Yinla felt a wave of emotion. Indeed, he is Wuxuang's son. But do you understand when the cycle of vengeance will cease? After a soft sigh, Yinla looked at Xingyu with gravity and said, Xingyu, though you are still young, you are a man. A man must make his own choices. And once a choice is made, one must walk that path, even if it means crawling forward. Xingyu did not comprehend the reason behind his master's words. He merely gazed at Yinla, waiting for him to continue. Yinla took a deep breath and continued, years ago, I offered your father, Jian Wuxuang, a choice. Today, I extend the same choice to you. Xingyu asked, Master, what choice? Yinla spoke slowly, listen carefully. You have two options. One is to study literature and etiquette, live a normal life, and perhaps serve as an official for the people, enjoying peace and comfort. The other is to learn unparalleled martial arts from me, to step into Jianghu, and to experience the tumultuous life of wandering through bloodshed. Do not act impulsively. Think carefully before you answer. Yinla's words hinted at a desire for Xingyu to lead a normal life, away from Jianghu, yet deep within. There seemed to be an unexplainable expectation for Xingyu's choice. After listening to Yinla, Xingyu remained silent, deep in thought. Furrowing his small brows as he gazed at the lake's surface, the little black dog approached, nuzzling against his knees. And Xingyu lowered his head to stroke the dog's head, which obediently rested beside him. This tranquil existence seemed to be a life free from the entanglements of Jianghu. Xingyu mused inwardly. Yet, the vengeance for his father's death could not be ignored. How could he not seek retribution? His heart was embroiled in a fierce debate. Is a peaceful life truly so desirable? Is it preferable to live in a world where, in just a month, family is lost? He had never ventured into Jianghu, thus he was unaware of its true nature. However, if even someone as formidable as his father could fall, it was evident that Jianghu was fraught with peril. Yet, being the son of Jian Wuxuang, how could he seek comfort? His father was a paragon of manhood. How could he disgrace his legacy? Shouldn't a man wield a sword and traverse the world? At the thought of Jian Wuxuang, Xingyu felt a pang of sorrow, his expression turning somewhat fierce. Yinla remained silent, simply watching Xingyu, allowing him to ponder. For this moment of choice would lead to two entirely different lives. And no outsider had the right to decide for him. Regardless of the outcome, it was a decision he must make for himself. Suddenly, as if resolute, Xingyu stood up abruptly, his face oddly calm as he knelt before Yinla and stated clearly, Master, please teach me martial arts. Some matters cannot be avoided. Some responsibilities cannot be evaded. I am the son of Jian Wuxuang, and my choice shall mirror my father's. Yinla looked at Xingyu, a glimmer of brilliance in his eyes, already anticipating this choice. Hearing such mature words from one so young, Yinla sighed inwardly, reflecting, Ah, Wuxuang. Though I am uncertain if this is the right path, at least you have indeed sired a son of great resolve. Yinla nodded, extending his hand, and said, The Hanyu sword is not something you can wield just yet. From now on, you must heed my words and not act against them. Xingyu glanced at the Hanyu sword in his hand, then handed it over to Yinla, affirming, Yes, master. As Yinla accepted the Hanyu sword, a myriad of emotions surged within him. Looking at the still cold blade, a fleeting sorrow flickered in his eyes. Regaining his composure, Yinla addressed Xingyu. If you do not apply yourself to your martial studies, you will never have the opportunity to reclaim the Hanyu sword. Upon hearing this, Xingyu trembled, initially astonished. But soon his expression hardened with determination. He replied, Master, I will certainly reclaim the Hanyu sword. Yinla smiled slightly and said, This is not merely a matter of words. The path of martial arts is undoubtedly arduous. You must be prepared for the challenges ahead. Master, I am unafraid of hardship. Yinla laughed heartily and remarked, you still carry that jade pendant. Here, take this sword pendant back. With it, you can freely enter and exit Juming Valley without being affected by the miasma. Jian Xingyu nodded, acknowledging Yinla's extraordinary abilities. Now, go prepare a fire and cook. After you have eaten, you may leave the valley. What? Jian Xingyu, who had been prepared to train diligently, was momentarily taken aback. This is your first lesson. When you leave the valley this time, you will have no money. You have 1 month to return, regardless of the circumstances. You must find your own means of sustenance outside the valley, but upon your return, you must bring back 1 item. If you acquire the item before the month is up, you may return early. Jian Xingyu looked at Yinla, perplexed, and asked, what item? Yinla replied, travel 200 miles south from Juming Valley, and you will find a city in the north, known as Mo City. In Mo City, there is a prominent family, the Zhao family, residing in Zhao Mansion. Within that mansion lies a treasure known in Jianghu as the fish dragon carving, a jade artifact the size of a palm, intricately carved with a fish and a dragon. That is what you must bring back. At this moment, Jian Xingyu's mouth hung open in shock as he exclaimed, Master? Isn't that stealing? Yinla chuckled. The Zhao family is a tyrant oppressing the common folk. Their wealth is ill-gotten. The fish dragon carving was acquired through unjust means at the Zijing Mountain Villa's auction. Thus, this is not theft, merely reclaiming something that never rightfully belonged to them. Jian Xingyu inquired further, am I to do this alone? What about you, Master? Yinla glanced at Jian Xingyu, responding sternly, of course, it will be solely you. Do not forget that this is your training. If you cannot bring it back, then upon your return, you may follow me in studying literature and etiquette, which would indicate that you are not suited for Jianghu. Indeed, one must remember that life takes precedence above all else. Without life, nothing remains. Jian Xingyu observed Yinla, and deep within his heart, a persistent feeling lingered that Yinla was leading him towards his own demise. However, Jian Xingyu chose not to voice his thoughts further and turned to prepare a meal. After all, this final meal must be savored. For the timing of the next one remained uncertain. Watching Jian Xingyu's retreating figure, Yinla smiled faintly, murmuring to himself, in the world of martial arts, adaptability is paramount. Wu Shuang, I shall see how much of your talent this young lad has inherited, or perhaps he may even surpass you. Chapter 25. The Bottom of Nirvana's Death Valley. A meeting in Mo City. Upon arriving at Mingyue Wudong-du, Jian Xingyu, having taken Yinla as his master, was promptly dispatched to the outskirts of the valley to steal a Yulong carving from the Zhao family in Mo City, with a deadline of 1 month. This marked Jian Xingyu's inaugural venture into the realms of martial arts and the world of chivalry. Exiting the Death Valley, Jian Xingyu journeyed southward for over 200 miles, taking 7 days to reach the northern city of Mo City. Initially, he appeared well-groomed and full of vitality, but after a week, he had transformed into a veritable beggar. Throughout these 7 days, he had consumed but 6 meals, foraging only the discarded, stale provisions of the desert caravans, and at night, he sought shelter against a tree stump or a rock. This was a life he had never known. Yet driven by unwavering determination to master the martial arts under Yinla's tutelage, he persevered through adversity. This diminutive figure appeared so fragile in the vast expanse of the desert, yet was imbued with remarkable tenacity. Several times, he narrowly escaped becoming a meal for the wild wolves of the wasteland, relying solely on luck and sheer willpower to survive. Upon reaching the gates of Mo City, this youth, having endured numerous trials, finally let a hint of a smile grace his dirt-streaked face. At noon in Mo City, Jian Xingyu wiped his small face and adjusted his dust-covered, tattered clothing as he ventured into the bustling city. Mo City was the most prosperous hub in the northern region, frequented by caravans whose owners often employed martial artists to safeguard their ventures. The caliber of these protectors varied according to the wealth of the traders. Affluent merchants could afford the finest guardians. Generally, these protectors were not traditional martial artists, but rather businessmen selling their strength. Nevertheless, some skilled warriors from the martial world willingly engaged in such work, often as esteemed guests of large trading houses, enjoying a life of wealth and comfort. As Jian Xingyu walked through the streets of Mo City, he observed the throngs of people bustling about, the streets teeming with vehicles, diners loudly enjoying their meals in the inns lining the sides, and vendors energetically hawking their wares, painting a vibrant picture of a lively marketplace. Clutching his growling stomach, he inhaled the tantalizing aromas wafting from the inns, swallowing hard in anticipation. Hurry, those who wish to live, get out of my way. A commanding voice suddenly rang out as a young man, appearing to be in his 20s, galloped through the streets on a chestnut steed, flanked by a cadre of black-clad guards. These riders thundered down the street without regard for others, raising a cloud of dust that could be seen from afar. Upon hearing the shout, the crowd's initial anger morphed into fear, and they hurriedly stepped aside. The horsemen trampled over countless vendors' stalls, barreling straight towards Jian Xingyu. At that moment, Jian Xingyu, feeling faint from hunger and distracted by the commotion, failed to notice the approaching riders behind him. "You're seeking death." A loud shout pierced the air, as the leading horseman showed no sign of slowing down, heading straight for Jian Xingyu's back. "Watch out." Just then, a cry of alarm reached his ears. Jian Xingyu felt a powerful shove against his left side, propelling him to the right and causing him to crash heavily onto the street. Wincing in pain, his senses sharpened, and he glanced up just in time to see the horseman thundering past, the foremost rider casting a fierce glare at him before galloping away without a backward glance. It dawned upon Jian Xingyu that he had narrowly escaped death beneath the hooves of that horse, sending a tremor of fear coursing through him. As he regained his composure, Jian Xingyu noticed a boy of similar age approaching slowly. The boy appeared malnourished, his gaunt frame raising questions about how he had mustered such strength moments ago. Dressed in tattered clothes, he bore the marks of a street urchin. Despite his disheveled appearance, the boy's face was grave, his narrow eyes observing Jian Xingyu with an expressionless gaze. Feeling uncomfortable under the boy's scrutiny, Jian Xingyu stood up and brushed off the dust from his clothes. With a sheepish smile, he said, "Thank you for saving me just now. Otherwise, I would have surely met my end." The boy furrowed his brow slightly and replied with a hint of indifference, "Whether you live or die is of no concern to me, but please do not die here. This is my territory, and if you perish, I will be unable to work here anymore." Jian Xingyu glanced at the ground where a broken bowl and a bamboo stick lay. He quickly understood that the boy's work involved begging. With a sheepish smile, Jian Xingyu replied, "Regardless, you saved my life, so thank you once again." The boy merely shrugged and returned to his broken bowl, sitting down as if lost in thought, his bowl containing a mere handful of copper coins. Noticing the boy's attitude, Jian Xingyu refrained from pressing further. His immediate goal was to locate the Zhao family in Mo City, which was the purpose of his visit. Thus, he straightened his clothes and turned to continue down the street. However, just a few steps later, a loud crash echoed behind him, the sound of a bowl shattering. Following that was an ear-piercing voice demanding, "You looking for trouble? Let go of my hand." Curious, Jian Xingyu turned around to see the boy surrounded by 5 or 6 other street urchins. One of them, evidently the leader, was gripping the boy's hand tightly, attempting to pry it open, while the boy's small fist remained clenched, his fingers turning blue from the pressure, resolutely refusing to release his hold. It was evident that he was clinging desperately to the few copper coins from the broken bowl. The boy's face was contorted with rage, his eyes gleaming with a fierce intensity as he stared at the leader of the group. The leader, losing patience, delivered a swift kick to the boy's abdomen, causing him to double over and roll backward, yet he still clung tightly to the coins. Well, look at this. What an obstinate little brat." The leader exclaimed in frustration, preparing to kick again. Passers-by showed indifference, some merely glancing over with amusement as they watched the commotion unfold. "Hey, stop it!" a youthful voice called out, as Jian Xingyu, filled with indignation, stepped forward. Approaching the boy who was curled up on the ground, he asked, "Are you all right?" Before the boy could respond, the leader of the street urchins retorted, "Oh, what do we have here? A blind fool looking for trouble? You want to die too?" With that, the other street urchins closed in around Jian Xingyu and the boy. Jian Xingyu glared at them defiantly, declaring, "What right do you have to rob him? To hell with it. I took it. What are you going to do about it?" The leader of the beggars disdainfully remarked, "You rely on your numbers to bully others. This is utterly excessive." Jian Xingyu had never witnessed such a scene before and was rendered speechless by his anger. "Excessive? Heh. Today we shall show you what true excess is. Brothers, attack. Beat these 2 blind fools to the ground. Let them understand the meaning of excess." With that, 5 or 6 beggars surged forward, launching a flurry of punches and kicks at Jian Xingyu and the youth. The youth seemed experienced. He curled his body into a ball, burying his head in his chest, allowing the blows to rain down upon him. In contrast, the inexperienced Jian Xingyu had no such strategy. He merely covered his head with his hands, rolling on the ground as the fists fell like raindrops, each strike echoing with a dull thud. Just as the beggars were reveling in their assault, an elderly man approached and grasped the arm of the assailant. "Young man," he said, "spare them while you can. They are still children." The leader of the beggars glanced at the elder and then at Jian Xingyu and the youth. He forcibly pried open the youth's fist, which had lost its strength to resist, and took the 3 copper coins from his hand. With the coins in his possession, The leader spat at Jian Xingyu and the youth before gesturing for the others to leave. The elder let out a soft sigh, bending down to look at the two, and inquired, "Young ones, are you alive?" "Not dead yet," Jian Xingyu replied with a grin. At that moment, his body was covered in bruises. While the youth relaxed his curled-up form and looked at Jian Xingyu with a hint of gratitude. Seeing that the two were unharmed, the elder smiled and said, "It is truly pitiful to see such young ones begging. Where do you reside?" The youth remained silent, but Jian Xingyu responded, "Grandfather, thank you. Look at us. Do we still have a home?" The elder slowly replied, "I see. By the way, my name is Sun Kai. You may call me Sun Bo. I work as a labor broker. If you lack a stable livelihood, why not come with me? I can help you find some work. Although the pay is not much, it is enough for food and survival. This labor broker role entails acting as an intermediary for short-term workers, recruiting them for affluent families while taking a commission from their wages. In bustling towns, such a profession is quite common." Jian Xingyu and the youth remained silent, but Sun Kai seemed to sense their apprehension and cheerfully assured them, "Do not worry, I will not deceive you. If you are interested, come find me at my shop, Sun Kai Labor Broker, located in the west of the city." With that, Sun Kai cheerfully departed. As they watched Sun Kai retreat, Jian Xingyu pouted and turned to the youth. The youth said to Jian Xingyu, "Thank you for earlier." It seemed he rarely expressed gratitude, and even now, his tone was somewhat cold. Jian Xingyu replied, "Do not thank me. Whether you live or die is of no concern to me. I simply cannot abide their actions." He fixed his gaze on the youth, who appeared taken aback by Jian Xingyu's words. Upon noticing a hint of a smile at the corner of Jian Xingyu's mouth, the youth broke into a rare smile and extended his hand, saying, "From now on, you are my friend. What is your name?" Surprised by the youth's gesture, Jian Xingyu smiled and responded, "Now that is more like it. There is no point in wearing a long face. My name is Jian Xingyu. What about you?" The youth hesitated, replying, "I have no name. I have been an orphan since birth." Observing the youth's melancholic expression, Jian Xingyu felt a surge of compassion. He gently patted the youth's shoulder and said, "I too have no parents, but I have a master. Henceforth, consider yourself my brother. My surname is Jian. You shall bear the same surname. As for your name, you may choose one for yourself." The youth gazed into Jian Xingyu's earnest eyes and felt a wave of emotion. "Very well, from now on, I shall be known as Jian Wuming." "Jian Wuming, is it?" Jian Xingyu mused. "That is a splendid name." Jian Wuming then asked, "By the way, what brings you to Mo City?" Jian Xingyu, trusting Jian Wuming, revealed his purpose. Upon hearing this, Jian Wuming's expression turned serious as he admonished, "How could you so easily divulge such important matters to others?" Jian Xingyu, puzzled, replied, "Are you not my brother? What does it matter?" Jian Wuming shook his head and cautioned, "Remember, the world is fraught with danger. Do not trust anyone easily, especially regarding matters that may put you at risk." Jian Xingyu nodded, albeit somewhat bewildered. Seeing this, Jian Wuming felt a deeper fondness for Jian Xingyu, thinking to himself, "Xingyu is inherently kind-hearted and trusting. I shall ensure he does not suffer." Having been an orphan since birth, Jian Wuming had survived by begging in the streets and had gained considerable insight into the treachery of the world. With him by Jian Xingyu's side, navigating the challenges in Mo City would surely become much easier. Jian Wuming remarked, "The horse caravan that nearly collided with you earlier belongs to the Zhao family, who dominate this city with an iron fist. If you do not devise a plan, you may find it impossible to even enter their gates, let alone steal from them." With that, Jian Wuming's eyes glinted as he continued, "In that case, we might truly need to pay a visit to Sun Kai's labor shop." Jian Xingyu regarded Jian Wuming thoughtfully and nodded in agreement. Thus began the bond between Jian Xingyu and his newfound brother, Jian Wuming, who would become his first friend in this lifetime. Jian Xingyu looked at Jian Wuming, his lips slightly pursed and a smile playing at the corners of his mouth. "I will obtain that you long carving sooner or later." Chapter 26. Into the Abyss of Nirvana. Infiltrating the Zhao family that night at Sun Kai's shop, Jian Xingyu and Jian Wuming arrived at the labor broker's establishment in the western city. Sun Kai was currently poring over his account books at the counter. Upon seeing the two, a smile crept onto his lips, as if he had anticipated their arrival. Sun Kai set down his ledger and addressed them. "You have finally come. If you had arrived any later, I would have closed shop." Jian Xingyu inquired, "How did you know we would come?" Sun Kai chuckled without answering, gesturing for them to sit on a long bench in the room. He then stepped out from behind the counter and took a seat opposite them. Sun Kai remarked, "Survival is the foundation of everything. If even survival becomes a problem, then nothing else matters. You are here seeking my assistance to live, which is hardly surprising." Jian Xingyu and Jian Wuming did not refute Sun Kai's words. Jian Wuming sat expressionless, seemingly detached from the conversation between Jian Xingyu and Sun Kai. Jian Xingyu said, Sun Bo, we indeed seek work to earn a meal. We would like your help in finding a short-term job. Sun Kai smiled knowingly and replied, at your young age, there are many tasks you cannot perform. The only work available to you might be washing dishes in the kitchen, which is arduous yet poorly compensated. Jian Xingyu responded cheerfully, as long as we can fill our stomachs, we are fine with either washing dishes or sweeping floors. Sun Kai glanced at Jian Wuming, noting his lack of reaction. Thus reassured, he continued, however, most households prefer not to employ such young laborers unless it is during particularly busy times or for tasks that others are reluctant to undertake. Jian Xingyu expressed his confusion, asking, do you not wish to go? Sun Kai nodded and replied, indeed, some households are exceedingly harsh towards temporary workers. Not only do they offer meager wages, but they are also excessively picky, often resorting to harsh scolding, and in some cases, even resorting to physical violence. Consequently, many temporary workers are reluctant to accept jobs from such families. This results in a consistent shortage of labor in these households, making it relatively easy to find a position there. Realization dawned upon Jian Xingyu. Sun Kai smiled and added, for instance, the Zhao residence is the most demanding of all. No temporary workers wish to go there. The Zhao residence. Jian Xingyu and Jian Wuming simultaneously brightened, for in Mo City, there was but one household known as the Zhao residence, without a rival. It seemed this was a grand opportunity to infiltrate the Zhao household. Noticing their expressions, Sun Kai assumed they were anxious about entering the Zhao residence and quickly reassured them, but do not worry, I will not send you to the Zhao residence. I shall find you a more suitable household. Just as Jian Xingyu was about to explain, Jian Wuming interjected, there is no need for your concern. Let us proceed to the Zhao residence. What? Sun Kai exclaimed in surprise. Jian Wuming continued, the Zhao residence is the foremost power in Mo City. We wish to broaden our horizons. As for the wages, as long as we can eat, it matters not. Sun Kai hastily countered, but the Zhao residence is exceedingly harsh. You might not earn a single coin and could suffer greatly. Jian Wuming responded, Uncle Sun, look at our youthful age. Who would hire us elsewhere? Even if we are hired, the pay would likely be scant. Since the work is relatively similar, going to the Zhao residence would spare you much trouble. This struck a chord with Sun Kai, who muttered to himself. Truth be told, if Sun Kai were to arrange for these two youths to work elsewhere, it was likely that no one would want them, which could adversely affect his business. After some contemplation, Sun Kai addressed Jian Xingyu and Jian Wuming, saying, very well. I shall arrange for you to meet the steward of the Zhao residence tomorrow. He will surely make the necessary arrangements for you. However, you must be mentally prepared. Jian Xingyu and Jian Wuming nodded in agreement. That night passed without incident, and the following morning, Sun Kai escorted Jian Xingyu and Jian Wuming to the Zhao residence. The grand entrance of the Zhao residence was imposing, flanked by two massive stone lions. A crimson door bore a black plaque, upon which two golden characters were inscribed with great flourish, Zhao Fu. For burly men stood at the entrance, clearly indicating the Zhao residence's formidable presence in Mo City. Sun Kai led the two youths not through the main gate, but, after conferring with the guards, entered through a small side door. This led them to the front courtyard of the Zhao residence, which was designed as a three-part courtyard. The front courtyard served as a reception area for guests, featuring a grand hall and guest rooms. The second courtyard housed the servants, kitchen, storerooms, and a central garden, while the third courtyard was where the Zhao family truly resided. Sun Kai guided them directly through the front courtyard to the second courtyard, where they found the head steward, Zhao Yong, in his 40s. Zhao Yong had a slightly portly figure complemented by a round head, exuding an air of shrewdness. His two prominent mustaches further highlighted his cunning nature. At that moment, Zhao Yong was leisurely sipping tea as he glanced at Sun Kai and the two newcomers, furrowing his brow as he remarked, I say, Master Sun, these two temporary workers seem rather young. Do you look down upon the Zhao residence? Upon hearing this, Sun Kai hurriedly stepped forward, bowing and scraping. How could I dare to? Although these two may be young, they are quite astute. It is precisely because they are young that they will work for a modest sum, which is why I brought them to you first. Sun Kai had quite the knack for flattery, spinning the narrative that these youths were brought for their cost-effectiveness rather than their lack of desirability. Indeed, his words pleased Zhao Yong, who chuckled and replied, work earns you food. If you do not work well, not only will you go hungry, but you may also face punishment. This statement was clearly directed at Jian Xingyu and Jian Wuming. Sun Kai, sensing that the arrangement was secure, promptly turned to Jian Xingyu and Jian Wuming, urging them, quick, introduce yourselves to Steward Zhao. As Jian Xingyu opened his mouth, Zhao Yong interrupted lazily, no need. In the Zhao residence, your original names will no longer suffice. I shall give you new names. Given your tender ages, one shall be named Zhao Lai, and the other Zhao Chu. Zhao Lai and Zhao Chu. Jian Xingyu felt a wave of incredulity wash over him. Such names were exceedingly trivial. However, despite his thoughts, he refrained from voicing them. For in the grand scheme of things, a name held little significance for him and Jian Wuming. Having spoken, Zhao Yong waved a hand, summoning a servant, instructing, "Take Zhao Lai and Zhao Chu to the latrine. They shall be responsible for its upkeep henceforth." Jian Xingyu felt another wave of disbelief. Following Zhao Yong's orders, the servant led Jian Xingyu and Jian Wuming away, leaving Sun Kai and Zhao Yong to discuss the crucial matter of wages. The remuneration was to be collected by the labor contractor, and how much each worker would receive depended on the contractor's integrity. In truth, Jian Xingyu and Jian Wuming were indifferent to this, as their primary objective had been achieved. They had infiltrated the Zhao residence. The specifics of their wages and the negotiations between Sun Kai and Zhao Yong were of no concern to them. The essential point was that they remained within the Zhao residence as temporary workers, which was ample satisfaction. The servant guided Jian Xingyu and Jian Wuming into the courtyard, explaining, "Zhao Lai and Zhao Chu, the steward has assigned you the task of cleaning the latrine, which includes the facilities in the front, middle, and back courtyards. Your schedule is as follows: clean the back courtyard latrine at dawn, the front courtyard latrine in the morning, and the middle courtyard latrine in the afternoon. Since the back courtyard latrine is for the use of the master and mistress, it must be attended to with utmost care. And you must not delay even for a moment. The front and middle courtyard latrines are somewhat easier. Do you understand?" Jian Xingyu and Jian Wuming nodded. The opportunity to access the back courtyard was indeed a pleasant surprise, far more convenient than working in the kitchen. At dawn, when most people were in deep slumber, it would be considerably easier to accomplish many tasks. Before their arrival, Jian Wuming had informed Jian Xingyu about the Zhao family's circumstances. It turned out that the Zhao family had engaged numerous martial arts experts as guest elders, most of whom resided in the front courtyard, thus posing minimal interference. However, in the back courtyard, for individuals warranted particular caution. The first was the head of the Zhao family, Zhao Tian, a master of external martial arts, having reached the 5th level of internal strength, a remarkable feat indeed. The second was Zhao Tian's cousin, Zhao Hai, who also excelled in external martial arts, with his internal strength also at the 5th level. The young man who rode the red horse that day was none other than him. The third was a guest elder of the Zhao family, the deadly dart expert, Fang Zixuan, renowned for his prowess with concealed weapons in the martial arts world, earning him the moniker of Deadly Dart Expert. Although his martial skills were unremarkable, his elusive concealed weapons commanded a formidable reputation. Lastly was another guest elder, the Blade King, Wang Hu, who was rumored to have stolen techniques from the Ming residents, learning a move from their ultimate technique, the fiery cross slash. While he could not rival the true masters of the Ming residents, he remained exceptionally formidable in this border town. Both Wang Hu and Fang Zixuan were specifically invited by the head of the Zhao family, Zhao Tian, to reside in the back courtyard, as they were the most skilled among the guest elders, even regarded as masters in this northern frontier. With these two stationed there, the Zhao family's inner household could live in peace. Otherwise, given the Zhao family's domineering nature and the multitude of enemies they had made, should adversaries come to assassinate them, it would be a significant trouble indeed. Jian Xingyu and Jian Wuming arrived at their humble abode, which was essentially a dilapidated shed, characterized by walls that allowed the wind to seep through and a roof that leaked during rain. Yet, it was precisely due to such dismal conditions that only the two of them resided there, while the other servants occupied slightly better accommodations in the annex. Seated within, Jian Wuming inquired, "Xingyu, have you ever practiced martial arts?" Jian Xingyu replied with a hint of resignation, "Not yet." Jian Wuming frowned and remarked, "In that case, you may find yourself in perilous situations." Sensing the underlying concern in Jian Wuming's words, Jian Xingyu asked, "Wuming, do you know martial arts?" With a serious expression, Jian Wuming replied, "I wouldn't call it martial arts. They are merely methods of self-defense, not difficult to learn. There are two techniques, one for escape and the other for feigning death." Jian Xingyu looked on with curiosity, eager for further explanation. Jian Wuming elaborated, "These techniques were taught to me by an old beggar. The escape technique is known as Suo Di Cheng Si Yuan, though I prefer to call it oiling the soles. This skill enables one to run extraordinarily fast, covering a 100-meter distance in mere steps. The feigning death technique is called Gui Shi Shu, allowing one to suppress breathing and heartbeat, appearing lifeless, for a duration of 12 hours. Once the time is up, one naturally awakens. Upon hearing about these intriguing martial arts, Jian Xingyu's eyes sparkled with wonder. It was noteworthy that although he was the son of Jian Wushuang, he had never practiced even a single move. Observing Jian Xingyu's enthusiasm, Jian Wuming chuckled. There's no need for such excitement. I will teach you everything when I have the time. The Suo Di Ching Si Yuan is relatively simple, while the Gui Shi Shu is a bit more complex. Grateful, Jian Xingyu gazed at Jian Wuming and said, Wuming, thank you. Jian Wuming was momentarily taken aback, then patted Jian Xingyu on the shoulder and declared, You are my only friend in this life, my best brother. Indeed, you are as well. Jian Xingyu nodded, breaking into a joyful smile. At that moment, a voice called from outside, All servants, assemble in the front courtyard hall. The master has instructions. Move quickly. The voice belonged to the steward Zhao Yong. Hearing this, Jian Xingyu and Jian Wuming exchanged glances, a flicker of concern evident in their eyes. For they had met the second master Zhao Hai under rather unfriendly circumstances. Let us go see what it's about, Jian Wuming said. Without delay, the two exited their room, joining the throng of servants heading towards the front courtyard hall. Chapter 27. The Nirvana of Death Valley. A fortuitous opportunity in the afternoon. At the Zhao family residence in Mo Cheng, Jian Xingyu, Jian Wuming, and a multitude of servants stood orderly in the hall of the front courtyard. At that moment, a middle-aged man in his 40s presided over the assembly, his features sharp and defined, with thick brows and bright eyes, a straight nose, and a wide mouth. His stern visage exuded an aura of authority befitting a leader. He was Zhao Tian, the head of the Zhao family. To his left sat Zhao Hai, who had previously gallivanted through the marketplace on horseback, while to his right was a pallid young man, a figure of excess, known as the deadly arrow master Fang Zixuan. Beside him was a burly man, the formidable Dao Wanghu. Zhao Tian addressed those gathered with an exceedingly calm voice. It is once again the Mid-Autumn Festival in August, a time when the Zhao family traditionally attends the Jianghu Trading Fair at Zijin Mountain Villa. This year shall be no exception. I have summoned you here primarily to discuss matters during my absence. Upon hearing that Zhao Tian intended to leave the Zhao residence, Jian Xingyu and Jian Wuming could not help but exhibit a glimmer of interest. Meanwhile, Zhao Hai, Fang Zixuan, and Wang Hu displayed a nonchalant demeanor, seemingly indifferent to Zhao Tian's words. Zhao Tian continued, This time, I shall be accompanied by my second son Zhao Hai and Dao Wang Hu. As for matters within the estate, Zhao Yong, I trust you will take care of them. Fang Zixuan will also remain here to ensure order, should any significant issues arise. Zhao Yong, you are to consult the mistress for a decision. Understood, my lord. Steward Zhao Yong promptly nodded. Fang Zixuan added with a smile, Rest assured, Zhao Lao Yi. With me here, the estate will remain secure. Zhao Tian nodded in acknowledgement. The mistress he referred to was Zhao Tian's devoted wife, who was dedicated to a life of piety and spent most of her time in the Buddhist hall, seldom disturbed by trivial matters of the household. However, her standing in the estate was second only to Zhao Tian, deserving utmost respect even from Zhao Hai, for she was Zhao Tian's most trusted confidant, wielding significant influence. Zhao Tian's tone grew serious as he warned, While I am away, everything should proceed as usual. Should I discover anyone engaging in speculation or misconduct during my absence, you shall answer for it upon my return. Yes, my lord. The servants replied in unison. Zhao Tian appeared satisfied and was about to dismiss everyone when Zhao Hai interjected with a casual scoff, interrupting Zhao Tian. Hold on, brother. At Zhao Hai's words, a wave of confusion swept through the assembly, including Zhao Tian, who looked at Zhao Hai with a puzzled expression. Zhao Hai smirked and asked Zhao Yong, Care to explain what these two young lads are doing here? With that, Zhao Hai gestured towards Jian Xingyu and Jian Wuming. Upon being singled out, Jian Xingyu and Jian Wuming instinctively recoiled, cold sweat forming on their palms. Zhao Yong hastily responded, Second master, these two are short-term workers sent by Sun Kai today. I had them cleaning the latrines. Oh, what a coincidence. Zhao Hai remarked with a sardonic tone. Zhao Hai, what are you doing? Zhao Tian interjected. It was customary for the servants' matters to be handled by steward Zhao Yong. So Zhao Tian found it unusual that his younger brother suddenly took an interest in the servants. Zhao Hai retorted, Brother, I happen to know these two lads. And what of it? Zhao Tian replied, his displeasure evident. Noticing his brother's irritation, steward Zhao Yong quickly offered, If second master dislikes them, I can send them away. Zhao Hai suddenly laughed, Leave? No need. Just yesterday, these two obstructed my horse in the street. Such impudence must be properly addressed now that they are in the Zhao residence. Upon hearing this, Zhao Tian furrowed his brow but chose to remain silent. He was well aware of Zhao Hai's arrogant nature, but had historically turned a blind eye as long as he didn't cause any significant trouble. This is utterly outrageous. Steward Zhao Yong exclaimed with indignation. Jian Xingyu and Jian Wuming felt a surge of anger. The Zhao family's behavior was exceedingly unreasonable. Yet, despite their inner fury, they held their tongues. Zhao Hai continued, rewards for merit and penalties for mistakes. It's not a big deal. Let us give these two 100 strokes of the rod each and deny them food for 3 days to teach them a lesson. At this declaration, Jian Xingyu and Jian Wuming's expressions shifted drastically. At their tender age, 100 strokes could very well be fatal. Thus, they regarded Zhao Hai with a glimmer of murderous intent. Zhao Tian frowned and remarked, these lads are still quite young. 100 strokes would surely lead to their demise. If they die, we will lose a year's wages paid to Sun Kai. This is not a loss we, the Zhao family, would ever entertain. Instead, let us have them each receive 30 strokes and 3 days without food. The remaining 70 strokes will be documented. Should they err again, the punishment will be doubled. Upon hearing Zhao Tian's decision, Jian Xingyu and Jian Wuming realized that the Zhao family members were indeed not benevolent souls, their lives hanging in the balance by the mere words of their superiors. Steward Zhao Yong hastily declared, my lord, you are merciful. You two young lads, why not express your gratitude for the Lord's immense kindness? Though Jian Xingyu and Jian Wuming were exceedingly reluctant, they had no choice but to bow and thank Zhao Tian for the greater good. Zhao Tian, unconcerned, waved his hand dismissively and subsequently ordered the servants to withdraw. Jian Xingyu and Jian Wuming were taken away, placed upon a long bench, and received a sound thrashing of 30 strokes, leaving their posteriors bloodied and bruised. Jian Xingyu, unaccustomed to such punishment, winced throughout, while Jian Wuming remained silent, his expression unchanged, teeth clenched as he glared ahead. After the beating, the two helped each other back to the woodshed, unable to sit, and resorted to lying on the wooden bed. Jian Xingyu looked at Jian Wuming and, feeling somewhat guilty, said, Wuming, I am truly sorry for getting you into this predicament. Jian Wuming smiled nonchalantly and replied, we are brothers, no need for such words. Moreover, we will make them regret this sooner or later. As he spoke, the mirth in Jian Wuming's eyes faded, revealing a glint of malice. Jian Xingyu snorted in agreement. Initially, he felt a pang of guilt for stealing the fish dragon carving from the Zhao residence, but that sentiment had long since vanished. Now, he yearned to beat the Zhao family thoroughly to vent his frustration. Despite their punishment, fortune was not entirely absent. Let us not forget, in just a few days, Zhao Tian would be departing for Zijin Mountain Villa with Zhao Hai and Wang Hu. The once dreaded four had now dwindled to one, a most fortuitous turn of events. Jian Wuming suddenly remarked. Upon hearing this, Jian Xingyu couldn't help but smile. This was indeed a serendipitous opportunity. 3 days swiftly passed. During this time, neither Jian Xingyu nor Jian Wuming had consumed a single grain of rice, leaving them dizzy from hunger, sustained only by water. Despite their lack of nourishment, their workload remained unrelenting, tirelessly cleaning the latrines, which exhausted them further, compounded by their injuries. Yet, after these 3 days, their wounds had healed considerably. Another piece of good news was that this morning, Zhao Tian set off for Zijin Mountain Villa with Zhao Hai and Wang Hu. This signified that their moment to act was drawing near. As night fell, Jian Wuming leaned against the headboard, massaging his legs, and addressed Jian Xingyu. Xingyu, I have devised a plan. In 10 days, it will be the 15th day of the 8th month, and the manor will undoubtedly be bustling late into the night, with many indulging in drink. We shall make our move in the early hours of that day, when these individuals will be sound asleep. Jian Xingyu nodded, expressing no dissent to Jian Wuming's plan. Jian Wuming continued, in these 10 days, I shall teach you the technique of shrink the earth to an inch. The extent of your mastery depends solely on your innate talent. 10 days? Is that not too short? Jian Xingyu inquired. This technique is not an esoteric martial art, nor does it require internal energy. It is simply a skill perfected through practice, quite straightforward, Jian Wuming explained. Jian Xingyu nodded, refraining from further comment. The essence of shrink the earth to an inch comprises 6 fundamental principles: light floating, half-step, and continuous connection. Though it is a rudimentary martial art, once mastered, it becomes exquisitely profound, attributed to an unknown master. Light floating refers to the lightness of one's form, allowing the body to move like a leaf, swaying with the wind, guided by intention. This psychological aspect is paramount, surpassing physical training. Thus, during the practice, Jian Wuming had Jian Xingyu bind heavy homemade sandbags to his feet, compelling him to work and walk without respite day and night, while at night, Jian Xingyu would meditate. envisioning himself as a featherlight leaf, graceful and effortless. The half-step involves maintaining movement without fully touching the ground. It is not about complete suspension, but rather a mere touch of the toes, barely lingering with the earth. Continuous connection signifies sustained practice. Typically, a novice would manage about 50 steps before needing to restart, whereas a master could traverse freely until they chose to halt. Jianghu possessed remarkable martial talent, breaking through his psychological barrier in just one night. The subsequent 9 days were dedicated to rigorous practice of the half-step and continuous connection, with him sleeping only 2 hours daily, dedicating the rest of his time to perfecting the technique. His innate ability and perseverance prompted Jianghu to nod in quiet admiration. Feeling a touch of envy, it is worth noting that Jianghu himself required 7 days to overcome his psychological barrier, astonishing the beggar who taught him. Had he known that someone could achieve this feat in a single night, he would have likely been left astounded. 10 steps, 30 steps, 50 steps, 80 steps, 100 steps, 300 steps, 500 steps. Jianghu's mastery of shrink the earth to an inch progressed dramatically each day, a pace that would leave many aghast. In the blink of an eye, 10 days had elapsed, and Jianghu had made significant strides, possessing a 50% chance of executing the technique flawlessly, with the remaining opportunity only faltering beyond 800 steps, which was more than adequate for escape. Today marked the 15th day of the 8th month, the Mid-Autumn Festival. Although the head of the Zhao family was absent, the estate buzzed with excitement. The Zhao clan, being numerous, had gathered in great numbers, and thus, the Zhao residence was adorned with lanterns and decorations, creating a festive atmosphere. The servants were exceptionally busy today, and amidst their bustling activity, 2 pairs of eyes sparkled with anticipation, those of Jianghu and Jianghu. On the night of the 15th day, the festivities continued unabated. Due to the Mid-Autumn celebration, the Zhao family was immersed in merriment, with a greater influx of guests than usual. Consequently, Jianghu and Jianghu were informed that they would not begin their cleaning duties until late at night, to avoid disrupting the revelry. After a long day, Jianghu and Jianghu remained in their woodshed. It was now late at night, and in half an hour, they would need to commence their work. Jianghu turned to Jianghu and suddenly asked, "How did you spend the Mid-Autumn Festival in the past?" Jianghu replied nonchalantly, "Me? What else could I do? Just alone, not knowing where to linger, watching others reveling." A self-deprecating smile accompanied his words. Jianghu pressed his lips together and said, "I used to celebrate it with my father. No matter how busy he was, he would always return to be with me." Jianghu nodded. "You are fortunate to have such a father. What about him now?" Upon hearing this, Jianghu's eyes shimmered with unshed tears as he slowly replied, "He was harmed by others." Jianghu chose not to speak further or inquire about Jianghu's past. He understood that if Jianghu did not wish to discuss it, it was a painful subject best left untouched. Gradually, Jianghu composed himself, a gentle smile gracing his lips as he looked at Jianghu and said, "This year, I am not alone for the Mid-Autumn Festival, as I am with my best brother." Jianghu gazed at Jianghu in surprise, nodding. "Indeed, this is the best Mid-Autumn Festival of my life." With that, the 2 boys exchanged smiles. Jianghu then shifted the conversation. "In recent days, we have been secretly investigating the back courtyard and discovered that a room deep within has always remained locked. Are we truly going to explore that tonight?" Jianghu affirmed. "Yes, I have heard tales of a storeroom within the Zhao residence, where most of their treasures are kept. The entire back courtyard shows signs of habitation. Yet this innermost room remains locked, thus I am certain it is the storeroom mentioned in legends, and the fish dragon carving may very well be inside." Jianghu nodded again, his eyes gleaming with excitement. After waiting for over a week, they were finally ready to take action. Half an hour slipped by swiftly. Jianghu and Jianghu emerged from their woodshed, carrying buckets and brooms for cleaning, making their way to the back courtyard. Since the banquet was primarily held in the front courtyard, the back remained relatively tranquil. At this moment, as midnight approaches, the backyard is shrouded in darkness, indicating that its occupants have succumbed to slumber, the majority of whom are likely inebriated. Jianghu and Jianghu cautiously arrive at the entrance of the latrine. Placing their tools at the threshold, they exchange a glance, then proceed slowly towards the warehouse. The backyard, though modest in size, features a central courtyard flanked by several rooms on either side, with a grand hall to the north and a gate leading to the inner courtyard to the south. The room of interest lies to the right of the northern hall, set back more than 3 meters, lending it an unusually profound aura. The innermost room on the west side is the Buddhist hall of Madame Hu, where a solitary candle flickers, casting a faint, ethereal glow through the paper windows amidst the night's stillness. This illumination is not due to Madame Hu's insomnia, but rather the perpetual lighting of the candles in the hall, a fact that Jian Xingyu and Jian Wuming are already aware of. Thus, despite the glow emanating from the room, they pay it little heed. With utmost care, Jian Xingyu and Jian Wuming inch their way towards the warehouse, eventually arriving at its door. Observing that a massive copper lock secures it, Jian Xingyu's brow furrows with concern. He whispers, "Wuming, what shall we do?" Jian Wuming promptly covers Jian Xingyu's mouth with his hand, glancing around to ensure their surroundings are quiet before slowly releasing his grip and signaling a shush with his finger, indicating that there is no need for alarm and that he can manage the situation. Jian Xingyu nods eagerly, refraining from further speech. Jian Wuming produces a slender piece of wire from his pocket and gestures for Jian Xingyu to keep watch while he kneels down to manipulate the lock. Jian Xingyu stands watch, his eyes fixed on the courtyard, tense and alert. Any sign of disturbance would necessitate their immediate retreat. Suddenly, a faint cough echoes, causing Jian Xingyu to freeze, his gaze locked on the room from whence the sound originated. Jian Wuming also halts his endeavors, waiting silently. Moments pass, and silence envelopes them once more. Jian Xingyu exhales softly, glancing back at Jian Wuming and signaling him to continue. Wiping the beads of sweat from his brow, Jian Wuming resumes his task with the lock. The sound of metal scraping against copper, though easily overlooked in daylight, resonates distinctly in the hushed night. With each squeak, Jian Xingyu's heart races, perspiration beads on his forehead, and his throat feels parched. A particularly sharp click reverberates through the air, startling even Jian Wuming, who instinctively holds his breath, pressing his hand against the lock and remaining still, while Jian Xingyu remains equally motionless, eyes fixed on the courtyard. After a tense moment passes without further incident, they exchange relieved smiles. Jian Xingyu gives a thumbs up to Jian Wuming, signaling his approval. Jian Wuming gently removes the lock, setting it aside with caution, then slowly pushes the wooden door open. The creaking of the door pierces the stillness of the courtyard and through the narrow opening. Both Jian Wuming and Jian Xingyu swiftly slip into the warehouse. Inside, the warehouse is engulfed in darkness, devoid of windows and illuminated only by the light of a single wooden door. Jian Xingyu fumbles in the dark until he finds a fire stick, igniting it with a soft pop. Thanks to Jian Wuming's special treatment, the flame emits a dim glow, sufficient to illuminate the room. The modest space, aside from the door, is lined with shelves brimming with an array of items: jade artifacts, weapons, paintings, ceramics, an exquisite collection that dazzles the eye. Jian Xingyu gestures for Jian Wuming to search to the right, while he begins his exploration to the left. They proceed to methodically inspect each item, and on one shelf, Jian Xingyu discovers a book titled Wing Fei Hua Shou, a technique for mastering concealed weaponry. He recalls Jian Wuming mentioning that Fang Ji-sun, a guest from the Zhao family, had trained in this very art. Although Fang Ji-sun had not yet perfected it, even his rudimentary skills were enough to instill caution in seasoned martial artists. As Jian Wuming approaches and spots the tome, a subtle smile graces his lips, and he forcefully tucks it into Jian Xingyu's clothing, signaling that they must take the book with them. Jian Xingyu does not protest. After thoroughly searching the shelves without locating the desired fish dragon carving, they find that the only unopened item is a wooden box nestled in the corner. Approaching the box, they notice its exquisite carvings, suggesting it holds considerable value. Jian Wuming indicates for Jian Xingyu to open it, and with a determined effort, Jian Xingyu pries it open. Inside lies a stunning jade artifact, a fish entwined with a dragon, so lifelike that it appears to swim. In the darkness, the jade radiates a soft, luminous glow, accentuating its brilliance. Without a doubt, this is the coveted fish dragon carving for which they came. Exchanging glances, both Jian Xingyu and Jian Wuming allow smiles to creep across their faces. As Jian Xingyu reaches for the carving, the moment he lifts it from the box, an almost invisible golden thread snaps, triggering a sudden cacophony of bells. Unbeknownst to them, the box contained a mechanism. The sharp sound of the bells reverberates through the inner courtyard, piercing the night with its clarity. In an instant, the rustling of clothing and startled voices erupt throughout the Zhao residence. "It's over," Jian Xingyu exclaims in frustration. "Not necessarily. Run," Jian Wuming shouts, grasping Jian Xingyu's arm as they bolt towards the exit. Utilizing their martial arts skills, they swiftly navigate through the backyard. At that moment, someone has already noticed their presence. The steward, Zhao Yong, bellows, "Zhao Lai, Zhao Chu, what audacity you possess." Jian Xingyu and Jian Wuming do not have the luxury of responding, employing their deft movements to evade Zhao Yong and flee towards the gate. At this juncture, Madame Hu emerges, a woman in her 40s exuding an air of regal elegance. Her face betraying a flicker of anger as she commands, "Zhao Yong, what is happening?" "Madam, there are thieves." Zhao Yong replies hastily. Madame Hu's gaze darts towards the warehouse, and upon seeing the door ajar, her expression shifts to one of alarm as she cries, "Where is Feng Ji's son? Where is Feng Ji's son?" "Fear not. I shall apprehend the thief," declares Feng Ji's son, who has just awakened from his stupor. Realizing the warehouse has been breached, his face pales. He remembers he had confidently assured Zhao Tian of the security of the premises. What kind of explanation could he provide upon Zhao Tian's return? Without delay, Feng Ji's son dashes out the door, pursuing the direction in which Jian Xingyu and Jian Wuming have fled. Meanwhile, the number of awakened individuals in the Zhao residence continues to grow. Jian Xingyu and Jian Wuming weave through the crowd, their unusual movements going largely unchallenged by those unaware of the situation, allowing them to escape unimpeded. In a short span, they burst through the gates of the Zhao residence, heading towards the city gate, the ease of their escape filling them with a sense of unspoken relief. Just as they approach the city gate, a voice filled with rage bellows, "You insolent brats, stay right there." In an instant, arrows was passed, slicing through the air. Two darts flew towards Jian Xingyu and Jian Wuming's backs, catching them off guard and striking their shoulders. Jian Xingyu staggered, momentarily halted by the sudden impact, causing his speed to diminish sharply. Upon observing Jian Xingyu slow down, Fang Zixin let out a cold laugh and swiftly hurled another dart towards Jian Xingyu's back, while simultaneously advancing rapidly. In a critical moment, Jian Wuming shouted, "Xingyu, be careful," and immediately pushed Jian Xingyu aside, taking the dart that pierced fiercely into his side. The pain caused his face to contort. Seeing this, Jian Xingyu cried out, "Wuming, Wuming." Her voice trembled, as if on the verge of tears. Jian Wuming hurriedly reassured her. "I am fine. I blocked it for you. Hurry and escape." "No, we will return what we took. That will suffice. We don't want it anymore. You are bleeding." Jian Xingyu's voice quivered with emotion. In response, Jian Wuming forcefully pushed Jian Xingyu away, exclaiming, "What kind of man cries? Even if I die, so be it. Do you think returning what we've taken will save our lives? Don't be so naive. Just go. We must escape, one of us at least. Xingyu, do not let me regret calling you my brother." Upon hearing these words, Jian Xingyu's tears brimmed in her eyes but did not fall. Her gaze fixed intently on Jian Wuming, refusing to budge. "Go. I have the turtle breathing technique. I will survive. Once I am well, I will come to find you at Zhuminggu. You still intend to take me to Mingyue Wudong Crossing, don't you? I long to see such a beautiful place. Hurry, if you stay, I won't be able to escape either." Jian Wuming urged desperately. At that moment, his clothes were soaked with blood, and beads of sweat streamed down his face. Yet he still managed to smile brightly at Jian Xingyu, not uttering a single cry of pain. Pushed by Jian Wuming, Jian Xingyu felt an inner turmoil, her face flushed with suppressed emotion. She trembled, torn between decisions. Suddenly, the image of Jian Wushuang's smiling face flashed in her mind. What would her father do in this situation? "Xingyu, you have grown up. Remember, a man must stand tall. If you ever enter the Jianghu, recall this truth. Matters of the Jianghu must be settled within the Jianghu. Be a true man who loves and hates distinctly." Jian Wushuang's final words echoed in her ears, and Jian Xingyu's expression firmed, her eyes shining with resolve. She gazed deeply at Jian Wuming, stating emphatically, "I will wait for you at Mingyue Wudong Crossing. You must not die. Rest assured, I promise to avenge your father with you. I will not perish." Jian Wuming, observing Jian Xingyu's determination, felt a sense of relief and replied casually, although the intense pain made speaking a challenge. Jian Xingyu ceased her protests, pivoted, and activated her shrinking technique, propelling herself toward the city gate with a swift movement, disappearing in the blink of an eye. However, a youthful voice rang out, "Zhao family, heed my words. If you dare to harm a single hair on Wuming today, I, Jian Xingyu, will ensure that your entire Zhao clan is reduced to ashes, even if it costs me my life. I mean what I say." At that moment, Fang Zixin had already reached Jian Wuming's side. Hearing Jian Xingyu's fierce declaration, he felt an inexplicable chill run down his spine. The notorious dart master, frightened by a mere 7-year-old, would be a story to tell in the Jianghu. Conversely, Jian Wuming smiled inwardly at Jian Xingyu's words, reflecting on her newfound courage in the face of danger. Damn it, that little brat ran incredibly fast. What kind of technique is that? Fang Zixin muttered, attempting to calm his restless heart. Jian Wuming's expression turned cold again, his gaze piercing as he locked eyes with Fang Zixin. The moment Fang Zixin met Jin Wuming's eyes, he involuntarily shuddered, overwhelmed by the icy aura of impending doom. Fang Zixin cursed inwardly. What is happening? I, of all people, have been frightened by 2 children today. This is utterly absurd. While he tried to bolster his courage, he dared not meet Jin Wuming's gaze again. Instead, hastily seizing Jin Wuming and casting a wary glance in the direction Jian Xingyu had fled before turning to return to the Zhao family to report. Chapter 29. Nirvana at the bottom of Zhu Minggu. Jade carved in a shape Jin Wuming was brought back to the Zhao residence by Fang Zixin, subjected to severe torture. Yet he remained silent. Madame, who was infuriated, lamenting the loss of the Yulong carving, knowing Zhao Tian would return in a fury. Upon his arrival, Zhao Tian was indeed enraged and personally administered brutal interrogation to Jian Wuming, who ultimately succumbed to unconsciousness due to the torment. The Zhao household, upon inspection, found him devoid of a heartbeat, seemingly lifeless. At Zhao Tian's command, Jian Wuming's body was discarded in the woods outside Mo City, intended as fodder for wild wolves. The Zhao family dispatched individuals to track down Jian Xingyu, but ultimately their efforts bore no fruit. It is noteworthy that Sun Kai, who had provided Zhao with these 2 young workers, abandoned his shop and fled Mo City with his family upon hearing the news the following morning. Barely a moment after his departure, a group of furious men with knives stormed Sun Kai's shop, only to find it deserted. In their rage, they wreaked havoc, destroying the establishment in a fit of anger. This incident stirred great commotion in Mo City, becoming common knowledge. On the streets and in inns, whispers filled the air, and discussions were rife. Jian Xingyu's final words were even relayed by several witnesses from that night, further piquing public interest. The Zhao family's chief steward, Zhao Yong, was punished for his incompetence, leading to the loss of the Zhao family's treasures and a tarnished reputation. For his failings, he was subjected to the family's harshest punishment, having his limbs severed and ultimately bleeding to death. Thus, the events surrounding the Yulong carving in Mo City came to a close within the Jianghu. After escaping Mo City, Jian Xingyu fled northward, aware that the Zhu Minggu, 200 miles away, was viewed as a place of death by others, yet to him, it symbolized a chance for survival. As for the dart wounds he sustained, he would remove them after traveling 10 miles outside the city. At this moment, Jian Xingyu was still absorbed in thoughts of Jian Wuming. It took Jian Xingyu 7 days to traverse from Zhu Minggu to Mo City. Yet he managed to return in merely 3, driven by an instinct for survival that fueled his relentless sprint. Additionally, Jian Xingyu had honed his shrinking technique to perfection through this ordeal. The wounds on his back had already formed scabs, but his left arm hung limply, devoid of sensation. An infection from delayed treatment threatened to render it useless if left unhealed. Fortunately, he had finally reached Zhu Minggu. Upon entering Zhu Minggu, Jian Xingyu did not hesitate and charged forward. Had others witnessed a child brazenly entering this forbidden realm of the Jianghu, they would have been astounded. The moment Jian Xingyu stepped into Zhu Minggu, Ying Lu, who had been meditating, felt a slight tremor in his eyelids and woke from his trance. Reflecting on the passage of time with a sigh, back so soon, in just 20 days? Could he not endure any longer? After about 2 hours, Jian Xingyu arrived at Mingyue Wudong Crossing, where Ying Lu sat in the courtyard, smiling as he observed him. Upon seeing Jian Xingyu's state, Ying Lu frowned, sensing a markedly different aura emanating from him, an aura of killing intent. Xingyu, Ying Lu called out. Jian Xingyu slowly approached Ying Lu, kneeling before him, and said, "Master." The moment he uttered the word, he could no longer hold back, his body trembling slightly, accompanied by quiet sobs. Upon witnessing this scene, Ying Lu furrowed his brow even deeper and hurriedly assisted Jian Xingyu to his feet. At the moment Jian Xingyu whimpered, Ying Lu felt a familiar aura reminiscent of the child he once knew. It seemed that Jian Xingyu had been enveloping himself in a heavy atmosphere of murderous intent, a manifestation of the truth that those who appear strong on the outside often harbor a fragile heart within. As Ying Lu reached out to touch Jian Xingyu's shoulder, his expression changed instantly. He swiftly tore open Jian Xingyu's garment, revealing a dark, hardened scar on his back that had become impervious to sensation, no matter how it was pressed. "Xingyu, what has happened?" Ying Lu inquired anxiously. "It's nothing, master," Jian Xingyu replied, wiping away a tear before smiling at his mentor. "By the way, master, here is something for you." With that, Jian Xingyu presented the intricately carved fish dragon sculpture he had been holding. When Ying Lu beheld that it was indeed a genuine fish dragon sculpture, his throat tightened, and he carelessly set it aside. His aged eyes fixed lovingly on Jian Xingyu's soiled little face, as he slowly uttered 4 words, "Jade carved into a vessel." Hearing his master's praise, Jian Xingyu beamed with joy, but before his smile could fade, he fainted. Yinla hastily supported him, and as his fingers gently brushed over Jian Xingyu's wound, a flicker of intense killing intent emerged in his eyes. Gradually, the killing intent subsided, and he murmured to himself, I once promised you not to meddle in the affairs of the world, knowing that Wu Shuang is in peril and yet not descending from the valley. That pain can be likened to the time I lost you. How could I allow Wu Shuang's son to encounter even the slightest misfortune? Naturally, Jian Xingyu was oblivious to Yinla's words. His fainting lasted a full 3 days. The wound was merely one aspect. A more significant reason lay in the immense pressure of life and death that he had shouldered at such a tender age. Now that he had returned and relaxed, he inevitably succumbed to unconsciousness, a natural response of his body to initiate self-healing. After 3 days, the wound on Jian Xingyu's back had been nearly treated with medicinal herbs, and the stagnant blood within his body had been expelled by Yinla's cultivation. In conclusion, the injury was no longer serious. On the 3rd day, Jian Xingyu slowly regained consciousness, greeted first by the potent scent of medicine. Accompanying this fragrance was the voice of Yinla, aged yet tender. Little one, you have finally awakened. With a dry mouth and throat, Jian Xingyu managed to utter, Master. Ha, you were simply exhausted. Your wound has been treated, and you must not move about for the next few days. You will recover soon. Yinla replied with a smile. Yes, Master. Jian Xingyu responded eagerly. I found a martial arts manual in your clothing, the Wuying Feihua Shou. You must have brought it from the Zhao family in Mo City, correct? Yinla inquired. Indeed. Jian Xingyu did not hide the truth. Yinla chuckled. Your injury must also have been inflicted by this martial art. However, the fact that you managed to escape alive is quite commendable. Upon hearing Yinla's acknowledgement of his survival, Jian Xingyu's thoughts turned to Jian Wuming, and his expression darkened. Oh, it seems you have something on your mind, Yinla remarked. Tell me, do you wish to share your experiences from the past 20 days? Jian Xingyu lifted his head, the gloom in his eyes dissipating as he nodded, gradually recounting his journey from the Juming Valley to Mo City, nearly being killed, meeting Wuming, and infiltrating the Zhao family, leaving nothing unspoken. Yinla listened with rapt attention, his expressions shifting in accordance with Jian Xingyu's narrative. When he heard of Jian Wuming's fall into the clutches of Fang Ziqin for the sake of Jian Xingyu, a sigh escaped him. After finishing his tale, Jian Xingyu suddenly asked, Master, do you think Wuming will be all right? Yinla shook his head and replied, Those who traverse the world are well aware of the principle of eliminating threats at their roots. Xingyu, you must face this reality. I cannot say whether Wuming will be safe, but I believe the Zhao family will not let him off easily. Upon hearing this, Jian Xingyu's countenance grew exceedingly somber. Yinla then changed the subject abruptly, saying, Xingyu, do you know that you are far stronger than your father? At the mention of his father, Jian Xingyu looked up and asked, Really, Master? Yinla nodded, saying, In the past, your father took a month to bring me something, yet he took 50 days to return, battered and bruised. There were many times I feared he had met with misfortune. Hearing this about his father, Jian Xingyu chuckled. Master, my Suwadi Qingsuan is quite impressive. Once I recover, I will demonstrate it for you. Yinla nodded, continuing, Xingyu, you are an unparalleled martial arts prodigy in my lifetime. To have mastered Suwadi Qingsuan to such an extent in such a short time is something even your father could not compare to. Jian Xingyu felt a bit bashful and scratched his head. Yinla continued, Xingyu, this journey was also meant for you to witness the perils of the world, to truly understand its nature. Do not blame your master for being harsh. If you do not engage in true battles, you will never comprehend the dangers of this world. At this moment, Jian Xingyu deeply resonated with those words. He realized that in the realm of martial arts, no one cared about your youth. As long as you walked the path, you existed independently, often receiving treatment inferior to that of adults. The only standards for judgment were your strength and background. If your fists were powerful enough or your backing formidable, you could gallop through the streets without fear of opposition. This was the essence of the martial world, where many hidden masters appeared benign but could wreak havoc if provoked, even against those of great influence. Jian Xingyu believed that his master, Yinla, embodied such a persona. Another day passed, and Jian Xingyu was once again lively as ever. Even Yinla was astonished by Jian Xingyu's recovery speed. In the early morning, Yinla took Jian Xingyu to the courtyard. The little boy's face was filled with excitement, while Yinla regarded him with a serious demeanor. The early mountain breeze was biting, yet it did not affect the two of them in the slightest. Yinla looked at Jian Xingyu and announced, Starting today, I shall impart martial arts to you, and you must learn diligently. I will, master, Jian Xingyu declared resolutely. Yinla nodded and continued, Those who study martial arts must remember to remain calm and composed. Stability is key in all endeavors. The path of martial arts is fraught with challenges, and I hope that once you have made your choice, you will persevere. With unwavering determination, you shall surely achieve greatness. Jian Xingyu swallowed hard, nodding vigorously. Inla took a deep breath. Then, he slowly retrieved a book from behind him. Its title stirring up a storm of bloodshed in the martial world. It was a pursuit for countless masters, and the very foundation upon which Jinyu Tower flourished, Jinyu Xinfa. Jian Xingyu gazed at the coveted manual that many dreamt of possessing, now so effortlessly within reach for his own cultivation. His heart raced with uncontainable excitement, eyes gleaming with fervor. The profound enmity from the sea of blood all depended upon this. Chapter 30, Nirvana's Deadly Valley. Jinyu Heart Method. Jian Xingyu looked upon the Jinyu Heart Method in his master's hands, his gaze brimming with enthusiasm. He struggled to swallow, and finally spoke. Master, is this truly the Jinyu Heart Method? It is said to be the most profound martial art in the realm. Yin shook his head, replying, in the martial world, there exists a plethora of martial arts, each with its own unique methods of practice. However, regardless of the style, once one reaches the realm of transformation, they can stand against 100 foes, their techniques transcending the ordinary. Conversely, if one fails to master it, even the most intricate martial arts will be rendered useless, easily defeated by mere bandits. Jian Xingyu nodded, fully agreeing with this perspective. He drew upon his own experience with the technique of short-distance movement, which, though seemingly simple and requiring no internal energy, could indeed save his life against a master like Fang Zixin when perfected. Yin continued, there is no supreme martial art, only supreme practitioners. The adage that in literature there is no first, and in martial arts there is no second, encapsulates this truth. A master can kill from 100 meters away with a flower petal, while a weakling wielding a steel blade may not even graze their opponent's clothing. This is the disparity. The profundity of martial arts holds little significance in the early stages. Only those who have reached the realm of transformation can grasp the true subtleties of advanced techniques. However, this is all too premature for you. You must start from the very basics. Jian Xingyu inquired, Master, did you create the Jinyu Heart Method? Yin chuckled and shook his head. I lack such capability. It is merely a synthesis of my understanding. Jian Xingyu marveled, Master, you are truly a remarkable figure of this era, able to synthesize martial manuals. Yin playfully reprimanded. Stop flattering me, young one. From today, the Jinyu Heart Method will serve as the foundation of your internal cultivation. Your future martial prowess will depend entirely on your comprehension of this method. With that, Yin handed the Jinyu Heart Method to Jian Xingyu, instructing, from today, rise at the crow of dawn, meditate by the pond to absorb the essence of the heavens and earth, practicing the internal path of the Jinyu Heart Method until noon. In the afternoon, focus on external techniques to strengthen your physique until midnight. Afterward, I shall prepare a medicinal bath for you. After soaking, rest and repeat this daily until your internal energy reaches the 4th level of subtlety, at which point I will impart further martial skills. Upon hearing this, Jian Xingyu's mouth fell agape, astonished. What? I must wait until my internal energy reaches the 4th level of subtlety? How many years will that take? If you teach me no martial skills during this time, I learn nothing? Yin replied sternly, internal energy is the foundation of all martial arts. If you are merely seeking quick techniques and neglect the cultivation of your internal energy, your future achievements will inevitably be limited. Moreover, without internal energy, any technique you wield will be ineffective. Jian Xingyu pouted, though internally he felt a twinge of disdain. Observing his reaction, Yin smiled softly and said, Xingyu, I understand your pride in mastering the short-distance movement in just 10 days, but that technique is trivial and hardly noteworthy. Why dwell on it? Jian Xingyu hastily retorted, but I can outrun Fang Zixin. Yin chuckled, Fang Zixin? A mere rabble of the martial world, hardly worth mentioning. This incensed Jian Xingyu, who felt a surge of indignation. Since mastering the short-distance movement, he had been quite proud, especially since he had left Fang Zixin behind. Now, to hear his master belittle it, he felt a flush of embarrassment. Yin remarked, you are confident in your short-distance movement, are you not? How about this? Today, I will show you what true lightness and movement looks like. Jian Xingyu's eyes sparkled with excitement. How will we compare? Yin smiled. If you can touch me even once, then you win. How does that sound? Jian Xingyu, with a cunning smile, immediately activated his technique, lunging forward to grasp Yin. With only 3 steps between them, and aided by his arm's reach, he was mere moments away from touching Yin's white robe. Yet, Yin remained still, watching Jian Xingyu with a calm expression. Suddenly, Jian Xingyu's fingers inexplicably passed through Yin's body. His face paled in realization. This was an afterimage. As Jian Xingyu comprehended this, the figure of Yin began to fade away, ultimately vanishing. Jian Xingyu hurriedly looked around, finding no sign of him. Nothing to the left, nothing to the right, nothing behind, and even the sky above was empty. Panic set in as Jian Xingyu wondered if his master had truly vanished into thin air. He frantically searched the area, pacing under the bright moonlight. And half an hour passed before he found himself drenched in sweat, still seeing no trace of Yin. Finally, feeling dejected, he called out, "Master, please show yourself. This isn't a competition, it's a game of hide and seek." A chuckle echoed from behind him. "Little one, are you refusing to admit defeat?" Startled, Jian Xingyu spun around, but found no one. When he turned back, he was astonished to see Yin standing merely 3 steps away, unmoving, as if he had never left. His expression remained as calm as ever, showing no signs of exertion. Furrowing his brow, Jian Xingyu asked, "Master, where were you hiding?" Yin chuckled, "Do not speak nonsense. I promised to compete with you. Why would I hide? I was merely behind you the entire time. Your turning motion was too slow, which is why you failed to notice me." Jian Xingyu felt a chill run down his spine upon hearing this. To have someone remain behind him for half an hour without his awareness, what a mastery of lightness. If this had been an enemy, he would have surely met his demise. Seeing Jian Xingyu's alarm, Yin said, "Xingyu, do you now understand what true lightness in movement is? Your short-distance movement merely means you can run faster than most. However, true lightness encompasses not only speed, but also the finesse of evasion and agility. A true master can remain undetected even a step away from you. Remember, the essence of lightness lies in being light, not merely in running." With newfound respect, Jian Xingyu bowed to Yin, stating, "Master, I understand." Seeing Jian Xingyu's earnest expression, Yin smiled and stroked his beard, nodding in approval, thinking to himself, "This child is worth teaching. This child is worth teaching." Yin brought Jian Xingyu to the pond, where they sat cross-legged. Jian Xingyu carefully opened the first page of the Jinyu Heart Method, where the words leapt off the page. The Jinyu Heart Method is a supreme art. Those who practice it are destined for great fortune. When mastery is achieved, they shall find no equal in the martial world. Practitioners must embody righteousness. Beware of using the Jinyu Heart Method for nefarious purposes. Those who act unjustly in the martial realm shall meet their demise. Future generations must remember this. Remember. Jian Xingyu read the line slowly, then looked up at Yin. Yin regarded him and asked, "Do you understand?" Jian Xingyu nodded. Yin inquired again, "Do you comprehend?" Jian Xingyu nodded once more. "Good," Yin said, lightly waving his hand, revealing another page of the Jinyu Heart Method. "Here lies the incantation for the Jinyu Heart Method. It is imperative that you memorize every word precisely," Yin instructed sternly. Jian Xingyu held his breath, focusing intently on the incantation of the Jinyu Heart Method. The sword is born from the heart. The energy flows with intent. The formless is as the form. The powerful is as the weak, advancing as if retreating, retreating as if advancing. The source of energy flows through the myriad channels. Strength emanates from the crown to the spring of vitality. Anger without anger, sorrow without sorrow, joy without joy, fear without fear, merging oneself with the heavens and earth. Transforming spirit into the sword's edge, the heart clear, never forgetting the ultimate, traversing the sun and moon at will. Jian Xingyu read the incantation of the Jinyu Heart Method with rapt attention, feeling an inexplicable warmth rising from his dantian, slowly circulating through the extraordinary meridians of Jian Xingyu. Following this sensation, Jian Xingyu gradually closed his eyes, immersing himself in the feeling that the sword is born from the heart and the energy flows with intent. He murmured, "The cultivation of inner strength emphasizes entering a state of tranquility for enlightenment. Those with great fortune experience their first enlightenment at the beginning of practicing this Jinyu Heart Method. The duration of this enlightenment determines the depth of your connection with the Jinyu Heart Method, and likewise, it dictates your future proficiency in this martial art. Xingyu, you must savor this experience. I will not disclose anything to you. You must comprehend this Jinyu Heart Method on your own. Your father, Jian Wushuang, attained his first enlightenment in 10 days. I wonder how you, my little one, will fare?" After casting one last glance at Jian Xingyu, he remained silent, slowly rising to his feet and gesturing to create a protective barrier around Jian Xingyu, shielding him from any external disturbances during his first enlightenment. A strange white light enveloped Jian Xingyu's body, hazily wrapping him within. The Jinyu Heart Method lay quietly on Jian Xingyu's lap, occasionally flipping a page as if stirred by the wind. At this moment, Jian Xingyu's hands unconsciously rested over his dantian, palms stacked together. A faint white light emanating between them. The scene froze. Only the occasional turning of a page in the Jinyu heart method indicating that time continued to flow. In the blink of an eye, 3 days had passed. Jian Xingyu remained motionless. Each day, Yinla would stroll through the courtyard, occasionally checking on Jian Xingyu's condition, ensuring all was well before sitting cross-legged nearby. 10 days passed, and Yinla watched Jian Xingyu with a hint of excitement. This was already Jian Wushuang's limit. He had not anticipated that Jian Xingyu possessed such formidable martial talent and shared this kind of fate with the Jinyu heart method. 15 days, 20 days, 25 days, 30 days. Finally, on the 30th day, Jian Xingyu's tightly closed eyes quivered slightly, and the white light enveloping his body began to flow inward. At this moment, the white light was no longer hazy but rather glaring, as Yinla widened his eyes, fixating on the awakening Jian Xingyu. Jian Xingyu's fingers trembled slightly as his eyes slowly opened. Upon opening, they shone like two bright voids, and in an instant, a surge of rich inner strength shot forth from his eyes, directed straight at Yinla. However, Yinla nonchalantly waved his sleeve to disperse this energy. After the inner strength burst forth, the white light in Jian Xingyu's eyes gradually faded, revealing his naturally bright and profound black irises. At this moment, Jian Xingyu's eyes sparkled with vitality, his spirit enhanced 100-fold compared to before, yet a hint of confusion lingered in his gaze. Yinla smiled at Jian Xingyu and remarked, "Little one, your time in meditation was indeed lengthy." Jian Xingyu quickly concealed the confusion in his eyes, slowly shifting his body with excitement to say, "Master, I feel brimming with power. I could even hold back an ox." He clenched his fist, reveling in the delightful sensation of strength. Yinla couldn't help but chuckle, saying, "The supreme Jinyu heart method has been used by you to restrain an ox. If those old-timers in the martial world were to discover this, they would surely be furious." Despite his light-hearted words, the excitement within him could not be contained. After all, it had been a month. Even his own first enlightenment of the Jinyu heart method took merely 28 days. Suddenly, Yinla inquired, "Now, focus on your dantian and see what realm you have attained." Jian Xingyu nodded, closing his eyes and directing his intent towards his dantian. At this moment, his dantian felt exceptionally full, as if it were breathing, constantly inhaling and exhaling true energy, nourishing his heart and lungs. Suddenly, Jian Xingyu raised his head, grinning widely. "Master, I have bypassed the foundational stage and reached the second level of the Peiyuan realm." Yinla gasped in astonishment. Typically, the foundational stage is the most challenging part of cultivation, requiring at least 1 to 2 years to achieve. He had never expected this young one to leap over the foundational stage within a month and reach the Peiyuan realm. This child is truly extraordinary. In the following days, Jian Xingyu diligently adhered to the training regimen laid out by Yinla, practicing martial arts day after day. As spring gave way to autumn, 3 years elapsed, and Jian Xingyu's inner strength had reached the 4th level of the Ruwei realm. Although the Jinyu heart method is an exceptional martial art, coupled with Yinla's meticulous teachings, this pace remains far beyond the ordinary. Thus, when Jian Xingyu turned 10, Yinla fulfilled his promise and began imparting martial skills to him. Originally, Yinla intended to wait until Jian Xingyu was 15 to teach him martial arts. But he had not anticipated the child's remarkable talent, coupled with his determination and perseverance, resulting in such astonishing progress. Jian Xingyu's inner strength was steadily advancing. However, a peculiar thought that emerged during his first enlightenment lingered in Jian Xingyu's mind, refusing to fade. Now that his inner strength had reached the 4th level of the Ruwei realm, he had gained some insights into martial arts. Therefore, Jian Xingyu resolved to attempt that strange notion from before, practicing the Jinyu heart method in reverse. On that day, after entering meditation, Jian Xingyu discovered that the Jinyu heart method was indeed profound and enigmatic. Yet, for some reason, he found that it could not quell his inner turmoil. Especially when thoughts of his father, Jian Wushuang, surfaced, the Jinyu heart method made little progress. However, when he recited the Jinyu heart method in reverse, the true energy flowed backward, and in that moment, a sense of unexplainable pleasure accompanied the hatred in his heart. The bloodthirsty excitement that Jian Xingyu had always hesitated to explore now drew him in deeply. As night fell, Jian Xingyu sat alone by the pond at Mingwe Wudo. Yinla, having meditated indoors, found this to be the most typical state for both master and disciple, each cultivating their skills, only consulting each other when questions arose. At this moment, Jian Xingyu's face had lost much of its childishness, gaining sharper features, Yet his eyes remained as bright and profound as they had been in childhood, sparkling like shooting stars. Although Jian Xingyu's expression appeared calm, his heart was embroiled in a painful struggle. To practice or not to practice? Suddenly, Jian Xingyu gritted his teeth and cursed inwardly. If I'm going to practice, then so be it. What's the worst that could happen? I'll risk it all. Resolute, Jian Xingyu placed his hands over his dantian, channeling true energy from within. However, he did not follow the standard route of the Jinyu heart method, but instead reversed the flow entirely. Initially experiencing slight discomfort, Jian Xingyu soon became captivated by the exquisite sensation of reverse cultivation, feeling an indescribable pleasure coursing through his body. In his mind, his father's image repeatedly appeared, amplifying the hatred within him. A fierce bloodlust emerged in his thoughts, growing stronger and stronger until Jian Xingyu could no longer suppress it, envisioning tearing apart his enemies, devouring their flesh, and drinking their blood. At that moment, his face contorted into a somewhat ferocious expression, teeth clenched tightly, hands transforming from open palms into tight fists, nails digging deep into his flesh, crimson blood seeping out. Yet Jian Xingyu remained oblivious to it all. The murderous intent in my mind grew heavier, eventually spilling uncontrollably from my body, enveloping me in a thick shroud of black mist. Suddenly, a flash of white light appeared, and in an instant, I found myself before Jian Xingyu. Observing Jian Xingyu, who trembled with palpable bloodlust, I furrowed my brows tightly, clearly perplexed as to why Jian Xingyu had suddenly succumbed to madness. Kill! A long cry erupted from Jian Xingyu's lips, and the atmosphere thickened with an intensity of murderous aura so potent that even the flowers and grass of Mingyue Wutongdu quivered slightly. The small dog beside us curled up, shivering in fear. Such powerful intent, I remarked, my brow furrowing deeper. Suddenly, I shouted at Jian Xingyu, Xingyu. Hearing my call, Jian Xingyu paused momentarily, his crimson eyes gazing blankly at me, the struggle on his face gradually freezing in place. Xingyu, I am your master. Calm yourself. I spoke slowly, beginning to step toward him. As I approached, Jian Xingyu suddenly roared, and, as if losing his senses once more, he launched an attack at me. Faced with this unexpected assault, my expression tightened, and I sidestepped, swiftly deflecting Jian Xingyu's punch. To my astonishment, his reflexes were incredibly sharp. In an instant, a fierce gust of wind rushed towards my face, a kick from Jian Xingyu. I struck his knee with my palm, neutralizing the attack. Yet I noticed that his martial prowess had significantly increased compared to normal. Without hesitation, after averting Jian Xingyu's assault, I moved swiftly, my finger aimed at his vital point, intending to incapacitate him before making further plans. Given my speed, even with his heightened abilities, Jian Xingyu could not evade. As anticipated, I struck his pressure point. However, instead of succumbing to unconsciousness, he transformed his fist into claws, lunging toward my chest. What? I was taken aback. As my skill should have ensured a successful strike on his pressure point, such points do not simply vanish. Even the highest level of Jin's Hangzhou could not completely eliminate vital points. Unless, of course, Jian Xingyu's vital points had shifted. Realizing this, I was startled. Shifting one's vital points is not something an ordinary expert can achieve. It requires an extraordinary mastery of internal energy and absolute control over one's meridians. How had this little rascal managed it? Time did not permit me to ponder further. Jian Xingyu's attacks came in relentless waves. Fearful of injuring him, I evaded instead of countering, knowing that with my skills, a single strike could turn him to mush. Suddenly, I executed a rapid maneuver, pinpointing Jian Xingyu's shifted vital points with precision. It turned out that all his vital points had shifted an inch to the left. Once I identified the correct locations, I swiftly incapacitated Jian Xingyu. Upon being struck, Jian Xingyu crumpled like a deflated balloon, the exhaustion from his earlier frenzied attacks now evident on his face. I hurriedly supported him and carried him back inside, laying him down gently. After checking his pulse, I found his meridians remarkably stable, showing no signs of turmoil. This left me perplexed. Aside from his fatigue, Jian Xingyu exhibited no abnormalities, indicating that he had not gone mad from training. If he had not lost his mind, why had he attacked so irrationally? The only explanation was that he had been secretly practicing some malevolent technique, one that could strip a person of their reason, with slaughter and bloodshed as the sole guiding principles. Muttering to myself, I remarked, "You little rascal, always keeping me on edge. What kind of martial art is this? Where did it come from? Alas, it seems I must wait for you to awaken to find answers." Jian Xingyu remained unconscious for an entire night. The following morning, he finally stirred from his slumber as I sat by his bedside, checking his pulse. Upon confirming that he was free from abnormalities, I nodded in relief and turned to him, asking, awake? Master? What happened to me? Jian Xingyu inquired, his throat dry. Do you even need to ask? I want you to explain to me what transpired. I summarized the events of the previous night, and even Jian Xingyu looked astonished, his mouth agape. Finally, he asked anxiously, Master, I didn't hurt you, did I? Hearing this, I chuckled and scolded. With your current skills, how could you possibly hurt your master? You truly know how to ask. Jian Xingyu then realized his question was futile, scratching his head sheepishly. Although his inquiry was trivial, I felt a surge of joy. It demonstrated that my young disciple was still primarily concerned about my well-being. As a master, how could I not feel pleased? Xingyu, you must honestly tell me what kind of sinister martial art you have been practicing to end up like this, I insisted. Jian Xingyu hesitated before responding. It's the Jianghu heart method. Don't you dare joke. Does your master not know what Jianghu heart method entails? I replied, somewhat irritated. Really, master? It's just that. Jian Xingyu stammered. What is it? I pressed. It's just that I practiced it backward. What? I exclaimed, my voice rising. This was sheer folly. Do you not realize that martial arts are no trivial matter? Especially with internal cultivation methods. They are intricate and delicate. One misstep could shatter your meridians and lead to death. How could you dare to practice it backward? I was genuinely angry at this point. Seeing my fury, Jian Xingyu wore a guilty expression and said, Master, please don't be angry. I realize my mistake. After a stern lecture, I gradually regained my composure, once more taking his wrist to check his pulse. Confirming there were no issues, I furrowed my brow deeply. Jian Xingyu, seeing that I had calmed down, refrained from speaking further, quietly watching me. I then retrieved the Jianghu heart method and examined it closely, ignoring Jian Xingyu. He obediently sat to the side, patiently waiting for me, not daring to interrupt. After a while, he went to gather firewood and prepare a meal. Once the food was ready, I remained silent, causing him to set the meal aside and continue waiting quietly. This persisted until deep into the night. My brow remained furrowed, showing no signs of relaxation. Finally, I gently placed the Jianghu heart method on the table and spoke slowly. Xingyu, no matter how I study this reverse practice method, I still cannot grasp its intricacies. However, it is fortunate that you emerged unscathed. You share a significant affinity with this Jianghu heart method. Perhaps in the future, mastering it could lead to the development of a new martial art. Nevertheless, I advise you against attempting to practice it further until you fully comprehend its essence. Otherwise, the consequences are uncertain. Jian Xingyu nodded earnestly, replying, Yes, master. I nodded in affirmation, then looked at Jian Xingyu in surprise, saying, After all this, it seems your internal strength has improved. Jian Xingyu quickly checked, and, equally astonished, replied, Indeed, master, I have made progress. I remarked, Although the reverse practice of the Jianghu heart method carries uncertain prospects, it appears quite compatible with you. It may well be a new martial art, but it is imbued with excessive malice. You are not yet ready to cultivate it. In the future, when you are capable, you can explore it further. Jian Xingyu was momentarily taken aback, and then joyfully exclaimed, Yes, master. I have a strong intuition that the martial arts I am to learn will be exceptionally formidable. Let's call it Jianyu Ju for now. Jianyu Xinfa, Jianyu Ju. Well, it seems quite fitting. As little more was said, the matter was left at that. Unbeknownst to them, the existence of these two sets of internal martial arts within a single individual would later stir a tremendous uproar in the martial world. Jian Xingyu would also, with these dual paths of righteousness and malevolence, rejuvenate the Jianyu Tower amidst the blood-soaked turbulence of the Jianghu. Chapter 32, Nirvana. The Valley of Death. Jianyu 6 styles in the early morning, beneath the bright moon and the wutong tree, Yaina stood with Jian Xingyu in the courtyard. From this day forth, Yaina would truly begin imparting martial arts to Jian Xingyu. Yaina addressed Jian Xingyu, saying, Xingyu, after years of training, your internal strength and physical prowess have significantly ascended. You may now commence your martial arts training. What I shall teach you are not mere trivial techniques, but genuine superior martial arts. Remember, the skills I bestow upon you must never be shared with those who harbor ill intentions, nor shall you employ them to harm the innocent. Jian Xingyu knelt on the ground with a serious expression, declaring to Yaina, Master, today I swear before the heavens that after learning martial arts, I shall never harm the innocent, engage in wrongdoing, or act oppressively toward the weak, diligently adhering to your and my father's teachings regarding matters beyond the Jianghu. Yaina nodded in satisfaction and continued, Excellent. I will teach you 6 martial arts, all derived from Jianyu Xinfa, collectively known as Jianyu 6 styles. While each martial art can be mastered independently, if you lay a foundation with Jianyu Xinfa before practicing the Jianyu 6 styles, you will surely achieve unparalleled power. Upon hearing this, Jian Xingyu's face displayed a hint of excitement. Yana elaborated, these 6 martial arts consist of lightness technique, Yuluo Wuying, sword technique, Montian Jinyu, palm technique, Putizhong, hand technique, Qinsheng Wanjieshou, leg technique, Jianyu Yoming Tue, and the final, unparalleled skill is the Tiandi Luanhui Ju. Jian Xingyu's eyes widened in astonishment. He had been oblivious to these martial arts, which were renowned throughout the Jianghu, and today he was filled with wonder. If word spread that someone had the opportunity to learn these 6 supreme skills, one could only imagine the expressions of the Jianghu denizens. Master, does my father also know the Jinyu 6 styles? Jian Xingyu inquired. Yana nodded. Witnessing Yana's affirmation, Jian Xingyu's excitement grew even more, and he urged, then please teach me quickly. Yana chuckled and replied, little one, while you possess an exceptional talent for martial arts, remember that mastery requires grounded effort. Haste in pursuit of success is a grave error in martial training. Jian Xingyu felt as though a bucket of cold water had been thrown over him, and he instantly deflated, softly saying, Master, then please explain these 6 martial arts to me. Yana nodded in satisfaction and smiled, saying, patience is key. Remember, haste makes waste. Jian Xingyu obediently fell silent, listening attentively as Yana began his explanation. Yana slowly began, let us first discuss the lightness technique, Yuluo Wuying. This is undoubtedly the pinnacle of lightness skills. To my knowledge, there is no lightness technique in the Jianghu that can rival Yuluo Wuying, except for the somewhat comparable Takshu Wuhan from the Feihuang fortress. Upon hearing this, Jian Xingyu's previously dull gaze sparkled with renewed brightness. Yana continued, Yuluo Wuying is divided into 3 tiers. The first tier, Tashui Wuzong, is the foundational stance of Yuluo Wuying. Upon achieving mastery, you may tread upon raindrops as if flying, emphasizing swiftness and agility. The second tier, Jianguang Luoying, as its name suggests, focuses on speed, absolute speed, making it highly effective for close-range evasions. Last time, when I made you search for me for half an hour, it was precisely due to this technique. The third tier, Jiqi Tianya, encapsulates the profound essence of Yuluo Wuying. Without the internal strength of the 7th level, do not even think about it. However, once Jiqi Tianya is mastered, you will roam freely throughout the vast Jianghu. I assure you, there are likely no more than a handful of individuals capable of matching the lightness of Jiqi Tianya. Upon hearing this, Jian Xingyu's expression turned contemplative, and he inquired, my father must be able to perform Jiqi Tianya, yet why was he harmed by those villains? Yana's expression faltered at the mention of Jian Wushuang, and gazing into Jian Xingyu's eyes, he slowly began, Xingyu, in the Jianghu, there are many matters more important than life. Oftentimes, one can escape but cannot. Master, why is this so? Jian Xingyu pressed urgently. Because, in the Jianghu, one is not always in control of their own fate, Yana sighed. Seeing Yana's expression, Jian Xingyu refrained from further inquiries, suppressing his longing for his father, and asked Yana to continue explaining the other martial arts. Yana felt a sense of comfort in Jian Xingyu's understanding and gently stroked the boy's head. Yana continued, as a child, your responsibilities are immense. Jian Xingyu was momentarily taken aback, then understood that Yana was alluding to his future duty to avenge his father, and resolutely nodded. Master, what about the sword technique you mentioned, Montian Jinyu? Jian Xingyu asked. Yana took a moment to compose his thoughts before responding. Montian Jinyu is undoubtedly the most domineering and incisive sword technique. If you can master it, you will have the right to traverse the Jianghu with confidence. There exists a formidable faction in the Jianghu known as the Da Ming Fu, which has withstood the test of time due to their unparalleled blade technique, unsheathed. I assure you, Montian Jinyu is not in the least inferior to unsheathed. Do you comprehend the might of Montian Jinyu? At this moment, Jian Xingyu was utterly astonished. How could a skill capable of safeguarding a powerful faction be anything but extraordinary? Montian Jinyu had the potential to elevate a faction to greatness. Undoubtedly a skill of the highest caliber. Yana continued, Montian Jinyu emphasizes 2 crucial aspects, pure internal strength and the weapon employed. The Jinyu Xinfa is naturally the most compatible internal cultivation for the Montian Jinyu, so you need not worry. Simply devote yourself to earnest practice and elevation of your internal strength. As for the weapon, that is even simpler. Once, the steward of Jinyu Tower, Xiu Tian, ventured to my valley of death, vowing to deliver the unparalleled divine weapon, the Han Yu Jian. When the time comes for you to wield it, I shall naturally present it to you. The mention of the Han Yu Jian reminded Jian Xingyu of Jian Wushuang, his father's trusted weapon. Now, the sword remained. But the man sighing softly, Yaina expressed his sorrow. Master, I will strive diligently to earn the right to inherit my father's Hanyu Jian. Jian Xingyu smiled at Yaina. Indeed, he had matured, and upon seeing Yaina's melancholic expression, he instinctively knew to offer words of comfort. Yaina nodded gently, saying, Good. Montian Jinyu is truly worthy of the Hanyu Jian. When your internal strength reaches the 6th level of Juhai, you will be able to concentrate your power and strike 9 swords in an instant, executing wide-ranging attacks where no one within 3 zhang can evade your blade. Jian Xingyu gasped in awe. That's incredible. Yaina chuckled and continued. Once your internal strength reaches the 7th level, you will be able to unleash 99 strikes in an instant, with wide-ranging attacks that leave no escape within 7 zhang. Should you elevate your internal strength to the 8th level of Qinquan, then you will be capable of delivering 999 strikes in the blink of an eye, obliterating everything within 50 zhang. At this moment, Jian Xingyu was genuinely astounded, unable to close his mouth as he exclaimed, the difference between the 7th and 8th levels is simply staggering. It is only natural that with dedication, one can eventually reach the 7th level. As for the 8th level, without experiencing the profound enlightenment that comes from life and death, coupled with great opportunities, it may remain elusive throughout one's life. Naturally, the greatest power of this reign of swords can only be fully unleashed under the mastery of 8th level inner strength. Jian Xingyu licked his slightly dry lips and murmured, Profound enlightenment through life and death. This requires a journey through the brink of mortality to truly grasp the path of enlightenment. Jian Xingyu contemplated his current inner strength, which was merely at the 4th level, achieved in just 3 years. Originally, he was confident he could reach the 8th level before adulthood. But now it seemed that not only did the pace of cultivation slow down as one advanced, but the necessity of experiencing life and death for enlightenment made the future uncertain. On the path of martial arts, while innate talent is undeniably important, the experiences and qualities developed postnatally play a crucial role as well. Xingyu, heed my words, avoid arrogance and extravagance, and guard against restlessness. One must be steady, taking each step with diligence, he said earnestly. A glimmer of determination shone in Jian Xingyu's eyes as he nodded vigorously. Now, as I previously discussed sword techniques, I shall introduce you to palm techniques, specifically the Bodhi palm. This technique may become your most frequently employed skill in the martial world. After all, in conflict, one cannot always resort to drawing swords. Thus, engaging without weapons is preferable. The Bodhi palm is ideally suited for such encounters. To master it, one must possess inner strength of at least the 7th level. But this martial art differs from ordinary palm techniques. Its focus lies not on the physical conditioning of one's palms, but on Zen enlightenment. Zen enlightenment? Jian Xingyu inquired, puzzled. Indeed, it is enlightenment. The Bodhi palm possesses a unique ability to suppress the opponent's inner strength, rendering them powerless in combat. Naturally, the higher your own inner strength, the more pronounced this suppression becomes. The greater the disparity between you and your opponent, the more evident it will be. This technique does not rely on brute force, but on leveraging strength. The key lies in your understanding. The deeper your comprehension of the Bodhi palm, the more pronounced this sensation will be. The most formidable move within it, the Golden Buddha Bodhi, can even evoke the imagery of myriad Buddhas chanting scriptures. If one fails to achieve enlightenment, how can one expect to grasp the essence of Bodhi? Jian Xingyu nodded slowly, as if beginning to comprehend. Moreover, he continued, there exists a martial skill in the world known as the thousand-fold Buddha palm, which essentially shares the same foundation as this technique. It was conceived while I was comprehending the Jinyu heart method, more accurately described as another interpretation of the thousand-fold Buddha palm. When executed, it manifests a myriad of hand shadows, emphasizing speed, precision, and force. Each strike must be swift and accurately directed at your opponent's vital points. I shall prepare a training dummy representing the human body's meridians for you to practice upon repeatedly. Jian Xingyu responded affirmatively and then asked, what about leg techniques and internal arts? With a smile, he replied, the Jinyu Yuming leg technique is divided into 3 levels, shattering stone, mountain opening, and cutting life and death. It emphasizes silent yet swift leg movements, powerful strikes, and the rapid retraction of the legs. When your legs can move as swiftly and flexibly as a drawn sword, you will have achieved mastery. As for the internal technique, the Tiandi cycle technique possesses immense power. Remember, do not employ it unless absolutely necessary. This martial art can not only defeat your opponent, but also inflict severe harm upon yourself, embodying the principle of injuring oneself while harming the enemy. It consists of 3 forms, the Buddha descending to earth, sword sweeping the 6 directions, and the great unity of heaven and earth. Utilizing this technique requires channeling all your inner energy into your sword, leaving only a trace to control the blade. A moment of carelessness can lead to disaster, and once employed, the inner energy cannot be retracted or reversed. After its execution, a lengthy period of recuperation is essential. If your opponent is formidable, there is a high risk of internal injury, possibly resulting in fatal consequences. Upon hearing this, Jian Xingyu was taken aback. He recalled the battle between Jian Wushuang and Yi Xian, where the former had suffered backlash from this technique. Although it severely injured Yi Xian, the cost had been exorbitant. Jian Xingyu thought to himself that this technique should never be used unless absolutely necessary, for even a third-rate warrior could easily kill him if his energy was depleted. The risk was far too great. Taking a deep breath, he stated, "This is the Jianyu 6 styles. From this day forth, I will arrange your training schedule. Expect the days to be tedious and arduous. Xingyu, you must persevere and never give up." Filled with confidence, Jian Xingyu nodded, declaring, "What my father can achieve, I can too. I will devote myself, master." With satisfaction, he nodded in return. Jian Xingyu's eyes sparkled with determination as he asked, "Master, may I add another martial art to my training?" With a look of curiosity, he turned to Jian Xingyu. The latter produced a book from his robe, the Wuying Feihua Shou, stolen from the Zhao residence years ago. This was a manual on concealed weapons, intricate and profound. Yet merely skimming its surface would do a disservice to its wisdom. Furrowing his brow, he replied, "The 6 martial arts I have just mentioned are already quite substantial. Without the Jianyu heart method as a foundation, mastering even one of them would take you 3 to 5 years to achieve any notable progress. The realm of concealed weapons is vast and complex, far beyond the simplicity of the manual you possess. One must begin with the eyes, practice breathing, and develop an awareness of the surroundings. Furthermore, concealed weapons are fundamentally stealthy techniques. Why would you wish to learn them?" Jian Xingyu's expression turned serious as he slowly replied, "Master, having an additional skill is certainly not a disadvantage. Moreover, I aim to fulfill my father's ambitions and restore Jianyu Tower. Over the years, I have learned much about Jianyu Tower and understand its operational style. I have no intention of changing it. As an assassin organization, the art of stealth and assassination is indispensable. Therefore, I implore you to teach me." With a piercing gaze fixed on Jian Xingyu, the latter met his gaze with newfound resolve. Finally, he sighed softly and said, "Very well, I shall study the Wuying Feihua Shou before teaching it to you." "Thank you, Master," Jian Xingyu exclaimed gratefully. He had no doubt about his master's martial prowess and believed he would soon unravel the secrets of the Wuying Feihua Shou. From this day forward, Jian Xingyu would steadily embark on his martial journey, growing and honing his skills through hardship. No matter how arduous or painful the path, he embraced it wholeheartedly, for he harbored a steadfast belief to revive his father's grand legacy. Accompanying him was a cherished memory of Jian Wushuang, his father's loving smile, and the warm embrace from years past in the courtyard of Luoyang. Those moments remained the softest corners of his heart. As for the future, Jian Xingyu would step into the martial world armed with these 7 exceptional skills, leaving one to ponder whose dominion it would be when that day arrived. Chapter 33. The initial encounter with the turbulent martial world. Time flies. Spring gives way to autumn, and in the blink of an eye, 8 years have passed. Throughout these years, Jian Xingyu did not step beyond Mingyue Wudong Ferry, diligently training under his master's guidance. He endured countless hardships and sweated profusely, adhering strictly to the regimen set by his master, regardless of the sweltering heat or biting cold. The martial world continued to shift and change, but for Jian Xingyu, who resided in this secluded paradise, the outside chaos had no impact whatsoever. At Mingyue Wudong Ferry, midday, 8 years had passed. Yet his master seemed untouched by the passage of time, appearing as ethereal as ever. At this moment, he sat cross-legged by the pond, gazing serenely at the gentle ripples on the water's surface. Suddenly, the tranquil waters of the pond surged violently, and shortly thereafter, a naked young man emerged from its depths, splashing water in his wake. This young man leaped nearly 10 zhang into the air, performing a somersault mid-flight and gliding towards the pond like a swallow. Just as he was about to touch the water, his form abruptly halted, and with the lightest touch of his toes, he sent a cascade of droplets soaring towards the shore. He then pivoted gracefully, stepped onto the very droplets he had just disturbed, and leisurely strolled towards the bank. Though it appeared slow, it was, in fact, a swift maneuver, and in just a few steps, he firmly landed on the ground before him. Lifting his head, a handsome visage emerged, defined features accentuating his masculine vigor. His eyes, akin to shooting stars, gleamed with brilliance and depth, radiating a unique allure that captivated the hearts of maidens. His straight nose and broad mouth were unmarred by any imperfection, and when he broke into a smile, a row of pristine, even teeth was revealed. Upon closer inspection, one could discern a resemblance to the once daring and formidable Jianghu, who once commanded the martial world. Shifu, the young man called out cheerfully to Yinla. Xingyu, every time you practice at the bottom of the pond, you forget to wear clothes. It was excusable in your youth. But how can you still be like this at your age? Yinla chided with a wry smile. Indeed, this robust and striking youth was Jian Xingyu, now 18 years old. Compared to his former self, Jian Xingyu had undergone a profound transformation, not merely in physique, but also in demeanor. The youthful innocence that once characterized him had vanished, replaced by resilience, vitality, and confidence. Through Jian Xingyu's bright eyes, one could perceive a flicker of something extraordinary, a subtle crimson hue that, though faint, undeniably existed, rendering his gaze all the more enigmatic and captivating. This elusive crimson glow was a manifestation of Jian Xingyu's cultivation of the Jianghu heart method, signifying the imprint of his training in the Jianghu Ju. Presently, Jian Xingyu's internal mastery of the Jianghu heart method had reached the 6th layer of the Gathering Sea realm, mere steps away from the 7th layer of the Earth realm. More astonishingly, his Jianghu Ju had attained the 7th layer of the Earth realm, placing him among the ranks of top-tier masters. The fact that Jian Xingyu possessed 2 distinct internal cultivation methods was already remarkable, and the fact that they progressed independently and harmoniously was even more extraordinary. However, once the Jianghu Ju was activated, Jian Xingyu would become insatiably bloodthirsty and merciless, devoid of compassion, as if he were an entirely different person. Even in his current state, Jian Xingyu could not fully neutralize the lingering effects of this ruthless transformation. Consequently, Yinla forbade Jian Xingyu from indulging in the Jianghu Ju's formidable power for too long. He enveloped the Jianghu Ju within Jian Xingyu's energy reservoir, ensuring it was tightly sealed by the Jianghu heart method. It would only manifest uncontrollably when Jian Xingyu succumbed to rage and lost his rationality. At present, Jian Xingyu was learning to gradually master the transitions between these 2 methodologies, striving for the day when he could wield them with complete control. As for the 6 techniques of Jianghu, Jian Xingyu had made notable progress. The initial 2 techniques, Water's Trace and Swordlight's Shadow, had been perfected, and the ability to traverse vast distances would naturally follow once he reached the 7th layer of the Earth realm. Thus, it could be said that Jian Xingyu's lightness of foot now ensured his safety within the martial world. The Heavenly Sword Rain technique, while exceedingly difficult to master and hampered by his internal energy, could only unleash the power of 9 swords within 3 zhang. The realms of 99 swords within 7 zhang and 999 swords within 50 zhang were still distant aspirations. The Bodhi palm had also been comprehended to the point of understanding how to suppress internal energy through force. Yet he could not yet perform the Golden Buddha Bodhi due to limitations in his internal energy. The 1,000 layers of tribulation technique had been cultivated to great success, marking the only technique Jian Xingyu had fully mastered. It is worth noting that this mastery provided him with a clear understanding of the human body's meridians and acupoints, significantly aiding his study of the shadowless flying flower hand. The Jianghu phantom leg had been practiced to the point of shattering rocks and opening mountains, though the ultimate goal of severing life and death required deeper contemplation. As for the heaven and earth reincarnation technique, Jian Xingyu had been diligently practicing it, but had never unleashed its power, leaving him uncertain of its current potency. However, one thing was clear: this technique had not yet reached a state of completion, as even Jianwu Shuang had only achieved a partial understanding. To fully master this technique, one would need to cultivate their internal energy to the legendary 9th layer of the celestial realm. All these martial arts were predicated upon the foundation of the Jianghu heart method. Should the Jianghu Ju be activated, the circumstances would differ greatly, as its internal mastery far surpassed that of the Jianghu heart method. Feeling somewhat embarrassed by Yinla's remarks, Jian Xingyu hastily donned a black robe he found at the pond's edge. Yinla gazed at Jian Xingyu with unspoken affection. This young lad, whom he had nurtured with his own hands, had blossomed into a handsome youth, and how could his heart not swell with joy? After exchanging a few words with Yinla, Jian Xingyu hurried to the fire pit to prepare a meal. Over the years, he had taken it upon himself to cook for Yinla, and thus, his culinary skills had improved. Sitting by the fire, Jian Xingyu held a book, reading while absent-mindedly stirring a twig in the flames. This was also part of Yinla's arrangement. The book was not a martial arts manual, but rather a collection of poetry, literature, and etiquette. Yinla had always held high expectations of Jian Xingyu, insisting that he excel not only in martial arts, but also in knowledge and manners. Therefore, the time he dedicated to learning poetry and etiquette was well spent. Once the meal was prepared, Jian Xingyu set the dishes on the table, and the master and disciple sat across from each other. The fare was simple, consisting of some vegetables grown in the moonlit Wudong Ferry, and neither Yinla nor Jian Xingyu had any complaints about it. Suddenly, Jian Xingyu spoke to Yinla, "Shifu, I have gained new insights into the shadowless flying flower hand. Allow me to demonstrate it for you shortly." Yinla nodded, smiling, and slowly set down his utensils. Fixing his gaze upon Jian Xingyu, he began to speak deliberately. "Xingyu, how old are you this year?" 18, Shifu. Jian Xingyu replied respectfully. Yinla, lost in thought, reminisced. 18 is the age of departure. He recalled how Jian Xingyu's father, Wu Shuang, had also left at 18. Upon hearing this, Jian Xingyu was taken aback, exclaiming, "Shifu, what do you mean by that?" Yinla smiled gently, looking at Jian Xingyu with affection. "Xingyu, a young man must aspire to greater horizons. You have grown. It is time for you to seek your own destiny." "Shifu, are you sending me away?" Jian Xingyu asked, a hint of anxiety creeping into his voice. Yinla shook his head. "Xingyu, do you remember the choice you made when you first arrived at this moonlit Wudong Ferry?" Jian Xingyu took a moment to compose himself, slowly nodding. "I remember, Shifu. I vowed to avenge my father and restore Jinyu Tower. Then how can you achieve that in this valley of death?" Yinla replied. "This is all happening too swiftly." Yinla waved his hand dismissively and spoke earnestly to Jian Xingyu. "As your master, my duty was to raise you. The path you choose is yours alone to decide. I taught your father until he was 18, and now you must follow the same path. A man must not wish to remain in this valley of death for eternity. If so, why endure all the hardships of martial training?" "Shifu, I, Jian Xingyu, find myself at a loss for words," he admitted. Yinla's tone softened. "Xingyu, there is no such thing as too fast or too slow. All gatherings in this world must eventually part. Even in 2 years' time, you may still feel a sense of urgency, yet the outcome remains unchanged. You must venture forth into the world alone. In truth, I never anticipated you would acquire such martial prowess in a mere 11 years. Your progress brings me great solace. As for myself, there is little left for me to teach you. Henceforth, your path is yours to forge." Jian Xingyu gradually composed himself, gazing at Yinla, and spoke, "Master, I cannot bear to part with you." Tears glistened in his eyes as he uttered these words. Yinla chided him gently. "A young man should aspire to the world. Such sentimentality is unbecoming for my disciple." Jian Xingyu wiped his eyes and flashed a smile at Yinla, forever a child in his presence. Yinla advised, "Xingyu, remember to conduct yourself with integrity and never stray into wrongdoing. After you leave, do not mention me to anyone. I have grown accustomed to solitude and prefer to remain undisturbed. Moreover, I shall give you but one thing before you depart." Jian Xingyu nodded, and Yinla retrieved a sword from behind him, the Hanyu Jian, once wielded by Jian Wushuang. After more than a decade, the sword remained as dark and profound, sharp and chilling as ever, untouched by the passage of time. Yinla smiled, saying, "Now, it belongs to its rightful owner." Jian Xingyu took the Hanyu Jian, carefully wrapping it in a black cloth before concealing it within his sleeve. Then, he approached Yinla and knelt, bowing deeply 9 times. Yinla did not deter him, but accepted the gesture with a smile, though a hint of reluctance flickered in his aged eyes. Jian Wushuang had departed in similar fashion, never to return. One could only wonder if Jian Xingyu would share the same fate. After rising, Jian Xingyu quickly gathered a few garments and took one last look around Mingyue Wutongdu, scarcely believing he was about to bid farewell to a place he had called home for over 10 years. The abruptness of his departure surprised him even more. Suddenly, Jian Xingyu turned to Yinla and said, "Master, you are right. I have responsibilities to uphold. How could I avoid them? If I did, I would have no face to meet my father and the 173 uncles of Jinyu Lu. Perhaps you could accompany me." Yinla gazed at Jian Xingyu and slowly shook his head, responding, "The sentiment is appreciated, but I have grown weary of the conflicts of the world. Here at Mingyue Wutongdu, I can live out my remaining years in tranquility. You must go. Remember, affairs of the world belong to the world. Should you ever tire of the path you tread or find it too arduous, return. This place will always be your home." "Master." Jian Xingyu could no longer contain his emotions, and a cry escaped his lips. Yinla did not turn back, instead retreating into the house, his back to Jian Xingyu. "Xingyu, go. Some burdens must be borne before they can be truly released, allowing you to live freely. You are even more capable than your father. In this lifetime, having you 2 disciples is enough for me." With that, Inla entered the house without a backward glance. Inside, Inla's aged eyes finally glistened with tears as he sighed inwardly. Xingyu, do not let me down. Do not disappoint Wuxia. When you have gained sufficient strength, return here. I have much yet to share. Above all, do not follow Wuxia's path, forcing an old man to bid farewell to a young one. Xingyu cast one last lingering gaze toward the house, murmuring, Master, when I have avenged my grievances, I shall certainly return to ensure your peaceful twilight years. His words were resolute, reminiscent of the warning he had once issued to the Zhao family in the desert city. Listen well, Zhao family. If you dare to harm a single hair on Wuming today, I, Xingyu, will ensure that your clan meets a most gruesome end. Now, Xingyu was prepared to fulfill that promise. Chapter 34. The initial brush with the world. A return to the Zhao family having bid farewell to his master. Xingyu departed from Mingyue Wutongdu, leaving the Juming Valley behind, and embarking on his own journey through the martial world. Once, he had been insignificant and frail. Now, he possessed the means to navigate this realm, no longer to be treated as a mere insect to be toyed with. Upon leaving, Xingyu had clarified his primary objective, to locate his brother-in-arms, Jian Wuming, with whom he had once shared life and death. Over the years, Jian Wuming's presence had lingered in Xinyu's mind, especially that fateful night when he had witnessed Jian Wuming's unwavering gaze as he was forced to leave. Now, Xingyu set his sights directly on the desert city, determined to bring closure to this chapter. At the gates of the desert city, it had taken him 7 days to traverse the distance from Juming Valley to the desert city in the past, returning with the aid of magical means. He had completed the journey in 3 days. Now he arrived in less than 2 hours, invigorated and free of fatigue. Standing there, he was overwhelmed with nostalgia. Much had changed in the decade since he last laid eyes upon the bustling desert city. Suppressing his emotions, he steadied his heart and stepped into the heart of the city. As he walked, the familiar sound of vendors filled the air, reminiscent of his past experiences. Arriving at the center of the street, where Zhao Hai once galloped, he reflected that had it not been for Jian Wuming, he might have met his demise there. His stomach growled, reminding him that he was no longer the child he once was. He needed to find sustenance. He sought a place to gather information about the events of that day. After all, the theft of the prized Yulong carving from the Zhao family would surely have stirred considerable attention. As Xingyu pondered how to alleviate his hunger, he noticed a sign reading Zhao family laborers in front of a shop. This brought to mind Sun Kai, who had undoubtedly suffered consequences for their actions all those years ago. Guilt washed over him at the thought. I will enter the Zhao family twice in the same manner. I wonder if these laborers belong to the Zhao family of Zhao Tian and Zhao Hai. Xingyu mused. With a glimmer of resolve, he pushed open the door and stepped inside. Inside the shop, a gaunt man in his 40s was tallying accounts at the counter, while 2 assistants busily cleaned and tidied the area. Upon noticing Xinyu's entrance, the shopkeeper glanced up with a scrutinizing look. Recognizing his simple attire as indicative of a commoner, and returned to his work, dismissively asking, "What do you want?" Xingyu paid no mind to the shopkeeper's demeanor, replying with a smile, "I seek work. The pay is of little concern, so long as I can fill my stomach." Upon hearing this, the shopkeeper lifted his gaze once more, while the assistants paused their tasks to size up Xingyu, whispering among themselves. The shopkeeper, after assessing Xingyu, suddenly snapped at the assistants, "What are you gawking at? If you don't want to work, get out. I do not employ idlers." Startled into action, the assistants resumed their work without daring to glance up again. The shopkeeper then turned back to Xingyu, inquiring, "Where do you come from? I have not seen you before." Xingyu replied, "I am a refugee from a small village to the north. As you know, the north is now barren. Few have survived, and with the continuous drought of recent years, my entire village has perished from hunger." A hint of sorrow crossed his face as he spoke. The shopkeeper chuckled nonchalantly, showing no inclination to dwell on the matter. He continued, "Damn it, a bunch of paupers, let them die?" Xingyu remained silent, standing there, listening to the shopkeeper's words. The shopkeeper stepped out, circled around Xingyu, and playfully patted his chest and arms, then grinned, "Not bad, you're quite robust. It's rare to see someone looking so well-fed despite not having food. I have a naturally strong physique." Xingyu quickly replied. The shopkeeper's eyes twinkled mischievously as he said, "Seeing that you're over 7 feet tall, you could be considered strong and sturdy. I can help you find a good job, but about the pay." The shopkeeper deliberately elongated his words, inviting Xingyu to speak. Xingyu hastily responded, "You can decide on the pay, just ensure I have enough to eat." Upon hearing this, the shopkeeper chuckled and said, "Getting enough to eat is absolutely no problem. For now, I'll have them take you to grab a bite." And then this afternoon, you can report to the Zhao Mansion. Zhao Mansion? Which Zhao Mansion? Jian Xingyu asked, puzzled. Hey, what kind of question is that? In this Imo city, how many Zhao Mansions could there be? Of course, it's the Zhao Mansion of Lord Zhao Tian. The shopkeeper replied, somewhat disgruntled. Jian Xingyu felt a surge of joy in his heart and quickly exclaimed, all right, I'm in. The shopkeeper shot Jian Xingyu a glance before falling silent, instructing one of the workers who had just been sweeping to take Jian Xingyu to the kitchen for something to eat. In truth, it was hardly a meal, just a few corn buns and some pickled vegetables. However, Jian Xingyu was not picky about food and finished it in just 2 or 3 bites. Regardless, his foremost thought was to fill his stomach first. In the afternoon, the shopkeeper took Jian Xingyu to the Zhao Mansion, which had evidently expanded significantly since his last visit, clearly having undergone renovations. This time, Jian Xingyu entered through the side door, traversing through the unfamiliar yet familiar courtyard. Arriving at the central courtyard, there, a rather authoritative figure noticed Jian Xingyu's imposing stature and assigned him the simple task of guarding the premises, merely requiring him to patrol the Zhao Mansion inside and out. According to the rules, Jian Xingyu was renamed Zhao Jian. Yet the matter of his compensation was not mentioned at all. Alongside Jian Xingyu was another house servant named Zhao Jiang. Upon their first meeting, Zhao Jiang attempted to bully the newcomer, only to be swiftly subdued by Jian Xingyu's prowess. Realizing he had underestimated Jian Xingyu, Zhao Jiang quickly changed his tune, addressing him as Brother Jian. It is worth noting that Zhao Jiang was, in fact, a few years older than Jian Xingyu. As dusk approached, Jian Xingyu and Zhao Jiang began to patrol the Zhao Mansion, engaging in casual conversation. Zhao Jiang flatteringly remarked, Brother Jian, with your skills, you could easily become a guest elder. Why settle for being a guard? Jian Xingyu casually replied, my abilities are merely trivial. Against someone like you, I hold my own. But if I were to encounter a true expert, I would falter. Zhao Jiang immediately adopted a dismissive demeanor, saying, this is the northern frontier. Who could possibly be a formidable opponent here? Jian Xingyu could not entirely disagree. Aside from Zhao Tian and Zhao Hai, the Zhao family had few noteworthy figures. The most formidable guest elder, Feng Zixuan, whom Jian Xingyu had once thought highly of in his youth, now seemed inadequate by comparison. Thus, it was true that few exceptional talents emerged from this northern region, although some unparalleled masters might be living quietly here, such as his own master. Jian Xingyu casually inquired, how long have you been at the Zhao Mansion? Zhao Jiang replied, 3 years, a time neither long nor short, yet I've not managed to rise in rank. If only I had skills like yours, Brother Jian. Sensing that Zhao Jiang was about to ramble on, Jian Xingyu swiftly interjected, then you must not be very familiar with the Zhao Mansion? Upon hearing this, Zhao Jiang grew anxious, exclaiming, hey, don't underestimate me, Brother Jian. My father served at the Zhao Mansion in his day. I might not be able to speak for everything, but I know the ins and outs of this place. Jian Xingyu smiled at Zhao Jiang's bravado, asking, so you truly know everything? Of course. I might not know much from hundreds of years ago, but when it comes to recent events, just ask away and see if I know. Zhao Jiang boasted. Jian Xingyu nodded slowly and ventured, then are you aware of the theft of the Yulong carving 11 years ago? At this, Zhao Jiang froze for a moment, then regarded Jian Xingyu with a bewildered expression, as if he were staring at a monster. Jian Xingyu felt uncomfortable under Zhao Jiang's gaze and touched his face, perplexed. Why are you looking at me like that? Brother Jian, are you joking with me? Zhao Jiang asked. Where does that come from? How could I be jesting with you? Jian Xingyu was equally baffled. Zhao Jiang glanced around before leaning in closer to Jian Xingyu, whispering, the theft of the Yulong carving was such a major incident that everyone in Mo City knows about it. Brother Jian, you can't be pretending not to know, can you? Jian Xingyu instinctively took a step back, feeling awkward with a grown man so near him. If you know, then why speak so quietly? Why the secrecy? Jian Xingyu queried. Zhao Jiang again regarded Jian Xingyu with a look akin to that of a curious beast, smacking his lips in a rather strange manner. Jian Xingyu, increasingly puzzled and exasperated, remarked, why do you keep looking at me like that? Are you unwell? Zhao Jiang sighed and quietly said, well, who could blame you, Brother Jian? Being an outsider. It's not surprising you wouldn't know. Let me tell you, after the Yulong carving was stolen, the Zhao Mansion was in a frenzy, sealing off the entire city and investigating the thieves. When Lord Zhao Tian returned from the Zijin Mountain Villa, he was furious, ordering that no one mention the incident again. Anyone who dared to do so would face dire consequences. Is it really that serious? Jian Xingyu was taken aback by Zhao Tian's reaction. Indeed, it was as if a slap had been delivered to the Zhao family's face. Especially since the thieves turned out to be 2 6- or 7-year-old children. Talk about a loss of dignity. So, it's best we avoid discussing such matters in the future. Zhao Jiang stated earnestly, revealing a deep respect, if not fear, for Lord Zhao Tian. Listening to Zhao Jiang, Jian Xingyu felt a growing sense of concern. Zhao Tian's insistence on silence regarding the incident indicated his immense anger, compounded by the Zhao family's historically ruthless methods. The fate of Jian Wuming indeed seemed precarious. What else do you know? Speak freely. Jian Xingyu's expression darkened, and his tone grew icy. The bond he shared with Jian Wuming was profound. Despite only knowing each other for a little over 10 days, their shared experiences of life and death were deeply etched in Jian Xingyu's heart. Brother Jian. Zhao Jiang hesitated at first, but the coldness in Jian Xingyu's gaze compelled him to swallow his words. Recognizing the gravity of Jian Xingyu's expression, Zhao Jiang, not being foolish, understood that Jian Xingyu must have some connection to the matter. Yet, he was wise enough to keep silent. After surveying their surroundings, he pulled Jian Xingyu aside to a corner, hesitating before finally speaking, as if he were making a momentous decision. Brother Jian. One of the two who stole the Yulong carving was caught by Lord Feng Zixuan, while the other escaped. Upon investigating their backgrounds, it was discovered they were introduced by Sun Kai, who had hired them. The lady commanded someone to find Sun Kai, but it turned out his family had fled in the night. Hearing that Sun Kai's family had managed to escape, Jian Xingyu felt some relief from his earlier guilt. However, his gaze remained fixed on Zhao Jiang, demanding, what happened next? What happened next? Later, the one who fled with the fish dragon sculpture was never found again. The one captured was a stubborn sort, refusing to utter a single word despite the most severe interrogations. All that could be done was to wait for the master to return and deal with him. Eventually, when the master returned from Zijin Shanzhuang and personally interrogated him, given the master's temperament, it was said that Jian Xingyu's gaze grew increasingly frigid, causing Zhao Jiang to instinctively seal his lips. Jian Xingyu questioned, word by word, what is it that you have heard? It was said that the stubborn one was beaten to death by the master. With a resounding crash, Jian Xingyu's fist struck the marble wall behind him, creating a deep dent, and a chilling murderous intent emanated from his being. This scene terrified Zhao Jiang, who collapsed to the ground, trembling uncontrollably, his eyes filled with fear as he gazed at Jian Xingyu. Trembling, Zhao Jiang called out, Brother Jian. Jian Xingyu took a moment to compose himself, and a peculiar smile crept onto his lips, yet it was a smile that sent shivers down the spine. Imbued with a bone-chilling coldness. Zhao family, do you truly think that my words from years past were mere jest? Upon hearing this, Zhao Jiang's eyes widened in disbelief, exclaiming, You are the one who escaped back then. The Jian Xingyu. Chapter 35. Initial encounter with turmoil. Blood for blood. Jian Xingyu paid no heed to Zhao Jiang's astonishment. Now that the matter was clear, it was time to settle the old score from 11 years ago with the Zhao family. Humph. With a cold snort, Jian Xingyu inexplicably vanished before Zhao Jiang's eyes. Stunned, Zhao Jiang was left baffled. How could a living person simply disappear? In truth, it was not a disappearance, but rather a speed so swift that Zhao Jiang could not comprehend it before Jian Xingyu was gone. As night began to fall, dark clouds inexplicably gathered over Mo City, and a fierce wind swept through the streets, giving the city an ominous feeling as if a storm was brewing. Jian Xingyu made his way to the desolate mountains outside Mo City. Having learned from Zhao Jiang that the body of Jian Wuming had been discarded here to feed the wolves. Kneeling in the desolate mountains, Jian Xingyu found himself alone, with only the distant howls of wolves piercing the eerie silence, amplifying the desolation. Suddenly, the heavens began to weep, with a light drizzle transforming into a torrential downpour that soaked the earth and drenched the kneeling Jian Xingyu, who was weeping skyward. Memories of parting flooded his mind, the youthful yet resolute voice echoing in his ears. What are you crying for? A man should stand tall. Even if death beckons, what of it? Do you think we can save our lives just by returning the items? Do not be so naive. Hurry and leave. Every one of us must escape, if we can. Jian Xingyu, do not let me mistake you for my brother. Go now. I possess the turtle breathing technique. I won't die. Once I am safe, I will find you in the Valley of Death. You still want to take me to the Mingyue Wudong crossing, do you not? I yearn to visit such a splendid place. Haha, hurry and go. If you stay, I will be unable to escape too. Rest assured, I promise to avenge your father together with you. I will not perish. As these thoughts consumed him, Jian Xingyu let out a howl towards the heavens. Wuming, did you not promise me that you would not die? But where are you now? You were to join me in avenging our father. I still wish to take you to the Mingyue Wudong crossing. Where are you now? You cannot break your promise. You cannot let me misjudge you as my brother. Boom. A deafening thunderclap shattered the sky, and with it came a chilling silence that enveloped the world. Jian Xingyu's fingers dug deep into the earth, his entire body shaking uncontrollably. Slowly raising his face, his eyes glowed crimson with a bloodthirsty light. At this moment, the Jianyu Ju had transcended reason, transforming Jian Xingyu into a cold-blooded killer. Zhao family, I vow to grind your entire clan to dust. The icy words spilled from Jian Xingyu's lips, reverberating through the desolate mountains and soaring into the sky. His murderous intent saturating the very air. Then, with a sudden clap of his hands, a dark figure burst forth from the mountains, racing towards Mo City at breakneck speed. In Mo City, within the Zhao Manor, Madame Hu and the second master of the Zhao family, Zhao Hai, sat solemnly in the hall. Observing the quivering figure kneeling before them, the guard, Zhao Jiang. Is what you just said true? Zhao Hai interrogated. How could I dare deceive you, sir? It is indeed true. That Jian Xingyu has returned, seemingly seeking vengeance for his deceased brother. Zhao Jiang hurriedly replied. At this, Fang Zixuan, seated nearby, furrowed his brow. 11 years had passed, and he remained unchanged, still appearing frail. Suddenly, the words Jian Xingyu had left behind years ago echoed in his mind. Listen well, Zhao family. If you dare harm a single hair on Wu Ming's head today, I, Jian Xingyu, will ensure that your entire clan is ground to dust. Even if it costs me my life, I will do as I say. Now, it was not merely a single hair that had been harmed. They had even killed him. This thought sent an involuntary chill down Fang Zixuan's spine. Madame Hu, however, remained composed, addressing Zhao Hai, second brother, what shall we do about this matter? From what Zhao Jiang has said, Jian Xingyu is likely no weakling. Zhao Hai chuckled lightly, a fierce expression crossing his face. Sister-in-law, do not worry. I do not believe that a mere child like him can stir up any significant waves. Madame Hu then turned her gaze to Fang Zixuan, saying, now that the master is away with Wang Hu, we must rely on brother Fang. Upon hearing this, Fang Zixuan involuntarily twitched his lips. Though he felt uneasy, he maintained a courteous demeanor, replying, rest assured, madam, I shall do my utmost. At these words, both Madame Hu and Zhao Hai frowned slightly, aware that such phrasing carried too much uncertainty. Currently, all the guards and guest officials of the Zhao Manor have gathered, totaling around 30 to 40 individuals. I refuse to believe that Jian Xingyu alone possesses any formidable skills. I believe everyone is worrying excessively, spoke a Zhao family guest official wielding a pair of bronze hammers. Named Peng Meng, whose martial prowess was respectable in the northern territories, though he remained merely a warrior. Just as Madame Hu and Zhao Hai were about to respond, a sudden sound of rushing wind pierced the air, followed by a voice that resonated through the heavens. For every life taken, a life must be repaid. Zhao Tian, come forth and accept your death. At this, everyone present was taken aback. The aura exuded was no ordinary presence. Regardless of anything else, this sheer force was enough to intimidate many. Meanwhile, the citizens of Mo City hastily closed their doors and windows, fearing the trouble that might come their way. Despite this, none rested. They all pressed against their windows, straining to hear the commotion outside. It has truly begun, Zhao Hai growled, raising his hand and leading the way out. At that moment, Jian Xingyu stood like a steel spear atop the Zhao family's wall, a large plaque slung over his shoulder. Upon closer inspection, it was the very plaque from the Zhao family's entrance. Jian Xingyu had indeed come for revenge, even daring to remove their plaque, a truly audacious act. Seeing their own plaque taken down, fury ignited in Madame Hu's and Zhao Hai's eyes. Such an affront was unprecedented for the Zhao family in Mo City. Jian Xingyu, you are exceedingly bold. You stole my Zhao family's fish dragon sculpture and fled back then, and now you dare to show your face. Zhao Hai bellowed angrily. What is there to fear? Today, I not only appear, but I shall also use your head to honor my brother. Jian Xingyu replied coldly. The application of the Jianyu Ju's Jian Xingyu rendered him remarkably cold-blooded, yet exceptionally composed, devoid of any outward display of rage. Rather, this chilling demeanor incited a sense of trepidation among those present. Upon hearing the words of a mere junior threatening his life, Zhao Hai's countenance shifted dramatically. In front of so many witnesses, being addressed in such a manner by a younger generation was undeniably humiliating. 11 years prior, Zhao Hai had already attained the 5th level of external martial arts, and he had now ascended to the 6th level of the Shuangguang realm. A commendable achievement for a practitioner of external techniques. With the elevation of his martial prowess, his arrogance had simultaneously surged, and within the Zhao manor. Apart from the family patriarch Zhao Tian, he regarded almost everyone else with disdain. Even his treatment of his wife, who sure, had diminished in respect. Thus, when confronted by a brash young man, his ire intensified. Hold on. "You dare to be so reckless, boy? I shall crush your skull with my copper hammer," shouted Pang Ming. As soon as the words left his mouth, he sprang into action, performing a series of clumsy acrobatics in the air, his somewhat portly frame jostling as he brandished a copper hammer towards Jian Xingyu. Faced with such rudimentary agility, Jian Xingyu merely smirked in disdain. With a flick of his shoulder, a 3-meter-long plaque was sent soaring into the air. As it descended before Jian Xingyu, he effortlessly struck its rear, leaving 5 faint fingerprints on the plaque's surface, which then hurtled towards Pang Ming like a wild stallion unleashed. Startled, Pang Ming hastily swung both hammers to intercept the oncoming plaque. A loud crash ensued as the copper hammers shattered the plaque into numerous fragments, scattering debris in all directions. Once the plaque disintegrated, it revealed a strikingly handsome face, tinged with a hint of malevolence, and a pair of eerily crimson eyes that were particularly daunting. Jian Xingyu's lips curled into a smile that sent chills down Pang Ming's spine. "Jian Yu Ming leg. Shattered stones," Jian Xingyu bellowed. His right leg, striking with the swiftness of thunder, aimed directly at Pang Ming's left rib. Having lost his momentum after dispersing the plaque, Pang Ming found it impossible to evade the attack. His slightly corpulent body flailed helplessly in the air as he desperately swung his hammer towards Jian Xingyu's head, hoping to repel the onslaught. However, Jian Xingyu's right leg showed no hesitation, and with a resounding thud, it accurately connected with Pang Ming's left rib, sending him flying like a severed kite, groaning as he landed motionless on the ground. At the moment Jian Xingyu's leg struck Pang Ming's rib, the copper hammer was less than 3 inches from Jian Xingyu's head, even brushing against a strand of hair on his forehead. Yet Jian Xingyu did not so much as blink. This mere 3-inch distance was insurmountable, and the hammer followed Pang Ming as he was sent reeling away. This devastating blow left everyone present in shock. Although Pang Ming was not a first-rate master, his sheer brute strength was formidable. Yet he had been rendered lifeless by Jian Xingyu's single strike, which was utterly astonishing. Was this truly the same boy who had once fled from their pursuit? His growth was nothing short of terrifying. Fang Ji-sun swallowed hard, his astonishment leaving him unable to maintain composure. As Jian Xingyu's body slowly descended, he stood upright before Zhao Hai and the others, his crimson eyes surveying them. The lower-ranked martial artists among the guests averted their gazes, as if they feared his stare could kill. Jian Xingyu glanced at the motionless Pang Ming and softly remarked, "Superficially strong, yet fundamentally weak. The gap is far too wide. There is much work to be done." His seemingly indifferent commentary elicited mixed reactions among the onlookers. With a shift of his gaze, Jian Xingyu scanned the crowd, appearing to search for something, before slightly furrowing his brow. "Where is Zhao Tian? Bring him forth." Upon hearing this, Madame Hu stepped forward and replied, "The master has been traveling since the beginning of the year and is not at home. I do not know when he shall return. You have already brought shame upon the Zhao family and severely injured our guest. Is this not enough?" Jian Xingyu chuckled lightly and said, "Enough? No, we are still far from that. I once declared that should you harm even a single hair on my brother, I would ensure the Zhao family suffers annihilation. Tell me, how far are we from that now?" His mocking tone starkly contrasted with his former self, reflecting the influence of the Jianyu Ju. Bloodthirsty, ruthless, cold, and unfeeling. A flicker of anger crossed Zhao Hai's eyes as he shouted, "Do you truly believe the Zhao family is at your mercy?" Jian Xingyu fixed his gaze on Zhao Hai and replied, "It is not mercy, it is annihilation. Damn it, this is intolerable. Brother Fang, let us join forces and eliminate this insolent wretch." Realizing that he would struggle to withstand Jian Xingyu's demonstrated prowess alone, Zhao Hai called upon Fang Ji-sun, disregarding any notions of fair play. Fang Ji-sun initially hesitated, clearly surprised that Zhao Hai had summoned him, but then his pupils constricted, a fierce determination emerging as he slowly nodded. "Oh, Fang Ji-sun, do you remember me? The boy you once hunted to the ends of the earth? The reason why Wu Ming was injured and captured lies entirely at your feet, and today, we shall settle both new grudges and old scores." At this moment, Jian Xingyu's crimson eyes radiated a bloodthirsty glow, evidently spurred by the mention of Fang Ji-sun's name, intensifying his hatred for the past. With that, Jian Xingyu licked his lips and chuckled coldly, his bloodthirsty demeanor sending a shiver down the spines of all present. Chapter 36. A brush with the turmoil of the Jianghu. The thought of good and evil Zhao Hai and Fang Ji-sun slowly approached Jian Xingyu, seemingly intent on flanking him. Jian Xingyu remained motionless, standing as if petrified, his black robe billowing without wind, lending him an air of ethereal grace. Zhao Hai's gaze was fixed on Jian Xingyu as he instructed, "Brother Fang, I shall engage him directly. You remain on the sidelines and act as the situation dictates. Zhao Hai, a master of external martial arts, was adept in close combat, while Fang Jisun specialized in concealed weapons, making the latter's role clear. Fang Jisun nodded, instinctively retracting his hands into his sleeves, evidently preparing his hidden weapons. Are you not going to make a move? Jian Xingyu suddenly addressed Zhao Hai. Taken aback, Zhao Hai had not anticipated Jian Xingyu's eagerness to initiate the confrontation. Hesitant, Zhao Hai found himself at a loss. If you will not act, then I shall take the initiative. Jian Xingyu sneered coldly. Immediately, Zhao Hai saw a dark figure hurtling towards him, prompting him to swiftly throw a punch in defense. Concurrently, he summoned his internal energy, channeling it into his fist, executing the Black Tiger's heart extraction aimed squarely at Jian Xingyu's abdomen. A resounding crash echoed as Zhao Hai felt as though his fist had struck a steel plate. He experienced no satisfaction from landing a blow. Instead, he was jolted by the impact. It is my turn now, Jian Xingyu declared softly, forming hand seals before unleashing a right palm strike. Bodhi palm. Jian Xingyu's palm aimed directly at Zhao Hai's head, seemingly intent on claiming his life. Startled, Zhao Hai disregarded the pain in his fist and swiftly raised his arm to block. His left arm just managed to intercept Jian Xingyu's strike. In an instant, Zhao Hai felt as though his left arm had lost all sensation, and the overwhelming force surged through it, delivering a crushing blow to his cheek. Zhao Hai was momentarily dazed by the unexpected attack. Upon lowering his left arm, he discovered 5 red finger marks emblazoned on his right cheek. Jian Xingyu had managed to strike him through the barrier of his left arm, relying solely on the force of his palm strike. Such internal power was truly terrifying. Looking at Zhao Hai's left arm, it dangled like a broken branch, swaying ominously from his shoulder. As the tension hung in the air, a barely audible sound of slicing through the air was heard, followed by a streak of silver light racing towards Jian Xingyu's back. With a contemptuous snort, Jian Xingyu executed an uncanny 180-degree turn, instantly facing the silver needle that was aimed at him. In an elegant motion, he deftly pinched the needle between his fingers, as effortlessly as one might grasp a wisp of willow fluff. The needle was captured flawlessly between his index and middle fingers. Witnessing this, Fang Jisun felt a heavy weight settle in his heart. Could it be the Wu Ying Feihua hand? Jian Xingyu remarked with a smile that was more mockery than mirth. Gazing at the silver needle, Fang Jisun's complexion paled in an instant, realizing that his worst fears had materialized. The ancient technique he had once entrusted to the Zhao family had indeed fallen into the hands of this young man, who seemingly had mastered it. For he could not have discerned the trajectory of the flying needle, nor captured it with mere fingers without such skill. Suddenly, a fierce shout erupted as Zhao Hai's right fist surged towards Jian Xingyu's back, his face contorted with rage. You should never turn your back on your enemy. Die. Tiangang Fist. The Tiangang Fist was a treasured martial art of the Zhao family, emphasizing the cultivation of raw power to the extent that one could shatter stone with a bare fist, coupled with the family's inner strength techniques, which stressed brute force and unity of power. The result was a formidable technique that could penetrate through half a meter of rock, rendering it lethal. Confronted with the imminent threat of the Tiangang Fist, Jian Xingyu found himself with no avenue for retreat. Though his martial prowess was profound, his experience in the world was still relatively shallow, and the ambush from Zhao Hai ignited his fury. Seeking death, Jian Xingyu bellowed, his eyes glinting with a fierce light. With a swift motion, he unleashed a burst of dark energy, resulting in a resounding clash as Zhao Hai's fist met an unseen barrier, propelling Jian Xingyu forward by several paces. At that moment, a sword, as dark as ink, was drawn by Jian Xingyu and positioned defensively against his back. Having intercepted Zhao Hai's punch, Zhao Hai stood in shock, staring at the black sword behind Jian Xingyu, his right fist trembling from the impact, disbelief washing over his features. How is this possible? Fang Jisun exclaimed, equally astonished. Enough, Jian Xingyu shouted, suddenly charging towards Fang Jisun with astonishing speed. The latter, caught off guard, stumbled back in alarm, hastily unleashing a flurry of silver needles directed at Jian Xingyu, forming a vast net that sealed his path forward. Qiancheng Wanjieshou. Jian Xingyu roared, his hands slicing through the air, summoning countless hands that reached for the silver needles. In mere moments, he reclaimed all the needles, their tips glistening with a toxic black sheen, a testament to Fang Jisun's deadly craft. This is for the nameless, he declared, casting the silver needles back with a precision that mirrored Fang Jisun's earlier techniques, perhaps even exceeding them in swiftness. A scream of despair tore from Fang Jisun's lips as he realized the futility of escape. The sound of needles piercing flesh echoed swift and silent. As each needle embedded itself into Fang Ji-sun's body, leaving only a series of silver dots upon his skin, the remnants of the lethal projectiles. Fang Ji-sun did not collapse. Instead, he remained upright, mouth agape, frozen in a final expression of terror and dread. His body adorned with 100 silver points that glimmered ominously against the night. He had perished, ensnared by his own deadly art, a poetic justice for his transgressions. As Fang Ji-sun's life ebbed away, the Zhao family's servants and maidens, unversed in martial arts, shrieked in horror, trembling as their gazes shifted from Jian Xingyu, whom they now regarded as a harbinger of death. Jian Xingyu turned slowly, his crimson eyes locking onto the still fuming Zhao Hai, raising his Han Yu sword once more, its tip aimed menacingly at him. In a measured tone, he uttered a single word, die. With that proclamation, Jian Xingyu surged forth like an arrow released from its bow, while Zhao Hai's heart was consumed by terror, leaving him devoid of any intention to retaliate. Second brother, master, cried the Lady Hu and others from the Zhao family in panic. Rain of swords, Jian Xingyu shouted, his sword whirling with alarming velocity. The deadly barrage of swords unleashed, sealing Zhao Hai's fate. The previous ambush had ignited a fury within Jian Xingyu, and now, with his inner strength at the 7th level, he unleashed a storm of blades that could strike 99 times in the blink of an eye, each thrust capable of rendering Zhao Hai unrecognizable. Zhao Hai, unable to even utter a cry, was besieged by the Han Yu sword. The air filled with the sound of slicing as the blades tore through flesh, crimson blooms appearing on his body like petals of a pear tree. Many of the maidens and servants, overwhelmed by the gruesome sight, retreated to vomit, while those versed in the martial arts averted their gazes, unable to withstand the horrific spectacle. The Zhao residence transformed into a hellish landscape. The very thought of Jian Xingyu's earlier threat to obliterate the Zhao family instilling a primal fear, a realization that none present would escape alive. In the downpour, Zhao Hai's blood flowed freely, staining the courtyard, a river of crimson. Among all present, only one individual remained transfixed, her expression numb. It was Lady Hu. With a resounding whoosh, Jian Xingyu withdrew his sword, landing gracefully 3 meters away. His form was drenched in blood, yet not a drop belonged to him. It was all that of the man before him. No, the figure lying there was no longer human, but a grotesque mass of flesh. Zhao Hai was irrevocably dead. With a thud, Zhao Hai's battered corpse crumpled to the ground, the once arrogant man now devoid of even the right to exhibit a basic expression. Jian Xingyu lifted his head, his sanguine gaze sweeping over the remaining onlookers. Under his intense scrutiny, some shrieked in terror, while others collapsed in despair, their sobs filling the air. After surveying the crowd, Jian Xingyu's gaze finally settled on Lady Hu. To his surprise, her countenance bore no trace of fear. Instead, she stepped forward, approaching Jian Xingyu until she halted 3 meters away. Are you not afraid of death? Jian Xingyu questioned, his tone icy and devoid of emotion. Death. Lady Hu chuckled softly, her laughter tinged with scorn, condescension, and a hint of melancholy. Madame Hu observed Jian Xingyu and said, this place has already become hell. Since I find myself in hell, why should I fear death? Upon hearing these words, Jian Xingyu's previously expressionless gaze flickered momentarily. The Zhao residence was now a scene of carnage, with rivers of blood pooling everywhere, and the sounds of wailing and sobbing echoed throughout, trembling with fear. Indeed, the Zhao residence at this moment was a hell, the most brutal and heartless kind. Jian Xingyu remarked, all of this is what you deserve. Deserve? Who was it that first disguised themselves to infiltrate my Zhao residence? Who misappropriated our belongings under the pretense of labor? And who is responsible for the countless innocents who perished unjustly? Madame Hu looked at Jian Xingyu coldly and said. At this moment, Jian Xingyu fell silent, his eyes fixed intently on Madame Hu. She continued, if it were not for your initial treachery, why would we have harmed your brother? The root of all this lies with you. Now you seek vengeance upon me. Is this what you call deserving? Jian Xingyu gazed at Madame Hu, a flicker of pain evident in his eyes, and spoke each word deliberately. Do not speak further, otherwise, I will slay you with a single sword stroke. Very well. Go ahead and kill me. 11 years ago, your younger brother died, and soon after, the steward Zhao Yong was reduced to a mere shadow of a man and also perished. The Sun family managed to escape swiftly, otherwise, they too would have met their demise. Today, you stormed into my residence. Pang Ming's fate remains unknown. Fang Zixuan is dead. And my second brother Zhao Hai is utterly gone. Go on, kill us all, what else can you do? You are nothing but a demon. A thoroughly wicked demon. Silence. Jian Xingyu shouted, his aura surging, forcing Madame Hu to stagger back several steps. Jian Xingyu clutched his head, moaning in agony. Is this truly his nature? No. His essence is one of kindness, at least of discernment between right and wrong. Yet, influenced by the Jianyu Ju, the malice within him surged, transforming him into this. He did not wish to kill, nor did he want to unjustly harm the innocent. He had promised Jian Wushuang, vowed not to wrong the innocent, that debts have their owners, and that the matters of the martial world should be settled within the martial world. But now he could not control the thrill of murder. The struggle between good and evil within him often hinged on a single thought. The clash of desire and reason created a direct conflict, and he was undoubtedly in torment, suffering indescribable anguish. Madame Hu was startled by Jian Xingyu's outburst, quickly retreating a few steps, her face reflecting shock as she gazed at him. Jian Xingyu lifted his head, the sound of his heavy breathing resonating in the air. Tell me, who killed Wu Ming? Madame Hu hesitated. Could she reveal that it was Lord Zhao Tian? Just as she wavered, a nearby servant, unable to bear the pressure, blurted out, It was the master who did it. It has nothing to do with us. Silence. Madame Hu admonished the servant sharply. Hardly had her voice faded when several maidservants and attendants echoed that it was Zhao Tian's doing, and soon the clamor grew, the courtyard filled with a cacophony of voices. It was the master's doing. It has nothing to do with us, young hero. The master is truly not in the residence. We do not know where he has gone. However, every year on the 15th of August, he must go to the Zijin Mountain Villa. Young hero. You will surely find him there. You all. Madame Hu was so enraged that she could not find her words, merely opening her mouth in silence. This is how it is. This is humanity, trembling when their lives are at stake, speaking without reservation. This is human nature, selfish and greedy. The most primal form of greed is the desire to survive. The people in the courtyard are all mere mortals. They will disregard everything for the sake of life. They surely will, for once dead, there is nothing left. Jian Xingyu's eyes flickered between red and black, his whole being trembling incessantly. His hands desperately clutching his head as if to keep it from splitting apart. Leave. You are all unrelated to this matter. Get out, all of you. From this moment forth, there will be no Zhao family in Mo City. Go, before I change my mind. Hurry and leave. Upon hearing Jian Xingyu's command, the people in the courtyard cautiously circumvented him, making their way to the entrance, and after passing Jian Xingyu, they fled as if their lives depended on it. The Zhao family members were also signaled by Madame Hu to escape. In a short while, the once bustling Zhao residence was left with only Jian Xingyu and Madame Hu, along with 2 corpses and one whose fate remained uncertain, Pang Meng. At this moment, Jian Xingyu's eyes had gradually turned darker, suggesting that reason was slowly returning to him. He raised his head, surveying the scene before him, his expression a mix of confusion, astonishment, and anger, yet devoid of any satisfaction from the act of killing. Thank you for not exterminating my entire family, Madame Hu said weakly. In this moment, Madame Hu also realized that the murderous intent had vanished from Jian Xingyu. He seemed like a different person. Had she not personally experienced all this, she would not have believed that the merciless killer moments ago could be this seemingly dull young man before her. I, Jian Xingyu, opened my mouth, but found myself at a loss for words. Madame Hu waved her hand and said, There is a master beside the Lord known as Saibei Yesi, a true expert of the martial world. Unlike this Fang Zixuan, can you still seek out the Lord? Upon hearing this, Jian Xingyu raised his head once more, slowly replying, Such matters cannot be substituted. Whoever is responsible must bear the consequences. I will go to the Zijin Mountain Villa to find him. And as for who lives and who dies in the end, that is up to fate. I must allow Wu Ming to depart with clarity. Hearing Jian Xingyu's words, Madame Hu chuckled self-deprecatingly before turning to walk back into the room. At the doorway, without turning back, she said, Can you not let him go? Then she entered the room, leaving Jian Xingyu gazing at her receding figure, and then at the chaotic scene around him. A trace of pain resurfacing on his face as he sighed. I do not wish to kill, yet I find myself compelled to do so. Is this what my master meant when he spoke of being bound by the martial world? Jian Xingyu turned and walked toward the exit of the Zhao residence, softly uttering at the threshold, Do you think he will spare me? With that, Jian Xingyu did not look back, walking into the distance. Where to? He had yet to decide, only knowing he did not want to remain here. Indeed, his feud with Zhao Tian had escalated to an irreconcilable level. Even if Jian Xingyu could forgive Zhao Tian, the latter would never show him mercy. Why? Because this is the martial world. Revenge is a must. Grievances must be settled. Chapter 37. Initial foray into the turmoil of the martial world. The Golden Blade swordsman Jian Xingyu departed from the Zhao family. It was now the spring of March. With over 5 months until the 15th of August, time was ample. His immediate destination was Luoyang City, for there resided his only blood relative, his maternal grandfather, Yin Laozhang. Luoyang City lies in the Central Plains, over a month's journey from the northern borders, and during this month, he would need sustenance to survive. Thus, Jian Xingyu sought out a merchant caravan bound for Luoyang City, offering his services as a guard. This caravan consisted of only 7 individuals, an elderly steward surnamed Zhou, for assistance, and 2 hired guards. Among the 2 guards, aside from Jian Xingyu, there was a rather unsightly and portly young man, no more than 20 years old, with a rather comical name, Lu Rinjia. Lu Rinjia carried a large golden kitchen knife at his waist, and at first, Jian Xingyu mistakenly assumed he was a cook. It was only after being introduced by Steward Zhou that he learned Lu Rinjia was indeed a hired guard. It was said that Steward Zhou had spotted Lu Rinjia casually dispatching a dozen thugs on the street, which led him to recruit him. Otherwise, no one would believe that such an unsightly man could possess considerable skill. As dusk settled, the caravan made a stop at an inn situated along the journey, a place seemingly isolated with no village in sight, giving the impression of a dubious establishment. Yet, within 100 miles, there were no other options for lodging. Reluctantly, they decided to stay, and the inn bore an intriguing name, Ban Jian Kujan. Lu Rinjia gazed at the sign and murmured, Ban Jian Kujan? Could it be that this inn has only half a room? With that, the caravan entered the inn's lobby. The lobby appeared to be bustling with patrons, most of whom looked weary and travel-worn, likely merchants and wanderers from the Jianghu. One could not help but ponder, who would willingly dine in such a desolate place unless pressed by necessity? It was evident that nearly every table was adorned with an array of swords and daggers. Upon noticing the arrival of Jian Xingyu and his companions, the onlookers scrutinized them with unwelcoming gazes before turning back to their meals, seemingly satisfied that no threat was present. Zhou Guanjia, accustomed to such scrutiny, led the group to a corner table. Although 7 people sat at a single table, it felt somewhat cramped yet manageable. Jian Xingyu and Lu Rinjia shared a long bench, but due to Lu Rinjia's considerable girth, he occupied most of it. Shifting his ample form, Lu Rinjia turned with a grin toward Jian Xingyu and inquired, "What is your weapon of choice?" For reasons unknown, Jian Xingyu felt an inexplicable urge to slap the jovial face of Lu Rinjia, whose round visage seemed to invite such a reaction. He shifted slightly away and replied, "I usually refrain from weapons. I only draw my sword on rare occasions." Lu Rinjia, with a knowing expression, leaned closer, evidently intrigued by Jian Xingyu, and declared, "Let me tell you, I have a particular fondness for knives. I prefer to wield one for everything. That is how I hone my skills." Jian Xingyu glanced at the massive kitchen knife resting beside Lu Rinjia and asked, "Why is your weapon a kitchen knife?" Lu Rinjia's eyes widened in indignation as he retorted, "Do not refer to this as merely a kitchen knife. This is the golden quick blade, the only one of its kind in the entire Jianghu. You are fortunate to witness it. Countless others have sought but failed to behold it." Jian Xingyu chuckled softly, then, as if struck by inspiration, asked, "Why is your name Lu Rinjia? It sounds rather peculiar." Lu Rinjia smacked his lips and replied, "I am often asked this, and explaining it each time becomes tedious. I shall say it once, so listen closely." Jian Xingyu nodded, intrigued by the origin of Lu Rinjia's name. Lu Rinjia raised his head proudly and explained, "My mother was once a renowned beauty from Yangzhou's Yanlu Lane. You know of it, do you not? The name itself suggests it is a place of allure." Jian Xingyu nodded, acknowledging the implication. "My mother was the courtesan of that place, and countless young masters fell at her feet, spending lavishly just to share a drink with her." Jian Xingyu furrowed his brow and queried, "What does this have to do with your name?" "Patience," Lu Rinjia continued. "As the saying goes, frequenting the riverbank inevitably leads to damp shoes. Wandering the night, one is bound to encounter spirits. In a twist of fate, I was born. Yet even my mother does not know who my father is. To her, those patrons were merely passing strangers, so she whimsically named me Lu Rinjia, which originally was Lu Rinjia. Over time, I grew weary of the bluntness of Lu Run, so I adopted a surname, Lu. While Run evolved into a more benevolent character, Run. Out of respect for my mother, I retained the Jia character." Jian Xingyu, unable to contain his laughter, inadvertently spewed tea at the revelation of such an unexpected origin for Lu Rinjia's name. Observing Jian Xingyu's reaction, Lu Rinjia huffed in mild annoyance and turned to sip his tea. Strangely enough, Jian Xingyu found himself growing fond of this rotund man, appreciating his carefree and audacious spirit. Curiosity piqued, Jian Xingyu inquired, "And where did your skills originate?" Lu Rinjia sighed, as if recalling a painful chapter of his past, and replied with a hint of resignation, Eventually, my mother aged and fell prey to gambling, squandering away her youth's earnings and accruing a mountain of debt, to the extent that she sold me to a butcher for money. Thus, I became a servant to a drunken butcher who abused and mistreated me, working me relentlessly without sustenance. In a fit of rage, I ended up killing him. Killed him? Jian Xingyu exclaimed in astonishment. Indeed, Lu Renjia affirmed. Afterward, I roamed the Jianghu alone until I encountered my master, who imparted martial skills to me. Those years were the best of my life. Unfortunately, my master was pursued by enemies and met his demise, leaving me alone. To avenge him, I dedicated myself to mastering martial arts, traversing no less than 10 sects, learning various knife techniques. I even worked as a laborer in the Ming prefecture for 2 years, secretly learning the fierce flame cross slash. Lu Renjia chuckled sheepishly at this admission. Jian Xingyu, however, found little humor in the tale, realizing the tragic life Lu Renjia had endured. Yet he admired Lu Renjia's unwavering optimism. Lu Renjia continued, eventually, I integrated all I had learned into my own unique style, which proved quite effective. I secluded myself in the mountains for an entire year, and upon emerging, I had gained considerable skill. I sought out the enemies who had pursued my master. The Yanzi men, a minor sect. I eradicated every member in just 1 hour, avenging my master. After that, I lost direction, wandering in search of challengers, but often found none. I realized that this was rather unfulfilling, so I decided to accompany various caravans, passing the time. Jian Xingyu, taken aback, repeated, "What do you mean by finding no challengers?" Lu Renjia chuckled and replied, "It means there are few who can best me. Perhaps I have yet to encounter a true master. By the way, they have given me a nickname." "What nickname?" "The Golden Blade Master." The patrons present remained largely unfazed, as they were business people. However, had this been heard among the Jianghu, many would have fled in terror. The Golden Blade Master, Lu Renjia, presently ranked 6th among the unrivaled masters of the Jianghu, had created the devastating Duanjin Dao technique, wielding a golden knife that had claimed countless souls. This golden kitchen knife had felled numerous experts, instilling fear in the hearts of many who spoke of his name. It was astonishing to think such a figure was seated before Jian Xingyu, laughing and joking. Yet, Jian Xingyu, being unaware of the current affairs of the Jianghu, exhibited little reaction, merely perceiving Lu Renjia as a decent person with commendable martial prowess. In truth, Lu Renjia's master was merely a second-tier swordsman, imparting basic techniques. However, Lu Renjia possessed an innate talent for martial arts, particularly with the knife. He later ventured into the Jianghu, learning the strengths of various schools, and eventually secluded himself in the mountains, where he innovated the unparalleled Duanjin Dao. As for his golden knife, it was a relic he discovered in an ancient tomb during his seclusion. The previous owner had once been a renowned figure in the Jianghu, yet time had obscured his legacy. Before long, Zhou Guanjia's ordered dishes arrived. Upon seeing the bountiful spread before him, Lu Renjia's mouth watered profusely, and without a hint of decorum, he seized his chopsticks and began to devour the feast, shoving a chicken leg into his mouth even before swallowing the food already within. Grease dripped down from the corners of Lu Renjia's mouth, adding to the oily sheen of his already plump face. As he munched loudly, emitting grunts of satisfaction, the table's occupants found themselves in a mix of amusement and exasperation. Jian Xingyu looked on helplessly at Lu Renjia's unrefined dining manners. After the meal, Jian Xingyu and Lu Renjia shared a room, engaging in a meandering conversation. Lu Renjia initiated, "Your appearance suggests you possess considerable skill. Pray tell, how did you acquire such prowess at such a young age?" Jian Xingyu chuckled softly, responding, "It is the result of excellent tutelage." At this, an image of his master flickered in Jian Xingyu's mind, and a smile crept onto his lips. Lu Renjia pressed further, "Who is your master? You wouldn't know him even if I told you. Besides, he is an unsung hero, so it's best left unsaid," Jian Xingyu replied. Lu Renjia nodded, saying, "I understand. Great figures tend to be elusive." Amused by Lu Renjia's pretentious demeanor, Jian Xingyu playfully hurled his teacup at him, chiding, "What do you understand?" With a swift motion, Lu Renjia's right hand flashed like lightning, drawing his golden blade in an instant. With a swift sound, a golden arc flashed as the blade returned to its sheath. The teacup, however, was cleaved in two, sailing harmlessly past Lu Renjia's beaming face without grazing a single hair. This deft maneuver, executed with seamless precision, left Jian Xingyu astonished. Observing Jian Xingyu's stunned silence and agape expression, Lu Renjia immediately adopted a coy pose, teasing, "I have no interest in men, so don't get any ideas. Get lost." Jian Xingyu snapped back, shaken from his stupor. Lu Renjia laughed heartily. while an audacious thought blossomed in Jian Xingyu's mind. Lu Renjia, what are your plans after we arrive in Luoyang? He inquired. Taken aback by the question, Lu Renjia pondered before replying, I'm not sure. Perhaps I will seek another merchant caravan. I don't mind where I go, as long as I'm not left idle. Jian Xingyu smiled, suddenly adopting a serious demeanor. Then come with me. Let us venture through the martial world together. Upon hearing this, Lu Renjia's playful demeanor shifted, his expression growing grave as he locked eyes with Jian Xingyu, who smiled back. In truth, with Lu Renjia's skills, he would be treated as an esteemed guest in any faction, yet he had refrained from doing so, for he had yet to encounter someone he was willing to follow wholeheartedly. Although Jian Xingyu's invitation sounded appealing, the underlying meaning was clear. Jian Xingyu wished for Lu Renjia to accompany him. Given Lu Renjia's free-spirited nature, would he truly agree? Thus, they gazed at each other, an undercurrent of subtle rivalry brewing between them. Chapter 38. Initial encounters in the martial world. Blades and shadows. Jian Xingyu and Lu Renjia continued to stare at each other in the inn room, neither speaking nor moving. Their expressions had flipped. The previously jovial Lu Renjia now appeared exceptionally serious, while the typically stoic Jian Xingyu wore a smile. Why? Lu Renjia suddenly asked. Because I believe you are a friend worth having, with a spirit suited for adventures, Jian Xingyu replied. On what grounds? Simply because I am Jian Xingyu. Lu Renjia grinned, saying, you are indeed a good person, and your character resonates with me, but that alone is insufficient. Jian Xingyu chuckled, leisurely continuing, I am not referring to my character. Oh, Lu Renjia looked at Jian Xingyu with interest. I am speaking of my abilities. With that, Jian Xingyu fell silent, fixing his gaze on Lu Renjia. Lu Renjia's smile faded, and in a challenging tone, he asked, what did you say? I didn't quite catch that. Jian Xingyu stepped forward, declaring, didn't you mention that for years, you've encountered no one capable of defeating you? Lu Renjia chuckled and remained silent, watching Jian Xingyu. Jian Xingyu took another step forward, saying, if you're eager for a challenge, it's simple enough. Today, you shall understand the basis of my confidence. With a swift motion, Lu Renjia drew his blade, and the clash of metal echoed as the golden blade met the Han Yu sword. Lu Renjia, surprised by Jian Xingyu's remarkable speed, stared in disbelief. Meanwhile, Jian Xingyu observed Lu Renjia with a knowing smile, though internally, he felt a tumult of emotions. Acutely aware of the immense power behind Lu Renjia's strike, the force was astonishing, surpassing even Zhao Hai's mightiest punch. What remarkable speed! Jian Xingyu remarked with admiration. That should be my line. Lu Renjia licked his ample lips, adding, you are the second person in all these years to withstand my blade without faltering. Oh, and who was the first? Defeat me first, and I shall tell you. You're asking for it. With that, Jian Xingyu sprang into action, executing the second form of rainfall without shadows, shadow of the blade. A black flash surged forth, and Lu Renjia felt an oppressive sword energy lock onto his head. He bellowed, come at me, as he swung his blade, dispersing the menacing sword energy in a brilliant flash. The tip of the Han Yu sword lunged toward the golden blade, producing a sharp sound as Jian Xingyu yanked back on his wrist, creating a shower of sparks as the sword scraped against the blade. Lu Renjia quickly slapped the blade with his left hand, channeling a powerful inner force that sent the Han Yu sword flying. Striking with lightning speed, he drew his blade again, unleashing a sweeping arc of golden light toward Jian Xingyu. Should the golden light make contact, it would surely cleave Jian Xingyu in two. First form of the golden blade technique, gold cutter. Lu Renjia shouted as the golden light approached Jian Xingyu's chest. Huh, Jian Xingyu shouted back, springing backward with a flick of his toes, but the blade's light still sliced through his dark robe, leaving a deep gash and a crimson mark on his solid chest. Now it's my turn. Raining blades, 9 strikes. Since this was not a life or death duel, Jian Xingyu refrained from using his most lethal techniques, opting instead for the first form of raining blades. The Han Yu sword straightened and, after a slight retreat, surged fiercely toward Lu Renjia. Faced with the fierce onslaught of the Han Yu sword, Lu Renjia felt a surge of alarm, hastily retreating while swiftly wielding his golden blade. Second form of the golden blade technique, thousand-fold slash. With rapid swings, Lu Renjia created the illusion of a golden barrier before him, a formidable defense against any intruder. Yet, the Han Yu sword was an exception. The sound of clashing metal echoed as the two blades collided repeatedly, each impact growing stronger, while Lu Renjia's speed began to wane. Not due to a lack of strength, but because the increasing force of the Han Yu sword made each subsequent defense more challenging. At last, the Han Yu Jian breached the defense of the Huang Jin Dao, finding a gap, its blade gliding menacingly along the edge of the knife, producing a shrill sound. Accompanying the sparks flying was a startled face hidden behind the Huang Jin Dao. The small eyes on this face widened in astonishment. The tip of the Han Yujian was aimed directly at Lu Renjia's brow, and should it strike true, death was inevitable. It was no wonder Lu Renjia was so taken aback. Just as the Han Yujian hovered a mere fraction away from Lu Renjia's forehead, the blade suddenly halted, not advancing an inch further, demonstrating the extraordinary precision of Jian Xingyu's control. At that moment, Lu Renjia's eyes bulged, fixated on the dark tip of the sword. Beads of sweat trickling down his face. A soft exhale escaped Lu Renjia's lips, seemingly a signal, prompting the Han Yujian to vibrate. Its tip descending straight to Lu Renjia's chest, the blade slicing through fabric with a hissing sound. Swiftly, the Han Yujian began to dance, each movement tearing away fragments of Lu Renjia's clothing. With a swift motion, Jian Xingyu sheathed his sword and stood before the now tattered Lu Renjia, who glared at him with indignation. "You scoundrel, pay for my clothes," Lu Renjia exclaimed. "Huh, I am merely returning the favor. You damaged my attire as well," Jian Xingyu retorted, lifting his black robe to reveal a tear made by the Huang Jin Dao. "I only tore one, yet you have left me in tatters. This is outrageous," Lu Renjia huffed angrily. "This is what you call a knife for a knife. I repay you tenfold." Jian Xingyu continued with a grin. "How can someone of your size possess such pettiness? You hold grudges," Lu Renjia shouted in discontent. Jian Xingyu sheathed the Han Yujian with a smile. "So, will you accompany me now?" Lu Renjia, momentarily speechless with anger, finally replied, "I was just careless earlier." Jian Xingyu did not refute Lu Renjia's words. Had he been more cautious, victory would not have come so easily. "Your carelessness is your own fault. If I intended to kill you, I wouldn't concern myself with your level of vigilance," Jian Xingyu remarked with a smile. Lu Renjia furrowed his brow, beginning to argue but falling silent midway. After a moment, he wiped the sweat from his face and conceded, "I will follow you, on one condition. You must buy me a new outfit, and it must be of fine silk. No cheap imitations." "Huh, no problem. I promise to get you something good." Jian Xingyu laughed heartily. In truth, from the moment Jian Xingyu had pointed his sword at Lu Renjia's brow, Lu Renjia had formed an impression, at such a young age, possessing such martial prowess. Coupled with Jian Xingyu's keen intellect and unconventional approach to matters, it was evident that his future was boundless. This alone was enough to earn Lu Renjia's respect and prompt him to venture into the martial world alongside Jian Xingyu. After all, Lu Renjia had grown weary of a directionless existence. Jian Xingyu's emergence hinted that the martial world would soon witness renewed turbulence. With a satisfied nod, Jian Xingyu approached Lu Renjia, extending his hand. "Come, it's a deal." Lu Renjia glanced at Jian Xingyu's outstretched hand before slapping his own hefty palm down onto Jian Xingyu's with force. Little did they know, this commotion at the inn would become a significant impetus for Jian Xingyu's future endeavors in re-establishing the Jianyu Lu Renjia, the Huang Jin Dao wielder, would clear countless obstacles from Jian Xingyu's path. In time, Lu Renjia would not only bear the title of Huang Jin Dao, but also earn the renowned moniker of Jianyu Elder. Chapter 39. The initial turmoil of the martial world. The first bell ever since the commotion at the inn between Jian Xingyu and Lu Renjia. The two had become inseparable, much to the curiosity of Steward Zhou, who wondered how their relationship had improved so dramatically. Ultimately, Lu Renjia had to purchase his new attire himself. Given that Jian Xingyu was utterly penniless, this left Lu Renjia quite disgruntled, though he quickly moved past it. As they approached Luoyang, Jian Xingyu's excitement grew. In the evening, at the Lai Fu Inn in Luoyang, Jian Xingyu and Lu Renjia were heartily enjoying a meal. Steward Zhou had just informed them that someone from the manor would arrive the following morning to settle their expenses, allowing them to stay the night. Jian Xingyu thought it wise to delay seeking out Yin Laozhong until the next day now that they were in Luoyang. Lu Renjia stuffed an entire chicken leg into his mouth, washing it down with a hearty gulp of wine, clearly satisfied with the dinner. "By the way," Jian Xingyu said suddenly, "I remember you mentioned that I was the second person to withstand your strike without faltering. Who was the first?" Lu Renjia struggled to swallow the food in his mouth before grinning at Jian Xingyu. "That person, I've only met once and exchanged a single move. Yet, from that one encounter, I could tell his martial skills rivaled my own." "Oh, someone whose skills are equal to yours must be impressive. You are already ranked 6th in the martial world. Surely, that person is quite renowned," Jian Xingyu remarked. "Rankings in the martial world? Spare me. They're hardly reliable. Take you, for instance. I know I can't defeat you, yet you aren't even on the rankings. How does that make sense? Many hidden masters disdain these so-called rankings." Lu Renjia replied nonchalantly. Is the martial world ranking truly unreliable? It cannot be dismissed entirely. The rankings released by the underworld do hold a degree of authority. Individuals like Jian Xingyu are exceedingly rare within the martial realm, so it is unsurprising he does not appear on such lists. After all, the martial world is filled with hidden talents, and no one, not even the underworld, can fully grasp it. Thus, generally, the martial world tends to acknowledge these rankings, as truly reclusive masters are few and far between, and those individuals seldom involve themselves in worldly matters, making them an exception. Jian Xingyu chose not to linger on the topic of rankings and redirected. Let us set aside the rankings for now. Tell me more about that individual. Upon hearing this, Lu Renjia's expression turned unusually serious. Speaking of that person, he is quite well known in the martial world, ranked 5th, known as the Jade Sword Azura, Hua Muyang. Hua Muyang. Upon hearing this name, Jian Xingyu's demeanor shifted dramatically, a chilling aura emanating from him. Noticing Jian Xingyu's sudden change, Lu Renjia furrowed his brow and inquired, "What's wrong? Have you heard of him?" Jian Xingyu scoffed coldly. "Not only have I heard of him, I would recognize him even in ashes." This left Lu Renjia utterly bewildered. "Do you have a grudge against him? A blood feud? A blood feud? A vendetta against my entire clan?" Hearing this, Lu Renjia's heart sank. He realized Jian Xingyu's background was far from ordinary, but he had not anticipated such a deep-seated enmity with the Jade Sword Azura, Hua Muyang. Given Jian Xingyu's expression, it seemed their conflict was one that would not end without bloodshed. Lu Renjia gently patted Jian Xingyu's shoulder, calming him. Turning to face Lu Renjia, Jian Xingyu saw him wearing a grave expression. "Rest assured, should we encounter Hua Muyang in the future, I will ensure he pays for his transgressions." "Thank you." Jian Xingyu was profoundly moved by Lu Renjia's words, feeling genuine gratitude towards him. Suddenly, Lu Renjia broke into a wide smile. The solemnity that had previously graced his features vanished completely, and he cheerfully remarked, "With your martial prowess, I am certain that Hua Muyang would find it challenging to gain the upper hand against you, especially with my golden blade at your side. He certainly stands no chance. Rest assured," he continued, "Hua Muyang has been renowned for quite some time. His skills must have advanced considerably now." "Indeed," Jian Xingyu replied. "However, when he first debuted, he could only be considered a novice in the Jianghu, but now he is truly a formidable expert." Lu Renjia added, "By the way, you have only met Hua Muyang once, and even if you were to engage in combat, there was no clear victor. Why then are you ranked 6th while he is 5th? Jian Xingyu inquired, genuinely perplexed. Lu Renjia scratched his head in bemusement. "Perhaps this ranking is determined by one's achievements and status within the martial world. After all, I have only been in the field for a few years." Jian Xingyu nodded and refrained from further questioning. Just as their conversation concluded, they heard a commotion outside, with a cacophony of voices echoing, "Hurry! It is said that the renowned beauty Wan Luer has arrived in Luoyang." "Where? Where?" "At Yukontang. Countless dignitaries have flocked there. We must go and witness the splendor of this foremost beauty." Upon hearing this, Jian Xingyu first furrowed his brow, then resumed sipping his drink, showing no interest whatsoever. In contrast, Lu Renjia became restless, his eyes gleaming with anticipation as he hurriedly wiped the grease from his mouth. Noticing this, Jian Xingyu asked, "What is it? Are you perhaps interested in this Wan Luer?" Lu Renjia muttered to himself, "Wan Luer, I never expected her to come to Luoyang." Jian Xingyu's curiosity was piqued by this unspoken admission, prompting him to ask, "What is your connection with this celebrated beauty?" Lu Renjia glanced at Jian Xingyu, and for some inexplicable reason, his previously thick skin turned a shade of crimson. Seeing this, Jian Xingyu felt both amused and anxious. "Well, I can't explain it all right now. I'll clarify later. Can we just go to Yukontang first?" Lu Renjia urged, having never seen Lu Renjia in such a bashful state. Jian Xingyu's curiosity about Wan Luer grew, and he nodded in agreement. Lu Renjia, no longer hesitating, stood up and made his way outside, with Jian Xingyu hastily following suit. Yukontang was a well-known tavern in Luoyang, frequented by scholars and poets who gathered to drink and compose verses, showcasing their literary talents. Occasionally, poetry and painting competitions were held there, making it a place imbued with a scholarly ambience. However, the prices for tea and refreshments were quite exorbitant, with an entrance fee of 5 taels of silver. Naturally, Jian Xingyu lacked the funds, and so it was Lu Renjia who covered the cost. Upon entering Yukontang, they found a spacious hall adorned with a stage encircled by red silk, surrounded by tables and stools. This stage was typically where music and dances were performed, or where calligraphy and painting took place. Yukontang was a 2-story building, resembling an inn. The stage was open to the 2nd floor, which housed various private rooms. The activities within depending on the guests' interests. The entire establishment was brilliantly lit, festooned with red lanterns, beneath which hung various paintings, either landscapes or depictions of beautiful women, evoking a certain aesthetic charm. Above the stage hung a massive portrait of a stunning woman, whose enchanting features seemed to exude a bewitching allure, capable of captivating any man who gazed upon her. This portrait was that of Wan Luer. At that moment, the hall was teeming with guests, their lavish attire indicating their high status among the elites. Naturally, there were also some rough-looking Jianghu characters among them. The bustling crowd created a lively atmosphere filled with spirited chatter. Jian Xingyu and Lu Rinjia found a corner to sit down, and Lu Rinjia ordered a pot of Bai Luo Chun tea. Amused by the sight of the boorish Lu Rinjia delicately savoring his tea, Jian Xingyu couldn't help but chuckle. What sort of person is this Wan Luer to draw such a throng? Lu Rinjia set down his teacup, a dreamy expression gracing his face as he slowly declared, "She is a goddess, my personal deity. She is so perfect, undoubtedly the most exquisite gift bestowed upon this world by the heavens. I wish to protect her, even if it is just from afar." Seeing Lu Rinjia in such a lovesick state, Jian Xingyu felt a wave of exasperation. "You look like a love-struck pig," he teased. "Nonsense. Wan Luer is the kind of woman who should only be admired from a distance, not trifled with," Lu Rinjia retorted, glaring at Jian Xingyu with his small eyes. Jian Xingyu waved his hand, indicating he had misspoken, and resumed drinking his tea. Amidst the crowd, shouts of Wan Luer's name erupted, accompanied by some distasteful laughter rife with mockery and innuendo. The more they behaved thus, the darker Lu Rinjia's expression became. Jian Xingyu could only sigh inwardly at the situation. Moments later, a woman in her 40s ascended the stage, clad in fine silks and adorned with an array of rings and bracelets, exuding an air of affluence. With a cheerful demeanor, she addressed the audience. "Esteemed guests, please remain calm. I am Yu Rui, the proprietress of Yukintang. I am aware of your purpose here tonight. The illustrious Wan Luer, the world's foremost beauty, is indeed worthy of your admiration. However, she has just arrived and is currently resting. Shortly, we shall invite her to meet all of you. First, allow me to explain the rules. Wan Luer will share a few drinks with you, and any guest willing to bid 10,000 taels of silver will have the opportunity to ascend to the second floor to receive a toast from her personally. Should anyone offer a bid of 100,000 taels, they may spend time in her private quarters, but whether one wins her affections rests entirely on your capabilities." 10,000 taels of silver? Is that not an outrageous sum? A disgruntled voice arose from the crowd. "Damn it, is that girl made of gold?" bellowed a burly man with a thick beard. Laughter erupted from the audience at his outburst. At that moment, Lu Rinjia's expression darkened. His gaze fixated on the bearded man who had spoken disrespectfully, a cold glint of menace in his eyes. Jian Xingyu could only feel a sense of helplessness wash over him. Was it possible that Wan Luer was merely a courtesan? Lu Rinjia turned to Jian Xingyu, taking a deep sip of tea and sensing Jian Xingyu's bewilderment. "I know what you're thinking. Wan Luer is not as you imagine. She is a pure and virtuous woman, not to be compared with those who have fallen into the mire of the world." Jian Xingyu pursed his lips, remaining silent. In his heart, he mused, "Indeed, it is difficult for a hero to resist the allure of a beauty." It is laughable that Lu Rinjia, who typically approached life with such a carefree attitude, could be so utterly entranced by Wan Luer. At this moment, Jian Xingyu found himself eager to discover just who Wan Luer truly was. Chapter 40. The initial turmoil of the Jianghu. The third master of the Zheng family, Jian Xingyu, and Lu Rinjia sat in their corner, exchanging idle conversation. Wan Luer has emerged. A loud exclamation rang out, and the previously boisterous hall fell into a hush, as all eyes instinctively turned towards the staircase at the back of the stage, particularly Lu Rinjia, whose gaze was filled with uncontainable excitement. Some others, however, cast their eyes toward the graceful figure descending the stairs with a hint of lewd desire. As I gazed upon the staircase, a graceful silhouette slowly emerged. The pale yellow fitted gown accentuated her exquisite figure, revealing every delicate curve, while her cascading black hair gracefully swayed like willow branches at her waist. Her face, as pristine as jade, bore a subtle blush that enhanced her enchanting beauty. Beneath elegantly arched brows, her captivating almond-shaped eyes sparkled with an alluring charm, complemented by a petite and refined nose, and a radiant smile that resembled that of celestial beings. Her teeth shone like pearls, and her visage resembled the elegance of a lotus flower. With a gentle motion, she stepped forward, her slender fingers lightly resting on the railing, embodying the essence of a delicate flower reflected upon tranquil waters and the soft sway of willows in the breeze. Yet, there was an added touch of allure and charm. truly a breathtaking beauty capable of bewitching nations. Even Jian Xingyu found himself momentarily entranced, murmuring, "She is indeed the foremost socialite of the realm." Some gazes were filled with desire, fixated on Wan Luer's prominent bosom, nearly drooling in their greed. Despite being the object of such ravenous attention, Wan Luer displayed no hint of shyness. Instead, a faint smile graced her lips as she gracefully descended the stairs and took her seat upon the stage. "Miss Wan Luer, how we have eagerly awaited your arrival," echoed the voices of admiration. "Truly, she is a beauty of unparalleled grace." Yet, Wan Luer merely smiled at the crowd, choosing silence. Her gaze swept across the hall, pausing momentarily upon Lu Rinjia and Jian Xingyu before shifting away. Seeing the acknowledgement in Wan Luer's eyes stirred excitement within Lu Rinjia, who exclaimed to Jian Xingyu, "Did you see? She looked at me. She remembers me." Jian Xingyu, perplexed by Lu Rinjia's infatuation with Wan Luer, chose not to dampen his enthusiasm and merely nodded with a smile. As the chatter in the crowd subsided, Wan Luer raised her glass and addressed the guests. "It is a tremendous honor to have you all here. I apologize for keeping you waiting. Allow me to toast to you." With that, she tilted her head back and consumed the drink in one gulp. "Bravo! Miss Wan Luer is indeed generous," boomed a coarse voice, as the earlier brash, bearded man approached with a drink in hand. In his path, he carelessly bumped into several individuals who glared at him in frustration, only to swallow their complaints upon seeing his imposing stature and the large sword at his waist. Wan Luer smiled at the bearded man, responding, "Thank you for your kind words, brave hero. I am unworthy of such praise." With a grand gesture, the bearded man downed his drink and declared, "There is no need for such modesty, Miss Wan Luer. I have long heard of your beauty and grace, and today, I can confirm it. I am Zheng Jinxiong from Luoyang. Perhaps you have heard of me? Indeed, the Zheng family of Luoyang is well known in the martial world, and you, Zheng San, are a significant figure within it. I have long admired your reputation," Wan Luer replied slowly. "The Zheng family, akin to the Zhao family of your, is a prominent clan in Luoyang, wielding considerable influence. Following the downfall of Jianyu Lu, the Zheng and Zhou families rose to prominence, with the Zhou family being the main suppliers to Jian Xingyu's group. While the Zhou family prospered through legitimate business, the Zheng family emerged from banditry. Despite their desire to engage in lawful trade, they found themselves stymied by the Zhou family's control over most industries in Luoyang. Thus, their animosity towards the Zhou family simmered. Yet they dared not provoke them recklessly. Although the two families maintained a relationship fraught with animosity, the Zhou family still hesitated to confront the Zheng family directly, for the latter's stubborn bandit nature made them a formidable adversary. Zheng Jinxiong, the third brother of the Zheng family, was known for his lustful tendencies, while the eldest, Zheng Jinlai, had a penchant for gambling, and the second, Zheng Jini, was fond of drinking. Upon hearing Wan Luer's praise, Zheng Jinxiong laughed heartily, brimming with pride. "Miss Wan Luer, since you are in Luoyang, you are within my domain. Everything you wish for, you need not hesitate to ask." Wan Luer smiled graciously, replying, "I am truly grateful, Zheng Sanj." Zheng Jinxiong surveyed the surroundings and continued, "This Yuchuntang seems quite chaotic and unsafe. Why not accompany me to the Zheng residence, where your safety can be assured?" At these words, many in the vicinity frowned, finding his brazen intentions shameless. Yet, despite their discontent, none dared to voice their objections. Jian Xingyu, recognizing the gravity of the situation, silently cursed as he observed Lu Rinjia's hand tighten around the hilt of his sword, his murderous intent palpable. His eyes coldly fixed on Zheng Jinxiong. Yu Rui, the proprietor of Yuchuntang, stepped forward, stating, "What do you mean, Zheng San? How can Yuchuntang be deemed unsafe? Miss Wan Luer is but a lady. It would be inappropriate for her to go to your residence. I assure you, she is perfectly safe here." "Preposterous. Who dares to speak ill? Enough with your nonsense. If I say it is unsafe, then it is unsafe. Miss Wan Luer must come with me today," Zheng Jinxiong bellowed, his patience worn thin, ready to resort to force. Yu Rui's expression darkened. In her years of running a business in Luoyang, she had faced disruptions, but none had been as brazen as Zheng Jinxiong's actions today. It is worth noting that Yu Chuantang's longevity in Luoyang was not solely due to Yu Rui's efforts. It was backed by the Zhou family's powerful influence. Seeing Yu Rui's reddening face, Zheng Jinxiong erupted with laughter before turning to the crowd, commanding, "Miss Wan Luer has had her drink, and you have all seen her. I will be taking her back to rest now. As for the rest of you, feel free to continue drinking or return home. I shall not impose." With that, Zheng Jinxiong stepped onto the stage, while Wan Luer remained unperturbed, gazing at him with an air of calm indifference. "Fear not, my beauty. I shall ensure your evening is one of ecstasy, Zhang Jinxiong leered as he approached, his eyes glinting with lewd intent. Seeking death, Lu Rinjia spat through clenched teeth, his grip on the sword tightening, the blade partially drawn yet halted in its course. Lu Rinjia glared at his own hand, feeling the restraining presence of Jian Xingyu upon him. Jian Xingyu slowly shook his head, his lips barely moving as he uttered, "Patience. Let us observe. I assure you, no one shall take her away tonight." Upon hearing Jian Xingyu's words, Lu Rinjia furrowed his brow in confusion, yet he complied. Sheathing his sword, 3 sharp sounds resonated as swords were drawn, revealing 3 maidservants who had stood behind Wan Luer, each brandishing their blades with fury directed at Zhang Jinxiong. Zhang Jinxiong was momentarily taken aback, but soon chuckled. "What is this? Are you all in a hurry? Fear not, fear not. Tonight, accompany me back. And once I have dealt with your master, I shall turn my attention to you." Ha. As soon as he finished speaking, several burly men armed with large sabers surged onto the stage. They were Zhang Jinxiong's followers. He glanced back at them, mockingly saying, "Once I am done playing, I shall reward you with your turn." Upon hearing this, the men's eyes gleamed with lust as they cast lewd glances at Wan Luer. "Shameless! Prepare for battle," cried one of the female guards as she charged forward, only to be met by 2 of the armed thugs. In no time, a fierce clash erupted on the stage. Although the maidservants displayed commendable skill, they gradually found themselves at a disadvantage under the 2-on-1 assault. Suddenly, a whistling sound pierced the air, followed by the thud of a body hitting the ground. One of the thugs collapsed, a small hole gaping in his forehead, crimson blood and pale brain matter oozing forth. The sounds continued in rapid succession, with more thugs falling, each meeting the same fate. In the blink of an eye, all the assailants lay dead upon the stage. A gasp of realization swept through the crowd, and several individuals instinctively retreated several steps, though none dared to leave. They stood, astonished, watching the unfolding chaos. Now, only Zhang Jinxiong, visibly shocked, frowned in confusion, alongside the perplexed Yu Rui, and the composed Wan Luer, who maintained her serene smile. Who is it?" Zhang Jinxiong shouted furiously. "Have the courage to reveal yourself." As he spoke, he drew his knife, scanning the surroundings with vigilance. Meanwhile, Yu Rui furrowed her brow, worried that the sudden attack might have originated from their side, as there were indeed skilled fighters hidden within Yu Chuntang, arranged by the Zhou family. Yet, she knew that confronting the Zheng family directly at this moment was exceedingly unwise. Even for Wan Luer, the world-renowned beauty, it was not worth the risk. Ultimately, Wan Luer was merely a woman. At the moment the first hidden weapon was launched, Jian Xingyu and Lu Rinjia sensed something amiss, both raising their gazes toward a room on the 2nd floor. Just as the crowd's thoughts diverged, a clear, youthful voice broke through, suggesting its owner was likely quite young. "Apologies, it was I?" With this voice, a young gentleman clad in a white robe stepped out from the room on the 2nd floor. He appeared somewhat shorter, with an exceptionally fair complexion, delicate features, strikingly bright eyes, a prominent nose, and a bright smile directed at the irate Zhang Jinxiong. What a handsome young man, Jian Xingyu thought to himself. Just as this young man emerged, a black-haired monk with a half-masked face followed him, observing everything below with a cold, inscrutable gaze. Jian Xingyu and Lu Rinjia exchanged concerned glances, realizing that the mysterious iron-masked monk was likely the one who had just attacked. Chapter 41. The initial encounter with turmoil in the Jianghu. The handsome young man, the sudden appearance of the 2 individuals on the 2nd floor shattered the previous calm of the 1st floor. The crowd raised their eyes to the 2nd floor, each pondering the identities of the newcomers. Yet, no matter how they speculated, none could recall any notable figures from Luoyang City fitting this description, adding a layer of wariness and uncertainty to their gazes toward the young man. "Humph. So it was you. Seeking death, are you?" Zhang Jinxiong bellowed, glaring fiercely at the young man above. The young gentleman smiled slightly and calmly descended the staircase, followed closely by the iron-masked monk. "I am Xiao Zian, from Jinzhou. This is my servant. I have come to Luoyang today to admire the beauty of Miss Wan Luer." Upon witnessing such ignorance towards a lady's grace, I could not help but intervene. "I hope I have not disturbed Miss Wan Luer." The young man disregarded Zhang Jinxiong's outburst, addressing Wan Luer with the poise of a refined gentleman. As his words fell, Xiao Zian approached Wan Luer, bowing slightly with remarkable grace. Wan Luer's captivating gaze was fixed on Xiao Zian as she smiled and replied, "Young Master Xiao, you flatter me. I am grateful for your assistance in my defense." With that, she stood and performed a courteous bow towards Xiao Zian. This gesture was nothing short of a provocation, and Zhang Jinxiong's fury boiled over, his grip on the knife turning white with anger, clearly indicating his tumultuous emotions. It was the first time he had ever felt so openly disregarded. "You brat, have your eyes gone blind? Do you not recognize who I am? A mere whelp dares to boast before me. Which family do you hail from?" Zhang Jinxiong questioned, simultaneously probing for the young man's background. The speed at which his guards had been dispatched, coupled with the young man's calm demeanor, indicated that Xiao Ziyan was no ordinary individual. Understanding his background was crucial. Zhang Jinxiong, though brash, was not foolish. He understood well whom he could offend and whom he could not. "Who is this person? Is there a Xiao family in Jinzhou?" Jian Xingyu inquired, puzzled, glancing at Lu Renjia. Lu Renjia, having traveled extensively over the years, possessed a broader perspective, thus he was often the one with answers. Frowning, he shook his head and whispered, "I find it strange. I do not recall such a figure from Jinzhou. Could he be a figure from the Jianghu? Or perhaps another hidden master like you?" Jian Xingyu shook her head, asserting, "Although Xiao Ziyan possesses commendable martial skills, he is far from the level of a hidden master." "Did you not see what the hidden weapon was?" Lu Renjiao looked at Jian Xingyu with confusion. "I saw it was a few beads, but I could not discern what the hidden weapon truly was." Jian Xingyu replied expressionlessly, "It was peanuts." "Peanuts?" Lu Renjiao exclaimed in shock. Jian Xingyu nodded. Her gaze towards the iron-masked monk, now filled with a newfound gravity. Xiao Ziyan turned to the furious Zhang Jinxiong, feigning confusion. "What's wrong? Did you not hear what I said, Lord Zheng? I said, I am Xiao Ziyan from Jinzhou." He deliberately raised his voice, the mockery evident in his tone. "Impudent fool." Zhang Jinxiong spat, his expression darkening. Xiao Ziyan approached Zhang Jinxiong with a cheerful demeanor, completely unafraid of a potential attack. As he reached Zhang Jinxiong, his smile broadened. "Alas, why does Lord Zheng look so pale? Shall I call for a physician for you? You seek death." Zhang Jinxiong roared, swinging his steel knife with deadly intent aimed at Xiao Ziyan's neck. Xiao Ziyan maintained his smile, and just as the knife drew near, he swiftly raised his folding fan to block the blade. With a soft thud, the steel knife failed to sever the fan, suggesting it was no ordinary item. After having his attack thwarted, Zhang Jinxiong's anger intensified. He launched a punch with his left hand, targeting Xiao Ziyan's chest. In a moment of uncharacteristic vulnerability, the previously composed Xiao Ziyan's countenance shifted, a faint flush gracing his cheeks upon witnessing Zhang Jinxiong's maneuver. With a disdainful snort, he deftly deflected the steel blade with his folding fan, which unfurled instantaneously. With a flick of his wrist, the fan's edge sliced toward Zhang Jinxiong's throat like a blade. The fan, capable of withstanding Zhang Jinxiong's knife, was evidently formidable, and Zhang harbored no doubt that its edge was far sharper than his own blade. Hastily retracting his fist, he pivoted on his foot, retreating swiftly from the platform. With a disdainful huff, Xiao Ziyan snapped the fan shut, then with a flourish, he cast it aside, releasing a glinting silver projectile that shot forth from the fan, aimed directly at Zhang Jinxiong. A hidden weapon indeed. Zhang, realizing the imminent danger, quickly raised his blade to block. A sharp metallic clash resounded as a slender silver needle fell to the ground, leaving a shallow dent on Zhang's sword, a testament to the needle's potency. Recognizing the peril of the situation, Zhang Jinxiong surged into the throng, attempting to seize the opportunity to escape. Xiao Ziyan, however, made no move to pursue. Standing on the platform with a mocking smile, observing Zhang's disarray as one might regard a cornered animal, the iron-masked monk stepped forward, casting a questioning glance at Xiao Ziyan, silently inquiring whether he should pursue the fleeing man. Yet Xiao Ziyan merely raised his fan slightly, signaling that there was no need for pursuit. The monk retreated, standing resolute once more. "Do not chase a desperate foe. Such a person, to slay him would only soil my hands," Xiao Ziyan remarked with a cold smile. Just as he turned to converse with Wan Luer, a startled gasp erupted from the crowd below. A series of sounds, a whoosh, a thud, and a cry, echoed, followed by the sight of a bloodied head rolling back toward the front of the stage. Upon closer inspection, it was none other than Zhang Jinxiong's severed head. The scene elicited gasps of horror from those present, causing many to recoil from the gruesome sight. As the crowd parted, a headless body stood upright behind, facing the exit. As if it intended to flee, yet its legs could advance no further. Suddenly, the headless figure collapsed, blood oozing from the neck. A testament to the swiftness of the attack that had claimed Zhang's life before his body could even crumple. Xiao Ziyan furrowed his brow, casting a curious glance toward the crowd. Failing to discern anything amiss, he turned to the iron-masked monk, seemingly inquiring if he had witnessed the assailant. The monk shook his head slowly, uttering, "What a swift blade." At that moment, the proprietress Yu Rui stood in stunned silence. Realizing the calamity that had befallen her establishment in such a short span, many lives lost, likely deterring future patrons. Wan Luer's gaze wandered, before she spoke softly. It was the golden blade. The golden blade? Xiao Ziyan echoed, perplexed. The iron-masked monk inhaled deeply before responding, the golden blade. In the martial world, only one individual wields such speed and mastery. A certain Lu Rinjia. Xiao Ziyan exclaimed. The monk nodded, directing his gaze toward the crowd, where two individuals stood quietly in a corner, betraying neither surprise nor tension. Notably, the portly figure bore a weapon resembling a kitchen knife, which drew the monk's attention. Though he chose to remain silent. Let it be. If they refuse to reveal themselves, then it is of no consequence. Xiao Ziyan waved dismissively. He then turned to Wan Luer with a charming smile. Miss Wan Luer, I have admired you for quite some time. Might there be an opportunity this evening for us to share a drink and engage in delightful conversation? Wan Luer smiled gently, responding, Young Master Xiao. Your remarkable bearing and eloquence are indeed admirable, and it would be my fortune to share a gathering with you. Hearing this, Xiao Ziyan beamed with joy. Yet his gaze shifted mischievously as he added, Rest assured, Miss Wan Luer, I am well endowed in wealth and shall not neglect your due. I have heard that you, the most esteemed lady in the land, maintain a virtuous reputation, indulging only in wine and poetry. Is that true? He inquired, his eyes sparkling with mirth. At this, Wan Luer's cheeks flushed crimson, rendering her speechless. Meanwhile, Yu Rui seized the moment, approaching Xiao Ziyan with a playful demeanor, whispering, Indeed, Miss Wan Luer is still unwed. Although her words were whispered, they were loud enough for the surrounding crowd to overhear, prompting a wave of incredulous gasps. Wan Luer, blushing furiously, turned her head away, embodying the modesty of a young maiden, which only heightened the intrigue of the men present, leaving her yearning to vanish into the ground. In contrast, Xiao Ziyan, upon hearing Yu Rui's bold proclamation, felt an unexpected flush rise to his own cheeks, a curious embarrassment washing over him. Jian Xingyu chuckled softly before attempting to engage Lu Rinjia in conversation, only to find Lu contorted, his rotund face flushed with an unusual hue, as if the words of Yu Rui had struck a personal chord. How repugnant! Jian Xingyu exclaimed, unable to suppress his laughter at Lu Rinjia's discomfort. Such bashfulness. He is simply shy? Yet Lu Rinjia, far from retreating, only exaggerated his awkwardness further. Get lost. Jian Xingyu could not resist delivering a playful kick to Lu Rinjia's backside, causing him to wince, dispelling his earlier shyness. Just as Lu Rinjia was about to voice his grievances, an unwelcome voice pierced through the revelry, casting a shadow across his features and igniting a chilling aura. Such words, Miss Wan Luer, resonate profoundly with me. I must be so bold as to invite you to accompany me to the Shao Manor this evening, to seek the approval of my elders. It is a match made in heaven for a talented youth and a virtuous maiden, and I wish to discuss a most splendid matrimonial proposal. Chapter 42. The initial turmoil of the Jianghu. Resurgent waves as Xiao Ziyan's words fell, an uproar ensued among the audience. Many began to empathize with Wan Luer, realizing that just as one storm had settled, another had arisen, having escaped the jaws of a wolf, only to step into the den of a tiger. Wan Luer, taken aback by Xiao Ziyan's audacious declaration, stood momentarily stunned. Xiao Ziyan continued, Fear not, Miss Wan Luer. I, Xiao Ziyan, am no wayward scoundrel. My words are sincere and heartfelt. I implore you to harbor no doubts. Wan Luer's enchanting eyes bore into Xiao Ziyan's, her lips parting slightly as she inquired. When you speak of a splendid marriage proposal, is it not a proposal for yourself, young Master Xiao? At this query, Xiao Ziyan hesitated, opening his mouth, yet finding himself at a loss for words. Noticing his indecision, Wan Luer's brows furrowed slightly, her tone laced with melancholy. Young Master Xiao, with your gallant spirit and striking appearance, should I be fortunate enough to receive your affections, it would surely be a blessing from a past life. The crowd gasped anew at her words, interpreting them as an acceptance. Could it be that the most renowned maiden in the realm was poised to become a bride today? Xiao Ziyan could only manage a wry smile, awkwardly responding, I assure you, Miss Wan Luer, I will provide an explanation. However, the tale is lengthy, and this is not the venue for such discourse. I suggest we seek a more suitable place to converse in detail. Wan Luer smiled gently, the earlier sorrow in her eyes dissipating as she replied, Since young Master Xiao has other intentions, I shall take my leave. Farewell, young master. As Wan Luer's demeanor took a sudden turn, Xiao Ziyan was momentarily taken aback. He then addressed her, saying, Miss Wan Luer, I believe it would be prudent for us to have a proper discussion to avoid any misunderstandings. Misunderstanding? What misunderstandings could there possibly be? Did you not hear? Miss Wanluer has already issued an eviction order. Are you planning to forcibly take her away? A voice suddenly emerged from the crowd, and the throng parted to reveal a rather unsightly, rotund man. Behind him stood a young man with sharp eyebrows and bright eyes. The speaker was Lu Renjia, and the young man behind him was Jian Xingyu. The interruption caused Xiao Ziyan's expression to sour, and he turned to scrutinize the portly figure before him, his gaze unintentionally drifting to Jian Xingyu. Upon hearing Lu Renjia speak, the iron-faced monk's eyes sharpened, and he instinctively took a step forward, clenching his fists. Sensing the iron-faced monk's unusual demeanor, Xiao Ziyan furrowed his brows and glanced back at him, his eyes reflecting a hint of inquiry. The iron-faced monk slowly nodded, yet his gaze remained fixated on Lu Renjia. Seemingly comprehending the situation, Xiao Ziyan inhaled sharply and turned to face Lu Renjia, his eyes now fixated on the dagger at Lu Renjia's waist. It was evident that both Xiao Ziyan and the iron-faced monk had realized that this rotund man was none other than Lu Renjia, the Golden Blade Master, who had just dispatched Zheng Jinxiu. Wanluer regarded Lu Renjia with a bemused expression, and to Xiao Ziyan's surprise, Lu Renjia appeared somewhat flustered under her gaze. Who might you be? Why are you meddling in my personal affairs? Xiao Ziyan inquired with a courteous bow and a smile. Your personal matters do not concern me, but I must intervene in matters concerning Wanluer, Lu Renjia replied, stepping closer to Xiao Ziyan, his gaze evasively darting about, seemingly reluctant to meet Wanluer's eyes. Jian Xingyu, witnessing this, could only sigh inwardly and followed behind Lu Renjia with a wry smile. Standing before Xiao Ziyan, Lu Renjia fixed his beady eyes on him and grinned, saying, Let us not quarrel. I have no desire to engage in conflict. Miss Wanluer deserves her freedom. So why impose? Xiao Ziyan, noticing Lu Renjia's jovial countenance, furrowed his brow and replied, There is a misunderstanding between Miss Wanluer and me that must be resolved. However, I request that you refrain from intervening. What connection do you have with Miss Wanluer? Upon hearing this, Lu Renjia was momentarily speechless, unsure of how to respond. Beads of sweat forming on his round head. Jian Xingyu, feeling a surge of sympathy for Lu Renjia, thought to himself that this was quite unlike the fearless man he usually knew, who never shied away from any situation. Now he was at a loss for words, merely standing beside Wanluer, sweating profusely. Seeing Lu Renjia's uncomfortable state, Jian Xingyu spoke up. He is a friend of Miss Wanluer. A friend? How could that be? Someone like him? Indeed, it is rather hard to believe. The crowd buzzed with disbelief, doubting that such a stunning beauty as Wanluer would associate with someone so unseemly. Xiao Ziyan, however, remained unfazed. He turned to Wanluer and asked, Miss Wanluer, is this gentleman truly your friend? Wanluer glanced at Lu Renjia, smiled gently, and responded, I suppose so. The crowd erupted in incredulity. Oh, are you aware of who this person is? Xiao Ziyan inquired with a smile. Though Wanluer had encountered Lu Renjia a few times, they had never conversed, and she was unaware of his identity. I must congratulate you, Miss Wan, for being friends with Lu Renjia, the 6th-ranked Golden Blade Master in the martial world, and for receiving such admiration from him. Truly a cause for celebration. The Golden Blade Master? He is Lu Renjia. Among those present were seasoned wanderers of the martial world, who were well acquainted with the illustrious name of Lu Renjia. Seeing him in person today was nothing short of astonishing. Thus, it seemed that Zheng Jinxiu had indeed fallen to the blade of this Golden Blade Master. Surely, few could match his swiftness with a dagger. The crowd buzzed with speculation. Revealed, Lu Renjia appeared somewhat discomfited, especially in the presence of Wanluer. Suddenly, Xiao Ziyan declared, I care not whether you are Lu Renjia or an anonymous passerby. Today's affairs concern only Wanluer and me. It would be wise for you to refrain from meddling. His tone grew icily resolute. The iron-faced monk stepped forward, his gaze coldly fixed on Lu Renjia. Lu Renjia glanced at Wanluer, who subtly shook her head, indicating her unwillingness to accompany Xiao Ziyan. This gesture seemed to convey an unspoken command, and Lu Renjia abruptly turned, his previous annoying grin returning as he cheerfully declared, As long as I am here, you shall not take her away. Xiao Ziyan snapped his fan shut, his voice rising in anger. Do not presume that being the Golden Blade Master makes you invincible. Many are stronger than you. Indeed, there are many who are stronger, yet unfortunately, you are not among them. Lu Renjia maintained his nonchalant demeanor. Xiao Ziyan was infuriated by Lu Renjia's obstinacy, causing him to stomp his foot in frustration, which sent a shiver down Jian Xingyu's spine as he pondered. Is this Xiao Ziyan truly as effeminate as he appears? Could he possibly be a eunuch? This thought lingered only in Jian Xingyu's mind. For if Xiao Ziyan were to discover it, he would surely retaliate with fury. Witnessing Xiao Ziyan's indecisiveness, Lu Renjia erupted in laughter, mimicking Xiao Ziyan's earlier actions. Isn't this just infuriating? I must say, young Master Xiao, why do you act like a woman, so petty and calculative? It's utterly detestable. Lu Renjia's antics drew laughter from the crowd, even eliciting a smile from Wan Luer, while Jian Xingyu could only feel an awkward tension. You scoundrel! I suspect you and him have more than a mere friendship. Two grown men, so intimately close. Xiao Ziyan gritted his teeth, pointing at Jian Xingyu. Upon hearing this, Jian Xingyu's eyes widened in shock. What does this have to do with me? Xiao Ziyan, seething, continued, Stop your nonsense. Iron-faced monk, teach this fellow a lesson for me. As soon as Xiao Ziyan's command was uttered, a figure swiftly darted past him, launching a powerful strike toward Lu Renjia. A remarkable technique. Jian Xingyu marveled. In an instant, a flash of golden light streaked forth, a razor-sharp blade aimed directly at the iron-faced monk's wrist. If he did not retract his hand, the golden blade would surely sever it cleanly. The iron-faced monk hastily withdrew, leaping into the air, his legs moving like a storm, launching a flurry of attacks. Lu Renjia chuckled, stamping his foot, and leaped into the air. Despite his corpulence, he exhibited remarkable agility, countering the relentless barrage of strikes with his golden blade, shouting, Duanjin blade technique, thousand-fold slash. This thousand-fold slash was the second form of the Duanjin blade technique, executed with an impenetrable defense, capable of shattering any attempts to breach its line. In a previous encounter at the inn, Jian Xingyu had barely managed to slip through the gaps with his final strike, overcoming Lu Renjia's thousand-fold slash, thanks to his extraordinary weapon, the Hanyu sword. Now, however, the target of the iron-faced monk's assault was Lu Renjia's legs, and should he attack head-on, those two legs would undoubtedly be cleaved to pieces. As Lu Renjia executed his myriad slashes, the iron-masked monk deftly retracted his legs, landing gracefully on the ground. Before the iron-masked monk could catch his breath, a streak of golden light flashed towards his neck. The technique of the Duanjin knife, capable of slicing through metal. What a swift blade! The iron-masked monk exclaimed in astonishment, his figure retreating violently, breaking through the barricade at the edge of the platform and darting outside. Lu Renjia pursued him relentlessly. Though there was an apparent trend of Lu Renjia gaining the upper hand in their exchange, it was impossible to determine a victor in such a short time. Xiao Ziyan, observing the fierce duel between Lu Renjia and the iron-masked monk, swiftly turned his attention towards Wan Luer. Just as Xiao Ziyan was about to seize Wan Luer, an indistinct figure appeared mysteriously between them. Startled, Xiao Ziyan instinctively took a step back. As the indistinct silhouette gradually came into focus, a handsome face, tinged with a hint of a bitter smile, emerged in Xiao Ziyan's view. It was Jian Xingyu. Xiao Ziyan was momentarily taken aback. Then his brow furrowed as he raised his fan, commanding, Step aside. Jian Xingyu, initially helpless, sighed softly, his smile fading as his expression grew increasingly serious. A formidable aura suddenly emanated from him, and he shook his head slowly, yet resolutely. Sensing this overwhelming presence, Xiao Ziyan's pupils contracted sharply, a chilling intent to kill enveloping Jian Xingyu. Chapter 43. The initial turmoil in the Jianghu, quelling the storm. Xiao Ziyan glared furiously at Jian Xingyu, who remained composed as he met Xiao Ziyan's gaze. You seek a fight? Xiao Ziyan shouted angrily, snapping his folding fan shut and thrusting his elbow directly at Jian Xingyu's cheek. Jian Xingyu gently shook his head and, with a swift movement, sidestepped slightly. Xiao Ziyan's elbow grazed Jian Xingyu's ear without inflicting any harm. Master Xiao, please cease hostilities. Jian Xingyu urged with a hint of urgency. Deep down, Jian Xingyu was reluctant to engage in conflict over a woman, let alone risk his life for it. Moreover, Wan Luer appeared utterly indifferent, seemingly enjoying the spectacle, which further irked Jian Xingyu. Xiao Ziyan launched a series of close-range attacks, yet after several strikes, he had barely grazed Jian Xingyu's garments, leaving him feeling frustrated and powerless. Enough of this nonsense. If you're a man, don't dodge. Xiao Ziyan huffed in anger. Jian Xingyu, repeatedly evading, felt a growing headache from Xiao Ziyan's relentless pursuit. Suddenly, Jian Xingyu halted, no longer evading, and closed in on Xiao Ziyan. Forgive my rudeness, he declared just as he reached Xiao Ziyan's side. Taken aback by Jian Xingyu's sudden approach, Xiao Ziyan instinctively swung his fan. With a soft sound, the fan unfurled, its edge slicing towards Jian Xingyu's chest. Yet, Jian Xingyu did not flinch. Just as the fan was about to make contact, he lowered his body and fell straight back, the edge of the fan brushing past his chest. Before Xiao Ziyan could retract his fan, he felt his footing shift. Losing balance as Jian Xingyu's legs entangled his lower body, causing him to stumble, a lapse in judgment due to his focus on offense. As Xiao Ziyan was about to hit the ground, he instinctively slapped the floor, springing back up like a coil. Just as he regained his footing, a swift gust of energy surged towards him. Beauty palm. Jian Xingyu called out softly, delivering a palm strike to Xiao Ziyan's chest with astonishing speed. Caught off guard, Xiao Ziyan's face paled as he let out a startled cry. In an instant, Jian Xingyu's palm struck Xiao Ziyan's chest solidly. The moment Jian Xingyu made contact, he felt a softness at the point of impact, and seeing Xiao Ziyan's face, a mix of extreme anger and a hint of blush, made him realize the gravity of the situation. The thunderous realization crashed upon Jian Xingyu. He had inadvertently struck a woman. Jian Xingyu's expression shifted abruptly, his internal energy instinctively retracting as his hands swiftly withdrew. He stood before Xiao Ziyan, his face a mask of profound apology, his gaze avoiding hers, becoming somewhat unfocused. Strangely, Jian Xingyu felt a tinge of shyness at this moment. Meanwhile, Xiao Ziyan covered her chest with both hands, glaring furiously at Jian Xingyu. Her eyes burning with a desire for vengeance, nearly brimming with tears, her cheeks flushed with embarrassment. Jian Xingyu, he began, yet his throat felt dry, and he was at a loss for words, his guilt intensifying. Be silent. Do not speak. Xiao Ziyan interjected sharply upon seeing Jian Xingyu attempt to speak. Obediently, Jian Xingyu closed his mouth, his dark yet bright eyes fixed on Xiao Ziyan. Seeing Jian Xingyu's expression, Xiao Ziyan's anger surged, her chest rising and falling rapidly. Jian Xingyu's gaze inadvertently drifted towards Xiao Ziyan's chest, his right hand trembling slightly as the memory of the soft touch replayed in his mind. You scoundrel! I will kill you. Xiao Ziyan, incensed by Jian Xingyu's brazen stare and recalling the earlier incident, spat through clenched teeth. As her words fell, she flicked her fan. With a whoosh, 3 silver needles sliced through the air towards Jian Xingyu. Swiftly, Jian Xingyu activated his energy, extending his hands to deftly intercept the needles. Employing the Qianzhong Wanjie technique, when his movements ceased, the 3 needles were firmly grasped in his hand. Examining the silver needles, Jian Xingyu raised an eyebrow, tossing them aside without retaliating. Realizing she was no match for Jian Xingyu, Xiao Ziyan declared, If you're a man, state your name. I shall ensure your demise in the future. Jian Xingyu, appearing troubled, replied, I am Jian Xingyu. If you, Master Xiao, harbor any grievances, I shall bear them all. At that moment, the iron-masked monk, engaged in combat with Lu Renjia, overheard Xiao Ziyan's outcry. With a powerful strike, he repelled Lu Renjia and swiftly appeared beside Xiao Ziyan. Concern etched on his face. My lady, what has transpired? Wan Luer continued to watch Xiao Ziyan with amusement, even sporting a hint of mockery. Xiao Ziyan shot a fierce glare at Jian Xingyu before turning to the iron-masked monk, saying, It is nothing. We cannot take this person with us today. Continuing this fight serves no purpose. Let us depart. A faint blush still adorned Xiao Ziyan's cheeks as the iron-masked monk regarded her with a puzzled expression, glancing between Jian Xingyu and Xiao Ziyan before finally nodding in agreement. Let us go. Xiao Ziyan glared once more at Jian Xingyu before turning to exit. The iron-masked monk followed closely behind her. Come and go as you please, treating me, Lu Renjia, with such disdain. That iron-masked monk. If you do not leave me a token of this encounter today, how shall I maintain my dignity in the future? Lu Renjia, wielding his golden knife, appeared in the direction Xiao Ziyan was headed, blocking their path with a cold smile aimed at the departing duo. Lu Renjia, do you truly think I fear you? The iron-masked monk retorted coolly, stepping forward to shield Xiao Ziyan behind him. Upon witnessing the situation, Lu Renjia broke into a wide grin, his hand gripping the knife slightly twisting, a precursor to his impending action. Just as he was about to strike, a voice rang out, halting his advance. Brother Lu, let them go. It was Jian Xingyu who spoke. Hearing these words, Lu Renjia lifted his head, ready to retort, but was met with Jian Xingyu's serious expression. Though puzzled, he refrained from voicing his objections, reluctantly sheathing his golden blade. He cast a begrudging glance at the iron-masked monk and, with a cold snort, stepped aside to sip from a bowl of wine. With Lu Renjia yielding, Xiao Ziyan and his companion did not linger, hastening their exit. As they reached the doorway, Xiao Ziyan abruptly halted, turning his back to speak. Jian Xingyu, what transpired today is known to both of us. No third party must learn of it. Jian Xingyu replied with a respectful bow. Rest assured, I am fully aware of the gravity of the matter and shall not speak of it again. With that assurance, Xiao Ziyan hesitated no further, taking his leave alongside the iron-masked monk, disappearing from sight. As the events came to a close, Yurui quickly approached the stage with a smile, addressing the crowd. Esteemed guests, I sincerely apologize for the commotion that has unfolded in Yuchuntang today. As a gesture of goodwill, all drinks will be complimentary. Let this be my humble compensation. Her words prompted polite responses from the guests. Yet few remained in the mood to drink, as many bowed and departed. Yu Rui could only shake her head in resignation. Once the patrons had mostly left, she instructed her staff to take care of Zheng Jinxiong's remains. Lu Rinjia ascended the platform and inquired of Jian Xingyu, "Why did you prevent me from stopping them?" "Forget it. We bear no deep-seated grudge against them. It is unnecessary to risk our lives over trivial matters," Jian Xingyu replied slowly. At that moment, Wan Luer approached with a cup of wine, her face beaming. "Indeed, let them go. I am grateful for your timely assistance today. Allow me to express my thanks." With that, she downed her drink in one gulp. Observing Wan Luer's cheeks flush again, Lu Rinjia waved his hands, unsure of how to respond. In his agitation, he stammered, ultimately opting for silence, lifting his bowl of wine in a gesture before finishing it in one go, followed by a foolish grin. Jian Xingyu, witnessing Lu Rinjia's demeanor, felt a mix of amusement and exasperation. He turned to Wan Luer and remarked, "There is no need for formality, Miss Wan. My friend here holds you in high regard." His intervention was only natural. However, I believe that even had we not stepped in, you would have found a way to safeguard yourself. Am I correct? At this, Wan Luer's expression shifted slightly, but she quickly regained her composure, responding, "What are you saying, young Master Jian? As a delicate woman, how could I possibly fend for myself? Please do not jest with me." Jian Xingyu chuckled but chose not to elaborate further, casting a discreet glance toward a room in the corner of the second floor. He sensed an immensely powerful aura emanating from within, indicating the presence of a formidable expert. Despite the earlier commotion, the occupant of that room remained undisturbed, showcasing their remarkable composure. Coupled with Wan Luer's consistent calmness, Jian Xingyu could scarcely believe she was unconnected to the mysterious master above. Noticing Jian Xingyu's subtle glance, Wan Luer felt a flicker of surprise, yet she maintained her outward demeanor. Jian Xingyu turned back to Lu Rinjia, whose face was reddening with embarrassment, and playfully patted him on the shoulder. "It seems the crowd has thinned. Tonight, it appears you are the only one able to share wine and poetry with Miss Wan. Enjoy your conversation." "Ah, and what about you?" Lu Rinjia inquired hastily. "Me? I shall return to rest. After a night of mayhem, I am eager for some sleep." Jian Xingyu replied with a grin. He nodded to Wan Luer before leaping toward the door, vanishing in an instant. Wan Luer gazed thoughtfully in the direction Jian Xingyu had departed, her mind clearly occupied with something profound. Suddenly, a faint whoosh startled Lu Rinjia as a yellow object soared toward him. Instinctively, he lunged, seizing it with lightning speed. Upon closer inspection, it was his coin pouch. "Do remember to pay for the drinks. Do not let the lady bear the cost." Jian Xingyu's voice echoed from afar. Lu Rinjia chuckled, addressing Wan Luer. "This pouch was left with him upon my arrival." Wan Luer returned his smile, saying, "I had no idea you were the esteemed Golden Blade Master. I must apologize." This revelation startled Lu Rinjia, who intended to assist Wan Luer but hesitated due to the propriety of their interaction. He mimicked her bow, exclaiming, "What esteemed title! It is merely a hollow reputation. Please, do not treat me with such formality." Wan Luer covered her face with a smile, replying, "Having slain Zheng Jinxiong today, I assure you that his family will not easily let this go. However, due to your reputation, they may not dare confront you directly, but beware of hidden dangers." Touched by Wan Luer's concern, Lu Rinjia felt a surge of gratitude, patting his golden blade as he cheerfully responded, "Fear not. Those insignificant adversaries cannot harm me." Wan Luer nodded, raising an eyebrow and fixing her captivating gaze upon Lu Rinjia, her voice laced with playful teasing. "So, will you be visiting my chamber tonight? Or shall you return to your friend?" Upon hearing her enticing words, Lu Rinjia's heart raced. He almost agreed to visit her chamber, but quickly reconsidered, fearing he might appear lewd. To maintain his heroic image in Wan Luer's eyes, he opted to say, "Well, it is rather late. It would not be proper for a man and woman to be alone together. Perhaps another time." Wan Luer smiled, her tone tinged with disappointment. "Very well, young Master Lu. Take care. I shall retire to my room now." Lu Rinjia, attempting to exude an air of propriety, nodded and replied, "Certainly. Farewell, Miss Wan. Until we meet again." His forced demeanor, contrasting with his usual joviality, struck a humorous note. "Until we meet again, young Master Lu," Wan Luer called as she ascended the stairs. Once Wan Luer had entered her room, Lu Rinjia turned to leave Yuchuntang. As he made his way back to Lai Fu Inn, regret consumed him, and he muttered to himself in frustration, "Why feign virtue? I let my chance slip away." Will there be another opportunity? Lu Renjia, you fool. How could I have let that happen? Despite his complaints, Lu Renjia dawdled on his journey back to the inn. By now, it was deep into the night. Awaiting him were a multitude of fierce blade wielders, confronting Jian Xingyu, whose expression was pale and drenched in sweat, evidently having been poisoned in a treacherous ambush. How dare you harm my brother? I have been holding back my fury, and you have arrived just in time. With that declaration, Lu Renjia strode menacingly into the inn's great hall. Chapter 44. The initial tumult of the Jianghu. A casual annihilation. The atmosphere within Lai Fu Inn was thick with the scent of impending violence. Following Lu Renjia's slaying of Zheng Jinxiong at Yuchuntang, several observant individuals recognized the victim as the third master of the Zheng family. Upon Lu Renjia's identity being revealed by Xiao Ziyan, they hastened to inform the Zheng household. Upon learning of the incident, the elder Zheng Jinlai and the second master Zheng Jini were incensed. Originally, due to the temperament of the elder brother Zheng Jinlai, he would have directly led his men to assault the Yuchuntang. However, the cunning second brother Zheng Jini restrained him, as the one they sought to kill was the famed swordsman Lu Renjia, a renowned master in the martial world. Weighing the pros and cons, they decided to employ a cunning scheme. Leveraging the Zheng family's influence in Luoyang, they swiftly uncovered the inn and room where Lu Renjia and Jian Xingyu were staying. Under the cover of night, the Zheng family infiltrated the Laifuku Inn, dispersing a colorless and odorless poison known as Ruangu San into the room occupied by Jian Xingyu and Lu Renjia. This poison, commonly used in the martial world, could suppress a person's internal energy. Once poisoned, the victim would experience weakness and an inability to concentrate, with the most critical effect being the suppression of their internal power, rendering them unable to summon their abilities at will. Therefore, this type of poison was typically used against formidable masters, as it effectively countered their martial prowess. When Jian Xingyu returned, lacking experience in the martial world, he failed to notice any abnormalities and went straight to bed. Little did he know that within half an hour of lying down, he would feel something amiss, discovering that his internal energy was blocked, leaving him utterly drained. Jian Xingyu quickly realized he had been poisoned and rushed out of the room, only to find himself ambushed by Zheng Jinlai and Zheng Jini, who had set a trap outside. The 70 knife and axe wielders they commanded were waiting in the hall. By the time Jian Xingyu arrived in the hall, he was completely powerless and weakened, even struggling to maintain his focus. He bit down on his tongue to muster the strength to confront them. This was the scene Lu Renjia had witnessed upon his return. However, fate had other plans. The Zheng family had not anticipated that only Jian Xingyu would return, while Lu Renjia would come back later. Thus, the legendary swordsman was entirely unaffected by the Ruangu San, a fact the Zheng family had not foreseen. As Lu Renjia appeared at the entrance of the Laifuku Inn, Zheng Jini felt a surge of dread, realizing that things had taken a dire turn. Lu Renjia quickly approached Jian Xingyu, gently guiding him to a nearby chair to rest. Jian Xingyu looked at Lu Renjia, his pale face betraying a hint of wry amusement. I was prepared to meet my end. I never expected you to emerge from one Luer's quarters. Lu Renjia sighed softly, replying, Brother, I did not even enter her quarters. I returned directly. What? Jian Xingyu exclaimed in surprise, wondering if this once-in-a-lifetime opportunity had been squandered by this fellow. Never mind. Let's resolve the matter at hand first. Then we can discuss it later, Lu Renjia said, scratching his head. Jian Xingyu nodded slowly, his gaze turning increasingly frigid as he regarded the Zheng family members. Sensing Lu Renjia's ominous intent, Zheng Jini's heart raced. This was the 6th-ranked master in the martial world. Such a person could easily slaughter his guards as if chopping vegetables. Clearing his throat, Zheng Jini began, Lu Renjia, this matter, but he was abruptly cut off by Lu Renjia waving his hand, declaring that the nature of the matter was irrelevant and that they should prepare to meet their demise at his hands. Upon hearing this, the hot-tempered Zheng Jinlai shouted, Lu Renjia, you killed my third brother. The Zheng family will never rest until you are dead. How dare you be so arrogant? I want to see how you intend to sever the heads of over 70 members of the Zheng family. Lu Renjia wore a smile, yet it was one that instilled a sense of dread. He approached the Zheng family members, his right hand casually resting on the hilt of his golden blade, cheerfully stating, Zheng Jinxiong provoked my woman. He deserves to die? You have wronged my brother, so you too must perish. With a swift motion, the final word escaped Lu Renjia's lips, and the sound of a blade being unsheathed resonated. A flash of golden light illuminated the room, followed by a chorus of anguished cries as it erupted forth. In that instant, a figure darted among the 70 knife and axe wielders, dazzlingly swift and nearly impossible to track. Before the guards could react, cries of despair erupted around them, causing chaos as some struck out blindly, injuring their comrades, while others retreated, raising their weapons as a futile defense. The entire hall descended into pandemonium. Faced with the rising cries, Zheng Jinlai and Zheng Jini stood frozen, drenched in cold sweat. They attempted to intervene, but for a moment, they were unable to catch sight of Lu Renjia's form, only able to shout commands to their men. Amidst the flashing gold and the splattering blood, severed hands littered the ground. In the blink of an eye, the Laifukuin's hall had transformed into a scene of horror, with severed limbs and wailing individuals grasping at their stumps. The guards, who were accustomed to bullying others, found themselves overwhelmed for the first time, crushed by a single individual. After a brief but intense flurry, Lu Renjia sheathed his golden blade, his rotund form retreating to his previous position. A grin on his face as he surveyed the dismembered guards. 70 guards, 70 severed hands, 70 steel blades, and 70 neatly cut stumps painted a gruesome tableau. The cries of the wounded amplifying the nightmarish ambience of the hall. Witnessing Lu Renjia's ruthless efficiency, even Zheng Jinlai felt a twinge of regret. Lu Renjia, with a cold smile, remarked, "Your crimes do not warrant death. I am not a murderer. Each of you shall keep one hand as a lesson. In the future, when navigating the martial world, open your eyes and discern whom to provoke and whom not to. Begone." Upon hearing that Lu Renjia would spare them, the 70 guards hesitated, glancing at Zheng Jinlai and Zheng Jini. After all, given the brothers' style of dealing with matters, if they fled today, they would undoubtedly face dire consequences later. Indeed, the price for their escape would be far greater than losing a hand. What? You do not wish to leave? Do not concern yourselves with your masters. They will not survive today. If you wish to accompany them to their demise, I assure you, I shall grant you a swift end. Lu Renjia teased. Upon hearing this, the expressions of Zheng Jinlai and Zheng Jini darkened further. The words were akin to a death sentence, dispelling any lingering doubts among the 70 guards. As anticipated, upon hearing Lu Renjia's declaration, the guards no longer hesitated, clutching their severed wrists and fleeing in droves, none wishing to remain and share the fate of the Zheng brothers. Watching them retreat, Lu Renjia chuckled. "Tell me, how do you lead your men when not a single one is loyal? I see no purpose in your continued existence. Allow me to send you to meet Zheng Jinxiang." Jian Xingyu had been attempting to cultivate his internal energy from the sidelines, gradually feeling a resurgence of power, his complexion returning to a healthy hue. Zheng Jini, having taken a step forward, was filled with a desperate plea. "Lu Renjia, oh no, I mean Lord Lu, please do not hold grudges against us. My third brother brought this upon himself by enraging you. Even if you do not kill him, we would have delivered him to you tied up. Now that you have solved our problem, it is akin to cleaning house for the Zheng family. We are grateful beyond measure and would never seek trouble with you again. Today was a misunderstanding, a misunderstanding." Faced with Zheng Jini's unexpected display of subservience, Zheng Jinlai frowned. His impending reprimand swallowed back as he stood by, observing the unfolding scene. It was evident that, in Zheng Jinlia's mind, survival outweighed the thirst for vengeance for Zheng Jinxiang. Lu Renjia burst into laughter, his mirthful guffaws echoing through the hall, a stark contrast to the dire circumstances. For such a cowardly soul, Jian Xingyu felt a deep sense of disdain, a flicker of contempt crossing his face before he closed his eyes to continue his efforts against the poison. Let all of this be determined by Lu Renjia himself. Lu Renjia approached Zheng Jini with a hearty laugh, clapping him on the shoulder before extending his hand with a grin and saying, "Do you desire your life? Then where is your sincerity? Money is abundant. You can have as much as you wish." Zheng Jinlia suddenly interjected from behind, evidently taken aback by Lu Renjia's unexpected leniency. Lu Renjia ceased his laughter, looking at Zheng Jini with a calm demeanor, asking, "Do you think I desire money?" This left the leader, Zheng Jinlia, bewildered. If it was not money, could it be life? Realizing this, Zheng Jinlia regretted his earlier slip, realizing he had been toyed with by Lu Renjia. Zheng Jini quickly fished out a package from his pocket, respectfully stating, "Lu Dai, this is the antidote to the soft bone powder." Lu Renjia took the antidote, sniffed it, and then tossed it to Jian Xingyu. Jian Xingyu caught the antidote with a puzzled expression directed at Lu Renjia. Lu Renjia chuckled, "This should be the antidote. I have previously suffered from this poison, and the antidote I found had the same scent. Besides, facing imminent death, they wouldn't dare deceive me." Indeed. Zheng Jini hastily affirmed, his eyes cautiously darting towards Jian Xingyu. Jian Xingyu glanced at Zheng Jini, and then, with a flick of his wrist, threw the antidote back to Lu Renjia, adding, "Such a minor poison, I can expel it within half a day. As for the antidote, you may as well have them consume it themselves. It certainly won't do any harm." At these words, Lu Renjia burst into laughter, handing the antidote back to Jianghu, saying, "Here, consume it. Prove your sincerity." Hearing this, Jianghu's expression paled, cold sweat pouring down his face, revealing that this was undoubtedly not an antidote. "Scoundrel, dare to deceive me. Die!" Lu Renjia bellowed upon witnessing the scene. Suddenly, a sharp sound echoed. The golden blade was swiftly unsheathed. With Lu Renjia's speed, he was undoubtedly a formidable figure in the martial world, far beyond Jianghu's ability to evade. Before he could utter a cry, his neck was severed with a single stroke, and in the next moment, he lay lifeless. In truth, this was a common tactic employed by the Jiang brothers to safeguard their lives. The so-called antidote was, in fact, the seven-step soul-breaking flower, a poison 100 times more lethal than the soft bone powder, crafted to resemble the antidote in color and taste to mislead unsuspecting victims. However, the seven-step soul-breaking flower was genuine poison, unlike the softer variety. Once afflicted without a true antidote, even divine intervention would be futile. The flower required oral consumption to activate its toxicity, making it difficult to administer. Thus, the Jiang brothers resorted to such despicable means to preserve their lives, hoping that if Jianghu ingested the seven-step soul-breaking flower, Lu Renjia would hesitate to eliminate them, for otherwise, Jianghu would be doomed. Little did they expect Jianghu's cunning, which shattered their calculations and cost them their lives, perhaps proving that those who engage in wickedness will ultimately meet their demise. After Lu Renjia dispatched Jianghu, he approached Jianghu, who now lacked even the will to resist, having succumbed to utter despair. Given his martial prowess, he could have lasted several exchanges, but without the will to fight, Jianghu resembled a bereft dog, awaiting slaughter. Remember, your death serves as the greatest punishment for your blindness. In your next life, ensure you possess keen eyes, Lu Renjia coldly declared, before swiftly bringing down his blade, mercilessly ending Jianghu's life. Had the Jiang brothers known their demise stemmed solely from their younger brother's infatuation with a woman, would they not have lamented until their insides turned green? The Jiang family certainly had others, yet Lu Renjia and Jianghu chose not to seek further trouble, allowing them to fend for themselves. With the loss of these three brothers, the Jiang family's standing and reputation would undoubtedly plummet, likely reducing them to an ordinary household. However, even if they truly fell from grace, no one would dare mention seeking vengeance against Lu Renjia. To do so would invite extermination. As for whether the other major power in Luoyang, the Zhou family, was aware of the events of that night and whether they would take any action, that remains uncertain. It is said that beauty has historically been a source of calamity, especially in the case of the world's foremost socialite. The Jiang family serves as a prime example. Chapter 45. The initial turmoil in the Jianghu. The family crisis in Luoyang. After Lu Renjia eliminated the Jiang brothers, he assisted Jianghu back to their chamber. Jianghu sat cross-legged on the bed, cultivating to dispel the poison, while Lu Renjia casually placed the golden blade on the table, standing guard over Jianghu. His expression oscillated between joy and sorrow, clearly still mourning Wan Luer. Thus, the night passed in silence. At dawn the next day, Jianghu's eyelids fluttered, and he slowly opened his eyes, his complexion returning to its usual rosy hue as the poison from the soft bone powder was nearly expelled. Upon seeing Jian Wuxia awake, Lu Renjia grinned widely, offering a cheerful smile. As Jianghu was about to speak, a series of knocks echoed at the door. "May I inquire if young Master Lu and young Master Jian have rested well?" Hearing the voice at the door, Lu Renjia approached and opened it, discovering Zhou Guanjia accompanied by two attendants, all wearing broad smiles. "Did you both rest well last night?" Zhou Guanjia inquired cheerfully. "How could you not have heard the commotion last night?" Lu Renjia raised an eyebrow, retorting, "In truth, the people of the Zhou family had already heard the ruckus at the inn the previous night, and Zhou Guanjia had promptly reported the matter to the family. However, the Zhou family had instructed him to observe the situation. Thus, despite the chaos in the inn, not a single member of the Zhou family emerged, and the innkeeper and other guests pretended to be asleep, not daring to venture out amidst such a perilous scene. After Lu Renjia dealt with the Jiang brothers, Zhou Guanjia personally returned to the Zhou residence to report. The Zhou family ordered him to befriend Jianghu and Lu Renjia, hence his early morning visit. Upon hearing Lu Renjia's inquiry, Zhou Guanjia chuckled. "What transpired last night was beyond our control. Even if we had intervened, we would have merely added to your troubles." Lu Renjia snorted lightly before turning back into the room. Zhou Guanjia hurriedly followed him inside. Upon seeing Jianghu seated on the bed, Zhou Guanjia quickly bowed slightly. Jianghu asked, "Are you here to settle our expenses, Zhou Guanjia?" Zhou Guanjia smiled, replying, "Those small amounts are far from significant." Before he could finish, Lu Renjia slammed the table, exclaiming, "What? Do you intend to renege on the debt? Ah, young Master Lu, how could you say such a thing? The Zhou family would never engage in such dishonorable conduct. The family head has long admired you both. Today, I am here to invite you to the Zhou residence for a meeting, Zhou Guanjia hurriedly explained. I have no particular interest in your family head. Whether I meet him or not is inconsequential. I have pressing matters to attend to, so please settle the payment, Jian Xingyu stated. At that moment, Jian Xingyu was preoccupied with thoughts of Yin Laozhong, thus showing little interest in visiting the Zhou residence. Hearing Jian Xingyu's response, Zhou Guanjia panicked and quickly said, No, young Master Jian. If you have pressing matters, please attend to them. We will naturally await your return at the Zhou residence. With that, Zhou Guanjia produced a bulging purse from his pocket, placing it on the table and cheerfully stating, Here are 50 taels of silver for your immediate needs. Upon your arrival at the Zhou residence, my master will surely offer you a generous reward. Jian Xingyu furrowed his brows. They had agreed upon a fee of 10 taels of silver per person for assisting in the transportation of medicinal herbs, which was already a considerable sum. However, the steward Zhou unexpectedly produced 50 taels of silver, claiming it to be merely a small amount and that a grand gift was yet to come, which left Jian Xingyu feeling a twinge of confusion. The saying goes, to accept a favor is to be beholden to the giver. Jian Xingyu was not a greedy man. He merely smiled and said, I shall only take the 10 taels that are rightfully mine. The remainder should be returned to you, Steward Zhou. Steward Zhou attempted to argue further, but Lu Rinjia chuckled and deftly pocketed the money, addressing Zhou. Very well. You may return now. And once we have completed our urgent matters, we shall pay a visit to your master at the Zhou residence. As Jian Xingyu was about to voice his disapproval of Lu Rinjia's actions, he noticed Lu Rinjia turning back, his eyes blinking with a hint of concealed meaning. Thus, he swallowed his words. Steward Zhou happily acquiesced, saying, Gentlemen, please do not let us detain you. We shall await your esteemed presence at the Zhou residence. With that, he exited with his attendants, closing the door behind him. Once Zhou had walked away, Jian Xingyu inquired with curiosity, Why did you take the silver? Lu Rinjia nonchalantly tossed the silver into Jian Xingyu's embrace, stating, You do not understand the value of this silver. For 2 skilled protectors like us to serve them for a month, this amount is hardly excessive. It is rightfully ours. As for the Zhou family, if they are interested, we will go. If not, they surely would not dare to mistreat us. Jian Xingyu sighed softly and replied, Since we have accepted their silver, we must certainly visit the Zhou residence. We cannot be men of broken promises. I knew it. Truth be told, I have been quite eager about that grand gift. Lu Rinjia grinned mischievously, while Jian Xingyu rose to tidy his belongings, turning to Lu Rinjia, saying, Let us depart. Accompany me to visit my grandfather. Ever since the two had met by chance at the inn, they regarded each other as brothers. Thus, Lu Rinjia had learned much about Jian Xingyu's life along the way. When he recently discovered that Jian Xingyu's father was the renowned Jian Wushuang, Lu Rinjia was nearly left speechless. Jian Wushuang had always been an idol in Lu Rinjia's eyes. Jian Xingyu's candidness moved Lu Rinjia deeply, as such secrets were seldom shared with others. Consequently, their bond strengthened, becoming as close as true brothers. As Jian Xingyu and Lu Rinjia exited the inn, they made their way toward the outskirts of Luoyang City. With each step, Jian Xingyu felt his heart swell with excitement. The place seemed unchanged after 11 years, leafy paths, dusty roads, and at the end of the road, a humble farmhouse that held his childhood and the tender memories of his father, Jian Wushuang. Jian Xingyu quickened his pace, almost instinctively unleashing his lightness technique. Quickly appearing 100 paces ahead, Lu Rinjia, witnessing Jian Xingyu's fervor, felt a pang of emotion. The feeling of returning home was something he had never experienced. Lu Rinjia trailed behind Jian Xingyu, feeling helplessly outpaced, as his lightness skills could not compare. Suddenly, Jian Xingyu halted on a dirt slope. Staring blankly at the familiar sight ahead, the little courtyard of his mentor, Elder Yin. Tears blurred Jian Xingyu's vision as he gazed, reminiscing about a place he had dreamt of returning to countless times. Before long, Lu Rinjia arrived breathlessly at Jian Xingyu's side, complaining, Why are you running so fast? Are you mocking my girth? However, upon seeing Jian Xingyu's tear-filled eyes, Lu Rinjia's teasing demeanor faded. He followed Jian Xingyu's gaze toward the unremarkable farmhouse. Is this your home? Lu Rinjia asked slowly, his playful tone replaced with seriousness. Yes, this is where my only remaining relative resides, Jian Xingyu replied earnestly. Lu Rinjia nodded, then suddenly clapped a hand on Jian Xingyu's shoulder, exclaiming, Then let us go in. Let your grandfather see the person you have become. He will surely be delighted. Jian Xingyu steadied his emotions, nodding vigorously before striding toward the courtyard. Lu Rinjia murmured behind him, "How wonderful it is to have a home." He then grinned broadly, resting his golden blade on his shoulder, following suit. Knock, knock, knock. The somewhat dilapidated wooden door echoed with each strike, dislodging a cloud of dust. Jian Xingyu awaited eagerly, his heart racing as he contemplated what to say upon seeing Elder Yin. Meanwhile, Lu Rinjia's smile faded as he observed the dust falling from the door, a serious expression overtaking his features. Knock, knock. Jian Xingyu knocked again. Lu Rinjia tugged at Jian Xingyu's arm, speaking solemnly. "Xingyu, do not knock anymore. Something feels amiss." Realizing the situation, Jian Xingyu scrutinized the old door and the thick layer of dust in the cracks, his expression growing tense. It was clear that no one had visited in a long time. If Elder Yin were still here, such a state would be unimaginable. With a loud crash, Jian Xingyu forcefully pushed the door open, a cloud of dust engulfing them as it swung wide. Both he and Lu Rinjia instinctively covered their mouths and noses with their sleeves. Once the dust settled, the scene within the courtyard stunned them. The once clean and tidy yard was now a chaotic mess. Dust covered the stone table and chairs, and cobwebs clung to the corners, revealing a long-abandoned appearance. "Elder, grandfather!" Jian Xingyu exclaimed in shock, calling out for Elder Yin. The small courtyard, with its 3 rooms, was empty, and a musty odor lingered in the air. From the arrangement of furniture and the dilapidated teapots and cups, it was evident that Elder Yin had departed suddenly, leaving everything in disarray. How could this be? Lu Rinjia questioned, perplexed. Jian Xingyu slowly shook his head, clearly bewildered by the turn of events. Grandfather left in a hurry. It is evident he did not prepare to depart, he stated suddenly. Upon hearing this, Lu Rinjia paused, then surveyed their surroundings, solemnly nodding. It seemed he had recalled something. Asking, "Did your grandfather offend anyone?" Jian Xingyu shook his head, responding, "Grandfather has always been honest and kind-hearted. He would never make enemies." Lu Rinjia replied slowly, "What if it was a grudge from the past?" Jian Xingyu's pupils constricted as he frowned at Lu Rinjia, asking, "What do you mean by that?" Lu Rinjia spoke gravely. "What if there are long-standing family grievances? What if it is a vendetta from his youth? How much do you know about your grandfather's background?" Jian Xingyu furrowed his brow, insisting, "No, grandfather is just an ordinary herbalist. Besides my mother, he has no other relatives. As for his background, I doubt there is anything extraordinary." Lu Rinjia fixed his gaze on Jian Xingyu, asking, "Are you certain?" Jian Xingyu was about to nod, but hesitated, as even he was unsure of the truth he held. After all, the secret regarding his master was a mystery as well. Lu Rinjia gently patted Jian Xingyu's shoulder, saying, perhaps he had urgent matters to attend to. "No, that cannot be. I once made a promise to my grandfather that I would return here to find him, and he assured me that he would wait for my arrival." Jian Xingyu remarked that something must have happened to his grandfather. Suddenly, Jian Xingyu paused, then hurriedly turned and ran back into the house. Beneath the Kong of Elder Yin, he discovered a brick that could be moved. Jian Xingyu pulled out the brick, revealing an old, slightly yellowed piece of folded paper. This place had been a means for Jian Wushuang and Elder Yin to leave messages for each other, in case they could not meet, allowing them to leave notes as a precaution. If Elder Yin had been forced to leave unexpectedly, he would surely have done everything possible to leave a clue for Jian Xingyu, and this was indeed the most discreet place to do so. Lu Rinjia frowned as he observed Jian Xingyu, who slowly unfolded the paper. Once fully opened, 4 lines of hastily written blood-red characters leapt off the page. "Do not mourn the return of the rain. The departed flow like this, wandering the rivers and lakes. Beware of Yin and Chao." Jian Xingyu's hand trembled slightly as he held the paper, and upon reading the scrawled words, he felt an immense wave of sorrow. Indeed, he could sense the panic and urgency with which Elder Yin had penned these lines. Lu Rinjia stood quietly by, understanding that at this moment, silence was far more effective than 1,000 words. Jian Xingyu carefully folded the paper and tucked it into his bosom. Turning to Lu Rinjia, he asked, "What do you make of these 4 lines?" Lu Rinjia shook his round head and replied, "I believe your grandfather anticipated that you would find this note. Its meaning is quite clear. Do not attempt to seek him out any longer. Consider him as having passed away." "How can that be?" Jian Xingyu growled softly. It was evident that he could never accept Elder Yin's words as truth, nor could he simply regard him as deceased. The bond he shared with Elder Yin was akin to that with Jian Wushuang. Such deep feelings could not be dismissed with a mere phrase about the departed. Lu Rinjia was not particularly surprised by Jian Xingyu's reaction, having been acquainted for some time and having a slight understanding of his temperament. He gently patted Jian Xingyu's shoulder, offering a word of comfort. Then, calmly, he said, "Xingyu, You need to compose yourself. Let me ask you, does your grandfather's surname happen to be Yin? Jian Xingyu nodded. Slightly puzzled, Lu Renjia's expression brightened as he continued. Then do you know anyone with the surname Chao? Jian Xingyu's eyes lit up. Are you suggesting that the last line, beware of Yin and Chao, holds deeper significance? Lu Renjia nodded, watching Jian Xingyu with keen interest. At that moment, Jian Xingyu seemed to have an epiphany, murmuring, beware of Yin and Chao. It appears to be related to my grandfather's familial background. But I cannot fathom anyone I know with the surname Chao. Lu Renjia sighed softly, saying, what we know thus far is derived solely from the information you received before the age of 7 and these 4 lines. Relying solely on this, we could never unravel this mystery. We can only decipher it bit by bit. Jian Xingyu nodded, his earlier agitation subsiding. He managed a slightly apologetic smile towards Lu Renjia, who waved it off, deepening Jian Xingyu's appreciation for this friend. Suddenly, Lu Renjia remarked, I noticed that when your emotions were slightly uncontrolled earlier, your eyes turned crimson. Almost as if, he hesitated, searching for a comparison. Jian Xingyu gazed intently at him, waiting for him to finish. Lu Renjia, observing Jian Xingyu's dark eyes, seemed to glimpse a flicker of red light within them and exclaimed, just like the red light deep within your eyes now. Terrifying, cold, dreadful. Hearing Lu Renjia's words, Jian Xingyu smiled wryly, explaining that when he became enraged, his emotions became difficult to control, leading to a particularly fierce demeanor, which he suspected might be some form of hereditary condition. Lu Renjia, though skeptical of this explanation, did not press further, having never encountered such phenomena in his years of wandering. After tidying the courtyard, Jian Xingyu and Lu Renjia exited, locking the door behind them. He understood that perhaps this lock would signal a chance never to return in this lifetime. Regaining his composure, Lu Renjia resumed his usual playful demeanor, asking Jian Xingyu, where shall we go next? Zhou Mansion, Jian Xingyu replied. Excellent. I have long wished to visit Zhou Mansion, he exclaimed. With that, Jian Xingyu and Lu Renjia made their way towards Luoyang City. The Zhou Mansion was among the most prominent estates in Luoyang, located in a relatively quiet area to the north of the city. Upon reaching the entrance of the Zhou Mansion, they were met with grandiosity. The spacious and imposing red gates were adorned in gold. The gates, divided into 2, stood nearly 5 meters high. The eaves were intricately carved, and among the exquisite designs of dragons and phoenixes, a massive plaque with golden characters boldly proclaimed Zhou Mansion. Before the entrance lay 9 steps of white marble, symbolizing the mansion's superiority. 2 colossal Qilin statues flanked the steps, while 8 robust men stood guard, 4 on each side, each bearing a steel blade. The imposing aura of this mansion far surpassed that of the Zhao family in Mo City. Both Jian Xingyu and Lu Renjia felt a sense of trepidation at the sight of such grandeur. The estate exuded an overwhelming presence. Just as they approached the steps and had yet to ascend, a voice boomed from the entrance. Who dares to intrude upon Zhou Mansion? At this, Jian Xingyu hesitated, lowering his foot back down as he gazed up at the guards. A head guard, appearing to be in charge, scrutinized Jian Xingyu and Lu Renjia from the top of the steps. Do not speak to me with such arrogance. I dislike looking down at others while conversing. Will you come down on your own, or shall I kick you down? Lu Renjia retorted boldly. I have encountered reckless individuals before, but never such audacity. Come. I am eager to see how you intend to kick me down. The guard, equally arrogant, stood defiantly on the steps, a mocking expression on his face as he regarded Lu Renjia. Meanwhile, the other 7 guards slowly encircled them, positioning themselves behind their leader. Jian Xingyu tugged at Lu Renjia's clothing and said, We do not wish to cause trouble. We were invited here by your master. You can inquire with your steward, Zhou. Upon hearing Jian Xingyu's words, the guard's mocking expression deepened, and he sneered, Your master invited you? Perhaps you should take a good look at yourselves in the mirror. Be sensible and leave quickly. Do not force my hand, or the consequences will be dire. Jian Xingyu felt a momentary shock at the guard's words, followed by a resigned sigh. He gradually loosened his grip on Lu Renjia's clothing and took a step back with a smile. Seeing this, Lu Renjia revealed a bloodthirsty grin, fixating intently on the guard. His right hand gradually moved towards the hilt of his golden blade. Do not kill. The crime does not warrant death, Jian Xingyu whispered. Without turning his head, Lu Renjia nodded, then bellowed, Watch out, kid. In an instant, a gray figure shot up the steps at astonishing speed. The guard barely had time to draw his weapon before he felt as if he had been struck by a cart, and he flew through the air like a kite with its string cut, crashing heavily onto the ground below the steps. This week, the servants of the Zhou residence appeared quite impressive, yet regrettably, they were merely for show and lacked substance. Lu Rinjia stood on the steps, laughing heartily. The 7 guards surrounding him all drew their blades, but none dared to charge forward. They were no fools. Given the display of skill Lu Rinjia had just exhibited, they understood they were not his match. Thus, they merely encircled him with their weapons drawn, creating a stalemate. Jian Xingyu chuckled softly, glanced at the guard captain who lay nearby, moaning in agony, shook his head in resignation, and then ascended the steps. As if disturbed by the chaotic noises from outside, a group suddenly burst forth from within the Zhou residence, led by none other than the steward, Zhou Guanjia. What is the meaning of this? Zhou Guanjia exclaimed upon witnessing the scene before him, astonished. They have trespassed into my Zhou residence and injured our people. A guard quickly informed him, gesturing towards the groaning guard below. With a sharp slap, Zhou Guanjia struck the face of the guard who spoke, reprimanding him angrily. You fool! These are esteemed guests personally invited by our master. How dare you treat them with such disrespect? You should consider yourself fortunate if this is all that befalls you. If our master learns of your rudeness, you know what the consequences will be. Hearing Zhou Guanjia's words, the guard's expressions changed, clearly intimidated by the authority of the Zhou family patriarch. After admonishing the guard, Zhou Guanjia turned to Lu Rinjia and Jian Xingyu, smiling amiably. Pardon my inability to manage my subordinates. Please forgive us. Jian Xingyu clasped his hands in greeting, replying, It is merely a small misunderstanding. Brother Lu was anxious and acted out of frustration. We are now troubled, and we request you take us to see your master. Of course. Please follow me. Zhou Guanjia responded eagerly, gesturing for Jian Xingyu and Lu Rinjia to enter the Zhou residence, subsequently hurrying ahead to lead the way. True to its reputation as the foremost estate in Luoyang, the Zhou residence featured numerous courtyards, gardens, corridors, and even a small lake. To explore every corner of this grand estate would certainly require a full day. Before long, they arrived at a reception hall labeled Juxiantang. One could tell that the master of the Zhou family was a person of refined taste. Nearly every room bore a name of profound significance, particularly this Juxiantang, which was splendid indeed, Lu Rinjia remarked with feigned literary flair. Jian Xingyu felt a twinge of embarrassment at Lu Rinjia's behavior, while Zhou Guanjia nodded in agreement. Please rest here for a moment. I shall inform the master, Zhou Guanjia said before stepping out. Seated in Juxiantang, Lu Rinjia gazed greedily at the calligraphy and antiques adorning the walls and asked Jian Xingyu, How much do you think all this is worth? Jian Xingyu waved his hand dismissively, indicating his disinterest in the question. Feeling bored, Lu Rinjia ceased his jesting and asked Jian Xingyu, Do you sense it? Jian Xingyu looked at Lu Rinjia, noting his serious demeanor. After a moment of contemplation, he grasped that Lu Rinjia referred to the hidden experts they had passed along the way. He nodded in acknowledgement. There are indeed many skilled individuals, Lu Rinjia whispered. Not only skilled individuals, but also numerous concealed lethal traps. Jian Xingyu replied leisurely. Having studied the art of concealed weapons known as Wuing Feihua Shou, he recognized that one of its chapters detailed the methods and designs for setting traps in courtyards. As he walked, he observed the placement of the rockeries, greenery, and the gaps between pavilions, each an ideal position for hidden weaponry. Considering the Zhou family's wealth and current status, it was certain they had set numerous traps within their stronghold. This notion had not occurred to Lu Rinjia, and upon hearing Jian Xingyu's words, his expression turned grave. An open blade is easy to evade, but a hidden arrow is difficult to defend against. The most enigmatic martial arts in the Jianghu are concealed weapons. They can kill invisibly, and many have died without ever discovering the assailant's identity. This is the power of concealed weapons. While Lu Rinjia might not fear a direct confrontation, the unpredictability of hidden traps is a different matter altogether. How do you know this? Lu Rinjia inquired. I have studied concealed weapons, Jian Xingyu replied. When did this occur? Since I was quite young. Then you were indeed fortunate. No, I lost a brother because of it. I would prefer not to have learned it. As he spoke, Jian Xingyu's expression suddenly turned cold, a hint of murderous intent surfacing. Just as Lu Rinjia was about to inquire further, a clear, hearty laugh resonated, followed by a magnetic voice entering Juxiantang. Haha, 2 young heroes gracing my Zhou residence. I, Zhou, have failed to provide a proper welcome. I apologize for your wait. Hearing this cordial greeting, Jian Xingyu and Lu Rinjia both stood, instinctively turning to face the entrance. Moments later, a middle-aged man clad in a white robe stepped inside, followed closely by Zhou Guanjia. Behind the middle-aged man ambled an elderly man in gray, seemingly indifferent to everything, merely trailing behind with drooping eyelids. However, Jian Xingyu and Lu Rinjia recognized at a glance that this elder was undoubtedly a formidable expert. The middle-aged man stood over 7 feet tall, with a strikingly fair complexion and narrow phoenix eyes that seemed to penetrate all things. Despite having reached the age of discernment, he possessed an exceptionally upright posture. His very presence exuded the aura of a person in authority, a demeanor cultivated over years of being a master, rather than a facade crafted by attire. He wore a faint smile, as if approaching everything with calm equanimity, radiating a sense of familiarity and trustworthiness. This man was none other than Zhou Wanqing, the head of the Zhou family and the true master of Luoyang. For reasons unknown, when Jianxingyu first laid eyes on Zhou Wanqing, the aura and impression he exuded seemed to evoke a glimpse of the legendary Jian Wuxuan, so confident and composed. Yet, Jianxingyu could clearly sense that while Zhou Wanqing possessed some martial arts foundation, he could hardly be considered a master. A person of mediocre martial prowess who navigated the Jianghu with such distinction must certainly possess some extraordinary talents. Jianxingyu clasped his fists in greeting, addressing him, Master Zhou. I am Jianxingyu, and this is Lu Rinjia. We apologize for the intrusion and hope for your understanding. I have long admired the renown of Jian and Lu heroes. Zhou Wanqing replied with a smile. Please, take a seat. Regarding such trivial pleasantries, Lu Rinjia scoffed and plopped down onto a chair. Zhou Fu served tea. Zhou Wanqing commanded the steward. It turned out Zhou Guanjia's name was Zhou Fu. I say, Master Zhou, what brings you to invite us two brothers here? What good fortune awaits us? Lu Rinjia inquired cheerfully. Jianxingyu also raised his gaze, observing Zhou Wanqing, clearly uncertain of his intentions. Zhou Wanqing took a gentle sip of tea, scrutinizing Jianxingyu and Lu Rinjia, and began to speak slowly. The reason for inviting you both is threefold. First, I wish to witness the prowess that enabled you to vanquish the Zheng brothers. Second, the Zheng family has long coveted the assets of the Zhou residents, and our relationship has long been one of mutual hostility. Your actions in eliminating the Zheng brothers have undoubtedly provided timely assistance to my family. We, the Zhou family, are gracious and recognize your contributions. Thus, we offer you a substantial reward as a token of our gratitude. Haha, I love to hear such words. We have helped you eliminate a significant threat. A token of appreciation is only fitting. Lu Rinjia laughed heartily. Zhou Wanqing nodded with a smile and remarked, Indeed. Young hero Lu, your forthrightness is quite delightful to me. It is a great fortune for me, Zhou, to meet the esteemed Golden Blade Master Lu Rinjia, a peerless expert ranked 6th in the martial world, who wields a golden blade that has severed countless souls. Flattered by Zhou Wanqing's words, Lu Rinjia burst into hearty laughter, illustrating the adage that flattery is always well received. Humans invariably relish commendation. Jianxingyu chuckled lightly and inquired, And what of the third? Ah, the third, Zhou Wanqing said with a chuckle, is merely a thought of mine. I wish to invite both of you to reside at my Zhou residence, where I shall treat you as the utmost esteemed guests. As he spoke, Zhou Wanqing fixed his gaze intently upon Jianxingyu and Lu Rinjia, eager to observe their reactions. Upon hearing this, Jianxingyu and Lu Rinjia exchanged glances and simultaneously displayed faint smiles, having anticipated such an invitation before their arrival. Lu Rinjia exclaimed, Let us set aside the matter of residing for now, but what of this generous gift? Haha, young hero Lu, do not be in haste. Please accompany me to the inner hall for a meal. I understand you have just arrived in Luoyang, so I have prepared a banquet to welcome you, Zhou Wanqing expressed, showing no sign of disappointment, but rather inviting Jianxingyu and Lu Rinjia to the inner hall. Within the inner hall, a table laden with delectable dishes awaited them, accompanied by several jars of aged fine wine. The moment they entered, the aroma of the food mingled with the rich scent of the wine wafted into their nostrils. Lord Zhou, you are truly too generous. This wine, it is unmistakably of exquisite quality. Lu Rinjia, a glutton at heart, gazed at the sumptuous spread, nearly drooling. Zhou Wanqing seated Jianxingyu and Lu Rinjia, while attendants hovered nearby, underscoring the grandiosity of Zhou Wanqing's hospitality. As the wine flowed and the dishes were savored, Zhou Wanqing, Jianxingyu, and Lu Rinjia set aside their chopsticks and commenced a serious discussion. The Zheng family is notorious for being a clan of bandits, a fact you both are likely aware of. Since their arrival in Luoyang, they have committed heinous acts of arson and robbery. When the Jinyu Tower stood firm, the situation was manageable, but since its downfall, the Zheng family has grown increasingly rampant, amassing a significant foundation through their ruthlessness and tyranny. Zhou Wanqing elucidated. Jianxingyu nodded. We have indeed sensed the Zheng family's tyranny and arrogance following the events at Yukintang last night. If that is the case, why does your Zhou residence not take action to eliminate them? Lu Rinjia inquired. It is easier said than done. The fact that you managed to slay the Zheng family's 3 brothers speaks volumes of your exceptional martial prowess, but luck also played a part. They were indeed caught off guard this time. Zhou Wanqing replied. Jian Xingyu and Lu Rinjia both resonated with Zhou Wanqing's sentiments. Had they not struck first and eliminated Zheng Jinxiong, provoking Zheng Jinlai and Zheng Jini, Lu Rinjia would not have had the chance to deliver a decisive blow. The Zheng family had indeed suffered a great loss through their overconfidence. Zhou Wanqing continued. However, your decisive actions in slaying the Zheng brothers have been immensely gratifying. In truth, my Zhou family has long harbored intentions to take action. It is just that the timing had not yet been right. The events at Yukintang last night have already been reported to me by Yu Rui. Young hero Lu, you killed Zheng Jinxiong for the sake of a wan lure, truly embodying the sentiment of anger ignited for a fair maiden. Upon hearing this, Jian Xingyu laughed, while Lu Rinjia, upon hearing wan lure's name, became somewhat bashful. A reaction that surprised Zhou Wanqing, who regarded Lu Rinjia with newfound intrigue. After your actions last night, I, Zhou Wanqing, capitalized on your courage and dispatched men to encircle the Zheng family, completely expelling them from Luoyang. Zhou Wanqing stated nonchalantly, as if recounting a trivial matter. This revelation astonished Jian Xingyu and Lu Rinjia. Although the Zheng family lacked the deep roots of the Zhou family, they still possessed their own means of protection. Yet Zhou Wanqing had managed to eradicate them from Luoyang in just 1 day's time. Such prowess was indeed commendable. Observing the expressions of Jian Xingyu and Lu Rinjia, Zhou Wanqing merely smiled and remarked, had you not first eliminated the Zheng family's leader, rendering them a scattered bunch, we would not have found it so easy to proceed with subsequent actions. Thus, the credit naturally belongs to you both. Jian Xingyu replied, Lord Zhou, you are being too modest. We merely resolved our personal grievances. As for the affairs between the Zhou and Zheng families, we are neither informed nor interested. Zhou Wanqing nodded. Smiling, earlier, I hinted at a surprise. This generous gift is, in fact, the Zheng residence and its abundant treasures. Both Jian Xingyu and Lu Rinjia gasped in astonishment. Even though they suspected that Zhou Wanqing's generosity would be substantial, they had not anticipated such extravagance. This may be beyond our means. Jian Xingyu slowly articulated. Do not be so modest. The Zheng family has effectively been eliminated by you too, and with their absence, what they left in Luoyang naturally belongs to you. Moreover, as you traverse the Jianghu, it would be more convenient to have a residence here in Central Plains Luoyang. Zhou Wanqing insisted. Jian Xingyu felt uncomfortable with the notion of receiving unearned rewards, yet Zhou Wanqing's enthusiasm rendered him momentarily speechless. Lu Rinjia, gradually regaining his composure from the shock, queried, Lord Zhou, are you perhaps jesting with us? Zhou Wanqing hurriedly waved his hand. What nonsense is this? With your capabilities, even if I had the inclination, I would not possess the courage to do so. Young hero Lu, do not mock me. Noticing Zhou Wanqing's demeanor, Jian Xingyu furrowed his brow and voiced his concerns, asking, then why does Lord Zhou not take possession of the Zheng residence yourself? Zhou Wanqing chuckled softly. I can barely manage my Zhou residence. How could I possibly oversee the Zheng residence? Furthermore, I wish to foster a friendship with you both, hoping for your assistance in future Jianghu endeavors. Zhou Wanqing's decisive maneuver to win over Jian Xingyu and Lu Rinjia was indeed audacious. However, having reached this point, Lu Rinjia no longer hesitated, eagerly requesting Zhou Wanqing to guide him to the Zheng residence. Jian Xingyu said little more, recognizing that Lu Rinjia had been the one to slay the Zheng family members. Thus it was only fitting that such a generous gift was directed toward him. The Zheng residence, located in the southern part of Luoyang, stood in stark contrast to the Zhou residence in the north, symbolizing opposition. This estate was not significantly smaller than the Zhou residence, and even the arrangement of the entrance bore resemblance. However, the 2 majestic Qilin statues before the Zhou residence had been replaced here by 2 giant Pishio, creatures that seemed to embody the Zheng family's style. At this moment, the Zheng residence had lost its former luster and grandeur. Even the plaque hung precariously from the doorframe, and the entrance bore the marks of blades and swords. Inside the 6 courtyards of the Zheng residence, chaos reigned, with faint traces of blood scattered throughout. From the scene, one could easily imagine the brutal battle that had transpired there the previous night. The empty Zheng residence appeared particularly desolate as Zhou Wanqing led Jian Xingyu and Lu Rinjia to its grand entrance, smiling as he asked, what do you think? Does this courtyard befit your esteemed status? Very good. This place is splendid, though it is rather chaotic. Lu Rinjia exclaimed with excitement. That is no matter. I shall have someone come to tidy it up immediately, replacing everything inside with new items. You need not concern yourselves with that. However, There is one thing that requires your decision. How should we inscribe the plaque? Shall it be Lu residence or Jian residence? Zhou Wanqing inquired, his gaze shifting between Jian Xingyu and Lu Rinjia. Indeed, Zhou Wanqing had long been aware that the demise of the Zheng family as three brothers was solely the doing of Lu Rinjia. However, judging by Lu Rinjia's demeanor towards Jian Xingyu, it was evident that Jian Xingyu was no ordinary individual. Thus, Zhou Wanqing posed the question to delve deeper into their relationship. Though they referred to each other as brothers, which of them was the true master and which the servant? At Jian Mansion and Lu Mansion, confronted by Zhou Wanqing's subtly loaded inquiry, both Jian Xingyu and Lu Rinjia responded in unison. They then exchanged knowing smiles. Jian Xingyu spoke up, saying, "Brother Lu, there is no need for you to contest this. It was you alone who vanquished the Zheng brothers. I claim no credit here. This honor is rightfully yours. Jian Xingyu, do not deny your role. We agreed to stick together, and now you wish to cast me aside. I am but a layabout, and it is indeed fortunate that you provide for my sustenance, allowing me to live carefree. I have no interest in the affairs of the Lu Mansion or Jian Mansion. You cannot go back on your word," Lu Rinjia declared loudly. Observing their playful banter, Zhou Wanqing felt a flicker of surprise and mused to himself. Lu Rinjia's words were indeed clear. It seemed that this young man, Jian Xingyu, was the true leader. Even I had misjudged at first, but who would have thought that the renowned Golden Blade Master would humbly yield? Truly remarkable. Lu Rinjia gradually approached Jian Xingyu, patting him on the shoulder, and whispered, "Xingyu, do not contest with me. This place will be of great significance for your future restoration of Jinyu Tower." Upon hearing the name Jinyu Tower, Jian Xingyu's body involuntarily trembled, and he gazed deeply at Lu Rinjia, who was now grinning broadly and nodding, filled with gratitude. Jian Xingyu playfully punched Lu Rinjia on the chest and turned to Zhou Wanqing, saying, "I must trouble you, Lord Zhou. This place shall henceforth be known as Jian Mansion." Jian Mansion? How splendidly fitting that name is. Lu Rinjia laughed heartily. Jian Xingyu also smiled subtly, refraining from further disputes. Secretly thinking, the essence of Jian Mansion is akin to its name, a concealed, sharp sword. One day, I, Jian Xingyu, shall restore its true identity, Jian Yu Tower. In the Central Plains, within the city of Luoyang, the notorious Zheng family was no more, and a mysterious Jian Mansion had emerged in its stead. The reason this news stirred ripples in the martial world was not due to the size of Jian Mansion, but because the legendary Golden Blade Master, Lu Rinjia, was affiliated with it. As for the master of Jian Mansion, no one knew. The reasons were twofold. 1, the master was shrouded in mystery, and 2, their reputation was too insignificant to warrant attention. Yet, to recruit someone of Lu Rinjia's caliber, one could only surmise the first reason. Of course, all of this was merely conjecture among the denizens of the martial world, while the main characters, Jian Xingyu and Lu Rinjia, remained oblivious. The Zhou family was indeed astonishingly efficient. Within merely 3 days, the previously dilapidated Jian Mansion had been transformed. All furnishings and decorations were replaced with new ones. The rockery and courtyard were renovated, and the 2 large Pichio statues outside were replaced by 2 majestic lions. However, the most striking feature was the 3 flamboyant golden characters Jian Mansion emblazoned above the entrance. Lu Rinjia relished engaging in such matters, personally overseeing nearly every arrangement in Jian Mansion, even hand-picking the servants and guards. Meanwhile, Jian Xingyu, as the master, offered no input throughout the process. Jian Mansion also harbored the vast wealth of the former Zheng family, who had ingeniously constructed an underground chamber deep within the estate to safeguard their treasures, with a concealed passageway leading to a dry well. Upon reflection, it was indeed a clever design. Naturally, Lu Rinjia meticulously inventoried the contents of the chamber, replacing a few large copper locks while keeping everything sealed inside. According to his words to Jian Xingyu, this fortune would suffice for Jian Xingyu to make several endeavors. The current Jian Mansion was quite impressive, yet it publicly maintained that it was merely a merchant's residence, and Lu Rinjia was simply a guest scholar. Thus, while many in the martial world were aware of Jian Mansion, few truly paid attention. The Wanjian Hall of Jian Mansion served as its grand reception area, where 4 individuals now sat. On the left were Jian Xingyu and Lu Rinjia, while on the right were Zhou Wanqing and a beautiful middle-aged woman, who was Zhou Wanqing's wife, Yu Ruqing. In her youth, she was renowned as one of the most beautiful women in Luoyang, and her sister, Yu Rui, was the proprietor of the famous Yu Chuntang. Zhou Wanqing savored his tea, occasionally glancing around with a smile playing on his lips. It seems both of you truly appreciate elegance. The decor of Yinjian Mansion is exquisite. In truth, both Jian Xingyu and Lu Renjia were fully aware of Zhou Wanqing's true intentions. His willingness to assist them so selflessly had but one aim: to forge an alliance with Jian Xingyu and Lu Renjia. Jian Xingyu smiled and said, "The scale of Yinjian Mansion owes much to your support, Lord Zhou. However, I must confess my ignorance. Why do you assist us so generously? Is it merely for the sake of friendship?" Zhou Wanqing chuckled, setting down his teacup, and replied, "Indeed, it is as simple as that. I hold great admiration for your methods and your magnanimous characters. Therefore, there is no need to address me as Lord Zhou, if you do not mind. Simply call me Brother Zhou." Lu Renjia toyed with his teacup, grinning as he remarked, "Brother Zhou or Lord Zhou, it matters little to me. I speak plainly. The purpose of your visit is clear to us. You seek an answer to the third question, do you not?" "Haha, you are indeed straightforward, Brother Lu," Zhou Wanqing replied, momentarily taken aback before bursting into laughter. "You are right. Today, I wish to ascertain your stance." Lu Renjia fell silent, turning his gaze to Jian Xingyu, who smiled slightly and said, "We are not ungrateful individuals. We shall not forget your great kindness, Brother Zhou. However, during our previous visit to your esteemed residence, we noticed that your estate is replete with formidable experts and numerous hidden weapons. Why would you need us to?" At this moment, Zhou Wanqing remained silent, while his wife, Yu Ruqing, stood up slightly and inclined her body. Seeing her rise, Jian Xingyu quickly stood as well, clasping his hands in a gesture of respect. "There is no need for such formalities, Lady Zhou. Please, have a seat." Yu Ruqing smiled and replied, "Brother Jian, you misunderstand. The Zhou family hails from a business lineage, and we naturally employ some martial friends as guest scholars to ensure the security of our residence. However, most of these guest scholars are merely second or even third-rate figures in the martial world. In the past, we conducted small-scale trades and earned modest profits. But as Wanqing's business has flourished, our wealth has attracted the attention of first-rate martial forces. As the saying goes, it is not the thief one fears, but the one who covets. Thus, both my husband and I live in constant anxiety, surrounded by individuals we cannot fully trust. You understand, in the face of temptation, it is easy for people to stray down a dark path." Hearing Yu Ruqing's words, Zhou Wanqing offered a wry smile. Glancing at Jian Xingyu and Lu Renjia as he said, "These are family matters, yet I do not regard you two as outsiders. So I do not mind sharing these concerns with you." Jian Xingyu responded, "Brother Zhou, you speak of matters that are far from trivial. Lady Zhou's willingness to confide in us indicates her trust, for which we are immensely grateful. As for my partnership with Brother Lu in your Zhou residence, I have a more advantageous proposal." Upon hearing the words of Jian Xingyu, Zhou Wanqing's eyes brightened, and he inquired, "Oh, Brother Jian, please enlighten me." Jian Xingyu smiled and replied, "Brother Zhou, it is simply to return the favor in kind." Lu Renjia chuckled, adjusting the golden knife at his waist, and said to Zhou Wanqing, "Indeed, whoever dares to bully you, I shall settle the matter for you." As soon as Lu Renjia's words left his mouth, Zhou Wanqing could only manage a bitter smile. Just as he was about to speak, Jian Xingyu interrupted him. Jian Xingyu lightly punched Lu Renjia and reproached, "I have not finished speaking, you know what I mean." Lu Renjia smiled sheepishly, and Jian Xingyu continued, "What I mean is, since Brother Zhou, your business is flourishing, it is likely that those who covet the treasures of the Zhou residence have evolved from mere petty thieves into organized factions. There may even be some first-rate forces among them. After all, wealth that rivals nations is immensely beneficial for the development of certain sects." Zhou Wanqing nodded in agreement. Jian Xingyu went on, "In that case, even if Lu and I were to take residence in your Zhou residence, it would merely mean you have gained a couple of formidable experts. While we could deal with solitary bandits, it would be insufficient against larger organizations." "Brother Jian, your words are somewhat bewildering," Zhou Wanqing remarked. Jian Xingyu took a sip of tea and explained, "Brother Zhou, do not be anxious. Rather than merely adding a couple of powerful guards, why not form an alliance with a formidable organization as an ally?" "A formidable organization?" Yu Ruqing inquired. Jian Xingyu nodded affirmatively. "Precisely, an organization as formidable as the Jinyu Tower of Ur." Upon hearing the name Jinyu Tower, Zhou Wanqing involuntarily shuddered, slowly articulating, "If I were fortunate enough to be acquainted with such an organization, what would I have to worry about? It is a pity. There is no need for regret. I offer you the same choice," Jian Xingyu stated emphatically. Zhou Wanqing suddenly lifted his gaze, his fervent eyes fixating on Jian Xingyu as he slowly spoke. "You are not referring to the Yinjian house, are you?" "Indeed." Zhou Wanqing and Yu Ruqing could not help but inhale sharply, pondering that Jian Xingyu was indeed not a mere trivial character, harboring such ambition. Yu Ruqing hesitated for a moment before tentatively asking, "Are you suggesting that it is solely reliant on the two of you?" "Ruqing, do not be disrespectful," Zhou Wanqing admonished sharply. However, Lu Rinjiao laughed heartily, saying, "It is of no consequence. The lady speaks correctly. Initially, it is indeed just the two of us. Does the lady doubt our qualifications?" Zhou Wanqing took a deep breath, his gaze locked onto Jian Xingyu, who was smiling back at him. Zhou Wanqing gradually said, "Both Brother Jian and Brother Lu are heroes of our time. To possess such skills at a young age, Brother Lu is renowned throughout the Jianghu. I fear that with but a wave of your arm, countless experts would flock to your side. I have no concerns about your ability to establish a faction. However," Zhou Wanqing's words trailed off, struggling to articulate his thoughts. "You are merely contemplating whether this might be akin to nurturing a tiger to harm oneself. Am I correct?" Jian Xingyu interjected with a smile. Zhou Wanqing regarded Jian Xingyu and slowly nodded. "Words alone are ineffectual. This is inherently a gamble. From the moment you decided to take advantage of the situation to eliminate the Zheng residents, this gamble commenced, and until now, you have yet to lose. Therefore, whether you ultimately lose or not is futile for me to say. I can only assure you in my own name that I, Jian Xingyu, am not an ungrateful person. As for how to choose and whether you dare to gamble, that remains your own decision, Brother Zhou." Jian Xingyu spoke slowly, then fell silent. His gaze fixed on Zhou Wanqing, awaiting his choice. "Alas, after all this, it turns out you do not trust us, Lord Zhou. If so, why not simply reclaim everything here? After all, my brother and I enjoy wandering the Jianghu, so establishing our own sect matters little to us," Lu Rinjia proclaimed loudly. Zhou Wanqing did not respond immediately. Although Jian Xingyu's words were pleasant to the ear, he understood the reality better than anyone else. Just as Jian Xingyu and Lu Rinjia may refer to each other as brothers, the reality is that Jian Xingyu is the master, while Lu Rinjia is the servant. The same principle applies here. Although they claim to ally, Zhou Wanqing knows in his heart that should the Yingjian house grow larger in the future, his Zhou residence would merely serve as a financial support entity, ultimately becoming a subsidiary of the Yingjian house, a result he most wishes to avoid, yet is bound to occur. The only variable is whom Zhou Wanqing chooses, the Yingjian house, the Qingqing Pavilion, or the Feihuang Fortress, or the Liya Valley. At this moment, within the Wanjian Hall, no one spoke, and all eyes were fixed on Zhou Wanqing. Meanwhile, Zhou Wanqing, grappling with inner turmoil, felt his muscles tense and his arms tremble slightly. Yu Ruqing had never seen her husband like this and gently placed her hand upon the cool back of his hand. Upon feeling the coldness emanating from Zhou Wanqing's hand, Yu Ruqing was further alarmed. After about the duration of a tea ceremony, Zhou Wanqing slowly raised his head, locking eyes with Jian Xingyu, who continued to smile at him. In Jian Xingyu's heart, he held a certain admiration for Zhou Wanqing, perhaps because he sensed a hint of Jian Wushuang's essence within him upon their first meeting. Heroes emerge from youth. I, Zhou Aminal. Jian Xingyu remained silent, neither opposing nor endorsing. I, Zhou Wanqing, still wish to continue my business and do not intend to cease. I aspire to expand it further. Jian Xingyu smiled and assured, "Rest assured, Brother Zhou, your business will undoubtedly flourish. Unless I perish, nothing shall hinder your progress." Zhou Wanqing and Jian Xingyu exchanged glances and then smiled. Zhou Wanqing felt the sweat soaking his back, smiling as he declared, "In the future, my Zhou family shall forge a lasting alliance with your Yingjian house. Should you have any needs, Brother Jian, do not hesitate to voice them. I, Zhou Wanqing, shall not hesitate in the slightest." "Good. I, Jian Xingyu, hereby vow that regardless of what transpires within the Zhou family or whom they offend, I, Jian Xingyu, shall stand at the forefront, as long as I live. No one shall lay a finger on the Zhou family." Jian Xingyu and Zhou Wanqing reached a consensus, and from this day forth, the Yingjian house and the Zhou family would be bound in alliance. That very night, the Yingjian house and the Zhou family decided to host a grand 3-day banquet, inviting the various forces of the Central Plains to announce this alliance to the world and to caution those who might still seek to profit from the Zhou family. However, would these 3 days truly be a celebratory banquet? The Zhou family is hardly an easy target to be drawn into. The hidden waves and dangers within were all too clear to Jian Xingyu and Lu Rinjia. However, it must be said that Jian Xingyu and Lu Rinjia were not to be trifled with either. In preparation for this 3-day banquet, Lu Rinjia had even arranged several coffins, purportedly reserved for those incoming friends from the Jianghu. Chapter 49. Initial involvement in the turmoil of Jianghu. A great disturbance at the banquet in the Zhou residence of Luoyang. Who among the Jianghu of the Central Plains is unaware that this is a substantial prize, a treasure that could rival nations, enough to make many with ulterior motives drool? It must be noted that by seizing the Zhou residence, one effectively acquires a colossal treasure, enough to allow any faction in the Jianghu to rise rapidly and grow. That said, how could the astute Zhou Wanqing choose to collaborate with Jian Xingyu and Lu Renjia? Is it truly because he admires these two youthful heroes? Of course not. Zhou Wanqing has his own plans. If he were to align with a massive force like the Luya Valley or the Daming House, he would be nothing more than a distinguished guest before an already established power, certainly not a master. Yet, if he were to collude with smaller Jianghu sects, he would fear the risk of extermination. Thus, Zhou Wanqing pondered deeply. Since it was evident that as the Zhou family's business expanded, an alliance with the forces of the Jianghu was an inevitable trend, why not choose one with potential? The Yin Jianfu, at this moment, owed much of its success to Zhou Wanqing. One might even consider him a co-founder. Jian Xingyu and Lu Renjia were both young heroes, not seasoned veterans who had long navigated the tumultuous Jianghu. The advantage of youth lies in their deep sense of gratitude and understanding of the value of loyalty. Therefore, Zhou Wanqing's collaboration with Jian Xingyu undoubtedly ensured that Jian Xingyu would always hold him in high regard, making Zhou Wanqing a valued ally when the Yin Jianfu flourished. Moreover, Zhou Wanqing's discerning vision recognized that Jian Xingyu and Lu Renjia were destined for greatness, which is why he was willing to take this gamble. Should he lose, he could always carve out another path for himself. Yet, if he won, his status would naturally rise alongside the success of the Yin Jianfu, making this endeavor a sound investment. The so-called three-day banquet was a deliberate ploy by Zhou Wanqing to assess whether these two young men were indeed true leaders capable of commanding respect in the chaotic Jianghu. On the first day of the banquet, guests began to arrive in throngs. Merchants similar to the Zhou family and various Jianghu forces, each harboring their own intentions. How many truly came to offer sincere congratulations? As the guests took their seats, the spacious courtyard filled to capacity. Zhou Wanqing, holding a wine cup, stood at the forefront with a smile and addressed the gathered assembly. Ladies and gentlemen, I, Zhou, wish to express my sincere gratitude to all of you for taking the time from your busy schedules to attend the alliance banquet between my Zhou family and the Yin Jianfu. Here, I extend my heartfelt thanks. After speaking, Zhou Wanqing slightly bowed. At that moment, Jian Xingyu and Lu Renjia occupied the main seats at the front, choosing not to respond. In Jian Xingyu's heart, he sensed that Zhou Wanqing was subtly announcing the alliance between the Zhou family and the Yin Jianfu, implying that the Zhou family held the primary position while the Yin Jianfu was merely a guest. Jian Xingyu was not angered by Zhou Wanqing's maneuver. After all, it was natural for the Zhou family to play their cards close to their chest until he demonstrated absolute strength. I ask you, Zhou Leoi, what is this Yin Jianfu? Why have we never heard of it? Is it perhaps a lowly sect that you, Zhou Leoi, have lured into your fold? Indeed. Ha! Laughter erupted from the crowd, primarily composed of Jianghu figures, while the merchants remained silent, for neither side could afford to offend the other. Their best course was to observe the unfolding drama. As I have always said, what is meant to come will eventually arrive. Lu Renjia remarked with a cold snort. Jian Xingyu took a sip of wine, remaining silent. In truth, he did not favor such displays of power. In response to the crowd's inquiries, Zhou Wanqing did not retort, but smiled and said, "As for what the Yin Jianfu truly represents, I believe it is best for its master to elucidate that for you." With that, Zhou Wanqing gestured for Jian Xingyu to speak, his smile inviting attention toward him. Jian Xingyu slowly set down his wine cup, rose, and stepped beside Zhou Wanqing. Realizing that Zhou Wanqing had thrust him into the limelight, any hesitation now would earn him a reputation as a coward. Who is this young man? Could he be the master of the Yin Jianfu? Surely not. Has Zhou Wanqing lost his judgment, entrusting the Zhou family's fate to a mere child? Whispers of speculation filled the air, but Jian Xingyu chose not to interrupt the chatter, patiently waiting for the noise to subside before smiling gently and declaring, "I am Jian Xingyu, and the Yin Jianfu is a venture I established alongside a good brother. However, it is merely a name, akin to the Sun, Li, or Wang families, and not a Jianghu sect. So it is understandable that many of you have not heard of it." Yet, the crowd remained unconvinced by Jian Xingyu's words. A burly man stood up, brandishing a battle axe, and derisively taunted, "You boy, you haven't even sprouted yet. Does the Zhou family simply ally with anyone who says so? Whether we ally or not is a matter for me and Zhou Leoi. It concerns you not." Jian Xingyu replied, unyielding yet respectful. "Huh, you think yourself bold, do you? Do you know who I am to speak to me like that? You must be tired of living." The burly man shouted. This man, known as Hung San, was recognized by many in attendance, not a noble of the Jianghu, but a ruffian with considerable brute strength. Although he was merely a second-rate martial artist, his raw power commanded a degree of respect in Luoyang. Hung San had long desired to accomplish something grand in the Jianghu, but, lacking resources, resorted to petty tricks for sustenance. He had long coveted the Zhou family, realizing that someone like him could not wield power over them. However, seeing Zhou Wanqing closely allied with such a young man filled him with resentment, prompting his earlier provocation. Just as Zhou Wanqing was about to mediate, a mocking voice from a nearby table interrupted. "If you keep babbling, I will turn you into meat paste with your own axe and feed it to the dogs." Gasps of astonishment rippled through the crowd, all wondering who dared to stir the waters at such a moment. Before the murmurs died down, a wine cup soared through the air, leaving a white trail. The speed was so swift that Hung San had no chance to evade. With a loud crack, the cup struck his head, causing blood to flow from the wound. Hung San wiped the remnants of the shattered cup and blood from his head, furiously demanding, "Who threw that? Step forward. The next time, it will be your head I throw," came the lazy voice once more. As the crowd turned, a stout figure stood up from the main table, still chewing on a mouthful of chicken. A large kitchen knife hung at his waist. Drawing attention, this man was none other than Lu Rinjia. Hung Sen was momentarily taken aback. Then his gaze fell upon the golden knife at Lu Rinjia's side. Though brash, Hung San was not foolish. He had heard tales of the legendary golden knife master, ranked 6th in the Jianghu. Now, seeing him in the flesh, he realized this was indeed Lu Rinjia. Hung San fixed his gaze on Lu Rinjia and gravely stated, "I presume you are the golden knife master, ranked 6th in the Jianghu." This declaration ignited a wave of murmurs among the attendees. Most were familiar with the Jianghu rankings, yet few had encountered the masters on the list. Now, they were face to face with the 6th-ranked golden knife master, Lu Rinjia. Zhou Wanqing smiled and affirmed, "Indeed. This is my brother, Lu Rinjia." Zhou Wanqing played his cards well, openly referring to Lu Rinjia as a brother, thus showcasing their relationship to the assembly. This would serve as a warning to any with ulterior motives to think twice before acting. Hung Sen swallowed hard, then addressed Lu Rinjia. "I have long heard of your esteemed name. It is said your speed with the blade is unparalleled, rivaling even that of the 4th-ranked Lord Tu Xian. Today, I wish to witness it firsthand. Is that all you have?" Lu Rinjia raised an eyebrow and inquired with a smile, "If one lacks skill, then death is deserved." With a fierce shout, Hung Sen stomped down on the table, propelling himself into the air, wielding his axe as he lunged at Lu Rinjia. "Humph!" Lu Rinjia scoffed coldly, slamming his palm down on the table, causing the dishes to rattle. With a swift motion of his hand, a formidable surge of internal energy erupted, sending all the dishes hurtling towards the oncoming Hung San. Seeing the flying dishes, Hung San hastily swung his axe, allowing some of them to crash against him as he stubbornly bore the impact. This display of tenacity elicited an involuntary admiration from Jian Xingyu. "Huh!" Hung San had now reached Lu Rinjia, striking down with his axe in a straightforward manner. Lu Rinjia slightly sidestepped, the axe narrowly missing his ample belly, crashing down instead onto the table, splitting it in two with a resounding crack. The other patrons at the table screamed and scattered. "Your performance is over. Prepare to die." Lu Rinjia's gaze suddenly turned icy as his right hand swiftly grasped the hilt of his golden blade, just as he was about to end Hung San's life. A swift sound pierced the air, followed by a loud thud. Hung San cried out in agony, collapsing to the ground, instinctively curling up. "Xingyu?" Lu Rinjia quickly identified the source of the hidden weapon as Jian Xingyu. Jian Xingyu gestured for those nearby to carry Hung San away before flashing a smile at Lu Rinjia. Aware of Jian Xingyu's sudden compassion, Lu Rinjia could only shake his head helplessly, then sat down beside the shattered table to continue his drinking. "A mere minor character has turned your banquet into chaos. Zhou Wanqing, I see you are truly useless, unable to even control a Hung San. How laughable, haha!" Suddenly, a discordant, mocking voice of a charming woman echoed through the air. Upon hearing this, Jian Xingyu's expression instantly turned cold, for he clearly sensed that the speaker was far beyond Hung San's caliber. She was undoubtedly a formidable expert. Chapter 50. The initial turmoil of the Jianghu. A bloodthirsty intent, this jarring female voice inevitably instilled a sense of gravity in Jian Xingyu, and even Zhou Wanqing's countenance shifted. He understood well who had arrived. It was none other than a member of the renowned force in the Jianghu, the Qingqing Pavilion. Logically, the Qingqing Pavilion, with its esteemed reputation, should not engage in disruptive acts of alliance. What could have prompted such behavior today? To understand this, one must recall the night 11 years ago when the Sword Rain Tower was bloodily massacred. On that fateful day, the leader of the Qingqing Pavilion, Meng Ruyan, and the governor of the Daming Prefecture, Tu Xian, faced off against the smiling Methria Osher and Jian Wushuang. Tu Xian was fortunate, after suffering serious injuries from Jian Wushuang. He not only survived, but also, by an ironic twist of fate, had his meridians thoroughly opened. Upon recovery, his martial arts advanced rapidly, and he now ranks 4th in the Jianghu. Meng Ruyan, however, was not as fortunate. She fell victim to Osher's iron Buddha legs, which left her insides in tatters. She did not survive long after returning to the Qingqing Pavilion. When Meng Ruyan was alive, the Qingqing Pavilion was undoubtedly a top-tier faction. But her demise led to its fall from grace, being supplanted by forces such as the Lia Valley, Daming Prefecture, and Feihuang Fortress. Unwilling to accept its decline to second-rate status, the Qingqing Pavilion found itself in an awkward predicament. The new leader of the Qingqing Pavilion is the young and talented disciple, Xiaoyu, who once participated in the ambush against Qing Tian at the 8 Directions Inn. After assuming leadership, she gained the right to practice the pavilion's ultimate technique, the 10,000 Poisons unique skill. Mastering this skill and combining it with the 10,000 Withering Bone Hand would yield tremendous power. After 11 years of arduous training, Xiaoyu has made remarkable progress in martial arts, and while she cannot yet compare to the likes of Shangguan Xiongyu or Tu Xian, she possesses enough prowess to contend with the Golden Blade Master, Lu Rinjia. Xiaoyu currently ranks 7th in the Jianghu, a truly remarkable figure. Although her ranking is relatively low, she has yet to engage in combat with Lu Rinjia, making the outcome of such a confrontation uncertain. Xiaoyu's greatest aspiration is to restore the former glory of the Qingqing Pavilion, and the most expedient path to achieve this is to win over the Zhou family, leveraging their immense wealth to expand the pavilion's influence. While they may lack the martial prowess of their rivals, they must scale their faction to the utmost. Only then will the chances of producing extraordinary experts increase significantly. Xiaoyu had sent several envoys to discuss this matter with the Zhou family, all of which were politely declined by Zhou Wanqing. Now, upon hearing that the Zhou family intends to ally with a nameless entity, the Hidden Sword Manor, how could the Qingqing Pavilion possibly accept this? Xiaoyu felt a surge of indignation. Could it be that the Qingqing Pavilion now ranks lower than a newly established Hidden Sword Manor? Such an affront to the Qingqing Pavilion was intolerable, and thus, Xiaoyu personally led a contingent to congratulate them at this alliance banquet. Additionally, it is worth noting that since Xiaoyu assumed the position of leader, she adopted the name Meng Yuer, in accordance with the traditions of the Qingqing Pavilion. Zhou Wanqing's face darkened at this moment. The Qingqing Pavilion was not a mere hung sand to be trifled with. He spoke up, "Leader Meng Yuer, your personal presence is an honor, and I apologize for not welcoming you properly." Meng Yuer smiled lightly, idly toying with her wine cup, surrounded by several cautious disciples of the Qingqing Pavilion, their hands instinctively resting on their sword hilts. "Old Zhou, you jest. How could the Qingqing Pavilion possibly be worthy of your esteemed attention?" Upon hearing Meng Yuer's scornful inquiry, those present felt a palpable tension. It was clear that the Qingqing Pavilion was genuinely enraged. Should Zhou Wanqing mismanage this situation, he might find himself facing a deadly consequence instead of a fruitful alliance. Such words from Pavilion Master Meng are unwarranted. "Zhou, old Zhou need not say more. I am not here for you today. Rather, I wish to witness the Hidden Sword Manor that dares to trample upon my Qingqing Pavilion," Meng Yuer declared coldly. To suggest that the Hidden Sword Manor was capable of such an affront was indeed a bold claim. Even the Daming Prefecture and Feihuang Fortress would not make such assertions. Zhou Wanqing wore a bitter smile as he turned to Jian Xingyu. Upon glancing at Jian Xingyu, Zhou Wanqing was taken aback. Jian Xingyu's face was pale, his eyes glimmering with a faint red hue, and an icy, bone-chilling killing intent radiated from him. Observing this, Lu Rinjia quickly grasped the situation. He approached Jian Xingyu, placing a broad hand on his shoulder, then turned to Meng Yuer with a cold smile. "So you are the leader of the Qingqing Pavilion, Meng Yuer?" Meng Yuer, perplexed by Jian Xingyu's intense reaction, assumed it was simply a sign of weakness, thinking that her outburst had rendered him speechless. Thus, she regarded the Hidden Sword Manor with even greater disdain. Meng Yuer's beautiful eyes narrowed as she replied, "Indeed. You must be the greatest support of the Hidden Sword Manor, the Golden Blade Master, Lu Rinjia." Lu Rinjia chuckled, his broad face grinning in a rather lewd manner as he teased, "I didn't expect you to know my name. Meng Yuer, have you been secretly inquiring about me? No need for such subterfuge. You could have come directly to me. I possess far more knowledge than those who peddle information in the Jianghu." "Humph," Meng Yuer scoffed, "flattery will get you nowhere. I am eager to see if your skills match your tongue." With that, Meng Yuer narrowed her eyes, fixing a deadly gaze upon Lu Rinjia. Lu Renjia, in turn, smirked and slowly placed his hand on the hilt of his golden blade. Hold on. Allow me. A voice suddenly rang out, shattering the tense atmosphere. It was Jian Xingyu, his face lined with frost. Lu Renjia paused, then slowly nodded. He understood that some matters were best resolved by Jian Xingyu. Thus, he uttered a cautionary remark before retreating to the side. Be careful. At this moment, the once lively banquet fell into an eerie silence. Everyone instinctively shifted aside, fearful that the impending conflict would ensnare them. Who are you? Meng Yuer inquired coldly. The master of Yin Jianfu. I merely wish to duel with the Golden Blade Master, and you are unworthy to engage. Step aside. Defeat me, and my Yin Jianfu shall remain uninvolved with the Zhou family. Upon hearing these words, the attendees exchanged astonished glances, their expressions shifting towards curiosity, admiration, and a touch of derision towards Jian Xingyu for his apparent naivety. They perceived him as a mere child, eager to establish his reputation, yet foolishly choosing such a perilous wager, risking his life for pride. So immature. Zhou Wanqing's countenance darkened. Jian Xingyu's declaration not only implicated Yin Jianfu and Qing Chengji's long-standing grievances, but also entangled his own Zhou family. Should Jian Xingyu falter, the Zhou family would find themselves in an utterly humiliating predicament. Wanqing attempted to intervene, but was restrained by Lu Renjia, who placed a reassuring hand on Wanqing's shoulder, signaling him to refrain from interference. Meng Yuer, taken aback by Jian Xingyu's audacious gamble involving the Zhou family, felt a surge of exhilaration. Very well. If you yearn for death, I shall oblige. Enough with the trivialities. Come. Jian Xingyu bellowed, his voice booming. In an instant, he surged forward, closing the distance between himself and Meng Yuer in the blink of an eye. Meng Yuer's heart raced. She had not anticipated such astounding speed. Drawing upon her internal energy, she flipped a table, which spun violently to stand as a barrier between them, obscuring their line of sight. With a resounding crash, both Jian Xingyu and Meng Yuer struck through the table, each creating a hole at opposite ends, their fists colliding with tremendous force. They narrowly evaded one another's attacks, exerting their strength, and with a deafening crack, the table shattered into splinters. Meng Yuer's eyes turned icy. She had indeed underestimated the martial prowess of this young man, and her demeanor grew increasingly cautious. Jian Xingyu inhaled deeply, acknowledging Meng Yuer's status as the master of Qing Chenggu for her remarkable reflexes, realizing that a swift resolution was no longer feasible. Meng Yuer was the first to strike, propelling herself forward with a push from her toes, her hands curling into claws. Her once fair and rosy skin darkened as she lunged toward Jian Xingyu's head. This is the 10,000 decay bone hand. Employing such a lethal technique right from the outset revealed Meng Yuer's intentions to kill. Jian Xingyu, astonishingly skilled at a young age, appeared destined for greatness. The onlookers buzzed with speculation. It was Wanqing's first time witnessing Jian Xingyu's combat abilities, and he was taken aback by the display, realizing Jian Xingyu possessed the strength to rival Meng Yuer, further solidifying his confidence in his choice. Beware her poisoned hands. Any contact will surely harm you, Lu Renjia cautioned. Jian Xingyu scoffed, shouting, come on. As Meng Yuer advanced, he recalled the night when members of Qing Chenggu mercilessly slaughtered those from Jianyu Lu. His father Jian Wushuang pierced by those dark hands, and the master of the Tian family gravely injured. The vivid images ignited a fierce anger within him, his eyes ablaze as he prepared to confront the 10,000 decay bone hand head-on. Booty palm. Channeling immense internal energy, his palm met Meng Yuer's deadly strike. Upon contact, Jian Xingyu felt a chilling and sinister energy seep into his being, coursing through his meridians, leaving an unbearable itching pain in its wake, as if he were being corroded. He swiftly mobilized his internal power to combat the toxic assault, his expression growing grim. He lamented internally, my fury has clouded my judgment. I have indeed been reckless. Meanwhile, Meng Yuer suffered as well. Jian Xingyu's strike forced her own internal energy to recoil violently, causing her to spit blood, her gaze towards Jian Xingyu now tinged with wariness. This was the first time she had encountered someone bold enough to confront the 10,000 decay bone hand directly. Witnessing Meng Yuer's bloodshed, the crowd gasped in shock, especially Zhou Wanqing, whose excitement was palpable. Lu Renjia, however, furrowed his brow, aware that while Jian Xingyu appeared unharmed, the beads of sweat on his forehead suggested he was indeed affected by the poison. Had Jian Xingyu's internal energy reached the 7th level of the Earth realm, or even the 8th level of the Universe realm, Meng Yuer's poison would have been suppressed. Yet, supported by the Jianyu heart method, he was only at the 6th level of the Sea Gathering realm. while Meng Yuer was firmly in the 7th level of the Earth realm. This disparity in internal power prevented Jian Xingyu's booty palm from reaching its full potential. Had he drawn upon the Jianyu Ju, the outcome would have undoubtedly been different. Jian Xingyu slowly lifted his head, suppressing his internal injuries. His eyes now a deep crimson as he fixed a cold stare upon Meng Yuer. Feeling the intensity of his gaze, Meng Yuer was overtaken by an inexplicable trepidation. She sensed that Jian Xingyu's momentum had surged to an alarming degree. Was this merely an illusion? Certainly not. Jian Xingyu had been consumed by rage, activating the Jianyu Ju, elevating his internal power to the 7th level of the Earth realm. This qualitative leap was enough to instill a sense of life-threatening danger in Meng Yuer. The atmosphere grew tense, the chilling aura emanating from Jian Xingyu enveloping everyone present. Even Lu Rinjia silently cursed the situation. Jian Xingyu coldly regarded the visibly shaken Meng Yuer. And suddenly, a hint of a smile graced his handsome features as a detached voice echoed, "Today, we shall settle both old and new grievances, Meng Master." Meng Yuer's expression turned grave as she prepared for a desperate struggle when a clear voice interjected, "Hold on. The fate of Meng Master is not yours to decide." No sooner had the words been spoken than a pair of youthful figures swooped in from above, landing effortlessly and observing the scene with an air of casual amusement, as if it were merely a performance to them. Chapter 51. Initial forays into the tumultuous world, Qin Feng and Tang Wan. The suddenly appearing duo, appearing to be in their 20s, featured a striking young man with a tall, slender frame dressed in a flowing white robe that billowed without wind, exuding an effortless charm. Most notably, he wielded a magnificent 7-foot silver spear, its gleaming surface captivating all who beheld it. The spear head, cold and foreboding, exuded an air of intimidation. Clearly a weapon of exceptional quality. The spear, the king of weapons, demonstrated that mastering it was no trivial endeavor. Observing the young man's imposing presence, it was evident he was no ordinary fighter. Those who dared to wield a spear on the streets were either pretentious charlatans or true masters. And this young man was evidently the latter. Beside him stood a woman clad in fiery red attire that accentuated her alluring figure. Her oval face flushed with a delicate hue, her skin smooth and flawless. With arched brows and almond-shaped eyes, she embodied exquisite beauty. In her hands, she held a pair of amei daggers, each over a foot long, sharp and flat with a diamond-shaped tip, designed for swift and unpredictable close combat, making them ideal weapons for a skilled female fighter. Jian Xingyu, taken aback by the unexpected arrival of the pair, raised his reddened eyes and inquired, "Who are you?" Lu Rinjia hurriedly stepped forward, positioning himself in front of Jian Xingyu, and turning to her, he remarked, "It seems that today, Meng Yuer cannot be slain." This was the first time Jian Xingyu had witnessed Lu Rinjia's solemn warning, and gradually, her senses returned as she stabilized her internal injuries. She then lifted her gaze, peering curiously at the man and woman before her. "Yinchang Majuan Qin Feng, Guaci Jianyang Tang Wan," Meng Yuer declared. Zhou Wansheng, astonished, stared at the pair. "Yinchang Majuan Qin Feng, Guaci Jianyang Tang Wan. Who are they?" Jian Xingyu inquired of Lu Rinjia. Lu Rinjia replied gravely, "They are from the Xiaoyao Palace, a group of elite experts who have only recently emerged in the Jianghu, ranked 9th and 10th in the list of martial arts masters." Xiaoyao Palace? Jian Xingyu echoed. This was a newly risen power in the Jianghu, known for its formidable talents and remarkable ascent. However, Lu Rinjia chose not to elaborate further. "What do you mean by that?" Jian Xingyu pressed, feeling anxious at Lu Rinjia's reluctance to continue. With a gentle sigh, Lu Rinjia finally spoke. "It bears a resemblance to the Jianyu Tower of Yur." Upon hearing the name Jianyu Tower, Jian Xingyu momentarily froze, then cast a glance filled with intrigue toward Qin Feng and Tang Wan. Zhou Wansheng stepped forward, cupping his hands in greeting toward Qin Feng and Tang Wan. "Esteemed guests, today marks the alliance banquet between the Zhou family of Luoyang and the Hidden Sword Manor. Engaging in violence is hardly auspicious. Neither I nor my brother Jian would resort to such actions. However, some friends seem to harbor doubts regarding Jian's Hidden Sword Manor, hence the need for clarification from him. Clarification is of no concern to us. The master of Meng is a friend of our Xiaoyao Palace, and today, no one shall lay a hand upon her." Qin Feng stated coldly. "Such remarks are unwarranted. Since both of you are present, why not sit down and share a few drinks? I have long admired the names of Yinchang Majuan and Guaci Jianyang." Zhou Wansheng laughed heartily, realizing that with Qin Feng and Tang Wan's presence, she no longer needed to fight Jian Xingyu. Meng Yuer slowly settled down with the assistance of her subordinates, taking time to recuperate as she had sustained some internal injuries. Qin Feng, Tang Wan, I care not for your ties to the Qingqing Pavilion, but should you dare to bully us, rest assured, my golden blade recognizes no Xiaoyao palace. Lu Rinjia abruptly interjected. His words drew the attention of Qin Feng and Tang Wan, who looked at Lu Rinjia with mild surprise. They had not expected the Golden Blade Master to indeed be connected to the Hidden Sword Manor. Tang Wan's gaze fixated on Jian Xingyu as she inquired, "Are you the master of the Hidden Sword Manor?" Jian Xingyu nodded slowly. Tang Wan smiled, saying, "You are indeed quite youthful. However, regardless of any grievances between you and the Master of Ming, we shall not permit you to harm her." Tang Wan's words caused Jian Xingyu to furrow her brow as she calmly replied, "Whether to protect her is your concern, but whether to slay her is mine." Witnessing Jian Xingyu's confrontational stance, Zhou Wanqing quickly intervened, recognizing that Xiaoyao Palace was not a force his Zhou family or the current Hidden Sword Manor could contend with. "My brother Jian has perhaps spoken out of turn. Please do not take offense. I assure you, as long as you come in peace, I shall treat you as honored guests. Let us resolve this misunderstanding amicably," Zhou Wanqing concluded, pulling Jian Xingyu back to a nearby seat. Tang Wan huffed dismissively, choosing to ignore Jian Xingyu. Qin Feng regarded Jian Xingyu, suddenly laughing. "For today, I shall consider your words as spoken in haste. However, I advise you to think twice before speaking in the future. Not everyone is someone you can afford to offend." Jian Xingyu, currently suppressing the poison within her body, cast an impatient glance at Qin Feng. Lu Rinjia, sensing the tension, boldly declared, "Offend? Huh. I, Lu Rinjia, have roamed the Jianghu for many years and have yet to encounter anyone I cannot confront. You, as well as the people of Qingqing, are unwelcome here today at the banquet of the Hidden Sword Manor and the Zhou family." Faced with Lu Rinjia's unyielding words, Qin Feng merely snorted in response. Indeed, while Qin Feng regarded Lu Rinjia as a top-tier master worthy of arrogance, he did not extend that same courtesy to Jian Xingyu. Tang Wan looked at Meng Yuer and said, "Master Meng, it would be best if we took our leave. This banquet is devoid of pleasure, and the people here lack virtue." Meng Yuer cast one last glance at Jian Xingyu and Zhou Wanqing before departing, leaving behind a cautionary remark. "Today's events will be remembered by the Qingqing Pavilion. I shall personally visit the Hidden Sword Manor in the future, awaiting your arrival." Jian Xingyu replied coldly. After Meng Yuer and her entourage departed, Qin Feng and Tang Wan also exited the Zhou residence. What had been a tense situation suddenly grew quiet, leaving some with an inexplicable sense of regret, as though a splendid performance had ended before it even began. Having settled these matters, Jian Xingyu and Lu Rinjia retreated to a private room in the Zhou residence. Inside, Jian Xingyu sat cross-legged on the bed, cultivating to heal her wounds. Zhou Wanqing had instructed the steward, Zhou Fu, to bring an array of detoxifying herbs, from which Lu Rinjia selected a few, concocting a medicinal broth for Jian Xingyu. At that moment, Jian Xingyu was diligently expelling the toxins from her body, while Lu Rinjia, wearied, rested his head on the table, dozing off. Outside Luoyang City, Meng Yuer, hindered by her injuries, found it inconvenient to move swiftly. She thus clasped her hands in farewell to Qin Feng and Tang Wan, expressing, "Thank you both for your assistance. Otherwise, today's events would surely have ended unfavorably." "What you say is unnecessary, Master Meng. Our master specifically instructed us that when the Qingqing Pavilion is in distress, regardless of right or wrong, we must lend our aid. Thus, we merely fulfilled our duty," Tang Wan replied with a smile. Meng Yuer nodded and then turned to Qin Feng, saying, "The Xiaoyao Palace has indeed lent substantial support to my Qingqing Pavilion. However, I fail to understand why we are deemed worthy of your repeated assistance. Might I ask if there is any connection between the Xiaoyao Palace and my Qingqing Pavilion?" In response to Meng Yuer's inquiry, Qin Feng stated, "That we cannot divulge. Should you have the opportunity to meet our master, you may inquire directly." "And who might this esteemed master of the Xiaoyao Palace be? Would you be so kind as to enlighten us?" Qin Feng bowed slightly, replying, "Our master has ordered us to maintain silence on that matter." Meng Yuer nodded, refraining from further questioning, and offered her farewells. She then turned and boarded her carriage, heading toward the Qingqing Pavilion under the protection of her disciples. Qin Feng and Tang Wan exchanged glances, their expressions reflecting a shared curiosity. Before they departed in the opposite direction, likely pondering the same questions regarding Meng Yuer, within the Zhou residence's private chamber, Jian Xingyu suddenly expelled a jet of inky black blood, a manifestation of the poison that had afflicted her. The sound jolted Lu Rinjia awake, and he sprang to his feet, looking around with bleary eyes. "What happened? What is going on?" Jian Xingyu wiped the blood from her lips and smiled. "Nothing to worry about. I just expelled the poison." "Oh, So you are fine now? Lu Renjia, still drowsy, plopped back onto his chair, gazing at Jian Xingyu with half-closed eyes. Jian Xingyu nodded and asked, "What is wrong with you? Why aren't you outside enjoying the festivities?" Lu Renjia shook his head vigorously. "I have little interest in such gatherings. One can drink anywhere, but what matters is having companions to share the drink." Unfortunately, there were none outside. Jian Xingyu rose from the bed and joined Lu Renjia at the table, saying, "Do you know who those two individuals were?" Lu Renjia nodded. "They are from the Xiaoyao Palace." "Then enlighten me about the Xiaoyao Palace." Upon encountering Jian Xingyu's evident interest in the Xiaoyao Palace, Lu Renjia gradually regained his composure and spoke. "In truth, this faction is shrouded in mystery, and my knowledge of it is quite limited. The two individuals you just saw are the direct disciples of the Palace Master of Xiaoyao Palace, which explains how they have ascended to the 9th and 10th positions on the Jianghu rankings at such a young age." Jian Xingyu nodded thoughtfully and continued, "Have you ever sparred with them?" "No," Lu Renjia replied. Jian Xingyu raised an eyebrow and remarked, "It's hard to fathom how you hold the 6th position in the Jianghu rankings without any bouts. How can you be so certain of your ability to defeat them?" "I never claimed I would definitely triumph over them. The Silver Spear Demon Lord Qin Feng and the Cunning Stab Maiden Tang Wan are not to be trifled with. The crux of the matter is that they always strike together, having been trained by the same master. Their synergy is unquestionable. Moreover, I have heard that they practice the Liuha Heart method. Qin Feng wields the Liuha Spear, while Tang Wan employs the Liuha Stab. Individually, they may be manageable, but together, they are undoubtedly more formidable than the two of us combined." Jian Xingyu was taken aback by Lu Renjia's high regard for Qin Feng and Tang Wan. "Do you know who their master is?" "No," Lu Renjia replied. "And where is the Xiaoyao Palace located?" "I do not know either." Jian Xingyu was about to inquire further when Lu Renjia quickly interrupted, "Please, no more questions. The Xiaoyao Palace is enigmatic and mysterious, and I am equally curious about them." Jian Xingyu shook his head in resignation. Lu Renjia then asked, "By the way, why didn't you allow me to kill that Hung San? That fellow is nothing but a blustering fool." Jian Xingyu chuckled. "I find that Hung San possesses a certain amount of courage. He may have courage, but his skills are sorely lacking." Lu Renjia retorted. Jian Xingyu smiled and suggested, "What do you think about having him guard our home?" Lu Renjia's eyes brightened. "What do you mean? We cannot remain in Luoyang City indefinitely. There are many matters to attend to. At the very least, I need to settle things with Zhao Tian at the Zijin Villa." As Jian Xingyu mentioned this, his expression turned somber as he recalled Wu Ming. Noticing this, Lu Renjia urged, "Please, continue. If we leave, the Yinjian mansion will be left with only servants and maidservants, not even a gatekeeper." Lu Renjia suddenly grasped. "You mean for Hung San to watch over the Yinjian mansion?" Jian Xingyu nodded. "With his capabilities, can he manage?" Lu Renjia inquired. Jian Xingyu replied, "What matters is his spirit. I have discerned that Hung San is inherently good-natured and possesses a fighting spirit. With some guidance, he will surely prove capable. Our Yinjian mansion is not a prestigious clan. It is merely the two of us. Frankly speaking, once we depart, the Yinjian mansion's reputation will vanish with us. Yet it is essential to leave someone behind to maintain a semblance of order." At this, Lu Renjia chuckled and said, "Training someone is to my liking. I shall handle this matter. After all, every rogue has their match. I will ensure he submits to my authority." Seeing Lu Renjia so determined, Jian Xingyu could only smile helplessly. Jian Xingyu then remarked, "Once the matters in Luoyang are resolved, we should set forth for the Zijin Villa in anticipation of the Mid-Autumn Festival, which is merely 3 months away." As he finished speaking, Jian Xingyu's tone grew increasingly cold. Hearing this, Lu Renjia nodded with a smile, a glint of ruthless determination flickering in his small eyes. Finally, it was time to embark on their journey. Chapter 52. A Taste of Jianghu Turmoil. Supreme Masters. After coming to an agreement with Jian Xingyu, Lu Renjia set off to find Hung San. As expected at first, Hung San was resolute in his refusal, enduring a thorough beating from Lu Renjia without yielding. However, Lu Renjia soon realized that Hung San was more amenable to kindness than force. Thus, he leveraged Hung San's aspiration to make a name for himself in the Jianghu, promising that if he joined the Yinjian mansion, he would become an elder within it. As the Yinjian mansion expanded, Hung San's reputation would undoubtedly rise in tandem. Furthermore, Lu Renjia dangled his status as the Golden Blade Master as bait. After some contemplation, Hung San concluded that with a 6th-ranked master leading the charge, the Yinjian mansion would surely flourish, and thus he agreed to join. Once Hung San recognized someone as a friend, he would remain loyal to the end. Initially, he insisted on accompanying Jian Xingyu to the Zijin Villa for mutual support, but Lu Renjia scolded him, stating that bringing him along would only be a burden. Reluctantly, Hung San remained behind to guard the Yinjian mansion in Luoyang, bringing along a group of individuals who, while not particularly skilled, were loyal and eager to join. Having heard that this was the domain of the Golden Blade Master, among them were two individuals resembling Hung San, his elder brothers, Hung Da and Hung Er. While Hung Er shared Hung San's disposition, Hung Da was a shrewd individual, which reassured Lu Renjia somewhat, as at least there was someone with a discerning mind to oversee them. Upon learning of these arrangements, Jian Xingyu grew concerned about these individuals lacking discipline and potentially tarnishing the Yinjian mansion's name. Thus, he established 3 rules. First, no criminal activities. Second, no bullying the weak. And third, no acts of lewdness or pillaging. These 3 rules were borrowed from the 10 regulations of Jianghu Tower from years past. Hung San and his companions swore an oath of loyalty, pledging to abide by these rules, with violations punishable by the 3 blades and 6 holes punishment, 3 stabs to the chest, resulting in a total of 6 transparent holes. A method now becoming the foundation of Jianghu Tower's regulations. With the affairs of the Yinjian mansion in Luoyang properly arranged, Jian Xingyu and Lu Renjia departed the city under the cover of night, leaving only the Hung brothers aware of their silent exit. Zhou Wancheng was well aware of their departure, yet after witnessing Jian Xingyu's confrontation with Meng Yuer at the alliance banquet, many with ulterior motives had retracted their ambitions. After all, even the Qinsheng Pavilion had gained little advantage against the Yinjian mansion, let alone the smaller factions. Thus, Zhou Wancheng harbored no suspicions regarding Jian Xingyu's departure. He even prepared provisions and a carriage for them. Jian Xingyu and Lu Renjia accepted this aid without hesitation, while Jian Xingyu was indifferent. Lu Renjia had long considered Zhou Wancheng as the financial steward of the Yinjian mansion. After leaving Luoyang, Jian Xingyu and Lu Renjia journeyed westward, for the Zijin Villa lies to the west of Luoyang City. The journey would take at least a month and a half, with 3 months remaining until the Mid-Autumn Festival. They were not pressed for time, allowing them to travel at a leisurely pace and savor the diverse local customs along the way. 2 months passed swiftly. Jian Xingyu and Lu Renjia arrived at a bustling city to the west, known as Shichue City. They were now quite close to the Zijin Villa. With no more than 10 days of travel remaining, they took up residence at the largest inn in Shichue City, Yunkalu, no longer the destitute wanderers they once were. Their fortunes had improved significantly since befriending Zhou Wancheng, allowing them to enjoy better accommodations and meals. As with other inns, the atmosphere was lively and noisy, filled with the sounds of patrons and vendors. Jian Xingyu and Lu Renjia sat in a corner, enjoying their meal, when suddenly, a loud crash echoed from a second-floor guest room. Several figures tumbled out, crashing heavily into the main hall below. Gasps filled the air as patrons witnessed the scene. These individuals were evidently thrown out, clad in swords and weapons, indicating their involvement in the Jianghu. Could they be seeking revenge? Jian Xingyu and Lu Renjia displayed little interest in the unfolding chaos, calmly sipping their drinks as if merely spectators. Lu Renjia, with an air of detached amusement, raised his gaze towards the second floor. There, the wooden door of a guest room had been shattered, and an elderly man emerged, clad in a flowing white robe. His hair and beard a striking gray, clearly over 60 years of age. His expression was icy, filled with disdain as he regarded the anguished cries of several individuals in the hall. "Foolish mortals," he exclaimed coldly. Upon seeing the old man, Lu Renjia's hand trembled involuntarily around his wine cup, murmuring, "What a master." Jian Xingyu, intrigued by Lu Renjia's remark, scrutinized the elder, sensing an inscrutable aura about him. A tightening sensation gripped his heart, indicating that the man's martial prowess undoubtedly surpassed his own, or at the very least, matched it. As the elder's voice faded, a series of sharp whistling sounds pierced the air. Silver streaks darted through the atmosphere, followed by a series of dull thuds. The once lamenting figures below fell silent, lying motionless, evidently lifeless. An involuntary gasp escaped the onlookers in the hall. The disregard for human life was alarming. Just moments ago, they were vibrant beings, now reduced to the stillness of corpses. "Sir, this is murder. How am I to continue my business?" implored a slender, anxious innkeeper who had rushed forward, visibly trembling before the elder. "These are all deserving of death," the elder replied indifferently. The innkeeper stammered, attempting to protest, but was met with the elder's impatient snort. With a flick of his sleeve, another silver projectile was launched toward the innkeeper's neck. Witnessing the sudden peril, Jian Xingyu's brow furrowed. He released his wine cup, which sailed through the air in a blur, colliding with the silver needle and clattering to the ground. Jian Xingyu had saved the innkeeper's life. The innkeeper, now paralyzed by fear, stood frozen, wide-eyed and trembling, realizing how close he had come to death. Overwhelmed, he felt a warmth spreading down his legs. The elder, momentarily taken aback by the thwarted attack, narrowed his eyes, directing a frosty gaze at Jian Xingyu. Rising to his feet, Jian Xingyu met the elder's stare with unwavering resolve, stating, "Life is not a trifling matter. The innkeeper bears no sin. Why must you exact such cruelty?" A flicker of a smirk crossed the elder's lips, and in an instant, he vanished from sight. Remarkably swift, Jian Xingyu thought, sensing danger as he activated his martial arts technique, swiftly propelling himself away. Indeed, just as he vacated his position, a fierce gust of wind struck, and a leg appeared, the elder having executed a sweeping kick. The old man, pivoting with poise, regarded Jian Xingyu with a look of mild astonishment. After stabilizing himself several meters away, Jian Xingyu turned back, astonished. "What is your intent, elder?" The elder smiled slightly, replying, "Your reflexes are commendable, young one. Today, I shall teach you the lesson of minding your own business." With that, the elder lunged forward, delivering a palm strike aimed at Jian Xingyu's chest. Startled, Jian Xingyu countered with his own palm, the two strikes meeting with a force that sent Jian Xingyu staggering back 7 steps, a clear testament to the disparity between their strengths. His internal energy disturbed by the elder's impact, Jian Xingyu took a moment to regain his composure, his expression grave as he scrutinized the elder. Strangely, he felt as though the elder's aura was familiar, as if he had encountered it before. However, time was of the essence. After stabilizing his energy, Jian Xingyu propelled himself toward the elder. Surprised by Jian Xingyu's boldness, the elder burst into laughter and met his charge. "1,000 layers of tribulation," Jian Xingyu shouted. And in an instant, countless hand shadows appeared, targeting the elder's vital points. "Well done. I underestimated your skills," the elder replied, summoning a vast surge of internal power to form a colossal shield before him. "Break through my Gui Ling Shengjia if you can." The Gui Ling Shengjia, a rare defensive technique in the martial world, defends from one side, unlike the omnidirectional protection of the Jin Zhong Zhao. However, the concentrated defense of the Gui Ling Shengjia surpassed the latter's, as it channeled internal energy into a single point. Nevertheless, it bore the limitation of only protecting one side, rendering it ineffective in group battles. The sounds of metal clashing resonated as Jian Xingyu's 1,000 layers of tribulation rained upon the elder's shield, creating ripples that quickly subsided, proving futile against the elder's defenses. "So it is the Gui Ling Shengjia," Lu Renjia exclaimed, realizing Jian Xingyu was no match for the elder. With a swift motion, Jian Xingyu unsheathed his golden blade. A flash of light aimed at the elder's exposed back, an opportunity presented as the elder focused on defending against Jian Xingyu's assault. Sensing the impending strike, the elder responded with a grunt, expanding his shield and charging toward Jian Xingyu. Startled, Jian Xingyu sidestepped, and the elder's shield vanished as if by magic. "Trouble!" Jian Xingyu shouted, witnessing the elder's advance. As the elder forced him back, his body lunged forward, the golden blade passing through the elder's illusion, failing to inflict any harm. The elder, turning with a murderous glint in his eyes, fixed his gaze on Lu Renjia, who shivered under the elder's stare. Engaging in covert attacks? Seeking death? Jian Xingyu leaped to Lu Renjia's side, addressing the elder. "Elder, this is my friend. He merely intervened out of concern for my safety." The elder sneered. "Then you shall die together." Infuriated, Lu Renjia retorted, "Old man, stop with the death threats. Do you think we are easily intimidated? Let us see who meets their end first." Lu Renjia's anger led him to speak recklessly, prompting an even colder expression from the elder, who was about to act when a voice rang out from the second floor. "Hold your actions." At the sound of those words, Lu Renjia's earlier bravado dissipated, replaced with unease. Glancing up, he beheld the renowned beauty of the realm, Wan Luer, descending the staircase. Only someone of her stature could quell the tension with a single utterance. "Wan Luth?" Jian Xingyu queried, puzzled by the captivating figure. "Fool, that is the illustrious Wan Luer, the most celebrated beauty in the land." "The most celebrated beauty? No wonder she's so stunning. They say beauty brings calamity. Could this conflict be over her?" A murmur of speculation filled the hall as the onlookers speculated about the cause of the confrontation. "Please, cease the fighting. This is all a misunderstanding," Wan Luer proclaimed, advancing down the stairs. "Misunderstanding? Luer, do you know them?" the elder inquired. Wan Luer had yet to respond when Lu Renjia interjected. "Luer? Old man, did you call her that? Dare to be so insolent again, and I swear I shall chop you into pieces." Faced with Lu Renjia's reprimand, Wan Luer momentarily froze before bursting into laughter. "I know both of you. It was you two who came to my rescue back in Luoyang," she exclaimed joyfully. The mention of Luoyang sparked a recollection in Jian Xingyu. He remembered the mysterious and formidable aura he had sensed in a corner room on the second floor of Yukintang. It was no wonder he felt an air of familiarity with the elderly man before him. "Oh, they came to your aid? Then I must thank them," Wan Lian said, clasping his hands together. "It was merely a misunderstanding. Thank this old coot. Besides, what is your relationship with Wan Luer? Helping her has nothing to do with you." Lu Rinjia retorted, brandishing his golden blade without courtesy. Jian Xingyu sensed something was amiss and tugged at Lu Rinjia's sleeve, signaling him to be quiet. Wan Luer covered her mouth, giggling, and looked at Lu Rinjia, saying, "He is my father. Do you think it concerns him?" Uffed. Jian Xingyu could no longer contain his laughter. "Brother Lu, you have just inadvertently scolded your future father-in-law," he exclaimed, while Lu Rinjia's face turned ashen, resembling someone who had eaten something foul. Chapter 53. The initial turmoil of the Jianghu. 100 years of heritage. Wan Luer invited Jian Xingyu and Lu Rinjia into her guest room, where she recounted the events that had transpired. It turned out that Wan Luer and Wan Lian were en route to the Zijin Shanzhuang for a martial arts trading event, passing through the western outskirts city. Due to Wan Luer's natural beauty, she had caught the eye of a wealthy young master upon entering the city. When he attempted to flirt with her, he was severely beaten by Wan Lian. Later, they checked into the Yunkou Lu, planning to set out for Zijin Shanzhuang the next day. Unfortunately, the young master, having learned of their whereabouts, sent people to the inn to forcibly abduct Wan Luer. Regrettably for him, he had chosen the wrong target and faced dire consequences. His subordinates would never return. Even if that wealthy young master were to learn of their demise, he would undoubtedly be too afraid to disturb them again. Such is the law of the jungle. Life is as fragile as grass in the Jianghu. Those unfortunate enough to encounter ruthless masters might meet their end without a second thought, simply accepting their misfortunes. Upon understanding the situation, Jian Xingyu and Lu Rinjia finally grasped the full story. Jian Xingyu bowed to Wan Lian, saying, "I apologize for the offense earlier." Wan Lian waved his hand dismissively. "In my nature, anyone who provokes me ultimately becomes a corpse. Young man, your martial prowess is commendable. I shall make an exception for you." Wan Luer interjected. "My father is like this. He treats life as a game, and I do not appreciate that aspect of him. Had it not been for you, young Master Jian, that innkeeper would have met an untimely fate. Not cruel, not cruel. Those noisy types deserve a good lesson. An elder one did nothing wrong." Lu Rinjia hastily agreed. Seeing Lu Rinjia speak, Jian Xingyu recalled the earlier scene and couldn't help but laugh again, prompting even Wan Luer to join in. Wan Lian snorted, turning to Lu Rinjia. "You, young man, are always resorting to underhanded tactics. Now I see you are not just a sneak, but also a sycophantic hypocrite." At this, Jian Xingyu and Wan Luer could no longer contain themselves and erupted into laughter. Lu Rinjia's face turned crimson with shame. He attempted to explain, but found no words, appearing quite comical in his silence. Observing Lu Rinjia's predicament, Wan Lian shook his head in resignation, remarking, "It is a pity you are a notable figure in the Jianghu. Were it not for your loyalty to your friends, I would have taught you a proper lesson." Yes, Elder One is absolutely right," Lu Rinjia quickly responded. Jian Xingyu stifled his laughter and addressed Wan Lian, "Elder Wan, you must have been on the second floor of Yukintang that day in Luoyang, correct?" Wan Lian smiled. The young man has a keen perception. "Indeed, I was on the second floor. However, I had planned to deal with those ruffians directly, not expecting someone to come to Luer's aid." Lu Rinjia added, "I was wondering how Wan Luer dared to wander the Jianghu alone. It turns out a peerless master has been protecting her all along, which makes it quite foolproof." Jian Xingyu nodded in agreement. Just then, Wan Lian let out a cold snort, saying, "Do you think I have nothing better to do? I have plenty of matters to attend to. However, since I have only this one daughter, I cannot entrust her safety to others, hence I accompany her personally. But my responsibilities have increased in recent years. My dear girl, you must learn to settle down. Once this trip to Zijin Shanzhuang is over, you shall return with me and learn to behave like a proper young lady, rather than gallivanting around the Jianghu." From Wan Lian's words, it seemed the Wan family was indeed a prominent clan. However, Jian Xingyu and Lu Rinjia refrained from probing further, for with a master like Wan Lian around, they could hardly be an ordinary family. Upon hearing Wan Lian's words, Wan Luer stuck out her tongue and playfully said, "I never asked you to follow me. You could choose not to. Choose not to. Humph. Once you have a suitor, I shall not care." Lu Rinjia's face turned beet red at this remark. Jian Xingyu found it amusing yet infuriating, playfully kicking Lu Rinjia's ample backside, causing him to yelp in pain. Seeing Lu Rinjia's reaction, Wan Lian quipped, "What? You, little chubby, Think you can marry my daughter? Father, what are you saying? Wan Luer exclaimed, her voice filled with indignation. The little woman's demeanor made Wan Luer appear particularly enchanting. Wan Lian laughed heartily, addressing Lu Rinjia. You have no chance, little chubby. He then turned to Jian Xingyu, adding, I find this young man quite impressive, handsome, eloquent, and with commendable martial skills at such a young age. His future achievements are bound to be limitless. What do you think, Lu? Upon hearing this, Wan Luer's cheeks flushed slightly as she gazed at Jian Xingyu, an enchanting allure in her eyes. For some reason, whenever she looked at Jian Xingyu, she felt a momentary sense of distraction. Lu Rinjia, wearing a sorrowful expression, said to Jian Xingyu, I have long known I am unworthy of Wan Luer, but it is all right. After all, you are my good brother. His words conveyed an unmistakable sense of loss. Lu Rinjia was no fool. He could discern Wan Luer's gaze towards Jian Xingyu, though he chose not to voice his thoughts. Jian Xingyu, sensing the tension, admonished Lu Rinjia. As a man, you should strive for what you desire. Why are you yielding? Besides, I am not in the mood for such matters. I have many other responsibilities to attend to. As he spoke of romantic entanglements, Jian Xingyu's mind drifted to the image of Xiao Zian, who had disguised herself as a man, glaring at him with a mix of anger and annoyance. He also recalled the softness he had felt earlier, prompting him to shake his head, silently chastising himself for his lewd thoughts. Upon hearing Jian Xingyu's words, Lu Rinjia chuckled. I was merely jesting. Did you really take it to heart? Get lost. Jian Xingyu kicked Lu Rinjia again, but this time, Lu Rinjia managed to evade it with a jump. Meanwhile, Wan Luer's expression seemed to flicker with disappointment, though she quickly masked it. Wan Lian turned to Jian Xingyu, inquiring, What matters? What affairs? This young man suits my taste. Perhaps I could assist you in resolving them? Lu Rinjia and Wan Luer also turned their attention to Jian Xingyu. He smiled briefly before bowing to Wan Lian, saying, Elder, I am grateful for your kindness, but these matters, I am capable of handling myself. Wan Lian nodded, choosing not to elaborate further, for deep within his heart, he had long anticipated that Jian Xingyu would express such sentiments. However, following this incident, the four of them agreed to journey together towards the Zijin Shanzhuang. Zijin Shanzhuang, nestled upon the Zijin mountain, is an expansive estate that opens its gates to the public solely in the month of August. During the Mid-Autumn Festival on the night of the full moon, it hosts the renowned Jianghu Trading Conference. Now that August has arrived, the influx of visitors to Zijin Shanzhuang has become increasingly relentless, growing day by day. The four companions took 7 days to reach the heart of the Zijin mountain. Standing at the foot of the mountain, they beheld a grand courtyard shrouded in mist. Upon entering, they discovered that the walls of the courtyard were adorned with intricate reliefs depicting scenes of dragons and tigers vying for supremacy, and of dragons frolicking with phoenixes, all vividly brought to life with exquisite craftsmanship. Jian Xingyu couldn't help but exclaim. These reliefs are so exquisitely detailed that they must have taken at least 3 to 5 years to create. Wan Lian chuckled and replied. The first master of Zijin Shanzhuang took over 30 years to build this estate. This is merely the exterior. Once you step inside, you will truly grasp what exceptional artistry and a paradise beyond the mundane truly mean. The first master? Lu Rinjiao inquired, his brow furrowed in confusion. Indeed. Wan Lian nodded. This Zijin Shanzhuang has been passed down through approximately 7 or 8 generations. 7 or 8 generations. That must imply a foundation of at least 200 years. Jian Xingyu exclaimed in astonishment. Wan Lian confirmed, it has been 300 years. The first master, Xiao Jin, was a prominent figure in the Jianghu of his time. Few could rival his martial prowess. Dad, what was Xiao Jin's ranking in the Jianghu? Wan Luer asked. Wan Lian chuckled. In those days, there was no such thing as a Jianghu ranking. No ranking? This revelation astonished not only Wan Luer but all three of them. Jian Xingyu and Lu Rinjia echoed their surprise in unison. Indeed, the underworld had only recently been established. How could there have been a Jianghu ranking? Jian Xingyu murmured. So? Zijin Shanzhuang was founded in the same era as the underworld. Its heritage is truly extraordinary. Wan Lian smiled and continued. When I say that Xiao Jin was a paragon of the Jianghu, I mean it. He was an unparalleled master, far beyond the reach of today's rankings. Everyone understood the implication. Take Lu Rinjia, for example. According to the current Jianghu rankings, only 5 could defeat him, yet in reality, Jian Xingyu possessed the strength to best Lu Rinjia, despite not being on the list. This illustrates that today's Jianghu rankings merely reflect popular opinion, excluding many reclusive masters. Even Lu Rinjia believed that he could be defeated by more than just those 5 individuals. Such knowledge was beyond the grasp of the younger generation like Jian Xingyu and Lu Rinjia. Only someone like Wan Lian, a hermit of sorts, could possess such insights. Jian Xingyu couldn't help but recall his own master, who surely must have been privy to such knowledge. As they stood before the grand entrance of Zijin Shanzhuang, they were struck by its imposing stature, nearly 5 zhang high and 7 zhang wide. It emanated a sense of grandeur. The vermilion gate was adorned with massive golden nails, and above, a large plaque measuring 1 zhang in width and 3 zhang in length bore the ancient inscription Zijin Shanzhuang in golden characters against a black background. 8 guards stood at the entrance, 4 on each side, their robust physiques and prominent temples indicating their expertise in external martial arts. At that moment, the gate swung open, allowing the sounds of lively chatter from within to waft out. Gazing at the 4 characters on the plaque, Wan Lian remarked. These characters were inscribed using gold dust crafted by Shao Jin himself. Wow, Lu Rinjia gasped, that must be incredibly valuable. The others chuckled as they stepped into Zijin Shanzhuang. Unimpeded, the guards didn't even spare them a glance. As Jian Xingyu entered the estate, he was engulfed by an overwhelming sensation. It was evident that masters abounded here. With a narrowed gaze, he surveyed the expansive Zijin Shanzhuang and the bustling crowd, murmuring, Zhao Tian, you must be here as well. I have been searching for you for quite some time. Chapter 54. A glimpse into the Jianghu's turmoil. Zijin Shanzhuang upon entering. Jian Xingyu and his companions were greeted by a shadow wall adorned with majestic landscapes. Behind this wall lay a vast lake, beside which stood a gigantic stone, intricately carved with the words Zijin Hu in red. In the very center of Zijin Hu was a grand platform, reminiscent of a martial arts arena, but far larger, measuring perhaps 100 meters square. One side of the platform featured a series of elegantly crafted pavilions, where some were engaged in chess, while others enjoyed tea and conversation, all appearing quite content. However, what struck them as peculiar was that the platform was situated nearly 300 meters from the lake's edge, with no bridges in sight. It seemed to float entirely upon the water. How is this possible? Wan Luer asked, perplexed. Haha, Wan Lian laughed. This is a unique feature of Zijin Hu. Anyone can access that platform, provided they possess the skill to do so. There are no bridges, but there is a hemp rope. Pointing towards the lake, Wan Lian indicated a rope, as thick as a finger, floating just above the water's surface. One end was tied to the giant stone by the lakeshore, while the other was anchored to the platform, with the rope hovering less than an inch above the water, its middle section even dipping below the surface. The individuals seated in the pavilions, playing chess and sipping tea, had clearly traversed over by their own means. They must have made the journey themselves, Wan Lian remarked nonchalantly. At this moment, Jian Xingyu felt an indescribable astonishment. The feat of crossing 300 meters without leverage was something he had never witnessed. Perhaps the highest mastery of his technique, Yu Luo Wu Ying, could achieve such a distance, but he himself was not capable at this moment. Regardless, he would need to utilize some external assistance. If he were to do so, the hemp rope would be the most viable option, though traversing it would be exceedingly challenging. Naturally, if one possessed superior martial skills, they could walk directly upon the water. Jian Xingyu's Yu Luo Wu Ying could indeed allow him to do so, and perhaps even better than others. However, mastering such a technique was not feasible for everyone. Thus, those on the platform must have passed over either by walking on water or along the rope. Presently, there appeared to be around 20 to 30 individuals there. One could only imagine how formidable their martial abilities must be. Indeed, Zijin Shanzhuang was a sanctuary of hidden talents. Lu Rinjia, equally astounded, murmured, "Is it possible to swim over?" Wan Lian glanced at Lu Rinjia and replied, "You may do so, provided you can bear the humiliation." With that, Wan Lian fell silent and began to walk along the lakeshore towards the interior of Zijin Shanzhuang. Following him closely were Jian Xingyu, Lu Rinjia, and Wan Luer, who, after regaining their composure, trailed behind. Observing Wan Luer still lost in astonishment, Lu Rinjia chuckled, "Luer, if you wish to join me in that pavilion for tea and chess, I could carry you over." Wan Luer shot him an annoyed glance, prompting Lu Rinjia to sheepishly stick out his tongue and cease his banter. Throughout their journey together, Lu Rinjia had grown bolder, his cheeks no longer flushed, and he had even begun to refer to Wan Luer simply as Luer. Venturing further inward, they passed through an exquisitely designed corridor, leading them to a spacious hall bustling with activity, seemingly the designated area for room reservations. The hall bore a resemblance to an ordinary inn lobby, albeit devoid of dining patrons. Behind various counters, several attendants were busily attending to those registering for accommodations. Wan Lian had reserved 2 middle rooms, and Jian Xingyu and Lu Renjia had also secured 2 middle rooms. All 4 chambers were located within the Xian courtyard of the Zijin Mountain Villa. The villa is divided into 5 courtyards named after the 5 virtues: Ren, Yi, Li, Ji, and Xian. Each courtyard contains 19 upper rooms, 30 middle rooms, and 60 side rooms, amounting to 99 rooms per courtyard and a total of 495 rooms across all 5 courtyards. This does not even account for the Zijin courtyard where the villa's owner resides, and the Zijin Buyuan where the servants live. This illustrates the grand scale of the Zijin Mountain Villa. Due to their late arrival, Jian Xingyu and his companions could only stay in the relatively less desirable Xian courtyard. Even if each room housed only 1 guest, there would be over 500 esteemed individuals from the Jianghu visiting the villa, a scale that is truly astonishing. Despite the abundance of rooms, the prices were far from affordable. The cost of an upper room was 10 taels of gold, equivalent to 1,000 taels of silver. A middle room was priced at 5 taels of gold, or 500 taels of silver, while a side room cost 3 taels of gold, or 300 taels of silver. The most ordinary side room here was significantly more expensive than the best upper room in an average inn, indicating that not everyone could afford to stay here. After securing their accommodations, Jian Xingyu and his companions returned to their rooms. Having traveled extensively, they felt a sense of fatigue and deemed it essential to rest and recuperate. In the evening, after finishing dinner in their rooms, Jian Xingyu and Lu Renjia were no longer in the company of Wan Lian and his daughter. Most visitors to the Zijin Mountain Villa had their own affairs to attend to, making it somewhat inconvenient to have an outsider present. Although Lu Renjia longed to be with Wan Lu, he understood the importance of discretion and refrained from voicing his desires, simply agreeing with a smile. As Jian Xingyu and Lu Renjia strolled leisurely through the Zijin Mountain Villa, it was clear why this place was renowned in the Jianghu. It truly resembled a paradise, with every flower and blade of grass meticulously tended to, and even the paving stones were adorned with intricate patterns. Such exquisite craftsmanship certainly justified the 30 years of labor invested. Upon reaching the banks of Zijin Lake, they noticed a brightly lit platform in the middle of the lake, bustling with people. Curiosity piqued. They approached the water's edge and observed individuals engaging in martial arts sparring, with some cheering them on. Jian Xingyu inquired about the situation, wondering how such activities could occur in a place where fighting was typically prohibited. Lu Renjia's eyes sparkled with excitement as he speculated that there might be a special event occurring. It was certainly an intriguing spectacle, and they decided to take a closer look. Jian Xingyu nodded, a smile gracing his face as he looked at Lu Renjia, who squirmed under his gaze. Muttering about Jian Xingyu's mischievous intentions, Jian Xingyu suggested a friendly competition of their skills. Lu Renjia quickly shook his head, expressing his reluctance to compete in lightness of foot, citing his physique as a disadvantage. Jian Xingyu clarified that they would not race for speed, but instead see who could utilize the least assistance. Lu Renjia accepted, but with a playful stipulation. He would use the strength of the rope, while Jian Xingyu could only draw from the lake's waters. Jian Xingyu found this amusing, realizing that traversing the water was inherently challenging, let alone leaping across it. Without waiting for Jian Xingyu's agreement, Lu Renjia dashed toward the spot where the rope was tied. Preparing himself with a confident demeanor, he spat on his hands and rubbed them together, adopting a determined expression. He called back to Jian Xingyu, insisting that he keep count and not cheat. Jian Xingyu could only smile ruefully in response. With a loud shout, Lu Renjia sprang into action, thrusting his right foot down and launching himself across the lake. He skillfully propelled himself upward, extending his body forward. His leap covered nearly 50 meters, drawing the attention of those around him, who began to cheer. At 50 meters, Lu Renjia's feet grazed the rope, allowing him to bounce once more. Soaring over 30 more meters, with several jumps, he landed solidly on the central platform of the lake, having borrowed strength 8 times. The crowd erupted in applause, thrilled by the spectacle. The buoyancy of the water was no match for the solid ground, and typically, a skilled martial artist would require numerous assists to traverse the 300 meters of lake water. It was rare to accomplish such a feat in less than 10 assists. Lu Renjia turned back, grinning widely at Jian Xingyu in a provocative manner. Jian Xingyu merely chuckled and turned to walk away, prompting whispers among the onlookers about whether he would dare to attempt crossing the lake without assistance. Just as Jian Xingyu positioned himself at the lake's edge, preparing to utilize his skills, a sharp voice cut through the crowd, suggesting a wager. A lean man in his 30s emerged from the assembly, and Jian Xingyu's expression darkened upon recognizing him. He was the infamous Shangwan Mu from Feihuang Fortress, one of those who once hunted Xiu Tian at the Bafang Inn. Lu Renjia noticed the tension and watched closely. Jian Xingyu steadied his thoughts, reminding himself that he was here to find Zhao Tian and should avoid unnecessary conflicts. He calmly stated that he was only sparring with a friend and that there had been a misunderstanding. Shang Wanmu, with a grin, dismissed the concern, suggesting that they merely engage in a friendly contest. He proposed that if Jian Xingyu won, Feihuang Fortress would cover all expenses incurred during their stay at the Zijin Mountain Villa. Conversely, if he were to win, it would be considered a simple spar, with no further implications. As the crowd buzzed with excitement, many were eager to see the competition unfold. Some speculated on the prowess of the Feihuang Fortress and its renowned lightness of foot technique. Jian Xingyu felt cornered, realizing that refusing the challenge would label him as cowardly in this esteemed establishment. Unbeknownst to him, Wan Lian and Wan Lu emerged from the crowd, with Wan Lian frowning in concern for Jian Xingyu. Jian Xingyu reassured him that it was merely a friendly spar with this gentleman. Upon recognizing Shang Wanmu, Wan Lian warned Jian Xingyu about the formidable reputation of Feihuang Fortress and questioned the need to challenge a young man. Shang Wanmu, sensing Wan Lian's wariness, instinctively heightened his guard, feeling that this elder was not to be underestimated. With a sheepish smile, he remarked, "Senior, you worry too much. I merely acted on a whim. Since the young brother dares not compete, let it be." At this moment, some in the crowd began to jeer at Jian Xingyu. In the realm of martial arts, swift retribution is exhilarating. Losing or even dying is not terrifying, but lacking the courage to face challenges is what truly prevents one from holding their head high. What nonsense. Mr. Shangwan, it is merely a friendly exchange. What is there to fear? I have long heard of Feihuang Fortress's unparalleled lightness of foot, and today, I wish to experience it. Upon hearing this, the crowd erupted in excitement. Jian Xingyu looked at Shang Wanmu with a smile, though beneath that smile lay a hint of menace. Shang Wanmu narrowed his eyes at Jian Xingyu and let out a cold chuckle, seemingly mocking Jian Xingyu's overconfidence. He stepped forward and said, "Well, since the young brother is so inclined, I would be more than willing to oblige." Wan Lian approached Jian Xingyu slowly, saying, "He is from Feihuang Fortress, which relies solely on its lightness of foot within the martial world. You have no advantage in competing against him. Even if you choose not to compete, no one would say a word." Jian Xingyu smiled and bowed slightly to Wan Lian, saying, "I appreciate Elder Wan's kindness, but how could I refuse a challenge laid before me?" Seeing Jian Xingyu smile, Wan Lian nodded to himself. Daring to compete with Feihuang Fortress's lightness of foot was already commendable. Wan Lian declared loudly, "In that case, I shall serve as the judge. How do you both wish to compete?" Shang Wanmu replied with a grin, "Let it be as the young brother and his friend did before. The winner shall be determined by who uses the least number of steps on the water." He then added, "Young brother, you may use the rope for support. It will not be considered a foul, lest others accuse me of bullying a child." Jian Xingyu chuckled lightly, saying, "There is no need for such measures. Please proceed." With that, he gestured for Shang Wanmu to go ahead. Shang Wanmu's expression turned cold and fierce, and he huffed, internally scolding Jian Xingyu for his lack of humility. Before striding towards the edge of the Zijin Lake, "Count carefully," Shang Wanmu shouted, bending his knees slightly, then propelling himself like a spring, instantly shooting out, treading snow without leaving a trace. Wan Lian remarked. Shang Wanmu soared nearly 100 meters into the air, spinning rapidly several times before tapping the water's surface with his toes, sending up a spray of water. The surface rippled as he glided swiftly over the water, and after nearly 200 meters, he tapped the surface again. His body shot forth like an arrow, nearing the platform, but as his speed diminished, Shang Wanmu had no choice but to push off the water once more, this time with great force, creating a significant splash before launching himself skyward. Rising nearly 10 feet high, performing several flips, and landing steadily on the platform in the center of the lake, Shang Wanmu turned and smiled at Jian Xingyu. A gasp of astonishment rippled through the crowd. His prowess was indeed terrifying. Utilizing only the slightest buoyancy of the lake, he traversed over 300 meters with just 3 steps. Such lightness of foot was likely unmatched in the martial world. Even within the prestigious Zijin Villa, few could rival him. Meanwhile, the spectators gazed at Jian Xingyu with a new sense of pity. Even Wan Lian looked on in surprise, nodding his head as he remarked, "The lightness of foot from Feihuang Fortress is truly exceptional. To cross Zijin Lake with just 3 steps is remarkable." Upon hearing Wan Lian's praise, Wan Luer was momentarily taken aback. It was known that Wan Lian seldom bestowed compliments. Now, even he admired Shang Wanmu's extraordinary agility, indicating just how formidable Shang Wanmu's skills truly were. "Young brother, it is your turn. You may certainly use the rope." Shang Wanmu called from the platform. "Hold your horses. You haven't won yet. What are you so proud of? Lu Renjia retorted to Shangwan Mu from the platform. While he spoke defiantly, internally, he was acutely aware of his own astonishment. Although he held confidence in Jian Xingyu's abilities, Shangwan Mu's display of strength was overwhelmingly impressive, causing even Lu Renjia to silently worry for Jian Xingyu. Jian Xingyu smiled at Wan Lian, bowed slightly, and then proceeded to the lake's edge. He too intended to traverse the water. Elder Wan, is it true that merely stepping onto the lake counts as one use of force? Jian Xingyu inquired. Wan Lian nodded slowly. Truthfully, he did not hold high hopes for Jian Xingyu, but felt a glimmer of anticipation nonetheless. Without using the lake's surface, shall one then rely upon the air? Wouldn't that mean flying? Laughter erupted in the crowd at Jian Xingyu's jest. Jian Xingyu nodded, then crouched down to gently splash the water with his hand, sending droplets flying, his lips curving into a smile. Rising to his feet, he stared ahead, as though calculating his next move. The crowd held their breath, eager to see if this young man would indeed deliver an unexpected spectacle. Jian Xingyu narrowed his eyes, then immersed the tip of one foot into the lake's surface, exerting force suddenly, kicking off and sending a shower of water droplets soaring towards the center of the lake. Huh! Jian Xingyu shouted, his form launching into the air as he deftly tapped a few floating droplets, leaving a fleeting shadow as he soared towards the platform. The suspended droplets were typically inaccessible for leverage, yet a miracle unfolded. Jian Xingyu touched those droplets, defying gravity as he ascended higher, using the cascade of droplets to propel himself, while occasionally kicking some away to build a bridge of water droplets. With a series of agile movements, Jian Xingyu landed gracefully on the platform without once touching the lake's surface. The crowd fell into a stunned silence, all gaping in astonishment, unable to find their voices. No. He crossed without using the lake's surface at all. Crossed on water droplets? Is that even possible? I don't know. I've never seen anyone execute such a feat. After several moments of silence, the crowd erupted into cheers, their applause ringing out incessantly. Wan Lian trembled with excitement, his aged eyes wide with disbelief. Fixated on Jian Xingyu across the lake, Wan Luer's eyes sparkled with newfound admiration as she gazed at Jian Xingyu. Jian Xingyu smiled back at Shangwan Mu, who was still in shock, slowly turning to face Jian Xingyu as though he were gazing upon a marvel. Within Feihuang Fortress, Shangwan Xiongyu had once told him that when lightness of foot reaches its pinnacle, one could walk upon air. Approaching this ultimate realm, one could leverage water droplets, falling leaves, snowflakes, and even floating particles to soar. The lowest levels of lightness of foot merely utilized soft, seemingly insubstantial surfaces like water or grass, while the most basic forms merely relied on stable structures like walls or trees. As for swiftly darting across the ground, that could hardly be deemed lightness of foot. It was merely a form of movement. The highest realm of Feihuang Fortress's treading snow without leaving a trace is to glide over snow without leaving a single mark. This too is a testament to approaching the highest level of lightness of foot, yet those who can reach such heights are exceedingly rare in the martial world. As for the ability to traverse the air, no one has truly reached that realm to this day. At this moment, Lu Renjia was also deeply shaken, but he quickly regained his composure and exclaimed, "Well done, Xingyu, you did not borrow any strength. This lightness skill, this fellow is certainly no match." Haha. At this moment, Shangwan Mu's face turned ashen as he looked at Jian Xingyu, momentarily at a loss for words. Jian Xingyu smiled and cupped his hands, saying, "Thank you, Mr. Shangwan, for your generosity, and thank you to the Feihuang Bao for graciously covering the expenses for my friends and me during this visit to Zijin Shanzhuang." After speaking, Jian Xingyu turned away, no longer paying attention to Shangwan Mu. At this moment, the crowd around them grew increasingly captivated, especially upon hearing Jian Xingyu's final words, which resounded like a resounding slap to the face of Feihuang Bao. The gazes directed at Jian Xingyu were filled with astonishment. Wan Lian, however, chuckled bitterly and remarked, "This lad truly knows how to create opportunities for himself. Young lady, this fellow is of noble lineage." With that, he walked towards the distance, his words clearly directed at Wan Luer. Upon hearing this, Wan Luer's face flushed slightly, yet she secretly sighed, lamenting that fallen blossoms may have intentions, but the flowing water is heartless. With this thought, a hint of disappointment involuntarily surfaced on her face. She then followed Wan Lian's footsteps, leaving the scene. The crowd dispersed, still chatting and laughing, but this competition had become a delightful topic for those newly arrived at Zijin Shanzhuang. Particularly, the fact that Feihuang Bao lost in the lightness skills contest provided even richer conversation material. Lu Renjia approached Jian Xingyu with great mirth, feeling a joy that surpassed even that of winning the match. Just as Jian Xingyu and Lu Rinjiao were about to depart, Shangguan Mu's voice suddenly echoed from behind. "Little brother, please wait." Upon hearing this somewhat unfriendly tone, both Jian Xingyu and Lu Rinjiao frowned simultaneously. Lu Rinjiao turned around first, wearing a cold smirk as he asked, "What do you want? Is winning not enough for you? Are you running a gambling den here?" "It is not that I wish to prevent your departure, but rather to clarify a matter," Shangguan Mu replied in a haunting tone. "What matter?" Jian Xingyu inquired, turning back. Shangguan Mu fixed a cold gaze on Jian Xingyu, slowly articulating words laced with a hint of menace. "May I ask, young brother, what kind of lightness skill you employed?" Lu Rinjiao furrowed his brow and retorted with a sneer, "What lightness skill I used is none of your concern. It is certainly more formidable than your so-called Ta Xue Wuhan. What do you intend to do? Are you looking for a fight? My lightness skill may not match yours. But should a real battle ensue, I could just as easily chop you into pieces for the dogs." By the end of his statement, Lu Rinjiao's tone had grown exceedingly fierce, an overwhelming aura emanating from him as his right hand slowly descended to rest upon the hilt of his golden blade. Sensing Lu Rinjiao's imposing presence, Shangguan Mu was inwardly startled, pondering, "I did not expect this rotund fellow to possess such skill. Even I cannot discern his true capabilities." Yet, Shangguan Mu remained resolute, his eyes fixed on Jian Xingyu as he grimly inquired, "For your own good, you should tell me." At this moment, Jian Xingyu's heart quivered. Could it be that his Yulua wooing had been seen through? Jian Xingyu coldly declared, "No comment. If Fei Huangbao cannot bear the loss, then feel free to seek revenge." As soon as Jian Xingyu finished speaking, Shangguan Mu suddenly smiled coldly, slowly saying, "Seek revenge? There is no rush. However, I would like to clarify where your lightness skill originates, to avoid mistakenly killing you." At this, Shangguan Mu's tone became exceedingly rude. Damn it. I have seen shamelessness, but I have never encountered such audacity. Since you seek death, I shall oblige. Lu Rinjia sneered as he advanced toward Shangguan Mu. Tensions escalated, and it seemed that a confrontation was imminent. Observers on the platform also took notice, astonished at the audacity of these individuals to engage in combat within Zijin Shanzhuang. Indeed, just as Lu Rinjia prepared to draw his blade, a clear voice rang out. "Stop! What do you think this place is? If you wish to fight, take it outside." Upon hearing this voice, Lu Rinjia laughed coldly and pointed at Shangguan Mu, mockingly stating, "You, step forward." Shangguan Mu's face darkened considerably. He had never experienced such humiliation of being pointed at and insulted in public. At this moment, a young and handsome gentleman emerged from the crowd, the very one who had just spoken. Upon seeing this individual, Jian Xingyu's murderous intent suddenly dissipated, his expression shifting to one of shock as he gazed at the handsome young man, who was not only familiar, but also well known to him. "Xiao Xiaozian,